Chapter 1, The Awakening of the Spirit. Li Tong, Daily Life Category, Class B Kettle. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lifestyle, E-Class Microphone. Zhou Chang, Lifestyle Category, C-Class Motorcycle. On the awakening platform, girls went up to awaken one after another, but then walked down with dejected looks on their faces. Chu Feng stood quietly on the playground beside him, silently digesting the information in his mind. He traveled through time and found himself in a society very similar to Blue Star. The only difference was that women here could awaken and transform into various objects when they turned 18, while men awakened to become contractors and sign contracts with girls. There is no distinction between high and low among the contract masters, but the contracted spirit girls have clear levels. The lowest level is F and the highest level is S. In order to resist foreign enemies, people divided the contracted spirit girls into weapon type and life type. Among them, the weapon type contracted spirit girls are rare and of noble status, and are the first choice of the contractor. Once a contract is successfully made with a weapon contracted spirit, the contractor can enjoy high social welfare and privileges and instantly become a superior person. After Chu Feng digested this information, he looked up at the awakening platform and thought to himself, interesting, a world dominated by contracted spirits? It seems that today is the day to sign the contract. I wonder what kind of contracted spirit I can get. Just as Chu Feng was thinking, a pair of petite twins walked up to the awakening platform. They had fluffy pink ponytails with the ends of their hair slightly curled up, swinging back and forth with their brisk steps. The two of them were wearing the same style of college-style uniforms, dark blue short skirts with pure white shirts, and delicate bows tied at the collars. Their slender legs were wrapped in pure white over the knee socks, the sock cuffs slightly revealing a little bit of their soft and tender leg flesh, and they were wearing small round-toed leather shoes. Hand in hand, they skipped to the center of the awakening platform. The awakening teacher adjusted the magic circle and asked gently, "Are you ready?" "Yeah." The two nodded in unison, their pink twin tails swaying gently with the movement. Teacher awakening injected energy into the magic circle. The next moment, golden light suddenly burst out, and the dazzling light completely enveloped the petite figures of the twins. Under the gaze of everyone, their figures gradually became ethereal and transformed into two intertwined silver streams of light. Clang! A clear voice echoed on the awakening platform. When the light faded, the twins' figures had disappeared, and two cold moon blades were suspended in their place. Wang Yu, weapon type, a level moon blade left. Wang Tao, weapon type, a level moon blade right. The screen displayed the awakening information of the two people, and everyone who saw this information was stunned. Fake, it's actually an A-level dual-wielding weapon. A contracted master can only contract one girl in his lifetime, but twin contracted spirits can break this limit, allowing a contracted master to form contracts with two sisters at the same time. Therefore, although the Wang Tao is an A-level weapon, its value can be on par with an S-level weapon. In the past 10 years, our Qingcheng High School has had a total of 3 S-level weapon contract spirits. Now it seems that the sisters Wang Tao and Wang Yu are the 4th S-level weapon contract spirit to appear in Qingcheng High School. No, to some extent, dual-wielding weapons is even more powerful than S-level weapons, because two sisters can take different upgrade paths and cooperate with each other to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. On the other side of the stands, the Dean of Studies and the principal had already stood up excitedly. Principal. A-level dual-wielding weapons. A-level dual-wielding weapons. Our Qingcheng High School is going to be famous this time. The Dean of Studies held the railing tightly with both hands, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The principal couldn't hide his excitement either. He leaned forward, leaning against the edge of the stands. After so many years, we finally have another talent who can challenge for the provincial top spot. If we train these sisters well, we'll definitely be able to surpass Lanyang High School in this year's college entrance exam. The dean's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. They are simply perfect spirit bonds born for battle. The principal nodded repeatedly, a pleased smile on his face. That's right. As long as we find a suitable contractor to carefully train them, Wang Yu and Wang Tao will surely become the pride of our Qingcheng High School. The Dean of Studies was about to agree, but suddenly seemed to remember something. His expression froze slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Principal, I heard that Wang Tao and Wang Yu seem to be Chu Feng's girlfriends." Chu Feng? The principal was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, is it the Chu Feng who was number 1 in the grade? He frowned slightly and recalled, that kid is really good. He is top-notch in both theoretical and practical classes, but his family is poor. On the awakening stage, golden light flickered again, and the suspended moon blade transformed into a human form again. Wang Yu and Wang Tao stood side by side, their pink twin tails gleaming in the sunlight. However, at this moment, they no longer had the sweet smiles of the past, but were replaced by a condescending indifference. In the audience, people were already boiling with excitement the moment Wang Tao and Wang Yu awakened. Students rushed to the front of the stage and the scene was in chaos. Students Wang Tao and Wang Yu. Sign a contract with me. I have a mine at home. My father is a high-level battle bond master. My family has a complete set of Moonblade evolution materials. My family has a special training ground for Qilin. Choose me, choose me. Even though I don't have money now, I can work to support you and treat you well for the rest of my life. When Sister Wang Tao heard the shouting, she raised her chin and glanced at the crowd with contempt, finally fixing her gaze on Chu Feng. The noisy shouting from the audience suddenly stopped, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes followed Wang Tao's gaze and turned to Chu Feng, who was standing at the edge of the crowd. I almost forgot, they are both Chu Feng's girlfriends. The top student in the grade does have more advantages than us. I heard that they have a very good relationship and Chu Feng has always been tutoring them. Chu Feng was bewildered by the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, Wang Tao on the stage spoke up. Her eyes were filled with undisguised disdain, and she looked at Chu Feng as if he were a piece of trash. Chu Feng, my sister and I are breaking up with you. The entire playground was quiet for a moment, and then a commotion broke out. What? They're actually going to dump Chu Feng? Didn't they love Chu Feng very much before? They even said that they would only sign a contract with Chu Feng after awakening. This is because they saw that I had awakened into a high-level weapon and turned their backs on me. The classmates around him turned to look at Chu Feng with strange eyes, some with pity, some with gloating, and some shaking their heads and sighing. Chu Feng stood there, a little dazed. These twins were his girlfriends? Chapter 2 School Beauty Lu Ro. Sister Wang Yu stood aside, her eyes equally cold, even with a hint of impatience. Seeing Chu Feng standing there without answering, she snorted coldly, Chu Feng, we were ignorant before and thought you were great just because you had good grades, but it's different now. Wang Tao next to her raised her chin proudly and continued her sister's words, now my sister and I are A-level weapons, and you are just a poor boy. You can't afford the materials for our upgrade. That's right, nodded her sister Wang Yu. We are powerful A-level contracted spirits. To upgrade, we need many rare materials. Therefore, the contractor who contracts us must have a lot of wealth. You have nothing except your grades. Why would you contract us? The classmates around were talking about it. What Wang Yu and Wang Tao said is not wrong. Although Chu Feng is a good student, he is an orphan and cannot afford to upgrade the accessories for Qilin. If an A-level weapon uses E-level accessories, it is really a waste of resources. Exactly. How much does it cost to upgrade a contract spirit? I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to scrape together that much even if he worked for 10 years. Oh, a poor boy wants to change his fate? In this world, just knowing how to study is useless, you need money. I heard that he even saved money to buy birthday gifts for Wang Yu and Wang Tao. Is this true? You don't think you can keep an A-level contract spirit just by giving a little gift? Pfft, how pitiful. Chu Feng stood there, listening to the ridicule of the people around him, and gradually understood what was happening. He looked at the twins on the stage with a strange expression. He didn't expect that such a classic scene would happen to him. Is there no novel in this world? Don't these people know the truth that things will change over time and don't bully the young and poor? Wang Tao and Wang Yu on the awakening stage saw that Chu Feng was silent and thought he was going to pester her. Wang Tao curled her lips impatiently and said, Chu Feng, don't blame me and my sister for being ruthless. This is how the world is. If you really like us, you can't stop us from running towards better people, right? Hearing this classic green tea girl's speech, Chu Feng was almost laughing. Although he had just traveled through time and had no feelings for Wang Tao and Wang Yu, facing such a green tea girl, he still couldn't help but retort, I say, do you take yourselves too seriously? Don't you even take a piss and reflect on your own moral character? When did I ever say that I wanted to contract with the likes of you? Chu Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap exploding on the playground. The whole audience was silent for a second, and then an even greater uproar broke out. Is he crazy? A boy dropped his drink. He doesn't even want an A-rank dual-wielding weapon? Ha 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 ha. Another slick-haired boy slapped his thigh exaggeratedly. Hilarious. That's definitely the most unyielding thing I've heard this year. You're acting so noble after getting dumped, huh? Several girls gathered together and pointed. TSK TSK, typical sour grapes. Why are you pretending? You'll probably regret it. That's right, if an A-level contract spirit breaks up with me, anyone would go crazy. The mocking voices rose in waves, even the teachers in the stands frowned. Wang Tao's face flushed with anger. She took a sudden step forward, pointing her slender finger directly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng. My sister and I are A-level contracted spirits. The top combat type contracted spirits. Having us is equivalent to having the qualifications to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Her chest heaved violently, and her pink ponytail swung with her excitement. Poor bastards like you are just sour grapes. Chu Feng simply smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with pity. A contracted spirit is someone who will spend their entire lives with their contractor. You two may be top-tier contracted spirits. He paused, his tone becoming sarcastic. But with your despising the poor and loving the rich personality, anyone who contracts you will be in big trouble. What do you mean? Wang Tao asked sharply. What I mean is, Chu Feng said slowly, the contractor invested a lot of money to help you upgrade, but in the end he might end up losing both his money and his own money. You! Wang Tao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She was about to explode, but Wang Yu beside her raised her hand to stop her. She looked at Chu Feng coldly and said lightly, okay, since you despise a sister so much, let me wait and see what kind of excellent contract spirit you, Chu Feng, can finally contract with. She deliberately emphasized the word excellent and then added contemptuously, don't let the time come when you can't even contract a weapon-type contract spirit, and can only contract pots and pans, and become a life-type contract master. Facing the sister's ridicule, Chu Feng just smiled faintly, then don't bother with it. I would rather be a life-type contractor than a combat-type contractor who gets cheated of his money. Okay, very good, just wait for me. Wang Tao looked at Chu Feng hatefully. At this time, the awakening was over and they had to give the awakening platform to the next student. Wang Tao had no choice but to snort coldly and turn to leave the awakening platform. The awakening ceremony continued, and one girl after another walked onto the awakening platform, transforming into various forms of contracted spirits in the dazzling light. The occasional appearance of weapon-type contracted spirits caused exclamations. B-rank flame blade. Although not as good as the moon blade, it's still pretty good. As a long-range weapon, the C-grade fine steel crossbow is as valuable as some B-grade melee spirits. Look! It's an A-rank cloud breaker spear. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer girls who had not awakened, and the atmosphere on the playground gradually became tense. The classmates had long forgotten the conflict between Chu Feng and the twins. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the awakening platform, secretly praying that a few more weapon-type contract spirits would appear. Next one, Senior 3-1 class, Lu Rou. Following the host teacher's announcement, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. The originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on the awakening stage. A girl in a plain white dress slowly walked onto the stage. Her long, ink-black hair fell like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. Her delicate, almost unreal face was a little cold and aloof. It's the school beauty Lu Rou. She's finally awakening. Chu Feng couldn't help but raise his head. In his memory, this school beauty had always been a loner and had almost no close friendships with anyone. Now, standing on the awakening platform, she was like a lotus blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain, solitary and pure. The magic circle was activated, and golden light began to flow around her. Everyone held their breath, and the next second, a brilliant colorful beam of light shot up into the sky. Chapter 3 Waste Revolver. Puff. What is this? The principal looked at the brilliant colorful beam of light on the awakening platform, and the tea he had just drunk suddenly sprayed out. What's wrong, principal? The dean turned his head blankly. I have been in this position for 10 years and have never seen the colorful beam of awakening light. The principal wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, his voice trembling. Legend has it that in the grading system of contracted spirit girls, there's a level above the S level, called UR. These are top-tier contracted spirits, rare to find in millions. For example, if Lu Rou were a combat-type UR contracted spirit, not only Qing City, but the entire Federation would be shaken. What? It's so terrifying. The dean turned around and looked at Lu Rou on the awakening platform, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The students in the audience were talking about it. Although they didn't know the UR level, they could tell that the colorful light column was unusual. Some of them opened their mouths wide, some pinched their thighs tightly, and some subconsciously took out their phones to record the video. Oh my god. A girl murmured in a dreamy voice, "This is even more dazzling than the golden light of Wang Yu and Wang Tao." Some of the children of the noble families who knew the inside story had long lost their arrogance. With flushed faces, they squeezed to the front row. At this time, on the awakening stage, the colorful halo gradually shrank, and vaguely one could see that the graceful figure in it was changing. Everyone held their breath and dared not blink. The next second, the light dissipated, and Lu Ro's figure on the awakening stage had disappeared. What was floating in the air was an exquisite and beautiful revolver. The gun body is streamlined silver-white in color, with intricate dark gold patterns engraved on the surface. The barrel is slender and elegant, and the revolver is inlaid with 7 crystal-clear gems, each of which sparkles with a different color of light. The grip is also wrapped with delicate black leather. Lu Ro, Lifestyle, UR Class Revolver. As the awakening message appeared, the entire playground was silent for a second, and then boos broke out one after another. TSK, I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out to be a life-type spirit. Ha ha ha. UR class? What kind of rank is that? Is it even worse than F class? But you have to say, this revolver is quite exquisite. No matter how exquisite it is, it's just a toy. It's not even as good as an F-rank dagger. The principal in the stands also sat back in his seat dejectedly and sighed heavily. What a pity, it's actually a UR for daily life. He shook his head, took off his glasses, and rubbed his brow wearily. The dean beside him also looked regretful. Life-type contract spirits are of low status. Even a rare UR-level contract spirit can't improve Qingcheng High School's reputation in the slightest. What's more, firearms-type contract spirits are useless among life-type contract spirits. Apart from being works of art, they have no value at all. At this time, the colorful light gradually converged, and Lu Ro's figure reappeared on the awakening platform. When she saw the awakening information on the screen, her face instantly turned pale as paper, her legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. How could it be like this? Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Lu Ro came from a poor family and had relied on scholarships and part-time jobs to support her studies since she was a child. Despite having many suitors, she had never been polite to anyone and instead put all her energy into studying, hoping that she could awaken into a combat-type contract spirit and change her destiny. But now, I have awakened into a life-type spirit, and even the most useless firearms type. Lu Ro's fingertips dug deep into her palm, but she felt no pain at all. She felt as if the world had collapsed at that moment. There was no contractor willing to sign a contract with a loser like her. And if there was no contractor, then her sister's illness. Hey, the beauty from Lu University. Just then, a flirtatious voice rang out from the audience. Lu Ro looked up and saw a wealthy second-generation man in a fancy uniform leisurely walking onto the stage, a playful smile on his face. He looked down at Lu Ro, his eyes filled with undisguised amusement. Would you like to become my spirit bond? Lu Ro knew this person. She knew the person in front of her. His name was Zhao Hu. His father, Zhao Changhe, was not only the richest man in Qingcheng, but also a powerful contract master. Since he was in high school, Zhao Hu had been bullying boys and girls in school. Due to his family background, his classmates dared to be angry with him but did not dare to speak out. He once pursued me madly, but at that time I naturally looked down on such a scum. What? You don't want to? Zhao Hu saw Lu Ro lowering her head and couldn't help laughing. Although you rejected me before, this young master does not bear grudges. Since you are so beautiful, I can be merciful and accept you. When Lu Ro heard this, a hint of humiliation flashed in her eyes, but soon returned to silence. Zhao Hu became even more proud when he saw this. In the past, Lu Ro would not even look at him, but now the situation has changed. She has awakened and become a useless spirit. Now is his chance for revenge. He walked up to Lu Ro and slowly squatted down. Lu Ro, you have to think clearly. Except for this young master, no one will want a waste like you. The audience suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Ro bit her lower lip tightly and did not answer. She knew better than anyone that this was her only chance. Only by becoming a contracted spirit could she obtain resources to upgrade her level and earn enough money to treat her seriously ill sister. But, do I really have to agree to Zhao Hu? Having become such a scumbag, the future of the contracted spirit will definitely not be easy, but when she thinks of her sister's illness. Gradually, the struggle in Lu Ro's eyes turned into determination. She raised her head and said in a light but firm voice, Okay, Zhao Hu, I promise you, let's sign a contract. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Hu's eyes widened exaggeratedly, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. What? A contract? He scoffed and looked at the students in the stands. I say, Campus Beauty Lu, don't you understand the situation yet? After looking around, his gaze fell on Lu Ro again. His voice suddenly turned cold, with undisguised sarcasm. You are a useless piece of shit, and you are worthy of signing a contract with me? Several lackeys following Zhao Hu immediately burst into laughter. Lu Ro froze, her face instantly pale. But didn't you just say that you wanted me to be your contracted spirit? I said I'd make you my bonded spirit, but I didn't say I'd sign a contract with you. Zhao Hu wiggled his fingers frivolously, a malicious smile curling his lips. What I meant was, you can follow me around like a dog, as a toy. As for the contract? Ha, are you worthy of occupying my only contract slot? Chapter 4. Please allow me to refuse. Lu Ro collapsed to the ground instantly. She finally understood Zhao Hu's intention. He had no intention of really contracting her. He just wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate her and treat her as an accessory that he could use at will. In this world, a contractor can only sign a formal contract with one contracted spirit in his lifetime. However, contracted spirits that have not been contracted can still be driven and used by the contractor, but they cannot receive the contractor's spiritual power blessing and cannot upgrade their level. Generally, a contractor will only use multiple contracted spirits when he is at a low level. Once the contractor breaks through several levels, these uncontracted spirits that remain at the initial level will no longer be able to provide any help to the contractor and can only become the collection of those contractors. After all, the girls who have awakened their spiritual powers all have skin as white as jade and peerless looks. The contractors are not saints, so the more contracted girls they have, the better. As expected, no one would sign a contract with a useless spirit like me. Lu Ro laughed miserably and stood up shakily, her school skirt covered in dust. Since no one has signed a contract with me, I will make money through my own efforts. Even if I have to do hard labor at the docks or become cannon fodder for the expedition team, I will save enough money to treat my sister's illness. Lu Ro stood up and dragged her leaden legs down to the stage. The ground of the awakening stage blurred in her sight, and the only sound left in her ears was the buzzing laughter. Just then, Lu Ro. A cold voice penetrated the noise and reached my ears clearly. She looked up blankly, only to see Chu Feng standing at the edge of the awakening platform, looking at her quietly. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? Boom! These words exploded like thunder over the playground. Lu Ro's pupils focused, and her consciousness suddenly cleared. She stared at Chu Feng blankly, and said in disbelief, Chu Feng, you were talking about concluding a contract? Not simply becoming your contracted spirit? You heard it right, Chu Feng nodded calmly, it means to conclude a contract. Wow! The whole playground was boiling in an instant. Crazy! Chu Feng is crazy. Using the only contract slot to collect household waste? Wang Tao was furious. She rushed to Chu Feng and screamed, Chu Feng! You said my sister and I weren't worthy of being your contracted spirits. I thought you were going to contract some powerful spirit, but now you're contracting a crappy pistol? You're deliberately trying to disgust us, aren't you? Even the teacher on the awakening platform couldn't help but speak, Chu Feng. You are the first in the grade, and your understanding of contract spirit upgrades and tactical combinations far exceeds that of your peers. Even if there were no Wang Yu and Wang Tao, other weapon-type contract spirits above level B would also rush to make a contract with you. Now you choose a life-related spirit contract, or a firearm type that can only be used for viewing. You are destroying your future. The students in the audience also echoed. That's right. Even the director praised Chu Feng's theoretical class. Any B-level longsword he contracted would be 100 times more powerful than this. Could it be true, as Wang Tao said, that this was done to irritate the sisters? Hey, I think they're a good match. A poor guy and a loser, a perfect match. Amidst the laughter, Wang Yu walked up to Chu Feng, stood with his arms folded and a cold face. Ha, Chu Feng, you are willing to sacrifice your whole life just for a fit of anger. This is indeed the vision of a poor person. It seems that my sister and I made the right choice to leave you. What do you know? Chu Xuebai is trying to create a lifestyle spirit contracting combat style. I think he's just attracted to the beauty of the campus beauty of Lu University. Even though her awakened spirit is useless, she's still beautiful. How's the saying? To die beneath the peony flowers, even as a ghost, would one be romantic? Ah, yes, that's it. Lu Ro listened to the harsh discussions around her. The words waste and burden stabbed into her heart like a knife. Her slender shoulders shrank slightly. Although Chu Feng's hand was hanging in front of her, it seemed as if there was a whole world between them. Chu Feng. After a long time, Lu Ro finally raised her head. Her always cold face was now as pale as paper. She looked at the young man in front of her and shook her head gently. You don't have to feel sorry for me. You are a genius recognized by the principal himself, the number one in the grade, Chu Feng. She tried to force a smile, but the moment her lips lifted up, she couldn't help but tremble. Even if you don't have an A-level contract spirit for the time being, with your talent, a B-level weapon is enough for you to shine and become a great battle contract master. As for a decoration like me. Lu Ro lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Besides being admired and played with, what else can I do? She took a deep breath and suddenly bowed deeply to Chu Feng. Her long black hair fell down, covering her red eyes. So, please allow me to refuse to sign a contract with you. The whole audience was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Lu Ro would actually reject Chu Feng. You know, for a useless spirit contracted by her, being contracted by a contractor is such a rare opportunity. Lu Ro naturally knew that doing so would undoubtedly destroy her own hopes, but she could not harm Chu Feng. Chu Feng was different from Zhao Hu. Even if Zhao Hu contracted her, he would still have no worries about food and clothing and continue to live a life of luxury. But Chu Feng, like her, came from a poor family. If he signed a contract with her, he would no longer have the qualifications to climb up. No one saw that at the moment Lu Ro lowered her head, a crystal teardrop finally broke free and fell on the awakening platform with a bang. Chu Feng, you heard it too. The awakening teacher standing aside heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He quickly walked to Chu Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and softened his tone. Classmate Lu Ro rejected your contract. You should ask if there are other classmates who have awakened weapons and are willing to sign a contract with you. As he spoke, he looked around and raised his voice. After all, you are the top student in the grade. With your talent, plus a weapon-type spirit contract, you are enough to get good results in the college entrance examination and bring honor to our Qingqing High School. After the teacher finished speaking, several B-level weapon class spirit girls around him all looked at Chu Feng with burning eyes. They were different from Wang Yu and Wang Tao. Their quality was not that high, and they did not expect to use top-notch accessories. Although Chu Feng's family was poor, he could receive scholarships, which were enough for them to upgrade. Moreover, Chu Feng is handsome and talented, and is simply the perfect lover in their hearts. Being able to sign a contract with such an excellent contractor is something they would never dare to think about. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's eyes never left Lu Ro. Seeing her bend down, Chu Feng said lightly, "Who said I was pitying you?" Chapter 5 You are level weapons. Lu Ro was stunned. Not only Lu Ro, but everyone present was stunned. They did not understand the meaning of Chu Feng's words at all. Perhaps only Chu Feng himself knew that Lu Ro was not a decorative work of art at all, but a real violent killing weapon. Due to the existence of the Qiling girl, all technology in this world has turned to providing services for her. People have neither the ability nor the need to independently develop weapons. This has led to a deviation in their technology tree, and they mistakenly regard the powerful revolver as a useless work of art. But Chu Feng is different. He comes from Blue Star and knows the power of firearms. Just think about it, when other contractors charge with swords raised high, Chu Feng turns around and pulls out a revolver. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Chu Feng, what do you mean? Lu Ro slowly raised her head and asked in a trembling voice. The others also looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng stretched out his hand, looked directly at Lu Ro, and said word by word, "What I mean is, you are not a waste, but a perfect weapon." Wow! The whole audience exploded instantly. Is Chu Feng crazy? A revolver is a weapon? How does she attack? Stab someone with the barrel of the gun? Ha ha ha. Could it be that Chu Feng has been stunned by Wang Yu and Wang Tao? Everyone knows that firearm-related spirit contracts are just for show. Even the teacher on the awakening platform frowned. Chu Feng, you should know very well that the revolver is indeed a work of art that cannot be used in combat. We have manufactured corresponding bullets according to its specifications, but we cannot fire it at all. Chu Feng ignored the sounds around him and just stared at Lu Ro. Lu Ro looked into Chu Feng's eyes and held her breath unconsciously. Is he lying to me? Gun-type spirits can't even perform the most basic attacks. This is a recognized fact. But looking at Chu Feng's clear eyes, There was not a trace of mockery or pity in them, only a frightening certainty. Gradually, an absurd thought arose in Lu Ro's heart. Chufeng, could what he said be true? Maybe. I really am a perfect weapon? Lu Ro spoke hesitantly. She didn't want to drag Chufeng down, but looking at Chufeng's current appearance, he seemed confident. Lu Ro's mind flashed with her sister's pale smile, and she thought of the astronomical figure on the medical bill. I have nothing to lose anyway. Why not follow Chufeng? Go and gamble. So she gritted her teeth and, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, suddenly grabbed Chufeng's hand. I agree to enter into a contract with you. In an instant, colorful light burst out from between the two people's clasped fingers, and then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Chufeng and Lu Ro's spiritual power began to blend with each other. Lu Ro's spiritual energy poured out like moonlight, condensing into an exquisite gun emblem at the center of Chufeng's eyebrows. Chufeng's spiritual power penetrated like the scorching sun, instantly flowing through every inch of Lu Ro's meridians. At the same time, Lu Ro's body began to gradually fade away, and in the dazzling light, she turned back into a silver-white revolver. Chufeng clasped his 5 fingers together and lightly squeezed the white revolver in his hand. Then, all the information about Lu Ro and himself flooded into his mind. UR level contract spirit judgment revolver. Accuracy, A. Range, C. Durability, C. Spiritual compatibility, S. Awakening skill, fatal judgment. Fatal judgment, UR level skill. Once activated, the bullets in the magazine will inflict burning, freezing, armor-piercing, spirit-draining paralysis shield effects. If 6 bullets hit the same target consecutively, the last bullet will detonate, dealing 120% of the total spirit damage sustained by the target during the skill's activation. Contractor, Chufeng. Level 1. Strength, 2.8. Agility, 3.4. Spirit, 4.7. Constitution, 3.0. It's worthy of being a UR level weapon. Its attributes and skills completely crush those of the S level. Chufeng felt the weapon information flowing through his mind, and couldn't help but sigh that he had made the right move. As for his own attributes, they were just mediocre. The contractor does not have any skills, only 4-dimensional attributes. The attribute of an ordinary human is 1. After the contract is concluded, due to the cleansing of spiritual power, the contractor's attributes will all be +2. Although it will be much stronger than before, the strength is limited. What is more important is to rely on the contract spirit to fight. The light gradually dissipated, and Lu Ro's figure condensed into shape again. The people around her did not know Lu Ro's attributes. Even if they knew, they probably would not care, because the most important attack power attribute was not on Lu Ro's panel. And this is also the fundamental reason why firearm type spirits are classified as life type. It's over. Chufeng actually made a contract with Lu Ro. His life is ruined. He had a good chance of getting into a top university, TSK. I'm afraid I can't bear the blow of being rejected by the twins. Even the teacher on the awakening platform looked at Chufeng with a mixture of disappointment and pity, but this was Chufeng's own choice and he had no right to interfere, so he just turned around and said, "The next awakener, get ready." At this moment, Zhao Wu put his arms around Wang Yu and Wang Tao's shoulders and walked up to Chufeng with a smug smile on his face. Chufeng. He shook his head, his tone full of hypocritical regret. "I thought you were my biggest opponent in this college entrance examination, but I didn't expect you to destroy your own future." He spread his hands, his eyes flashing with sarcasm, "But it's better this way, it saves me the effort. It seems that the top scorer in this college entrance examination will be me." Wang Yu and Wang Tao snuggled up to Zhao Hu, one on each side, their pink ponytails swaying gently. It seemed that they had already decided to sign a contract with Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu has a prominent family background and his father is a powerful contractor. For Wang Yu and Wang Tao, he is indeed the best choice. "If you can't make it in the future, just come to me." Zhao Hu looked at the classmates around him and patted his chest to assure, "Since we all go to the same high school, it's no problem for me to arrange a job for you to clean the toilets." Ha ha ha. The students around suddenly burst into laughter. A hint of anger flashed in Lu Ro's eyes. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she was gently pulled back by Chufeng. "There's no need to argue with them," Chufeng said in a calm voice. He simply glanced at Zhao Hu calmly and said, "The college entrance examination in a month will reveal the results." "What? You're still taking the college entrance exam?" Zhao Hu seemed to have heard a huge joke. Wang Yu and Wang Tao couldn't help but sneer. Are you going to take the college entrance exam with a broken revolver? There are E-level beasts in the college entrance exam training. What can you do with your broken revolver? Cultivate artistic talent in the beast? Chapter 6 Lowly and Young Wife. Chu Feng ignored their ridicule and walked straight out of the school gate holding Lu Ro's hand. Feeling the warmth coming from his palm, Lu Ro secretly looked up at Chu Feng. She hesitated and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. What you just said, is it all true? Chu Feng glanced sideways. Which sentence are you referring to? It's just. Lu Ro clenched the corner of her clothes. The sentence that said I was a perfect weapon. Of course it's true. Chu Feng smiled when he heard that. Through his memory, he already knew the fundamental reason why firearm-type contracted spirits could not attack, and this was also the reason why he dared to contract with Lu Ro. Lu Ro wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly stopped. That Chu Feng. She nervously tugged at his sleeve. Can I go home first? What's up? I have to cook for my sister. Lu Ro lowered her head. She is not in good health and can't be hungry. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Ro's almost humble posture. His heart sank slightly. The relationship between the contract spirit and the contractor is actually equal. Both parties voluntarily enter into a contract and can terminate it at any time. Although it takes 3 years to reconclude after termination, this does not mean that the contract spirit is inferior. But Lu Ro became a useless contract spirit after awakening. The school beauty who once stood radiantly on the podium now even speaks cautiously, as if she is afraid of angering herself. With this kind of mentality, not to mention fighting, even normal life will be affected. Chu Feng stared at her lowered profile and suddenly said, I'll go back with you. What? Lu Ro was startled and subconsciously raised her head. But. Nothing but, Chu Feng shrugged casually, with a smile on his face. You don't think that my best skill is reading, do you? Could it be, not? Lu Ro subconsciously widened her eyes. Of course not. Chu Feng chuckled, turned around, and slowly folded his hands behind his head. Actually, what I am best at is cooking. Arriving at the residential complex where Lu Ro lived, the two climbed the dimly lit stairs. Lu Ro's home was on the 6th floor. Just as she took out her key, she heard a weak cough from the bedroom. Sister, are you back? Xiaoyin. I'm back. Are you feeling unwell? Have you taken your medicine? Lu Ro opened the door and rushed into the bedroom barefoot without even having time to change her shoes. A skinny girl, probably only 7 or 8 years old, curled up in bed, a smile on her pale face. I'm fine. Did you successfully awaken today, sister? What powerful weapon did you use? Looking at her hopeful eyes, Lu Ro's outstretched arms suddenly froze. She had always been a role model for her sister. She firmly believed that she could awaken into a powerful weapon, but now she had awakened into a revolver. Although Chu Feng swore that she was a perfect weapon, she was still a little nervous deep down. What's wrong, sister? Lu noticed something strange about Lu Ro and couldn't help but ask. Lu Ro hesitated, not knowing whether she should lie to her sister. At this moment, Chu Feng's voice suddenly came from behind her. What your sister awakened is a gun, a super weapon beyond the S level. When Lu heard this, her pale face flushed with excitement. Really, sister? In her understanding, weapon plus gun, that would naturally be the majestic spear. As for other possibilities, Chu Feng had already said that what her sister awakened was a weapon, so it naturally would not be a firearm. Well, that's right. Lu Ro hesitated for a moment, looked at her sister's expectant eyes, and finally nodded. I did awaken into a very powerful gun. After saying this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She shouldn't be considered deceiving her sister. After all, she is indeed a gun, and is indeed very powerful. Lu didn't notice her sister's change of mood. She just clapped her hands happily when she heard Lu Ro admit it. It was only then that she realized Chu Feng was standing in the room. She couldn't help but blink and asked curiously, Sister, who is he? Is he your boyfriend? When Lu Ro heard this, her face turned red to her ears. Xiaoyin. Don't talk nonsense. He is my contractor. Contractor? Lu widened her eyes when she heard that. What's the difference between that and a boyfriend? In this world, it is almost a default rule for the contractor and the contracted spirit to become partners. After all, most people would not want the contracted spirit they have spent all their resources to cultivate to climb into another man's bed every night. Luin looked Chu Feng up and down, her dark eyes suddenly turning. Hey! She raised her chin. What gives you the right to sign a contract with my sister? When Lu Ro heard this, her heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly reached out to cover her sister's mouth, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense." Chu Feng just smiled faintly when he heard this. Seeing Lu Yin's dissatisfied look, he said slowly, "Because I'm a good cook." Cooking skills? Lu Yin's eyes widened instantly when he heard that. Half an hour later, steaming mist floated over the dining table. Lu Yin sat on the chair like a little hamster, breathing in and out with a shashasha sound while shoveling rice into her mouth. Her round little face turned red from the spiciness, and there were a few grains of rice on her greasy lips. Eat slowly. Lu Ro helplessly took out a tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of her sister's mouth. Lu Yin didn't even bother to reply. She stuffed a few more mouthfuls of rice with a grumble, and then mumbled incoherently, sister, these boiled pork slices are so good. Come on." Looking at her sister wolfing down the food, Lu Ro couldn't help laughing. At this moment, the sound of a key turning suddenly came from the door. Chu Feng looked up and saw a woman in her early 30s pushing the door open and entering. There was deep fatigue between her eyebrows, but even so, it could not hide her beauty. The fabric on her chest was propped up into a full arc, rising and falling gently with her breathing. Her waist was cinched just right, outlining the unique curves of a mature woman as she moved. The calves exposed under the skirt were plump, but her ankles were still slender. She looked very similar to Lu Ro, but with a more ripe peach-like charm. The woman was visibly startled when she saw the stranger in the house. "Mother, you're back." Lu Ro heard the voice and quickly stood up. The woman gently placed her backpack on the shoe cabinet, her gaze lingering on Chu Feng for a moment. Lu Yin was the quickest to react, immediately shouting excitedly to the woman, "Mom! This is my sister's contractor. My sister has awakened into a super powerful gun." Chapter 7: Buying Bullets. Hearing this, the woman forced a smile on her face, but a barely perceptible loneliness flashed in her eyes. Lu Yin was completely unaware and kept chattering, "Mom, brother Chu Feng's cooking is so delicious. It's better than what you and your sister cook. Let brother Chu Feng cook for us from now on." Shouting. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately glared at Lu Yin, then turned to Chu Feng and bowed slightly. "The child is ignorant, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "Aunt, you're too kind." Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he keenly caught the fleeting complex expression in the woman's eyes. He looked at her thoughtfully, and then said softly, "Lu Ro and I are planning to prepare for the college entrance examination. Otherwise, I really want to cook for Xiaoyin here every day." That's right. That's right. Mom, my sister is a super powerful gunner. She will definitely be able to get the top score in the imperial examination with brother Chu Feng." Lu Ying quickly raised her little hand and shouted behind her. "Really?" The woman looked at Chu Feng in surprise, as if she understood something. "Then, thank you for your help." After leaving Lu Ro's house, Chu Feng took her straight to the art shop in the city center. Along the way, Chu Feng had already gained a preliminary understanding of Lu Ro's family. Her father died unexpectedly 5 years ago, leaving only her and her daughter at home. Lu Yin has suffered from a strange disease since childhood and has to carry medicine with her all year round. The entire family depends on their mother to support it alone. Standing at the door of the art shop, Chu Feng gently placed his palm on Lu Ro's shoulder, his voice low and firm. "Don't worry, as long as you get the top score in the college entrance examination, your sister's illness will no longer be a problem." Lu Ro nodded, and then finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "I haven't had the chance to ask you, why do you firmly believe that guns are weapons?" "It was an accident." Chu Feng pushed open the shop door and walked in. While searching on the shelves, he said to Lu Ro, "For so many years, people have classified guns as works of art because they cannot fire bullets. But the inability of guns to fire bullets is not a problem with the guns, but a problem with the bullets." Chu Feng walked to a row of containers and seemed to have found his target. He saw that all of them were filled with bullets of various types. However, these bullets were all carved with exquisite patterns, and some were even made of crystal and gold. It is obvious at first glance that this is not a handicraft for use, but for display. "It's a problem with the bullets." "How is that possible?" Lu Ro exclaimed in surprise. Back then, the country produced hundreds of cartridges to research firearms and tested them in all sorts of conditions, but they still can't fire. How could it be a problem with the bullets? "That's because..." Chu Feng picked up a bullet, weighed it in his hand, and showed an expression of "as expected." He then checked all the other types of bullets and finally confirmed his guess. They think that guns are like bows and crossbows, using the principle of mechanical storage to fire bullets. But in reality, guns can only provide a tiny force to hit the primer. The actual power to launch the bullet depends on gunpowder. Gunpowder? Lu Ro blinked blankly, obviously unable to understand this unfamiliar word. Xu Feng did not explain too much. To explain this thing clearly, he needed to teach her basic physics from the beginning. The most important thing now was that he had finally determined the fundamental reason why firearm-type spirits could not fire bullets. That means there is no gunpowder inside the bullet here. People in this world have tried all imaginable forms of bullets, solid, hollow, iron, wooden, and plastic, but no one has ever thought of filling that tiny shell with a pinch of gunpowder. Of course, this cannot be blamed on them. After all, when the ability of the Qi-Ling is strong enough, they don't need to study science themselves. They only need to study step by step to improve the strength of the Qi-Ling, which is enough to deal with all situations. But Xu Feng is different. He comes from the Blue Star where thermal weapons are extremely developed. He knows very well the power of gunpowder. Although the spirits of the Qia are also very strong, don't forget that the spirits of the Qia of firearms can superimpose their own strength with gunpowder. Other contract spirits can only rely on their own power in battle, but firearm contract spirits, in addition to their own attributes and skills, can also enjoy the additional power of gunpowder. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack, which is simply like the Trisolarans beating the primitive people. Xu Feng searched back and forth between the shelves and finally stopped in front of a row of brass bullets. He picked out 7 of the best quality ones, then walked to the counter with Lu Ro. "Boss, please pack them up for me." The middle-aged man behind the counter looked up at Xu Feng upon hearing this, then saw Lu Ro, who was bowing her head beside him. He immediately smiled knowingly. As he wrapped the 7 bullets in a velvet box, he enthusiastically recommended, "Brother, our store has recently received a batch of threaded bullets. Unlike these handicrafts, they are absolutely practical. Would you like to try them?" Hearing this, the tip of Lu Ro's ears instantly turned red, and Xu Feng was speechless. Did he really look like such a wretched person? He could only bite the bullet and answer, "Next time, I will, next time." The boss smiled and pushed the packaged gift box over. "Here you go, a total of 1,400 yuan. How much?" Xu Feng's hands trembled. "These brass bullets cost 1,400? That's still pretty cheap," the boss said, pointing to the display case next to him and shrugged. "Those crystal bullets over there are 3,000 each. When it comes to firearms, isn't it all about the high end?" Xu Feng was silent for a while. He only had 2,000 yuan in his pocket, which was the money he earned from being a sparring partner at the martial arts gym on weekends. If one bullet cost 200 yuan, then the cost of using Lu Ro was too high. Fortunately, he hadn't come here to buy bullets. After counting the money, he handed it to the boss. The moment the boss took the money, Xu Feng's fingers suddenly tightened and he said casually, "Where are these bullets made? They can't be some cheap brand, right? If something goes wrong and hurts my spirit, how will you compensate me?" "You're joking, young man. This is a high-quality product from the Galaxy Group," the boss assured, patting his chest. "You know the Galaxy Group, right? From jewelry to sachets and clothing, the Galaxy Group has it all. There will definitely be no problems." Galaxy Group? After Xu Feng secretly memorized the name, he loosened his fingers and let the boss take away the stack of bills. "That's no problem, Lu Ro, let's go." The two of them left the store, and Lu Ro followed Xu Feng closely. After hesitating for a moment, she asked in a low voice, "Next, are we going to the Galaxy Group?" Chapter 8 Galaxy Group. "That's right," Xu Feng nodded. "Only if you can fire bullets can you be considered a top-notch contract spirit. Otherwise, we are all considered useless by others. The bullets produced by the Galaxy Group are of very high quality and may be able to meet our requirements." Xu Feng paused mid-sentence. He turned around and looked at Lu Ro, who was standing still, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Ro stood in place with her head down. "Xingha Group is in Shangjing City. Well, the travel expenses are very expensive." Xu Feng froze when he heard this. Damn it, he was actually tricked by the capital. Xu Feng and Lu Ro finally boarded the train to Shangjing City. Xu Feng borrowed the money for the train ticket online using his student ID card. He borrowed a total of 10,000 yuan with an annual interest rate of 11%. In addition to the travel expenses, Xu Feng also bought other materials for making gunpowder in advance. This was not difficult. After all, there were chemical plants in this world as well, and all the basic materials were available. The only thing that was missing was the ratio. No conversation along the way. Shanjing City is the capital of Jiangnan Province. It is much more prosperous than Xinjiang City. There are tall buildings everywhere and the streets are bustling with people. After getting off the train, they took a taxi directly to the headquarters of Galaxy Group. Looking at the more than 60-story glass curtain wall building in front of them, Xu Feng and Lu Rou couldn't help but be amazed. How impressive! Lu Rou exclaimed softly. Entering the spacious and bright lobby, the two asked the sales department of brass bullets at the front desk, and then took the elevator to the 12th floor as instructed. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. As Xu Feng and Lu Rou stepped out of the elevator, they heard a fierce quarrel coming from the end of the corridor. There are fewer and fewer awakened firearms spirits these days, and the bullets we produce are simply not selling. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie waved a report in his hand, his face flushed. We should cut our low-end product lines and focus on producing high-end luxury goods. Opposite him, a woman wearing glasses and a neat ponytail pushed up her glasses frames and said in a calm, almost indifferent tone, low-end products exist to maintain market share. If they are discontinued, it will affect the group's overall strategic layout. But it's losing money every month. The man slammed his hands on the table, sending folders scattering across the floor. I'm the head of this department. If this product loses money, I'll be the first one out. Market share is none of my business. That's something you need to explain to the board of directors. The woman with glasses put the documents in her hand on the table expressionlessly. I am only responsible for reporting data and do not participate in any decision making. Damn it! Why would those guys on the board of directors care about my life or death? The manager slammed the table heavily, gasping for breath. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Xu Feng poked his head in. Am I coming at a bad time? The manager turned his head suddenly, and the woman with glasses also pushed up her glasses frames and looked towards the door. Who are you? The manager asked doubtfully. Xu Feng did not answer, but walked straight into the office, glanced at the furnishings in the room, then sat down on the sofa casually, crossed his legs and said, I'm here to discuss business with you. Talking about business? The manager's eyes lit up, and the anger on his face instantly dissipated. He waved his hand and said, Quick! Serve the guests tea. When the secretary brought the hot tea, the manager had already sat down opposite Xu Feng, rubbing his hands. Young man, what business do you want to discuss? Xu Feng took out the brass bullet from his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. Did you make this bullet? The manager picked up the bullet and looked at it carefully for a moment, then nodded. Yes, this is indeed a product of our Galaxy Group. That's good. Xu Feng nodded with satisfaction and tapped the coffee table with his fingers. I want to order a large batch of such bullets, but... He paused. I have some special requirements. The manager's eyes lit up. How much do you want to order? The girl with glasses next to her keenly caught the words special requirements. Her eyes behind the lenses sank slightly, and a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed across her face. It depends on your craftsmanship, Xu Feng said slowly. If it meets the standards, it will naturally be a long-term cooperation. Don't worry about that. The manager patted his chest and assured, the technology of our Galaxy Group is absolutely first class. No matter what kind of bullet it is, we can make it. Xu Feng nodded. Of course I believe in the strength of your company, otherwise I would not come to you. Although I also want brass bullets, the bullet and the shell must be made separately, and the inside of the shell must be hollow. The most important thing is? He paused. A primer device must be installed at the bottom of the shell. The manager's smile froze on his face. He had received many orders. Some customers had requested family emblems to be engraved on the bullet casing, some had customized pure gold bullets inlaid with diamonds, and some even wanted bullets that could glow at night. However, he had never heard of things like separating the bullet casing and the bullet, or primers. That's right. Seeing the manager's bewildered expression, Xu Feng took out a carefully drawn blueprint from his arms and spread it out on the coffee table. Look, the warhead should be designed like this. He pointed to the cross-sectional view on the blueprint and explained in detail the connection structure between the cartridge case and the bullet, as well as the installation position of the primer. Of course, he did not mention the most critical part, the gunpowder loading. After all, this is what he uses to make a living. The Galaxy Group only needs to be responsible for making the shells and bullets. When he gets the finished products, he can load the gunpowder manually. This step is not difficult. He could do it easily in his previous life. With the help of spiritual power in this life, it will be even easier for him. What? Can't do it? Xu Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw the manager staring at the drawings in a daze. Ah, I can do it. Of course I can. The manager came to his senses as if awakened from his dream and immediately called the girl with glasses to come forward. The woman with glasses walked to the table, adjusted her glasses frame, carefully examined the drawings for a moment, and said, "At present, our machine tools are all cast as a whole. If we want to manufacture them in parts and add primers, we need to establish separate production lines and molds. It currently costs 2 million to build a small production line, 5 million for a medium-sized production line, and 10 million for a large production line. The specific details depend on the order quantity. If the order value exceeds 20 million, we can help you build a small production line for free. If it exceeds 50 million, we can help you build a medium-sized production line for free. If it exceeds 100 million, we can help you build a large production line for free. I wonder which one you would like." Xu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He only had 10,000 yuan that he had just borrowed from the internet. Let alone a 20 million order, he couldn't even afford to buy parts for the machine tools. There is no other way but to continue fooling people. Chapter 9 Zhang Chongqing. Don't worry about the order yet. Xu Feng leaned back on the sofa, pretending to be indifferent. I have to see your strength first. After all, if I sign the contract and you can't make what I want, wouldn't that be a joke? That's easy, the manager smiled and turned to call an employee. Go and call designer Zhang. After a while, an old man in his 50s and a woman in her 30s walked into the room together. The manager took the blueprint, handed it to the old man, and said Xu Feng's request, "Designer Zhang, can you do it?" Designer Zhang took the blueprint, looked at it, and said nothing. Instead, he took the woman to the next room. Xu Feng looked through the glass and wondered what they were doing. Inside the room, designer Zhang gently placed his hand on the woman's shoulder. A white light flashed, and a sophisticated machine appeared in the room. Then, designer Zhang began to make brass bullets according to the requirements of the drawing. Xu Feng stared at the scene in disbelief, his eyes wide open. What was going on? They were actually using spirit contracts to give birth? This is really convenient. Don't worry, designer Zhang is a senior expert of our Galaxy Group, specializing in customized services for high-end luxury goods. The manager looked at designer Zhang working in the room and said with emotion, "You also know that the needs of those rich people are always strange. Although the commission is high, the number is scarce after all. We can't open a production line for every customer. And this requires the solution of designer Zhang and his contract spirit," said the manager. Designer Zhang is a level 6 contract master and has won 3 international design awards. The brass bullets you want are a piece of cake for him. Yeah. Xu Feng responded to the manager casually, but his eyes were fixed on designer Zhang, who was operating the Qiling, with a burning flame in his eyes. This isn't a designer at all. This is clearly a walking military factory. If I can get him, then I will have all kinds of ammunition such as incendiary bombs, armor-piercing bombs, flares, etc., right? This saves a lot of money compared to any production line. After all, I am just one person. How many bullets can I use if I can break the sky? However, Xu Feng could only think about these. Not to mention the social status, just the level of the contractor. Designer Zhang was a level 6 contractor, while he was only level 1. In this world, the levels of contractors are divided into 9 levels from low to high. As long as you successfully conclude a contract with a contract spirit, you will automatically become a level 1 contractor. This is also the level of most people in this world. The graduation standard for ordinary universities is to become a level 3 contract master, and the graduation standard for prestigious universities is to become a level 4 contract master. The level of university presidents is generally around level 7, and when they reach level 8, they can become generals. As for the highest level 9, there are not many in the entire world, and each one is a pillar of the country. This shows how difficult it is to upgrade a contractor. Designer Zhang, as a level 6 contractor, is already at the level of a university teacher. Although the status of a combat contractor is higher than that of a life contractor, it is impossible for a level 1 combat contractor to be higher than a level 6 life contractor. What's more, Xu Feng is nominally a life contract master, not a combat contract master. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. About 5 minutes later, designer Zhang brought Qiling back to the room. He spread out his palm and saw a shiny brass cartridge case and bullet lying quietly in his palm. Every detail was exactly the same as Xu Feng's drawing. Xu Feng picked up the bullet and looked at it carefully. The inner wall of the shell was as smooth as a mirror, and even the curvature of the primer groove was precise. Very good, I made the right bet. With it, Lu Ro and I will never be treated as waste again. Chu Feng clenched the bullet and looked up at the work badge on the other person's chest. Zhang Changqing, Galaxy Chief Designer. As for Zhang Changqing, I don't know if he takes private jobs. If he does, then I can completely bypass the Galaxy Group and find him specifically for customization. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Although he already had other ideas in his mind, Chu Feng smiled and continued to be polite with the manager. I just want a troubled designer Zhang to make some more samples so that I can take them back to test the performance. Hey, it's a small matter. The manager waved his hand generously, turned to Zhang Changqing and ordered, Designer Zhang, please make 20 more for this gentleman. The brass bullets produced by the Galaxy Group are sold at 200 yuan each in craft shops, but the actual material cost is less than 50 cents. Even if all the costs including labor, design, transportation, equipment, venue, etc. are added, the cost is only about 5 yuan. And if Zhang Changqing uses the spirit contract to produce it, the price will be even cheaper, because apart from the material cost, the rest is just some spiritual power consumed, and spiritual power can be automatically restored. The manager thought it was totally worthwhile to use less than 10 yuan to win over a potential customer. After all, even the cup of tea Chu Feng just drank was worth 20 yuan. Zhang Changqing was very efficient. With the experience of the first parameter debugging, he took less than 4 minutes to produce 20 bullets this time, an average of 1 bullet every 10 seconds. Chu Feng looked at the 20 bullets handed to him by Zhang Changqing and felt a little excited. Including the one just now, he now had 21 bullets. Although it is not much, it is enough for him to have a little power to protect himself. At least, Chu Feng, who has bullets, is a true combat master. More importantly, this trip to the Galaxy Group completely broke Chu Feng's fixed mindset. He thought that like in his previous life, he had to build a production line to produce bullets, but he didn't expect that in this world, only a spirit contract could solve these problems. Knowledge is indeed power, Chu Feng said with a wry smile in his heart. The original owner was just a high school student. Although he was a top student, all he learned was how to design upgrade routes for weapon-type spirit contracts and match accessories. Apart from that, he also learned martial arts skills. As for the knowledge related to life-related spirit contracts, the school does not teach it, so he naturally does not understand it. It is absolutely impossible to build a production line by myself now, but it is not that difficult to hire a spirit to help me produce bullets. Xingcheng City is a second-tier city after all. Although the level and skills of the contractors are not as good as Zhang Changqing, the price is definitely cheaper than Zhang Changqing. Anyway, for hot weapons, high-quality bullets are indeed precious, but large quantities of cheap bullets are the best. A high-quality bullet will kill the opponent, and a cheap bullet will also kill the opponent, so it is obvious who to choose. Then I'll take my leave. Chu Feng calmly put the 20 bullets into his pocket and then reached out to shake hands with the manager. The manager smiled and cordially escorted the two to the elevator. Have a nice day, take care. Chapter 10:21 Bullets. The elevator door slowly closed, and the woman with glasses who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. Manager Wang, these two people look like scammers. I guess they won't come again. Swindlers? Manager Wang walked back to his office with his hands behind his back. He chuckled softly at the words. What did they cheat you out of? A cup of tea? Or those 20 bullets that cost 10 yuan? He pointed to the snack cabinet in the tea room and said, the free snacks the company prepares for you every day are more than this price. The girl with glasses didn't respond when she heard this. Manager Wang couldn't help but patted her on the shoulder and said earnestly, in our line of work, 99 out of 100 customers may not place an order, but as long as you catch one, it will be a big deal. Go and notify the other members of the department to gather in the conference room for a meeting in half an hour. Manager Wang pulled his tie inside. Since the company is unwilling to stop the low-end production line, we can only think of other ways to make money. The woman with glasses took the order and left. After leaving the Galaxy building, Lu Ro looked at Chu Feng with sparkling eyes. With these bullets, can I become a true weapon-type spirit? Not yet. Chu Feng had just said half of his words when Lu Ro's head drooped down instantly. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle and said, don't worry, there's only one last step left. He looked up at the sky and said, before that, let's find a hotel first. Hotel? Lu Ro raised her head suddenly, her face instantly red like a ripe apple, her fingers twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously. Chu Feng, isn't this too fast? Although it is natural for a contracted spirit and a contracted master to do that kind of thing, I'm not ready yet. Chu Feng was stunned. What was this girl thinking? I just wanted to go to the hotel to load gunpowder. However, looking at Lu Ro's shy appearance, Chu Feng's heart moved and he decided to make the best of it. Don't you want to? Chu Feng leaned close to Lu Ro's ear and kept breathing hot air on her sensitive earlobe. You should have been looking forward to it, right? How could I not? Upon hearing this, Lu Ro raised her foot in shame and anger, stepped hard on Chu Feng's shoe, then turned around and ran away. Chu Feng rubbed his nose. It seemed that Lu Ro was still a little restrained, but this was normal. Although the two had been in the same school for 3 years, they were not in the same class. Before awakening, they were only acquaintances. Moreover, Lu Ro's behavior made Chu Feng feel relieved, because it proved that Lu Ro was not a frivolous woman. If she could easily agree to him today, she would probably easily agree to others in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Feng quickly caught up with Lu Ro and pretended to be stupid, saying, "Why did you step on me? Don't you want to go to the hotel to load gunpowder and become a real weapon-type spirit?" Huh? Lu Ro stopped abruptly when she heard that. She turned around and looked at Chu Feng with wide eyes. You went to the hotel to fill up the gunpowder? Yeah, what do you think? Chu Feng blinked, looking innocent. I thought, I hate you so much. Lu Ro's face instantly turned red like a cooked crab, and she was speechless for a long time. After thinking for a while, she suddenly raised her leg and kicked Chu Feng, but Chu Feng dodged with a strange scream. Wow, a contract spirit murdered a contract master. Chu Feng shouted as he ran, I'm going to the Contract Spirit Association to report you, this traitorous contract spirit. You're going to die. Lu Ro looked at the curious looks from the passers-by on the street and was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She quickly chased after him, waving her little fists and started beating Chu Feng. The fist landed on Chu Feng, but it didn't hurt. Lu Ro punched him a few times in embarrassment and anger, but when she was about to continue, Chu Feng grabbed her wrist. Ah! The sudden force made Lu Ro lose her balance and she fell forward, crashing into Chu Feng's arms. A strong masculine scent instantly surrounded her. Lu Ro felt her heart beating like a drum and her ears were burning. What is he going to do? No way, this is on the street. Why did he hold me? Did I hurt? He is so bold. Countless chaotic thoughts exploded in Lu Ro's mind, making her a little dazed for a moment. Chu Feng now held her waist firmly with one hand and her wrist with the other. He looked down at the girl with blushing cheeks in his arms, and suddenly whispered, Lu Ro, this is the real you. What? Lu Ro raised her head blankly and met Chu Feng's smiling eyes. I mean, now you who can get angry and shy are the shining school belle of Qingcheng. Lu Ro opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Chu Feng suddenly pressed his index finger on her soft lips. Shoo! He lowered his head and looked at Lu Ro in his arms, his voice gentle but firm. Believe me, from today on, no one will look down on you anymore. You are the most perfect weapon in the world. At this moment, the sunlight happened to shine through the gaps between the leaves and fell on Chu Feng's well-defined profile. Lu Ro stared at his determined eyes in a daze, and was a little dazed for a moment. Inside the hotel room, Chu Feng had completed the final step of assembling the bullet. He had filled the cartridge case with nitrocellulose, stabilizing additives, and some other solvents, the proportions being exactly the same as in his previous life. As an agent, Chu Feng in his previous life did not directly participate in the mission. He was only responsible for logistical work such as picking up accomplices, cooking for members, and collecting information. However, he had already mastered the basic skills of an agent. The only reason he did not go on missions was because he liked cooking. It's done. Chu Feng held up the assembled bullet, a satisfied smile on his lips. He turned to look at Lu Ro who was sitting on the bed. Come, let's try it. Lu Ro came over curiously. What do you want me to do? Of course, load it into your magazine and see if it can be fired. Chu Feng shook the bullet in his hand. Lu Ro nodded after hearing this. The next second, a colorful light flashed, and a silver-white revolver appeared in Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng pushed it lightly, and the magazine popped out. Chu Feng picked out 7 brass bullets and loaded them into the magazine one by one. Click! The moment the ammunition was loaded, Chu Feng flicked it lightly, and the magazine immediately returned to its place. Then, Chu Feng's whole temperament suddenly changed. He raised the gun with one hand and aimed at the steel plate that had been prepared in the room. Chu Feng, I'm a little nervous. At this moment, Lu Ro's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, obviously worried that the bullet would fail. However, Chu Feng ignored Lu Ro and held his breath. The next second, his index finger slowly lowered. Chapter 11: 4 Major Colleges. Bang! There was a loud bang, and dust fell from the ceiling. Chu Feng stood there, maintaining his shooting posture, with a wisp of green smoke rising from the barrel of his gun. What happened? Lu Ro asked nervously. She just felt a burning energy bursting out from her body, which was warm and very comforting. Success! Chu Feng's gaze fell on the steel plate in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a 20 mm thick steel plate with a clear bullet hole on it. Chu Feng knew that this thickness was far beyond the limit of the revolver, but it was enough for him. A colorful light flashed, and Lu Ro instantly regained her human form. She hurriedly trotted over to the steel plate, looking at the still-hot bullet hole, her mouth opening into an O shape. This was really done by me? Of course. Chu Feng walked behind her and reached out to rub her hair. I told you before, you are a perfect weapon. Chu Feng. Lu Ro turned around, her eyes slightly red. She thought of the harsh laughter of her classmates on the awakening stage, the firm and powerful hand that Chu Feng stretched out to her at that time, and how he always told her that he was a perfect weapon. If it weren't for Chu Feng, I would probably still be being wantonly humiliated by Zhao Hu. Thinking of this, Lu Ro suddenly threw herself into Chu Feng's arms, buried her face deeply in his chest, and whispered, Chu Feng, thank you. Well, don't thank me yet. Chu Feng felt the soft touch on his chest and scratched his head. I haven't even ejected the shell yet, and you've already turned back into a human. Do you feel any discomfort now? After hearing Chu Feng's words, Lu Ro carefully felt her physical condition and shook her head uncertainly. I don't feel anything. It seems as if those bullets don't exist. Is that so? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and looked at Lu Ro. Try changing back into a weapon. Lu Ro nodded and turned back into a revolver. Chu Feng held her in his hand, pushed open the magazine, and found that the fired shell was indeed left in the magazine. It seems that the bullets in the magazine will not affect Qiling. In this case, I can fill the magazine with bullets in advance. When the battle comes, Lu Ro only needs to transform directly. Chu Feng thought in his heart. After ejecting the empty shell, he loaded a new bullet into the magazine to fill it up. Okay, let's try again this time, Chu Feng said. Upon hearing this, Lu Ro turned back into human form and walked around a few times. I still don't feel anything. It's as if those bullets exist in another space. That's good. Chu Feng carefully loaded the remaining 13 bullets. It is no exaggeration to say that these 13 bullets are Chu Feng's life. Only Chu Feng with bullets is a superior combat master. Chu Feng, who has no bullets, is a waste of life. By the way, Chu Feng, have you decided which university to apply to? Lu Ro walked to the bed, leaned back, threw herself on it, bounced a few times, then turned sideways and asked curiously. Now that it has been confirmed that the firearm-type contract spirit is indeed a weapon-type contract spirit, Chu Feng will naturally become a combat contract master. With Chu Feng's grades, the only schools he can apply for are the 4 top universities. The so-called 4 top universities refer to the 4 colleges with the strongest comprehensive strength in the Federation. They are the Federal Military Academy in the north, the Sangqiong Technology Academy in the east, the Tiangong Evolution Academy in the south, and the Xingyue Combat Academy in the west. The Federal Military Academy implements military management and is good at forming teams of 3-5 contracted soldiers. The teams complement each other and cooperate perfectly. After graduation, most students join the major war zones of the Federation. Sankong Institute of Technology excels in the matching and research and development of Qiling accessories. Students are keen on using high-quality accessories to enhance Qiling's combat capabilities in order to crush their opponents. Tiangong Evolution Academy focuses on the advancement route of Qiling, and strives to achieve the most perfect evolution of Qiling based on the different attributes of Qiling. The last one, the Falling Star Combat Academy, advocates the cultivation of individual extreme combat power, and often organizes students to conduct single-player training against beast tides. It is called the Contract Spirit Academy, but in fact it is more like the Contract Master Academy. All the students in it are brave in combat, and when combined with the contract spirits, they are completely human-shaped beasts. Well, let's rule out the Federal Military Academy first. Chu Feng's fingers tapped the edge of the bed unconsciously, and he said as he thought, teamwork is important, but relying on teammates for life and death is not as reliable as being strong yourself. The personal abilities of students at the Federal Military Academy are inferior to those of the other 3 academies. I will definitely not choose him. The Falling Star Combat Academy is not suitable either. Xu Feng recalled the relevant information in his mind. It is actually more suitable for melee contractors, and my profession is a gunner, which does not require such high physical fitness. Instead of training myself, it is better to increase my power. And Xu Feng paused. I don't think they have experience in training shooters. After all, before me, guns were regarded as waste in this world. Then only two schools left are Zhangqiang Institute of Technology and Tiangong Evolution Institute. Lu Ro turned over, lying on the bed, supporting her chin with both hands. Which of these two schools do you want to choose? As for these two, Xu Feng frowned and thought. The so-called Qi-Ling accessories refer to the additional accessories installed on the Qi-Ling. Each Qi-Ling can be equipped with different numbers of accessories according to its level. Among them, only one level 1 contract spirit can be installed, 2 level 2 contract spirits can be installed, and so on. The level of accessories is the same as the quality of the contract spirits, ranging from the lowest F level to the highest S level. Accessories can significantly improve Qi-Ling's strength. An S-level accessory can even more than double Qi-Ling's strength. The reason why Zhangqiang Institute of Technology is ranked among the top universities is because it has mastered the technology of matching accessories. That is, by matching at least 3 accessories and using a specific algorithm to form a linkage, the Qi-Ling can gain additional skills. Xu Feng thought about it for a moment and suddenly realized that this was the set effect in the game. In this world, skills are extremely important. They can increase the combat effectiveness of the contracted spirits by several times. For ordinary people, it is difficult to acquire skills except for the initial skills awakened when the contract is concluded. Therefore, the accessory linkage technology of Zhangqiang Institute of Science and Technology can allow Qi-Ling to obtain additional skills, which is quite powerful. Although other academies also have accessory linkage technology, only Zhangqiang Institute of Science and Technology has the best effect and the most skill linkages. Chapter 12 Zhangqiang Technology College. As for the evolution of Qi-Ling, it means using special materials to allow Qi-Ling's attributes to be significantly improved to a breakthrough level. For example, if an F-level contract spirit evolves, its level will become F+, and its attributes will be the same as those of an E-level contract spirit. If a second evolution is carried out on this basis, the level of the contract spirit will become F++, and the attributes will be the same as those of the D-level contract spirit. A Qi-Ling can only evolve 3 times in its lifetime, and depending on the materials used during the evolution, the attributes acquired by the Qi-Ling after evolution will also be very different. Tiangong Evolution Academy has the most Qi-Ling advancement routes in the Federation. Some of the legendary top evolution routes can even multiply the attributes of Qi-Ling, and one evolution is equivalent to several evolutions of others. Compared with the Zhangqiang Institute of Technology, the two academies have their own strengths and weaknesses, and both focus on improving the power of the spirit contracts, but Xu Feng can only choose one of them. I choose Zhangqiang Institute of Technology. Xu Feng hesitated for a moment, and his eyes gradually became firm. The reason for making this choice is simple. The biggest advantage of Qi-Ling accessories is that they are detachable and replaceable. Even the lowest level accessories can immediately enhance the power of Qi-Ling. But the evolutionary routes are different. Once Qi-Ling starts to evolve, there is no turning back. Xu Feng feels that his level is still low and his experience is still limited. If he rashly chooses the irreversible Qi-Ling evolution, he will probably regret it in the future. After all, it is impossible for a freshman to have access to the top evolutionary route. Even if he does, those precious evolutionary materials are not affordable for him. I am afraid that he will have to run around to collect evolutionary materials for 4 years in college. But it is different after joining the Zhangqiang Institute of Technology. After learning how to match accessories, Xu Feng's combat power can be quickly formed, which can then drive the level to increase, forming a positive cycle. By the time he graduated, Xu Feng would be at least a 5th-level combat master, which was considered elite in the entire Federation. With Xu Feng's strength and status at that time, he would naturally be qualified to ask the professors of Zhangqiang Academy to ask for a top-level evolutionary route from Tiangong Academy. Sky Institute of Technology? Lu Ro's eyes lit up instantly. Then shouldn't we go to Donghai City? I heard that Donghai City is the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Federation. There is a 300-meter-high sky garden and a Xinghong bridge across the bay. The neon lights at night can even dye the entire sea surface colorful. That's right, but the premise of all this is that you can pass the exam, Xu Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Ro curled her lips and said, "What? My attack power is so strong, it's easy for me to help you become the top scorer. That's not necessarily true. Xu Feng shrugged, our future does not depend on you and me, but on whether we can find the spirit that makes bullets. If we can't find it. Pu Lu Rou hurriedly covered Xu Feng's mouth when she heard this, bullets are not rare things, we will definitely find them. The next day. The two came to the station and prepared to return to Qingcheng. Xu Feng, why are there so many people here? Lu Rou stood on tiptoe, looking at the long line in front of the station, and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. It wasn't so crowded when I came here yesterday. It's graduation season. Xu Feng reached out and pulled her towards him, avoiding the pushing crowd. It has been less than a week since the awakening of the senior year. People like Xu Feng who choose to sign the contract on the spot are actually a minority. Most contract spirits and contract masters will weigh the pros and cons again and again before finally choosing someone who is mutually satisfied to sign the contract. If they are not satisfied with the school they attend, they will look for a suitable spirit in the same city. If they are not satisfied with the school they attend in the same province, they will look for a spirit across provinces. This has led to many parents in big cities taking their children to small cities to contract with suitable spirits so that their children can have a contract. After all, ordinary people in big cities are considered wealthy families compared to small cities, and both parties can often reach satisfactory conditions. Although the school does not encourage this, it does not prevent it. Although this move will make it difficult for local students to contract with high-level contracted spirits, the college entrance examination is mainly registered based on contracted spirits. Even if a contractor from another place contracts with a contracted spirit of this school, he or she will be counted as a candidate of this school. If I hadn't awakened to firearms, would you still choose me? Lu Rou tugged at the corner of Xu Feng's clothes and suddenly asked curiously. Oops, this is a fatal question. Xu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware of the difficulty of this type of question. If he answered I don't know, Lu Rou would definitely be angry. But if he answered I do know, Lu Rou would think he was lying and extremely hypocritical. Fortunately, Xu Feng is not a rookie, and he has considerable experience in dealing with this kind of problem. Of course. Xu Feng put his hands behind his back and pretended to be conceited. With your talent, no matter what you awaken to, it will be UR level. He turned to look at Lu Rou. I am the top student in my grade. If I don't contract a UR level spirit, should I contract an S level spirit? Virtue. Lu Rou rolled her eyes at him upon hearing that, but she felt happy in her heart. She opened her mouth to say something, but was suddenly knocked off balance by a strong force. What's going on? Xu Feng raised his head and saw four burly men in black suits roughly pushing aside the crowd and striding towards them with a red-haired young man. The young man had a scornful arc on his lips and a silver badge on his chest, while the bodyguards had bronze badges on their chests. Why are you pushing so hard? Can't you see there's a queue? A passerby couldn't help but protest. Xu, keep your voice down. His companions hurriedly pulled him back. They are all battle-pact masters. Hiss, battle contract master? There was a sudden sound of gasps from all around. They actually asked a battle bond master to be their bodyguard. Who is that red-haired guy? Forget it, forget it. The battle contract master has priority, let's give way. The crowd retreated like a tide. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes. The social status of a battle master was higher than he had imagined. Now that he was also a battle master, should he go to an official agency for certification and receive a battle master badge? But in just a moment, Xu Feng dismissed the idea. It would be foolish to get certified now. The college entrance examination is approaching, and the gun contract spirit is his biggest trump card. Exposing his identity as a combat contract master too early is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Only by becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination and making Sunkong Institute of Technology your backer can you deal with those who dare to pry into your secrets. Let's make way for a moment. Xu Feng grabbed Lu Rou's wrist and disappeared into the crowd. The red-haired young man didn't notice Lu Rou and Xu Feng, but just walked through the crowd arrogantly without even checking his ticket, and went straight to the train carriage. Chapter 13. An accident happened. After getting on the train, Xu Feng and Lu Rou found their seats and sat down. The train was heading from Shangjing to Qingcheng. Xu Feng and Lu Rou were sitting at the starting station. However, the train, which was supposed to depart on time at 9:20, remained stationary on the tracks until 9:30 for some unknown reason. What's going on? Xu Feng stared at his watch, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and complaints from the carriage rose one after another. I'll go ask the flight attendant. Xu Feng stood up and walked towards the crew room, but just as he approached, he heard a muffled voice coming from inside. We really tried our best. I've already delayed you for 10 minutes. What? Coming soon? Okay. Something is wrong, something is very wrong. Xu Feng's heart sank. He quickly returned to his seat and pulled Lu Rou up. Let's get off the bus and change to the next one. What's wrong? Before Lu Rou could react, Xu Feng pulled her away from her seat, but she was not dissatisfied with it. Xu Feng was her contracted master, and if he wanted to take the next trip, then he could take the next trip. The two had just reached the door and were about to get off when the attendant on the phone suddenly swerved to block their way. Hey! The train is about to leave. Where are you going? Oh, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to take something important. Let's just take the next train. Xu Feng looked calm, pulling Lu Rou and trying to squeeze past the attendant. No. The train is about to depart, you can't get off. The attendant stepped in front of the door and stopped Xu Feng and Lu Rou. Xu Feng's eyes turned completely cold when he heard this. The car doors are open now. It's my right to get out of the car. Why are you stopping me? The flight attendant was speechless for a moment, but he still stood like a nail at the door. Anyway, the train is about to leave, you can't get off. Definitely a big problem. Xu Feng thought about what the flight attendant had just said, and his uneasiness became stronger. He was just a low-level contractor now, and the most important thing was to take the college entrance examination and enter Tsangxiong University of Science and Technology. He definitely did not want to be involved in any unexpected incidents. He and Lu Rou looked at each other and were just about to force a breakthrough when this happened. Crack! 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 The sound of heavy leather boots came from the platform. A group of men in black tactical uniforms were marching in neat steps towards the train. They all had silver combatant badges on their chests. What was even more terrifying was that each of them was holding a knife in his hand. Go back! The middle-aged man in the lead walked closer to the train and looked at Xu Feng, who was blocking the door, his voice unquestionable. Xu Feng did not speak, but looked at their badges. The silver color represented the identity of a second-level combat bondmaster. The fact that so many second-level combat bondmasters were dispatched together meant that there was obviously some unknown secret hidden on this train. I'm just an ordinary passenger. Xu Feng retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man again. I left something in the hotel and I have to go back and get it immediately. I said back off. The middle-aged man took a step forward, and a shadow loomed. The air seemed to freeze. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes and quickly weighed the situation. The other side now had 13 people. It would definitely not be worthwhile to fight him head-on. After all, he had a limited number of bullets. Even if he shot one person at a time, he would need 13 bullets. Not to mention that it may also lead to subsequent pursuit. Okay, you win. Xu Feng shrugged, pulled Lu Rou's hand and retreated. Let's get in the car. Returning to the previous carriage, the black-clad combat masters also followed. The attendant closed the door, and the train finally made a dull roar and slowly left the platform. After the black-clad combat contract master got on the car, the leading man looked around and ordered, "Guard the carriage and search one by one." No problem, Captain. Don't worry, leave it to us. I can get rich again. The other 12 battle contract masters scattered, and the one who finally stayed in Xu Feng's carriage was a man with a scar on his face. He first looked around, then staggered to the front of the carriage, turned around and faced everyone. Hey, listen carefully, I am from the 13th Law Enforcement Team of the Dawn Group. After Scarface finished speaking, the entire carriage fell silent. The Dawn Group is a super consortium of the Federation. It owns a variety of industries including real estate, banks, mines, ports, and food. It is a veritable giant. The federal government even gave it the right to build its own legion. You may ask why the federal government did this? Of course, it's because 15% of federal lawmakers belong to the Shuguang Group. The Shuguang Group is more like a local lord than a group, and the Shuguang Law Enforcement Team is a team raised by the Shuguang Group to do miscellaneous tasks. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Scarface immediately showed a look of satisfaction. He scratched his ear and continued, "A few days ago, our Shuguang Group accidentally lost something." Hiss. Who dares to steal things from the Shuguang Group? Are you trying to kill yourself? It must be some incredible treasure. I just received news that the K332 train next door was also stopped by the Shuguang Law Enforcement Team. The crowd began to whisper, and Scarface leaned against the carriage, letting these people talk. After a moment, he grinned and said, "Don't panic, everyone. We just want to recover the stolen items. As long as you are willing to cooperate with our inspection, there will be no danger." "Chu Feng, what should we do?" Lu Ro was a little nervous and unconsciously clenched Chu Feng's hand. Seeing this, Chu Feng held her palm with his backhand. "Don't be afraid, we didn't take their things." "But..." Lu Ro bit her lower lip and said in a low voice, "I heard that many people in the Dawn law enforcement team are not regular personnel." The so-called irregular personnel refers to the contractors who use various illegal means to deceive and coerce the spirits to conclude contracts. Such people often do not use the college entrance examination as a way, but instead obtain resources for upgrading by joining groups, gangs, families, etc. Its members are a mixed bunch, and criminals often sneak in. Lu Ro is worried about this type of people, who often take the opportunity to seek personal gain under the pretext of missions. "Don't worry." Chu Feng looked at the middle-aged man driving forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, he is just a second-level combat master. It would be best if he doesn't come to provoke us, but if he dares to cause trouble..." Chu Feng snorted coldly, "Then I don't mind letting them taste the bullet." Scarface had no idea what Chu Feng was thinking. He simply called over a flight attendant and handed him a palm-sized metal instrument. "Take this and scan it one by one. If the green light comes on, it means there's no problem. Understand?" Chapter 14 Train Search. "I understand. I understand." The flight attendant nodded quickly, took the instrument, walked quickly to the first row of passengers, pointed the instrument at a passenger, and began scanning. The passengers sat in their seats nervously until a moment later, when the green indicator light on the scanner came on with a beep and the scanned passengers breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good, next one." Scarface crossed his arms and gave orders from the side. The flight attendant did not dare to delay and quickly began to scan the next person. This time it was a gentle man wearing glasses. When he saw the flight attendant coming over, he stretched out his arms cooperatively and allowed the flight attendant to check him. Drop. The green light came on and the gentleman breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to sit down, he was stopped by Scarface. "Wait a minute." He reached out and grabbed the gentleman's arm, pointed at the watch on his arm, and asked, "What is this?" This is the watch my wife gave me for my birthday," said the gentleman with some fear. "Take it off, I want to check it," Scarface ordered. Hasn't the green light been given?" "I didn't take anything from your group." The gentleman was shocked. "Stop talking nonsense, just pick it up when I tell you to," Scarface shouted, holding the knife to the gentleman's neck. "Searching for lost property, do you know more about it than me? You understand, you understand." Seeing this, the gentleman man didn't dare to retort and took off his watch tremblingly. His wife next to him grabbed the corner of his clothes and looked at the scarred face with fear. She was just a life-type spirit and had no way to deal with this situation. Very suspicious. Scarface looked at the watch back and forth, then put it in his pocket. "I'm going to take it back to the group and check it carefully with professional equipment to see if the lost items are hidden inside. If not, I will return the watch to you. Do you have any objections?" No objection." The gentleman dared not say anything but was angry and could only sit down in annoyance. Seeing this, the scarred man nodded with satisfaction. "Continue scanning." The flight attendant didn't dare to say much, and soon, the two of them scanned in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng opened his arms calmly, and the instrument attendant scanned his entire body with the instrument. The instrument made a beep confirmation sound, proving that there was nothing wrong with Chu Feng. The flight attendant turned around and pointed the instrument at Lu Ro next to him, but just as he was about to press the switch, Scarface suddenly stepped forward. "Wait." He reached out and pushed the flight attendant away, looked Lu Ro up and down, then licked his lips with ill intent. "This spirit contract is a little special. I have to check it myself." Everyone knew what Scarface's purpose was, but due to his identity and strength, they were all angry but dared not say anything. They could only watch Scarface reach out to Lu Ro's waist. Bang! At this moment, Chu Feng reached out his hand, stopped the other party, and said calmly, "Friend, shouldn't the examination be done with instruments?" Scarface was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Feng to dare to resist him. He just exerted a little force with his arms and pushed Chu Feng away. "I've already said that there's something wrong with this spirit contract. I have to check it myself." When Chu Feng heard this, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. This Scarface guy is simply looking for death. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he just wants to touch Lu Ro. As a man, Xu Feng absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. He glanced at Lu Ro and signaled Lu Ro to transform into a revolver and kill Scarface. Lu Ro and Xu Feng were in sync and immediately knew what to do. The spiritual power in their bodies exploded and they were about to change their forms. With a loud bang. Suddenly, a loud noise of a seat collapsing came from the next carriage, followed by a man's roar, "Boy, how dare you obstruct the Shuguang Group's business." Everyone in the carriage turned their heads in unison. Seeing this, Scarface didn't bother to continue the fight and rushed to the next room with a long knife. Xu Feng's heart moved, and he immediately pulled Lu Ro and followed quietly. In the next carriage, a black-clad law enforcement officer collapsed on the ground, and opposite him, the red-haired young man leaned lazily on the leather seat. Two beautiful Chi-Ling women in Cheongsams were massaging his shoulders and feeding him grapes. "Hey, what's going on?" Scarface held the blade across his chest and came to his companion. "Bah!" The team member lying on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood foam. These bastards actually dared to resist inspection. If I hadn't been careless, how could I have been injured by these first-level combat masters? Scarface's eyes flashed with a fierce light when he heard this, and he pointed the long knife in his hand at the red-haired young man. "Boy, don't you know that we are from the Shuguang Group?" "Shuguang Group?" The red-haired young man sneered at the words and spat grape skins on the ground. "They're just a bunch of dogs raised by the Zhang family." "Do they really think they're human?" "Oh. Then I wonder who you are." A low voice came from the connection between the carriages. The middle-aged man who was in the lead before had led the other team members to stand in formation at some point. The black-clad bodyguards immediately surrounded the red-haired young man. The middle-aged man didn't care. He walked slowly forward and met the red-haired young man's eyes. "Friend, I don't care who you are or what your identity is, but on this train, I advise you to be a hero who knows the times." He raised his right hand slightly, and the team members behind him immediately held their swords in front of them. The middle-aged man looked at the red-haired young man and said in a deep voice, "We have 13 second-level combat masters, and your bodyguard is only first level. If a real fight breaks out, you will be no match for us." "How dare you!" A bodyguard suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the young master of the Wang family in the capital. How dare you be disrespectful to him? Do you want to die? Wang family?" The middle-aged man looked at the red-haired young man carefully, and suddenly said, "A bastard's child, right? Was it a maid who was favored by the master and gave birth to the child after he was drunk? Almost all bastards in big families come from this source." The team members behind him suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing this, the red-haired young man finally stopped smiling. He sat up slightly and looked at the middle-aged man. "Interesting. In all these years, you are the first one who dares to talk to me like this." "I'm just telling the truth," the middle-aged man said. "If you were truly the eldest son of the Wang family, I might not have the authority to fight you. I'd need to consult my superiors. But you only have a few first-level combat masters protecting you. I'm not afraid of offending a member of the Wang family of this caliber." "Oh?" The red-haired young man's voice was calm and composed. He slowly adjusted his cuffs. "Do you really think they're here to protect me?" The middle-aged man frowned, but soon relaxed. He waved his hand, and a flight attendant immediately came trotting over with the detector. "I don't care whether they are here to protect you or not. For the sake of the Wang family, I can let you do the test yourself." He handed the detector forward and said, "But if you don't accept my toast, don't blame us for being cruel." Chapter 15, The Fierce Battle. How shameless! The red-haired young man sneered, and the black-clothed bodyguard in front of him immediately shook out a dragon-shaped stick from his sleeve and smashed it towards the middle-aged man's crown without saying a word. This attack came suddenly, and no one expected that a first-level battlemaster would dare to attack a second-level battlemaster. "Is this your choice?" The middle-aged man looked calm. He retreated half a step, slashed his long sword from bottom to top, and the blade collided with the panlong stick. Sparks flew. With the recoil force, he turned around and kicked the bodyguard in the knee with a whip kick. Snap! There was a sound of bone cracking, and before the bodyguard could feel the pain, the knife had already slashed across his throat. The bodyguard covered his bleeding neck and staggered backward. The middle-aged man kicked him out and hit the wall of the carriage heavily. "Wow, you have good skills." The red-haired young man lay on the leather seat, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers. The other three bodyguards looked at each other and jumped up at the same time. The bodyguard on the left drew a long sword from his waist and stabbed it straight into the middle-aged man's face. When the tip of the sword approached the middle-aged man, it suddenly emitted a dazzling green light and its speed increased a bit. The bodyguard in the middle shook and a figure exactly like him emerged. Both of them held daggers in their hands and attacked the middle-aged man's vital points from different angles. The last bodyguard stretched out his hand and the woman beside him instantly turned into a silver spear with dragon-shaped energy wrapped around the spear. The bodyguard held the spear in his hand, roared violently, and aimed directly at the middle-aged man's heart. Facing the attack from three people, the middle-aged man responded calmly. He turned the long sword lightly in his hand, and with a clang, the back of the sword hit the 7-inch part of the sword blade accurately. The bodyguard holding the sword felt a huge force coming from the sword body, and the long sword was almost knocked away. After repelling the sword-wielding bodyguard, the middle-aged man drew a circle in front of him with a long knife in his hand, and used the knife fighting in all directions technique to prevent the dagger-wielding bodyguard from getting close to him. At this time, the whistling dragon-shaped spear force was approaching his chest. He dodged the sharp edge sideways, and the blade slid down the gun shaft, and the 5 fingers of the gunman were cut off at the root. Puff! 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 Then, before the 3 bodyguards could react, 3 blood holes appeared on their chests at the same time. The flashy middle-aged man shook off the blood on the knife and turned to look at the red-haired young man. "Now, it's your turn." Pa, the red-haired young man clapped slowly, with a playful smile on his lips. "You are worthy of being the captain. Among the second-level combat contractors, you are also excellent. So, can you take the test now?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "Of course not," the red-haired young man shook his head and chuckled. "I just said that you were pretty good, but you are still far from the top." The middle-aged man frowned, and saw the red-haired young man slowly sit up from the recliner and stretch. "Well, I'll let you see what a true top-level battle contract master is." Seeing that the red-haired young man had no intention of testing him, the middle-aged man stepped forward and slashed down with the long sword in his hand, which turned into a cold light, but it was too late. The red-haired young man placed his hands on the waists of the 2 Chongsam wearing spirits, and colorful light burst out. When the light dissipated, the red-haired young man held a peculiarly shaped weapon in his left and right hands respectively. In his left hand was a shield with serrated edges, and in his right hand was a spear as crystal clear as blood jade. Chu Feng's heart moved. This was the second time he saw the Qi-Ling reveal colorful light when transforming, besides Lu Rou. Could it be that the Qi-Ling of this red-haired young man was also UR level? UR level dual-wielding contract spirits are the top-level contract spirits in the world. If this is true, then the identity of this red-haired young man is probably indeed the legitimate son of the Wang family. The middle-aged man obviously thought of this. His expression changed and he immediately shouted to the team members behind him, "Quick! Scan him! If the thing is not on him, there is no need for us to bother with him." The team member behind him reacted very quickly, snatched the detector from the flight attendant's hand, pointed it at the red-haired young man and pressed the switch. However, at this moment, the red-haired young man appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost, and the blood jade spear drew a scarlet arc and pierced the middle-aged man's throat. Clang! The middle-aged man hastily blocked with his sword, but was shocked and retreated 3 steps. The red-haired young man attacked like a tide, his spear shot out like a dragon, and his shield hit like a mountain. Every attack hit the weak point of the middle-aged man's moves accurately. Team leader! Seeing this, the other team members drew their swords and joined the battle. However, the red-haired young man just sneered, and suddenly increased the speed of his gun. He was able to handle the siege of several people with ease. As expected of a descendant of an aristocratic family. The middle-aged man saw that he could not defeat the opponent after a long time of attack, and his teammate holding the scanner had no chance to scan. He quickly glanced around and seized the opportunity when the red-haired young man attacked the team member behind him. Suddenly, golden light burst out from his long sword, and it was obvious that he had used a skill. "You can't hurt me." The red-haired young man sensed the threat behind him and slammed his shield to the ground. A brilliant, colorful light curtain instantly unfolded. The golden long sword slashed at the light curtain, causing ripples, but it was unable to break through the barrier of the light curtain. Now, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, and the team member holding the scanner finally seized the opportunity. He pointed the scanner at the red-haired young man and immediately pressed the switch. The scan began, and after a few brief seconds, a shrill alarm sounded immediately, and the indicator light on the scanner turned from green to red and was flashing wildly. "Ha!" The red-haired young man stared at the dazzling red light on the scanner, and a ferocious arc gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You found me after all." "Not good." Contact the group immediately and request support. The middle-aged man sensed a sense of crisis and made a prompt decision, ordering his men to send out a distress signal. At this time, the red-haired man opposite had already hidden his body behind the shield. Xuan Yu Samsara. The shield suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. The red-haired young man held up a shield, like a rhinoceros, and crushed forward with a violent wave of air. The three law enforcement officers blocking the front were knocked away like kites with broken strings, and the middle-aged man who was the target was also knocked away by the huge force transmitted from the shield. Die! Before the few people fell from the air, the red-haired young man had already flashed out from behind the shield. The blood jade spear turned into an afterimage and accurately pierced the hearts of the four people in mid-air. When their bodies fell heavily, blood gushed out of the blood holes as big as bulls in their chests. The remaining law enforcement officers were pale and their hands holding the long swords were trembling slightly. As second-level battle contract masters, they had never imagined that there could be such a huge gap between the same level. Every move of the red-haired young man was like the god of death wielding a scythe, easily reaping lives. Fight with him. The remaining few people rushed forward, but their strength was inferior to that of the middle-aged captain, and they had no ability to fight back against the red-haired young man. Chapter 16 UR Level Dual Wielding Spirit. Puff! 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 The long spear was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, piercing the throats of the remaining people in the blink of an eye, and blood splattered on the wall of the carriage. Scarface was closest to the car door. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran away, but after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly froze in place. Well. He slowly lowered his head, and the blood-stained tip of the gun was slowly pulled out of his chest. The red-haired young man stood behind Scarface, shook off the blood on his gun, and suddenly turned his gaze to Chu Feng at the door of the carriage. I say. He tilted his head and said softly, after watching the show for so long, have you thought of your last words? Why do you want to kill me? Chu Feng scratched his head, looking innocent. I don't know what you stole. But you know I stole it. The red-haired young man raised the spear in his hand. If I kill you, the Dawn Group will not be able to trace me. If I were you, I would flee as soon as possible. Chu Feng pointed at the still flashing communicator on the ground. The Shuguang Group's people will be here soon. Are you sure you want to waste your time on me? Ha! The red-haired youth laughed softly, then suddenly leaped up, stabbing out with his spear like blood-red lightning. It won't take any time to kill you. Alas, Chu Feng sighed helplessly upon seeing this. I've wanted to get off the bus for a long time, but I didn't expect to get into trouble in the end. Maybe this is my fate. Die. The red-haired young man thrust his spear forward, about to pierce Chu Feng's chest. However, at this moment, he discovered that Chu Feng opposite him not only did not dodge, but actually raised the revolver in his hand with a calm expression. What is he going to do? The red-haired young man was a little confused. Could it be that he wanted to defeat me with that revolver? How is this possible? The red-haired young man sneered and shook off the ridiculous idea in his mind. The revolver is just a decoration. This has been a recognized truth for hundreds of years. It seems that the other party was scared silly by him. The red-haired young man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was about to kill Chu Feng, and then escape from the train before the people from the Shuguang Group arrived. But before he had time to think further, he saw the silver-white revolver in Chu Feng's hand pointed at his eyebrows. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and before the smile on the red-haired young man's face could fade away, his body stiffened for a second, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Red and white liquid oozed out of the bloody hole between his eyebrows. The red-haired young man died, and the 2 Cheongsam spirits instantly returned to human form. They fell to the ground, hugged each other in horror, and looked at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a monster. What did he steal? Chu Feng raised the muzzle of his gun slightly and pointed it at the 2 contracted spirits and asked. We don't know either. I only know that it looks like a chip. It's in a black box. The box is in his left pocket. The 2 Qilings answered in turn, fearing that if they spoke half a second later they would end up like the red-haired young man. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately squatted down and fumbled inside the red-haired young man's clothes for a while, and took out a black metal box with the emblem of Shuguang Group etched on the lid. It felt cold and heavy to the touch. Do you want to die or live? Chu Feng put the box into his pocket, then pointed the gun at the 2 contract spirits and asked. He was not a bloodthirsty person. These 2 contracted spirits were just tools. The one who wanted to kill him was the red-haired young man. It had nothing to do with them. He just left them here. When the people from the Dawn group arrived later, they would definitely know that it was him who took the box away. Moreover, if he leaves them here, the Wang family will not let him go. The only way is to take these two contracted spirits away. Want to live? Please don't kill us. The two Cheongsam spirits had a strong desire to survive. Seeing that Chu Feng intended to let them go, they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Then follow me. Chu Feng didn't hesitate at all. He raised his right hand and released Lu Ro from her revolver form. The moment Lu Ro turned into a human form again, his hands were already on the heads of the two Cheongsam spirits. Buzz! Colorful light suddenly burst out, and the figures of the two spirits twisted and deformed in the halo, and finally condensed into a blood-red spear and a black crystal shield. As mentioned before, although the contractors in this world can only contract one contracted spirit in their lifetime, the uncontracted contracted spirits can still be used. They just cannot enjoy the spiritual power bonus of the contractor and cannot be upgraded. The moment Chu Feng grasped the gun and shield, several pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. UR level contract spirit blood jade soul piercing spear. Attack power, A. Defense, C. Durability, D. Spiritual compatibility, A. Bloodthirst, UR level skill. After activating this skill, the blood jade soul piercing spear will absorb blood. When the accumulated blood reaches a certain level, the blood jade soul piercing spear will transform the absorbed blood into healing energy to restore the contracted person's injuries. If the contracted person is not injured, the blood jade soul piercing spear will gain a 50% attack boost. UR level contract spirit mysterious crystal guardian shield. Physical defense, S. Spiritual defense, S. Durability, S. Spiritual compatibility, S. Glass barrier, S rank skill. After activating this skill, a glazed barrier will rise in front of the shield. Its defense is equivalent to that of the Black Crystal Guardian shield itself, and it provides an additional 50% damage reduction against spiritual attacks. Dual wielding combo skill, Mysterious Jade Reincarnation. Mysterious Jade Reincarnation, UR level combo skill. After activating this skill, the contracted player will charge forward with a shield for a certain distance, knocking away all enemies along the way. Upon reaching the target, they will be knocked into a floating state and use the blood jade soul piercing spear to perform X extremely rapid thrusts X as the number of enemies knocked away. Hiss. Chu Feng took a breath of cold air after seeing the attributes of the Cheongsam sisters clearly. They were worthy of being UR level dual wielding contract spirits. Their attributes were simply ridiculously strong. The growth direction of the blood jade soul piercing spear is similar to that of Lu Ro. Both have weak stats, but extremely powerful skills. The UR level skill Bloodthirsty Desire is a skill that is completely born for killing. It allows the contractor who holds it to have super long endurance, and the excess healing amount can also enhance the attack power. It can be said that the utilization rate of skills has been developed to the extreme. No wonder the red-haired young man said those people were not his bodyguards. It turned out that they were his health packs to increase his endurance. The properties of the other spirit, the Black Crystal Guard Shield, are even more exaggerated. Although it only has one S-level skill, its 5 S-panel attributes make it a complete numerical monster. It is a shield in itself, and skills are completely supplementary to it. The most important thing is its basic attributes. And its basic attributes are outrageously high. As for the final combo skill, it perfectly makes up for the shortcoming of the gun and shield pack's short attack range. Chapter 17 Escape from the Train. It could be said that these Cheongsam sisters were the world's top contracted spirits. No wonder Wang Yu and Wang Tao's dual-wielding A-rank weapons were comparable to S-rank weapons. In Chu Feng's opinion, the advantages of A-level dual-wielding weapons are even greater than those of S-level. Because dual-wielding weapons can be equipped with double the accessories. It has double the skills. This is much stronger than a simple S-rank. Chu Feng, what's wrong with you? After Lu Ro returned to human form, she looked at the gun and shield in Chu Feng's hand in confusion. You haven't signed a contract with them, so you can't use spiritual power to drive them. Basic attributes are enough. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he stabbed the car window with the blood jade spear like lightning. Snap! The tempered glass exploded, and the strong wind carried the glass shards into the car. Chu Feng did not hesitate, and released the gun in shield form. Then, without hesitation, he transformed Lu Ro into a revolver form and threw it hard towards the grass outside the window. Chu Feng! The silver-white revolver drew an arc in the air, and Lu Rou's panicked thoughts were transmitted from the gun body. Chu Feng ignored it, but at the moment Lu Rou landed, the contract connection was suddenly triggered, the weapon form was released, and Lu Rou returned to human form. At the same time, Chu Feng turned the Cheongsam sisters into guns and shields again. He held the gun in one hand and the black crystal protective shield in front of him with the other hand. After thinking for a while, he carried the body of the red-haired young man on his back and then jumped out of the car window. When the contract spirit is in human form, it is just like an ordinary girl, without any protection, and the contractor can only use one contract spirit at a time, so he did this. Bang! Chu Feng fell heavily to the ground. The huge impact force made him roll several times. Fortunately, he was protected by the black crystal defense shield and the enhanced physical fitness of the contractor, so he did not suffer any damage. Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng had also followed, Lu Rou finally let go of her worries and hurried over. Let's go! Chu Feng turned around and called out to Lu Rou, then waved his gun and shield to clear the way. Next to the railroad tracks was a field covered with dense cornstalks, and the gun and shield were perfect for clearing the way. No one knows what is in that black metal box, but the value of this thing is probably unimaginable, as it has caused the Shuguang group to mobilize such a large number of troops to search for it and has caused the eldest son of the Wang family to risk his life to steal it. I had just reminded the red-haired young man to escape quickly, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would be the one running away. But Chu Feng did not regret it. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. The red-haired young man booked the entire first-class carriage. Except for the dead bodyguards and law enforcement officers, no one knew that the box fell into his hands. In addition, he took the red-haired young man's body away. The people of the Dawn group would only think that the eldest son of the Wang family had escaped with the box and would never suspect him. Even if the other party noticed any clues in the future, they would not believe that a useless high school student who had a contract with a gun spirit could kill the eldest son of the Wang family who had dual UR spirits. Unless the true power of the gun pact is revealed. However, by that time, he was already a student of Zhangqiong Institute of Technology. Even if the Shuguang group was more powerful, it would not dare to do anything to Zhangqiong Institute of Technology. After all, in this world, institutions of higher learning represent not only knowledge, but also absolute military force. On the distant skyline, several armed helicopters appeared vaguely, the roar of the propellers tore through the air, and the train below was slowly braking. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but quicken his pace. The train had just left Shangjing City for less than 20 minutes and was now in the suburbs. Chu Feng ran for more than 10 miles carrying the body of the red-haired young man on his back and finally found a desolate wilderness. He put the red-haired young man down, picked up the black crystal defensive shield and started digging the soil. Master, this is not how I use it. The edge of the black crystal protective shield was serrated, making it extremely easy to dig up the soil, but this behavior obviously caused dissatisfaction in Qiling, so Chu Feng protested slightly in his mind. A useful contract spirit is a good contract spirit. If you are useless, what do you think I will do to you? Chu Feng threatened the other party while digging the soil rapidly. To be honest, he was also worried about how to deal with the two sisters. He had already signed a contract with Lu Rou, which could not be changed. Not to mention that Lu Rou obeys his every word and can be considered his confidant. Even if he is ambitious and forgets his principles for the sake of beauty, and is greedy for the beauty of the Cheongsam sisters, he still has to wait for a 3-year cooling-off period before signing a contract with them. 3 years, this is something Chu Feng cannot tolerate. Not to mention 3 years, even the next door has become a god in a year, and after 3 years, who knows what the world will become. As for keeping them and giving them as rewards to trusted subordinates later? This is even more impossible. Not to mention that Chu Feng is reluctant to do so, even if he is willing to do so, he still understands the principle of repaying kindness with resentment. Having a top-notch Qiling as a subordinate is no longer a subordinate. There is no guarantee that he will not have the thought that a real man cannot be depressed and be under someone else's command for long at midnight. Oh, it would be great if the spirit could also contract with the spirit. Chu Feng couldn't help muttering in his heart. In this way, he could let Lu Rou contract the sisters. Imagine the scene of Lu Rou holding a shield in her left hand and a gun in her right hand, killing everyone. The scene was so beautiful that I couldn't bear to look at it. It took Chu Feng only about 3 minutes to dig the pit. Chu Feng swiftly kicked the red-haired young man's body in, then covered it with soil and restored the surroundings to its original state. The eldest son of the Wang family ended up with his body thrown in the wilderness. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this world, strength is indeed everything. he must hurry up and upgrade. After burying the red-haired young man, Chu Feng returned to Shangjing again. He definitely could not take the train. Buying tickets repeatedly would only arouse the suspicion of Shiguang Group. If he wanted to go back to Qingcheng, he could only take an illegal taxi. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. At the same time, in Shangjing City's top luxury residential area. Father, it has been confirmed, a young man in a custom-made suit bowed and reported, it was Wang Yang from the Wang family in Beijing who stole our chip. He is currently on the K485 train from Beijing to Qingcheng. Wang family? The old man sitting on the sandalwood chair paused, then sneered, the dog's nose is very sensitive. The research institute has just produced the psychic chip, and they sent people to steal it. It seems that there are termites inside the Dawn Group. Father, the law enforcement team has already intercepted the train. Should we? The young man made a throat-slitting gesture, cut the grass at its roots. Let's bring him back, the old man shook his head. After all, he is the legitimate son of the Wang family. If he is alive, he can bring us greater benefits. If he dies, he will only bring hatred to the Wang family. Chapter 18 Lin Mumu. I understand. The young man took out his cell phone and was about to dial the number of the action team when the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, the young man frowned. It was the one sent to hunt down Wang Yang's confidant. What happened? The young man pressed the answer button. Master, the K485 train has been stopped. The voice on the other end of the phone was unusually solemn. Trains of fighting were found on the train, and all members of the 13th Law Enforcement Team were killed. Get to the point. The young man said dissatisfiedly, where's the chip? Did you get it back? Not found, the confidant immediately replied, we have searched the entire train and found no trace of the chip. Where's Wang Yang? The young man asked. Isn't the chip in his possession? Sorry, we didn't find Wang Yang, the confidant said in a deep voice. No one found him? The young man was stunned. It's only been less than 10 minutes since the 13th Law Enforcement Team sent the signal, and the train didn't stop. Where could Wang Yang have gone? Have you made sure the search was thorough? The entire car has been searched carefully, the confidant replied, but we found a broken glass in the car where the fight took place. Our preliminary assessment is that the target jumped out of the car and fled after killing the law enforcement team. Jump out of the car? The young man was puzzled. Shangjing City was the territory of Shiguang Group. Although Wang Yang could escape temporarily by jumping out of the car, how could he possibly avoid the subsequent dragnet? If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Listen, the young man ordered his confidant. Using the coordinates for the rescue and the parking point as the axis, blockade the railway tracks for 50 kilometers on both sides. We must not let Wang Yang escape. We must find him alive or dead. Do you understand? Yes. The confidant took the order and left. After hanging up the phone, the young man still felt something was wrong. Since Wang Yang was able to sneak into the research institute and steal the chip, how could he make such a low-level mistake as jumping out of the car and escaping? Could it be that he has any other tricks up his sleeve? On the other side, Chu Feng had already boarded a black car and was heading towards Linchang. Linchang is a city next to Shangjing. If he goes directly to Qingcheng, it will be too obvious and easy to be traced. Therefore, Chu Feng plans to stop at several cities along the way. In this way, even if the Shiguang Group has the ability to reach the sky, they will not be able to trace where he has gone. 3 days later, Qingcheng High School. A spirit that can make bullets? The head teacher pushed his glasses and frowned. You're not trying to research bullets that can be fired, are you? He looked at Chu Feng and said, scientific research is a bottomless pit. The Federation invested billions of dollars and failed to succeed. And your family is not rich. Teacher, I'm just trying it, otherwise I'll always feel unwilling to give up. Chu Feng quickly interrupted the head teacher's sermon, asking him to continue, otherwise an entire afternoon would be wasted. He didn't mention that he had already made bullets that could fire. He didn't intend to tell anyone about this except Lu Rou. Well, even the Qiling who helps me make bullets can't do it. Is that so? The head teacher suddenly realized, if we just want to try it out, Class 7 does have a newly awakened manufacturing type spirit, but she has just awakened and is not yet proficient in her own functions. How about this? The head teacher thought for a moment. You go to Qingqing Vocational College and ask. There are definitely spirits there that can make bullets. The price may be a little higher, but the finished product will definitely be better than the spirit in Class 7. Xinjiang Vocational College? Xu Feng's mind moved. In this world, only the schools attended by combat contract masters were called universities, while those attended by life contract masters were called vocational colleges, and the duration of study was only 2.5 years. This is normal. After all, the accessory matching and evolution of life-type contracted spirits are far less complicated than those of weapon-type ones, and there is no need to cultivate combat intuition and tactical coordination with the contractor, so 2.5 years is enough. Thank you, teacher. Xu Feng bowed to the head teacher. He had been very good to his original body before, and now he didn't look down on him just because he had a contract with Lu Rou. It was only right that he be grateful to him. In the snack street next to Qingqing Vocational College, the smell of oil smoke and spices intertwined in the air, and the shouts of vendors rose one after another. Boss, give me a lobster cup noodle. Boss, give me some octopus balls. Boss, give me some pork belly and sauerkraut rolls. Boss, give me some taro and coconut paste. A young girl was wandering around the snack street, with a bag full of snacks hanging on her arm, a fried skewer in her mouth, and a cup of iced milk tea in her other hand. She took a sip with a satisfied look on her face. The girl's name is Lin Mumu, and she is a free spirit who is about to graduate from Qingqing Vocational College. The so-called free contracted spirits refer to those contracted spirits that have not signed a contract with a contractor. Unlike the weapon-type contracted spirits of the combat system, the life-type contracted spirits do not have such a strong desire to upgrade. Therefore, many people are not in a hurry to find a contractor after awakening. Instead, they first enter a vocational college to learn skills. After graduation, they put their information on the talent market and slowly select a suitable contractor. Of course, there are also some contracted spirits who choose not to find a contractor at all, but rely on renting themselves out to earn commissions and be completely self-reliant. However, because these contracted spirits do not have the spiritual power of a contractor, they can only do some low-level work and naturally do not earn much money. Lin Mumu took another bite of the fried skewers and thought happily, the snack street next to the school really saved my life. I still have 6 months to graduate, so I might as well enjoy life first. At this time, Lin Mumu walked to a new stall. The stall owner was selling cheese hot dogs. The crispy crust was wrapped with shredded cheese, and steam was rising from the hot dogs. Lin Mumu's eyes lit up, and when he was about to buy another one, a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Is that Lin Mumu? Ha! Lin Mumu turned around suddenly, with half a fried skewer still in his mouth, his cheeks bulging, like a frightened hamster. In front of her was a handsome young man, and beside him stood 3 extremely beautiful women. Hello, my name is Xu Feng, the young man introduced himself with a smile. Your mentor introduced me. Oh. Hello. Lin Mumu frantically tried to shake hands, but found herself with a snack bag in her left hand and a milk tea in her right, leaving her with no room to do so. She blinked, then suddenly had an idea. She bent down and gently nudged her head against Xu Feng's outstretched hand, nodding like a small animal instead of shaking hands. Hello. My name is Lin Mumu. Puff. Qipao Qiling finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Xu Feng was also stunned, and then laughed. Classmate Lin Mumu is indeed well-deserved. Chapter 19 Lu Rou's Rival. He had listened to his class teacher's advice and came to Qingqing Vocational College to look for a suitable contract spirit. When the school's instructor heard that a contractor had come to them, he immediately and enthusiastically piled all the information on manufacturing contract spirits in front of him. Looking at the hundreds of files in front of him, Xu Feng felt his scalp tingling. After hesitating for a moment, he simply asked the instructor directly, well, does your school have those kind of stupid, foolish, and not so poor family-based ones? Ability doesn't matter. Xu Feng felt that when choosing a manufacturing-type contract spirit, he must choose a loyal one. Smart contract spirits are cunning, so it is better to be a little dumber and not easily betrayed. Upon hearing this, the instructor's expression instantly became strange. After 2 seconds of silence, he silently pulled out a piece of information from the pile of files and muttered quietly, since you already have a candidate, why are you still asking me? Xu Feng? Ha? Have you heard of me? Lin Mumu raised her head and blinked in confusion. She was clearly a nobody in school, so how come she suddenly became infamous and famous? It's because I saw your information from your tutor. Seeing this, Xu Feng had to explain it again. So that's how it is. Lin Mumu took a big sip of milk tea and nodded, but the next second, something seemed to flash through her mind. Etc. Mentor, information, contractor, these keywords circled in Lin Mumu's mind, and suddenly with a ding sound they connected into a line. Her eyes widened suddenly, and then her face immediately turned red. What? I clearly said there's no need to rush. She muttered softly, her head drooping lower and lower, but her eyes glanced at Chu Feng quietly. Well, he is quite tall, has a handsome appearance, and seems to have a good temper. The tutor is quite reliable. Slurp. She unconsciously took another sip of milk tea. She just didn't know what this guy's ability was. She insisted on being a free spirit for so long, wasn't it just to find a reliable contractor? What if, eh? Something seems wrong. Lin Mumu's body stiffened, as if something suddenly occurred to him. If this guy was really the contractor that his mentor had introduced him to, then this scene would be just like the legendary dating live. Ah! I'm dying. Lin Mumu screamed silently in her heart. She didn't put on any makeup or wear nice clothes today, and the other party saw her mouth full of oil. She would definitely be mistaken for a foodie spirit. I hope this blind date is not going to go badly. Thinking of this, Lin Mumu quickly hid the snack bag behind him. Well. These are for my classmates. I don't usually eat so much. Chu Feng was a little confused when he heard this. Why was Lin Mumu's words so incoherent? But then he thought, this kind of simple-minded personality is exactly what he needs. Well, you are a life-type spirit, and you can make bullets, right? Chu Feng went straight to the point and asked what he needed most at the moment. Making bullets? Lin Mumu was stunned for a moment. Oops. It seemed like he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. Damn it, he couldn't let himself down on his first blind date, could he? Damn it. Think about it for me. Lin Mumu suddenly went into a shutdown state. From Chu Feng's perspective, after asking the question, Lin Mumu was like a robot that suddenly got stuck, with his eyes wide open and motionless. Chu Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead. What on earth did this instructor introduce to him? Fortunately, Lin Mumu was not hopeless after all. After a brief half-minute, she finally remembered her function. Yes, I can make bullets, any kind of bullets. In order to prevent Chu Feng from not believing her, she nodded seriously. Yes, I was born to make bullets. Chu Feng, Lu Ro, and the Cheongsam twins Qiling? Ahem. Chu Feng cleared his throat. In that case, let's find a place to try it out. If there is no problem, I can sign a contract with you immediately and pay you 3,000 yuan a month. Lin Mumu blinked. Are you not satisfied with the price? How about 4,000? Chu Feng felt a little guilty when looking at Lin Mumu. Logically speaking, the starting salary of a newly graduated life-related spirit contract should be 3,500 yuan. The reason why he quoted 3,000 was because the other party hadn't graduated yet. Lin Mumu remained silent? Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had met an expert. He quickly calculated in his mind that in addition to paying the other party's salary, he also had to buy materials. A monthly salary of 5,000 was the limit of what he could afford. Any more and he would not be able to afford it. Okay, I'll give you 5,000 a month. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, this is the highest price. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else. At the same time, Chu Feng cursed his damn mentor 1,000 times in his heart. How could this be some silly Qiling? He was clearly a hidden negotiation expert. But this is what Lin Mumu was thinking in his heart at this moment. Happiness comes so suddenly. How can there be a contractor who pays the spirits? I'm not dreaming. Generally speaking, after the contract is signed between the contractor and the contract spirit, the contractor will not give the contract spirit money. This is not to say that the contract spirit is treated harshly, but almost all the contractors spend their money on purchasing and upgrading the contract spirit accessories, leaving very little money, so there is no spare money for the contract spirit. But this man in front of me actually asked for 5,000 yuan a month. That's 5,000 yuan. How many skewers of octopus balls can I buy with that? Woohoo, the rest of my life has a plan. Teacher. You are my second parent. Just when Lin Mumu was immersed in joy, she suddenly heard Chu Feng say, if it doesn't work, go find someone else, and she immediately came to her senses. Hubby, I agree, don't look for anyone else. Chu Feng? After a long time of explanation, Lin Mumu finally realized that Chu Feng was not the person introduced to her by her mentor, but was planning to hire her for a job. Click. At this moment, Lin Mumu seemed to see strings of golden octopus balls with small wings flying away from her eyes, flying farther and farther away. Goodbye, my snack freedom. Goodbye, my dream of being a rich woman. So? Chu Feng interrupted her fantasy helplessly. Can you make bullets? Chapter 20 Abnormal Modification. Ah. Of course not. Lin Mumu came back to his senses and immediately puffed out his chest proudly. The instructor recommended me to you because I'm the best manufacturing spirit in the school. Chu Feng hesitated to speak. Forget it, let's try it first. The group came to Lu Ro's apartment. Lu Yin was lying on the bed reading comics. When he heard the door open, his little ears immediately pricked up in alertness. I'm really sorry. Chu Feng looked at Lu Ro awkwardly. The reason why he chose to come to Lu Ro's house was because he had no house. He had been living in the school dormitory for 3 years of high school. Of course, making bullets was not a good thing to do in the dormitory, so he could only come to Lu Ro's house. Is it necessary to say such polite words between you and me? Lu Ro shook her head slightly. She neatly helped everyone tidy up the living room and even thoughtfully made hot tea. After everything was settled, Lu Ying poked her furry little head out from the crack of the door, glanced at Chu Feng and the women around him, and suddenly called Lu Ro back to the bedroom. What's wrong? Lu Ro was a little confused. She saw Lu Ying standing on tiptoe and whispering a few words into Lu Ro's ear. Lu Ro's ears turned red instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ro pretended to hit her, but Lu Ying dodged nimbly. In the living room, Chu Feng took a deep breath and said, let's start. He looked focused, with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Making bullets is the top priority at the moment. As long as he succeeds, he will have the real power to protect himself. He gently placed his hand on Lin Mumu's shoulder. As a soft white light flashed, Lin Mumu's figure gradually faded and finally turned into a sophisticated instrument. At the same time, Lin Mumu's information emerged in Chu Feng's consciousness. D-level Chilling Precision Casting Workshop. Manufacturing Precision, F. Manufacturing Speed, F. Material Utilization Rate, F. Spiritual Power Compatibility, F. Awakening Skill, Abnormal Modification. Abnormal Modification, S-level skill. Every time you successfully create 100 identical items, the next item will definitely undergo a benign mutation. Chu Feng stared at Lin Mumu's attribute panel and felt a crow flying over his head. All 4-dimensional attributes are at the lowest level F. What kind of contract spirit can be so useless? Even the lowest level F-level contract spirit has at least one attribute at E level. Lin Mumu's attributes are simply textbook worthy. The only thing that comforted Chu Feng was the S-level skill. What a comfort! What Chu Feng needs now is a lot of bullets. A lot of them. As for whether or not it can mutate, that's just the icing on the cake. Moreover, with Lin Mumu's low 4-dimensional attributes, if he wanted to successfully manufacture 100 items, how much material would be wasted? The difficulty of manufacturing bullets separately is inherently more difficult than manufacturing them as a whole, and Lin Mumu is so stupid. Chu Feng could already imagine his miserable future. Alas, I have to use up the spirit contract I found myself even if I have to shed tears. Chu Feng looked at the casting table in front of him and sighed. It was impossible to change the person. The appearance of Lin Mumu made Chu Feng experience for the first time what it meant to have an absolutely trustworthy stranger. His sense of security was maxed out. I believe that even if Chu Feng loaded the gunpowder directly in front of her, she would not know what he was doing. As the start button was pressed, the display screen of the casting table lit up. What surprised Chu Feng was that Lin Mumu's operation was extremely simple, almost foolproof. Just fill in the drawing on the left side of the screen, set the parameters on the right side, and then press the Start Manufacturing button on the console to start production. It's quite humane. Mumu, what are the parameters of the brass bullet? Chu Feng filled in his design drawing in the area on the left and asked casually. Asking me? Isn't this something that you contractors should know? Lin Mumu's voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind, which made Chu Feng stunned. I haven't taken your class, so how would I know the parameters? Don't your teachers teach them? Chu Feng said unhappily. It seems like I've talked about it before, but I think it's something that contractors learn, so I didn't listen. Lin Mumu stuck out his tongue and sent an apologetic expression on the screen. Chu Feng, don't be angry, don't be angry. Xu Feng opened his phone and searched the internet. Fortunately, this kind of information was not confidential, and he could find a lot of it with just a simple search. Xu Feng found a basic item parameter table published by an apparently authoritative academy, found the column for brass bullets, and then entered the numbers on the screen according to the parameters on the table. Done. Xu Feng put the raw materials into the feed port on the left. The next second, the casting table started to operate and the indicator light on it began to flash continuously. About a minute later, with a crisp bang, a brass bullet fell out of the discharge port. Well, I'm not surprised at all. Xu Feng looked at the brass cylinder with spiral patterns in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He used the parameters of integral casting. First, he was worried that split casting would be too difficult and Lin Mumu would not be able to make it. Second, the parameters of the split bullets needed to be adjusted by himself, which was not available on the internet. At this moment, Xu Feng missed Zhang Changqing very much. The chief designer of Galaxy Group could draw a design and complete a set of parameters with just a few glances at the drawings, and then look at himself and Lin Mumu. Alas, there is still a long way to go, Xu Feng sighed. At this time, the casting table beeped twice and a line of words suddenly popped up on the display screen. Want to try again? I promise it'll be better this time. Xu Feng. Xu Feng spent the entire afternoon constantly manufacturing and adjusting parameters. The performance of each casting table is different, so the parameters also need to be slightly adjusted so that Qi Ling can better manufacture items. Because he had no spiritual power, Lin Mumu could only make 20 items a day. When the last bullet of the day was made, Lin Mumu immediately turned back into human form in a flash of white light, and then slumped on the sofa, looking like he had lost all desire to live. Ah, I'm so tired, you black-hearted boss. You actually made me make 20 bullets continuously without rest. This is exploiting child labor. Lin Mumu shouted while drinking the fruit tea handed to her by the Cheongsam sisters. Xu Feng did not reply, but looked at the brass bullet in his hand. At this moment, it finally had the shape of a bullet, but it was not smooth, and the overall diameter was also somewhat different. It seemed that if he wanted to get a complete brass bullet, he would have to adjust it for another 3 or 4 days. As for the split bullets, I'm afraid it will take another half a month to produce them. Chapter 21 College Entrance Examination Approaching. At this time, Xu Feng no longer expected to have enough ammunition. He only hoped to collect 100 bullets before the college entrance examination, so that he would be sure to shine in the examination room. After the college entrance examination, he will have a 2-month vacation. During this period, he can let Lin Mumu work at full speed, and by the time school comes, he will have enough bullets to squander. Master, please have some tea. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, and 2 Cheongsam-dressed spirits came over with a cup of steaming tea on the tray in their hands. By the way, what are your names? Xu Feng took the teacup and asked casually. My name is Leki, and I'm your younger sister. Qi Ling on the left bowed slightly, with a sweet smile on her round face. My name is Lu Yao, and I'm your elder sister. Qi Ling on the right said in a cold voice, with her pointed chin slightly raised. Xu Feng looked at them carefully and found that it was easy to tell them apart. Lu Qi was cuter, while Lu Yao was cooler and more beautiful. Speaking of which, what are your plans for the future? Xu Feng took a sip of tea and asked casually, I already have a contract spirit, so it's impossible for me to sign a contract with you. This was Xu Feng testing him. After all, the 2 sisters Lu Qi and Lu Yao were Wang Yang's contracted spirits. They were only staying by his side due to threats. If they had any ill intentions, they would sooner or later become a hidden danger. Unexpectedly, after Xu Feng finished speaking, Lu Yao and Lu Qi's faces turned pale in an instant, and they fell to their knees on the ground with a plop. Master! Lu Qi's voice was filled with tears. Wang Yang is dead. We are now ownerless spirits. You are our new master. Lu Yao tightly grasped the corner of Xu Feng's clothes. Please don't drive us away. In the eyes of sisters Lu Qi and Lu Yao, what kind of person is Wang Yang? A genius unrivaled among his peers. The successor cultivated by the Wang family of Beijing with all their might. But such a person was easily killed by Xu Feng, without even a hint of resistance. The whole process went smoothly and effortlessly. You have to know that Xu Feng is 1 level lower than Wang Yang. The 2 sisters Lu Qi and Lu Yao still remembered that before leaving, Wang Yang said that this mission was related to a mysterious place beyond the 4 major families, and the reason why he stole the chip was to obtain the qualification to join there. You know, Wang Yang's action was top secret. Even the Shiguan group cast a wide net and sent out all the law enforcement teams and legions, but they only found Wang Yang's trace after searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Chu Feng accurately grasped Wang Yang's route of action and easily took his life at the most critical moment. This is truly terrifying. How powerful a force must be to achieve this? Perhaps Chu Feng is the person from that mysterious place Wang Yang mentioned. Hold on. Such thighs must be held. As for why Chu Feng came to this small Qingqing and lived in such a simple place, that is easier to explain. Isn't that what is written in those Qi Ling novels? The hidden genius disguised himself as an ordinary person to play around in the world, cultivated a useless spirit in his shabby room, and finally amazed the whole audience. Chu Feng must be the same. The two sisters exchanged glances tacitly. Since Chu Feng was so enthusiastic about playing the role of an ordinary person, the two sisters naturally had to cooperate with the performance. When you fall in love with Chu Feng over time, will you still be afraid that Chu Feng will treat you badly? Chu Feng didn't know that the sisters Li Qi and Lu Yao had already imagined a big drama in their minds. He saw that the sisters' expressions did not seem to be fake. Although he didn't know the reason, he temporarily let down his guard and said, "You can stay if you want, but you must keep Wang Yang's matter to yourself. If any news leaks out." Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. "Then I will deal with you the same way I killed Wang Yang." I know, the two sisters Li Qi and Lu Yao replied weakly. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't bear to blame them too much, so he said softly, "Of course, as long as you are loyal to me, I will definitely give you the best accessories and upgrades in the future." Master is so nice. Upon hearing this, Li Qi immediately crawled into Chu Feng's arms like a clever cat, and wrapped her arms around his neck affectionately. "My sister and I are the best at following the rules. We have long forgotten what happened that day." "That's right." Lu Yao also came closer, pressed Chu Feng's head against her soft chest, and gently massaged his temples with her fingertips. "My sister and I met the master by chance after Wang Yang's death. The master was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see us sisters being bullied by outsiders, so he kindly took us in." So smart. Chu Feng felt the two soft bodies pressed against him, and sighed that the two sisters really knew how to tell hot from cold, and how to advance and retreat. However, Chu Feng knew in his heart that they had not signed a contract with him after all, so he could not treat them as confidants. But as maids, they were quite qualified to serve tea and water. "Okay, get up." Chu Feng enjoyed it for a while, then patted the two sisters gently, and they stood up obediently. Chu Feng also stood up and walked a few steps towards the bedroom. "Lu Ro, it's getting late. I'll take Li Qi and Lu Yao back first, and come to see you tomorrow." "Eh? Are you off work?" Lin Mumu, who was originally slumped on the sofa, jumped up immediately upon hearing this. Lu Ro heard Chu Feng shout and poked her head out of the bedroom. "Are you going home so early? Why don't you stay a little longer?" "No," Chu Feng shook his head. "After the college entrance examination, you will go to Donghai City with me. While there is still time, spend more time with your family." "Okay," Lu Ro nodded, then turned to look at the two sisters Lu Yao and Li Qi. "Please take good care of Chu Feng when I am not with him." Lu Ro meant that if Chu Feng encountered danger while she was away, the two of them would have to cooperate with Chu Feng in the battle, but when these words fell into the ears of Lu Yao and Li Qi, they had a different meaning. "Don't worry, mistress. We two sisters will definitely take good care of the master," Li Qi and Lu Yao said in unison. Lu Ro did not hear the ambiguity in the two people's words. Although she was a little confused, she nodded slightly. Time passed day by day. During the day, Chu Feng would repeatedly debug the manufacturing parameters with Lin Mumu at Lu Ro's house, and at night he would take Li Yao and Li Qi to various hotels. There was no way. Their identities were sensitive, so Chu Feng definitely couldn't take them to the dormitory, and Lu Ro's house was too small to accommodate them, so they could only go to a hotel. After all, you can't live in an internet cafe with two UR-level dual-wielding contract spirits, right? "Master, it's time to go." Lu Yao put the school uniform jacket on Chu Feng's shoulders, while Li Qi held a bag of bullets tightly. Lin Mumu finally produced a total of 100 split bullets yesterday, which made Chu Feng fully confident about the college entrance examination. Based on Lin Mumu's S-level skill abnormal modification, the 101st bullet also successfully mutated and was now strung by Chu Feng with a rope and hung on his chest. It was a pure white bullet. Unlike other bullets, this bullet actually had properties. Chapter 22 Big Crisis. Substitute bullet. When this bullet hits the target, the contractor will immediately swap positions with the opponent. I didn't expect that this silly girl would give me a surprise in the end. Chu Feng squatted down and gently put his coat on the sleeping Lin Mumu. There was still engine oil on the tip of the girl's nose, but a satisfied smile hung on the corner of her mouth, and she was holding a bag of uneaten potato chips tightly in her arms. This mutant bullet has no offensive power at all, but its tactical value is quite huge. This makes Chu Feng have a new assessment of Lin Mumu's value. If he has more such bullets in his hands, then no one in this world will be able to hurt him anymore. The college entrance examination venue is not in Xingqing City, but candidates need to gather at the school first and then take a special bus to the venue. At 8:10 in the morning, Chu Feng stepped into the campus on time. Unlike the usual bustling campus, the campus seemed particularly deserted today. There were only a few combat contract students waiting on the playground. All the teachers were present and were checking the list. This is normal. After all, life-type contract spirits do not need to take the college entrance examination. As long as they complete the registration, they can be directly admitted to vocational colleges. There is no need to take the exam as hard as the combat contract masters. As Chu Feng walked to the gathering point, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. "Hey, isn't this the genius Chu? He really came to take the college entrance examination?" Chu Feng turned around and saw Zhao Hu hugging Wang Yu and Wang Tao on his left and right, walking towards him in a swagger. The twin sisters who were once inseparable were now wearing the same couple's combat uniform as Zhao Hu. Wang Tao had a smug smile on her face, while Wang Yu had a look of disdain on her face. As soon as Zhao Hu's voice rang out, the eyes of the entire playground were focused on him. "Isn't that Chu Feng? Why is he here to take the college entrance examination? I heard that the one he contracted was Lu Rou, the life-type spirit." The crowd was whispering. The whole school knew that Chu Feng had a contract with Lu Rou. Everyone thought that Chu Feng had said he wanted to take the college entrance examination just to save face, but they didn't expect that he would actually dare to come today. That's quite courageous. What's the point of having courage? The actual college entrance exam test has a death target. If he had originally contracted with Wang Yu and Wang Tao. Chu Feng turned a deaf ear to these discussions and just glanced at Zhao Hu indifferently. He was no longer the poor student trapped in Xingcheng High School. Having witnessed the methods of the chief designer of the Galaxy Group and experienced the confrontation with the top families on the train, Chu Feng's vision has long surpassed this small town. In his eyes, the so-called richest man in Xingcheng, Zhao Hu's family, is nothing more than a nouveau riche. As for Wang Yu and Wang Tao? Chu Feng's gaze lingered on the twins for a moment. A rank dual wielding was indeed impressive, but compared to the sisters Lu Yao and Lu Qi, they were far behind in both appearance and attributes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the two sisters Lu Yao and Lu Qi did not come along today. Otherwise, with the quality of their UR-level dual-wielding spirit contracts, they would probably shock everyone. "Chu Feng? Why are you here?" The principal also noticed Chu Feng at this time, and his face was full of surprise. "Are you sure you want to take the college entrance examination? The actual combat test requires you to face real ferocious beasts. The one you contracted is a living spirit, and you have no ability to protect yourself at all." "Don't worry, Principal." Chu Feng smiled and patted his tactical vest, which was already full of bullets. "I am confident enough, you just wait for our school to produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination." "How shameless!" Zhao Hu sneered. "But you're right about one thing. Xingcheng High School will indeed produce a top student, but that person is me." Chu Feng didn't even bother to look at Zhao Hu. He yawned and then walked straight to the bus parked nearby. This level of provocation was nothing to him. When the college entrance examination results came out, he would naturally know how stupid and ignorant he was. Chu Feng. Zhao Hu was so angry that his face turned pale when he saw Chu Feng ignoring him. "Just wait. Don't let me see you in the exam room, or I'll make you pay for it." At 8:30, several buses carrying candidates slowly left Xingcheng High School and headed towards the examination hall. At the same time, in the suburbs of Shangjing. In the desolate wilderness, several men in black were carefully digging the soil. Soon, a rotten corpse was carried out. It was Wang Yang who had been missing for many days. The head of the Zhang family stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the corpse in front of him with cold eyes. "Have you found out?" he asked calmly. Behind him, a white-haired old man respectfully handed over a document. "Master, it has been confirmed that Wang Yang died within 1 minute after the signal was sent, that is, on the train." In addition to Wang Yang, a man named Chu Feng also disappeared on the train at the same time. The head of the Zhang family took the information handed over by the old man and frowned slightly. The young man in the information had a young face, but his eyes revealed a calmness far beyond his peers. "Why didn't you notice him at that time?" asked the head of the Zhang family. The old man immediately bent down, his tone terrified. "Please forgive me, Patriarch. At that time, the 13th law enforcement team clearly reported that the chip was in Wang Yang's possession, so we speculated that Wang Yang might have kidnapped Chu Feng and escaped. But unexpectedly, it was Wang Yang who died. I speculate that it is very likely that Chu Feng killed Wang Yang and took the chip. So where is this Chu Feng now? The head of the Zhang family tapped the information lightly with his fingers and asked. In Xincheng, the old man replied in a low voice, "Today is the day of the college entrance examination, he should be taking the exam." The college entrance exam. The Zhang family patriarch briefly calculated the time and then gave a cold order, seal the news. Don't tell the Wang family about Wang Yang's death yet. At the same time, arrange for Qingqing's men to intercept Chu Feng and make sure to confirm whether the chip is in his possession. Yes. The old man immediately took the order and left. The bus was driving smoothly on the road, and the car was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. The head teacher, Teacher Li, stood in the middle of the aisle, his eyes scanning every student. "Classmates," he said in a steady and powerful voice, "Teacher is very happy to see you standing here today. Being able to become a battle contract master, you have surpassed 90% of your peers in the world." He paused and continued, "There are 2,590 students in Qingqing High School this year, but only 221 of you will eventually become combat masters." A proud murmur echoed through the carriage. Although I have emphasized this many times during my time at school, Teacher Li pushed his glasses, but I still want to say it again. Becoming a combat contractor means that you have obtained the qualifications to go to college. The college entrance examination results only determine the level of school you can choose. Chapter 23, Entering the Examination Room. His tone became serious, "Therefore, please do what you can, make your own safety the top priority, and don't put yourself in danger in order to get higher scores." "I know, teacher." Zhao Wu leaned lazily on his seat, hugging Wang Tao and Wang Yu's shoulders. "It's just an F-level beast, there's nothing to be afraid of." Other students echoed this. "That's right, we are battle-packed masters." "Teacher, don't worry. We are not life-related contractors." The carriage suddenly erupted in laughter. The last sentence was obviously directed at Chu Feng. Lu Ro was so angry that her face turned red. She was about to stand up and argue, but was gently pulled back by Chu Feng. "Our target is Tsungkong Institute of Technology. Why bother with these mediocre people?" Chu Feng shook his head. Lu Ro bit her lip and finally sat back. "Very good, since you are so confident." Teacher Li looked around at everyone in the car and smiled. "Teacher will tell you a good news." He paused for 2 seconds, waiting until all the students pricked up their ears, before suddenly dropping a bombshell. "Our principal has set up special rewards for this college entrance examination. If you can get into a key university, the school will reward you with a C-level accessory. If you can get into the 4 top universities, the school will reward you with an A-level accessory. And if someone can win the top scorer." The carriage suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Teacher Li eagerly, expecting him to announce the reward. Teacher Li didn't waste any words and simply said loudly, "The school will reward you with a UR-level accessory." Fuck. Is this true? UR grade? Isn't that a legendary accessory? The whole carriage was instantly in an uproar. The students sitting by the window suddenly stood up and hit the window, and the students on the aisle also stood up from their seats excitedly. UR grade parts are extremely rare and simply don't circulate on the market. The highest grade parts sold are only a grade, priced between 4 million and 8 million. Our principal must be incredibly well connected to be able to get UR grade parts. The principal is absolutely crazy. This is too exaggerated. I bought an F-class accessory for 300 yuan. Discussions were surging, and the students were imagining themselves getting UR grade accessories. At this moment, Chu Feng raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Chu Feng, what do you want to ask?" Teacher Li looked at Chu Feng curiously, and the others also turned around, wanting to know what he could ask. "I just want to ask," Chu Feng paused before continuing, "can that UR grade accessory be used to equip firearms?" In an instant, the carriage fell silent. The classmate sitting next to Chu Feng opened his mouth wide, and even Teacher Li was visibly stunned. "Pfft, ha 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 ha. What is he thinking? He doesn't really think he can be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, does he? And you're asking if you can equip firearms. Who doesn't know that firearms are useless?" Even Zhao Hu smiled and shook his head, thinking that Chu Feng was probably crazy. Not only was he a loser taking the college entrance examination, but he was even thinking about UR-level accessories. It was really a pipe dream. The top scorer in the college entrance examination can only be yours. Of course you can. Teacher Lee adjusted his glasses helplessly, thinking that Chu Feng was a little whimsical, but he still patiently explained, accessories are not categorized, and all contract spirits can use them. You will learn the corresponding knowledge after you go to college. Now the teacher can only tell you one thing, this UR level accessory can be used for firearm contract spirits. Then I have no problem. Chu Feng nodded and leaned back in his seat. After driving for about an hour, the bus stopped in front of a dense forest on the outskirts of Qingqing City. The towering ancient trees blocked the sunlight, and only tiny spots of light fell on the ground through the branches and leaves. The area was surrounded by tall iron fences, and fully armed soldiers stood at the entrance. Everyone, get off the bus in order. The candidates walked out of the carriages one after another and lined up in neat rows in the open space. An officer with shining epaulets strode over, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone present. Welcome all candidates to the 7th entrance, he said in a sonorous and powerful voice. I am the security chief here, Feng Yong, a 5th-level combat master. It turns out to be a 5th-level battle contract master. This is a big shot you don't usually see. I don't know if I can reach level 5 in this lifetime. The examinees were whispering to each other when a few low roars of animals were heard from the depths of the woods, causing several timid students to shrink their necks unconsciously. There is still half an hour before the exam starts. Feng Yong raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Now let me review the exam rules. First, the exam will start on time at 10 a.m. and end on time at 10 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. Secondly, the exam involves hunting ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are divided into F-level and E-level. F-level beasts correspond to 1 3 points, and E-level beasts correspond to 6 10 points. Third, after killing the ferocious beast, you must cut off the skin with numbers printed on the inside of the beast's thigh as proof of the kill. As he spoke, he held up a sample leather patch with the number F107 clearly printed on it. Fourth, candidates are strictly prohibited from working in teams and must complete the hunt independently. Fifth, it is strictly forbidden to snatch other people's spoils. Violators will be immediately disqualified from the exam. Sixth, each person will wear a chest-mounted camera to monitor the entire examination process. He held up a button-sized device. Candidates are not allowed to deliberately cover the camera. If there is blood stain, it must be cleaned immediately. There are also hidden surveillance cameras in the examination room. Those who deliberately damage the equipment will be treated as cheaters. Seventh, once the candidate leaves the examination room, the examination will be deemed over, the points will be settled immediately and the candidate will not be allowed to enter the examination room again. Eighth, if the candidates encounter danger or want to leave the examination room for other reasons, they can directly press the distress button on the camera and we will organize a rescue. That's all for the exam rules. Candidates, do you have any questions? The candidates shook their heads in unison. These rules had been emphasized countless times by the head teacher, so they naturally had no questions. Okay. Feng Yong waved his hand. Now, everyone go to the tent on the right in order to collect equipment and the distribution map of ferocious beasts. Chu Feng followed the team to the equipment collection area and took the chest-mounted camera, the distribution map of ferocious beasts, the knife and the woven bag handed to him by the staff. The woven bag was used to hold the numbered skins. Chu Feng tried to pull it and found it was very sturdy. Chu Feng then fixed the chest-mounted camera and unfolded the distribution map of the ferocious beasts. The entire examination room is arranged in a circular shape, with a total of 40 entrances. Candidates from 94 high schools in Qingqing City will take the exam in the same examination room, but enter from different entrances. The distribution map clearly marks the level areas of the ferocious beasts from the outside to the inside. The outermost circle is F-level ferocious beasts such as iron-toothed rats and thorn rabbits, and the score is only 1 point. These are the most basic ferocious beasts. Even a newly awakened first-level combat contract master can easily deal with them with the cooperation of the contract spirit. Further in are ferocious beasts such as the steel-tailed marten and the firefox. Although they are also F-level, their points have increased to 2 or even 3 points. They also pose a considerable threat to the contractor. Close cooperation between the contract spirit and the combat contract master is required to hunt them safely. The most central area is the core area, which is marked in red on the map, indicating danger. There are some E-level beasts such as rock-armored wild boars and thunder lizards in it, and the beasts have begun to move freely and no longer have a fixed area. The strength of E-level beasts increases exponentially, and ordinary first-level combat masters basically find it difficult to compete with them. Only geniuses with top-level contract spirits and luxurious accessories dare to set foot in this area. Generally speaking, most candidates will choose to safely improve their scores in the peripheral exams. In 12 hours, excluding breaks, they can usually get 60 to 70 points. However, Chu Feng's target is the Sky Technology College among the 4 major colleges, so he naturally cannot hide on the periphery to score points. After all, he only has 100 bullets. If he only hunts 1-point beasts on the periphery, even if he uses up all the bullets, he will not be able to reach the admission line. In previous years, the admission scores for the 4 major universities were around 200 points, which meant that he had to focus on ferocious beasts with scores of 2 or above. Examinees enter. Half an hour passed quickly. Following the officer's instructions, the iron gate of the 7th entrance slowly opened, and more than 500 candidates entered the examination room one after another. In addition to the students of Qingcheng High School, there were also combat masters from 2 ordinary high schools. However, they could not compare with Qingcheng High School in terms of number and quality. After all, Qingcheng High School is one of the top 3 key high schools in Qingcheng City, and it was the absolute top university 4 or 5 years ago. It's just that the awakening of the spirit contracts in recent years has been somewhat unsatisfactory, so it has become a little lonely, but its foundation is still there. Zhao Hu was walking in the front of the team. He glanced back and saw Chu Feng's figure. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The college entrance examination rules seemed strict, but in fact there were many loopholes. For example, although the college entrance examination explicitly prohibits forming teams, if the previous candidate happens to injure a ferocious beast, and then feels that he is no match for it and quickly escapes, allowing the next candidate to accidentally take advantage of the opportunity, this is not considered a violation. Therefore, children from wealthy families often buy points in the college entrance examination, that is, they bribe their classmates in advance so that they only injure but not kill, so that their children can easily take advantage of the situation. Chapter 24 F-Class Ferocious Beast. Zhao Hu's father, Zhao Changhe, is the richest man in Qingcheng City. Don't underestimate the value of being the richest man in Qingcheng. There are 694 cities in the Federation, and Qingcheng City's GDP ranks 13th in the country. This shows Zhao Changhe's strength. Even in the Federation, he is not a small figure. Therefore, for this college entrance examination, Zhao Changhe had secretly bribed 200 students from Qingcheng High School, asking them to kill a ferocious beast each and leave it for Zhao Hu to pick up. For these students, it was just a matter of giving Zhao Hu a ferocious beast, which would not have a big impact on their scores. However, they could gain the favor of the richest man in Qingcheng and make a lot of money. Why not do it? Zhao Hu, with the help of these classmates, is guaranteed to get 200 points. In addition, he has contracted Wang Yu and Wang Tao, who also have impressive combat power. It is almost certain that he will be the top scorer in this college entrance examination. Chu Feng, Zhao Hu transformed Wang Yu and Wang Tao into moonblades and snorted coldly. I hope you won't be too surprised when you see my score. As the last candidate entered the examination room, the heavy iron gates slowly closed under the control of the soldiers. At the same time, in the monitoring room next to the examination room, dozens of huge electronic screens lit up at the same time, projecting the camera images on the chests of the candidates in the examination room in real time. In front of each large screen, there are several invigilators, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Click. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open, and a boy with dyed red hair and a lazy look walked in. Wow, you guys came quite early. He looked at the familiar figures in the room, a cynical smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Enrollment is a serious matter, so we naturally dare not delay it, said a young man with a crew cut, staring at the screen without turning his head. He stood straight like a pine tree, his dark green military uniform had not a single wrinkle, and he wore the school badge on his chest. The red-haired young man smiled and turned to look at the young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses on the other side. Did you find any good seedlings this time? The young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the frames of his glasses and said, I'm not sure if he is a good candidate, but I found an interesting candidate. Oh? The red-haired young man raised his eyebrows. For someone like you, Yilan, to call something interesting, it must be very special. Who is it? It's a life-related contractor named Chu Feng. The person who answered was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. He scratched his head and looked very honest, but his explosive muscles were definitely impossible to ignore. If you were hit by his punch, your brain would probably burst. A life-related contractor takes the college entrance examination? The red-haired young man was stunned at first, then the corner of his mouth slowly rose. That is indeed very interesting. In the examination room, many candidates dispersed after entering the forest. Chu Feng, holding a revolver, randomly chose a less traveled path to move forward. The outermost area was a safe zone with towering trees and overgrown weeds. Chu Feng walked for about half an hour before he encountered the first ferocious beast. It was a rabbit with a metallic luster all over its body, its eyes were blood red, and its back was covered with sharp barbs. It was the F-level ferocious beast, the thorn rabbit. Whoosh! The moment the thorn rabbit discovered Chu Feng, it kicked its hind legs and suddenly turned into a silver light and rushed towards him. Its speed was so fast that ordinary people could only see its afterimage. Unfortunately, he was facing Chu Feng. After signing a contract with Lu Rou and gaining a +2 increase in all attributes, Chu Feng's strength had completely surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Therefore, even though the thorn rabbit was very fast, it was still mediocre in Chu Feng's eyes. Swish! Chu Feng just slightly turned sideways, and the thorn rabbit brushed past the corner of his clothes without causing any harm to him. Well done! Lu Rou's voice rang in Chu Feng's mind, with some excitement. This was her first time facing a ferocious beast, so there was a hint of nervousness in her emotions. Although she had confronted Wang Yang, who was more powerful than a ferocious beast, before, Chu Feng's attack was a sneak attack, and she had no time to react at all. Click! The thorn rabbit had just landed on the ground and turned around, wanting to pounce on Chu Feng again, but unfortunately, Chu Feng would not give him this opportunity. Go! Chu Feng kicked the rabbit's buttocks accurately. The thorn rabbit immediately turned into a silver meteor and drew a big arc in the air. A few dozen meters away, a candidate was walking cautiously when he suddenly heard a bang. He looked closely and saw a thorn rabbit fell in front of his feet and was twitching continuously. WH. What's going on? The examinee stared at the defenseless rabbit in front of him with wide eyes, then looked around, his mouth opening wider and wider. Could it be that old man at home secretly bought points without my knowledge? Chu Feng moved quickly through the dense forest, completely unaware of the candidate behind him who had taken advantage. Even if he knew, he would not care. His target was the E-level beasts in the core red zone that were worth 10 points. Naturally, he looked down upon the thorn rabbit that was only worth 1 point. As he went deeper, the surrounding trees became taller and denser, and the tangled vines would entangle Chu Feng's feet from time to time. What was more troublesome was that the frequency of the appearance of ferocious beasts increased significantly, and a faint fishy smell began to fill the air. This should be the limit area for ordinary candidates. Chu Feng glanced around and found many remains of killed ferocious beasts. Most candidates would choose to hunt ferocious beasts worth 2-3 points here, which can ensure safety and obtain good points. Hiss! At this moment, 3 fiery red figures suddenly jumped out of the bushes in front and surrounded Chu Feng in a triangle formation. They were F-level beasts, firefoxes, worth 3 points. They are much stronger than thorn rabbits and live in groups, often 3 or 4 of them act together, making them very difficult to deal with. Damn it, how did I get entangled by them? Chu Feng sighed inwardly at his bad luck and suppressed the urge to draw his gun. He had limited bullets and there was no need to waste them on the 3-point ferocious beasts. He had better find a way to shake them off and go directly into the red core area. The 3 fiery red figures paused for only a moment before attacking Chu Feng. Their figures crisscrossed and shuttled through the dense forest. Their sharp claws had extremely high temperatures, and any tree they stepped on would immediately have a scorch mark on its surface. Swoosh! The first firefox attacked, and Chu Feng rolled sideways to avoid its claws. At this time, the second firefox took advantage of the situation and jumped high. Chu Feng raised his leg and swept it across, and kicked its soft abdomen hard with his military boots. The firefox wailed and flew several meters away, but twisted its body in mid-air to adjust its posture and landed lightly. The third firefox took advantage of Chu Feng's inconvenience in moving and came behind him. It jumped down from the tree and its sharp claws went straight to Chu Feng's neck. Chapter 25 Red Zone. Feeling the sound of the wind behind him, Chu Feng suddenly lowered his head. The firefox's claws immediately embedded into the tree trunk. Chu Feng made a quick decision, slid under a dead tree, grabbed a handful of soil, and threw it backwards to block the sight of the 3 firefoxes. Now! Taking advantage of the moment when the 3 firefoxes' vision was blocked, Chu Feng rushed towards the core area like an arrow. Angry roars came from behind him, and the 3 firefoxes followed closely. Chu Feng kept running, dodging the attacks of the firefoxes, and as they continued to roar, 5, 7, 10 more and more firefoxes were summoned by the alarm sounds of their companions. A huge firefox suddenly jumped out from the bushes on the right. Chu Feng turned quickly to avoid it, but ran into another ambush circle. Its sharp claws scratched his clothes and the shoulder strap of his tactical backpack broke. Damn it! Chu Feng caught the falling backpack with one hand and rolled forward. Not far ahead, a stream appeared. The stream was not big, but it clearly divided the forest. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and jumped directly into the stream and ran towards the other side. The stream water covered Chu Feng's ankles, bringing a cold and stinging sensation. Dozens of firefoxes chased him to the stream and wandered anxiously on the shore, but they never dared to step into the stream. Call! Chu Feng sat slumped on the other side of the stream, his chest heaving violently. Even though the physical fitness of a contractor was far superior to that of an ordinary person, being chased by dozens of firefoxes for nearly half an hour was still a bit too much for him. He looked down at his wet pants and shoes and frowned. Wearing wet clothes to enter the core area would not only make it difficult to move, but would also easily leave traces and be tracked by some ferocious beasts with a keen sense of smell. Oh, what a hassle! Chu Feng took off his shoes and trousers quickly, broke off a thick branch and stuck it into the soil, then hung the clothes on it to dry. The wind was strong by the stream, so they should dry quickly. The group of firefoxes on the other side of the river were still wandering around anxiously, making squeaking sounds, but they still didn't dare to cross the stream. This stream was the dividing line of the examination room. After crossing the stream, it was the red core area where E-level beasts were rampant, so the firefoxes didn't dare to come over. After a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, the group of firefoxes finally dispersed unwillingly, and the dense forest returned to silence. Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out the marching rations from his tactical backpack, which he had collected in the tent before. After all, it was too cruel to let a group of students solve the food problem on their own in a forest where ferocious beasts were rampant. He took out a small knife for cutting animal hides and deftly pried open 2 cans of food, one containing beef and the other fish. He then took out a box of self-heating rice, poured water on it, and waited quietly for the steam to rise. At the same time, a fierce quarrel was going on in the monitoring room. Too risky. Absolutely too risky. An invigilator slammed his desk and stood up, his face flushed. When he was besieged by the swarm of firefoxes just now, we should have forced his rescue. How could a life-related contractor like him possibly fight against dozens of firefoxes? But he didn't press the distress button. Another invigilator dressed as an officer retorted coldly, according to the examination room rules, we cannot interfere unless the candidate actively asks for help. But those were dozens of firefoxes. He almost died. The invigilator pointed at the replay of Chu Feng's panicked escape on the screen, his voice trembling. If he hadn't managed to escape into the red zone, we'd be looking at a dead body now. Candidates must be responsible for their own choices. The officer refused to give in. Rules are rules. Damn it! The invigilator slammed his fist on the control console, looking at the surveillance footage of Chu Feng with a puzzled look. What on earth is he trying to do? Why didn't he call for help? The red zone will only become more dangerous. An encounter with an E-level beast could kill him. Hey, Yilon, what do you think he is going to do? At this moment, the red-haired young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the young man with gold-rimmed glasses next to him. Not really sure. Yilon pushed his glasses, and the screen just showed the image of Chu Feng leisurely eating self-heating rice, although I don't know his purpose, but he gives me the feeling that he seems to be confident. A life-related contractor. The young man in military uniform muttered to himself, where does he get the confidence from? Could he be trying to hunt down an E-rank beast? The burly man standing nearby suddenly interrupted. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, he scratched his head and said naively, he has demonstrated his ability to easily deal with the thorn rabbit, but he doesn't stop there to score points. Instead, he keeps going deeper. He must have a bigger plan. An E-class beast? The red-haired young man retracted his gaze, looked at Chu Feng on the screen, and laughed. I'm a little interested in him now. A life-related contractor can actually reach this point. It seems that he is very suitable for your Xingyue Combat Academy. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't know that the monitoring room had been in an uproar because of him. He leisurely finished the last mouthful of rice, then clicked on his watch to check the real-time ranking. This watch is also distributed at the equipment collection point. It cannot accurately display the ranking. It is just a rough statistics based on the hunting situation of the candidates in the surveillance video. The accurate ranking will have to wait until the end of the college entrance examination, and will be based on the numbered skins brought back by the candidates. However, it is enough to roughly observe one's own condition. There are a total of 19,423 candidates taking the college entrance examination in Qingqing City this time. Excluding the candidates who were scared away outside the examination room because they were not adapted to the battle and the candidates who left the examination room due to various accidents, there are currently 16,422 people left in the examination room. These candidates all received some points, and Zhao Wu, who ranked first, even received an exaggerated 90 points. You know, it has only just started for less than 2 hours. If the points are earned at this rate, this year's Qingqing number 1 will probably be Zhao Wu. Xu Feng swiped his watch a few times and checked his information. Xu Feng, 0 points, ranked 16,422nd. Well, last one. Xu Feng chuckled. He was not surprised by this result at all. After all, he was running for his life for the past 2 hours and did not hunt any ferocious beasts. For the candidates who were able to stay, after overcoming their fear of ferocious beasts, it became easy to gain points. He stood up and brushed off the grass clippings on his pants. The clothes hanging out to dry were almost dry. He put on his shoes and pants neatly and buried the empty can in the soil. The trees in the red area are taller than those on the other side, and their branches and leaves are intertwined to form an impenetrable dome. The bushes on the ground are lush. If some ferocious beasts hide in them, they will be difficult to be discovered, so candidates must always be vigilant. Chapter 26: A New Era. Xu Feng fastened the tactical backpack again and put it on his back, while Lu Rou transformed back into a revolver. Is it about to begin, Xu Feng? Lu Rou's voice rang in Xu Feng's mind. For the past month, she had been holding her breath in her heart. Ever since she awakened as a revolver, she had been constantly being ridiculed and abused. Waste, garbage, decoration. The harsh voice burned her dignity day and night. The school beauty who was once the center of attention has become a laughingstock. Only Xu Feng extended a helping hand to her on the awakening platform and told her that she is not a waste. And now, Xu Feng is finally going to take action. Lu Rou can't help but feel excited. After all, what else can prove herself better than killing monsters and winning the top score in the college entrance examination? Yes, it's about to begin. Xu Feng raised his head and looked at the dark forest in front of him. The scent of green grass mixed with the stench of some kind of beast. The spiritual power in Xu Feng's body surged, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Are you ready, Lu Rou? Ready. Hearing the answer in his mind, a smile gradually appeared on Xu Feng's lips. He took a step forward, and the sole of his boot crushed a dead branch. The breaking sound startled the sparrows on the treetops in the distance, and they flapped their wings and flew away. Xu Feng raised his revolver and pointed the muzzle at the forest in front. Our era has begun. Put. How can this person be so pretentious? In the monitoring room, the red-haired young man spat a mouthful of water directly onto the screen. He wiped the corner of his mouth carelessly, widened his eyes, pointed at the screen and said to Yilan, his era has begun. What era? The era of pretentiousness? Interesting. He seems to really intend to use that revolver as his main weapon. Yilan ignored the red-haired young man's exaggerated reaction. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were fixed on Xu Feng, who was constantly moving around on the screen. What an interesting guy. I don't think so. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. The red-haired young man turned around and found that the person speaking was a thin young man he had never seen before. The other party was wearing an ordinary inspector's uniform, and his pale face was flushed with a sickly color. Who are you? The red-haired young man tilted his head, his tone frivolous, but his eyes had turned cold. The red-haired young man is named Li Yan, a senior student at Sunkone Institute of Technology. Yilan, who wears gold-rimmed glasses, is from Tiangong Evolution Institute. The man in military uniform and the big guy are from the Federal Military Academy and Xingyun Combat Academy respectively. The 4 major colleges are high and mighty, and no outsider has ever dared to interrupt their students when they are talking. This skinny young man who appeared out of nowhere is really courageous. Shinemo, Kyoto United College. The thin young man coughed and smiled, but the smile looked a little sinister. So you are from the capital, no wonder you were so arrogant, Li Yan sneered and said sarcastically. Kyoto United College is a monster formed by the merger of several top universities in Beijing. With its strong financial resources, it has risen rapidly in recent years and has the momentum to challenge the status of the 4 major colleges. However, some students from the 4 major colleges look down on students from Kyoto United College. The reason is that Kyoto United College does not consider ability when recruiting students, but only considers wealth. I'm not worthy of your arrogance. Shinemo took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, it's just that in this world, a genius may become a waste, but a waste can never become a genius. He glanced at Chufeng, who was walking forward with a gun on the screen. He is just a clown who is seeking attention. You are praising him too much. Oh? Li Yan raised his eyebrows. So, you don't think highly of him? Of course. Shinemo slowly folded his handkerchief and put it in his pocket. I think the one ranked first, Zhao Wu, is good. How can a rich kid who paid for points be considered good? Li Yan was a little disdainful. Zhao Wu's little tricks could not be hidden from everyone, but because they did not violate the rules, no one exposed them. You can't say that. After all, money is also a kind of strength. Shinemo raised his head and coughed twice. With money, you can obtain high-level contract spirits, buy top-level accessories, and design the best evolutionary route. In this world, the strong will always be strong. I'm not interested in your theories. Li Yan interrupted Shinemo, turned his head and looked at Shinemo. How about, let's take a gamble? Oh? How do we bet? Shinemo was silent for a moment and then spoke. He has no interest in gambling, but is very interested in suppressing students from the 4 major colleges. Let's bet that Chufeng will never be as useless as he appears to be. Li Yan stared at Shinemo and said slowly. That's meaningless. Shinemo coughed a few more times, a cold smile appearing on his pale face. Why don't we bet bigger and bet on who will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? He narrowed his eyes. Since you are optimistic about Chufeng, then I will bet on Zhao Wu. How about it? The monitoring room suddenly became quiet. Even the man in military uniform who had been silent all this time looked at him in surprise. Everyone knew that Zhao Wu had bought points and was almost certain to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chufeng was a life-type spirit contract and still had 0 points. What could he use to compete with Zhao Wu? Even if Chufeng's contract was with a weapon-type spirit and he was a top genius, it was still no match for the concerted efforts of his 200 classmates. Okay. I bet. To everyone's surprise, Li Yan accepted Shinmo's bet without hesitation after hearing it. Shinemo smiled, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Li Yan turned his head and looked at Chufeng on the screen. He was actually not sure, but his intuition told him that Chufeng was definitely not as simple as he seemed. His eyes were so calm. From beginning to end, he had the composure of a person who was in control of everything. Li Yan believed that anyone who dared to remain so calm in the territory of an E-level ferocious beast would definitely not be a self-righteous reckless man. He must have something to rely on. Deep in the examination room, Chufeng walked slowly forward with a gun in hand. Suddenly, the bushes in front of him shook violently, and a 2-meter-tall rock-armored wild boar broke out of the bushes. It was covered with a rock-like shell, its fangs gleamed coldly, and its red eyes were fixed on Chufeng. Oh no! It's the E-rank beast, the rock-armored boar. In the monitoring room, the invigilator stood up suddenly, his face pale. This ferocious beast had amazing defense, and ordinary weapons could hardly break through it. Its only 2 weaknesses were its eyes and anus. Even an experienced combat contract master would need to deal with it for a long time before hunting it down. Chufeng, a novice who had contracted a life-type contract spirit, was simply courting death when facing this monster alone. Do you want to save your bet? Shinemo saw Chufeng standing there motionless in the picture, as if he was scared silly. He couldn't help but smile and looked at Li Yan. Don't worry, my conditions will not be too harsh. Chapter 27, Killing Spree. No, I believe him. Li Yan looked at Chufeng's focused eyes through the hidden camera in the dense forest. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. He seems confident. You must be joking. The invigilator slammed his hands on the table in frustration. That's an E-rank beast. Everyone in the room shook their heads, thinking that Li Yan was just holding on for the sake of face. Only Li Yan himself was certain that Chufeng was sure to win. The rock-armored wild boar was getting closer and closer to Chufeng. Every step it took made the fallen leaves on the ground tremble. Lu Ro's heart was pounding. Chufeng held his breath and kept adjusting the trajectory of the revolver he raised. The effective range of the revolver is 50 meters, but Chufeng only has 100 bullets, so he has to use them sparingly. The rock boar's weaknesses are its eyes and anus. As long as we can hit these 2 places, the power of a revolver is enough to kill it in one shot. Chufeng's breathing gradually became smoother, and he entered a strange state of concentration. The rock boar was getting closer and closer in the field of vision, its hard skin glowing coldly in the sunlight. In its eyes, the humans in front of it were not dangerous, but just a delicious dinner. Closer. Closer. Less than 1 meter away from Chu Feng, the rock boar suddenly exerted force with its thick hind legs, and its body weighing nearly a ton flew into the air, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Chu Feng. Now! Chu Feng's eyes fixed, and he pulled the trigger at the same time as the rock-armored wild boar jumped up. The rock-armored wild boar could not change direction in the air, so this shot was sure to hit. Bang! A gunshot! The rock-armored wild boar fell straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the monitoring room, people looked at the blocked screen and shook their heads and sighed. Under that level of impact, Chu Feng could not be alive anymore. What? I just said he was a clown who was seeking attention. Shenemo smiled sinisterly and shook his head. You lost this bet. Li Yin did not answer, but stared at the screen motionlessly. Gradually, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the obscured camera became clear again. The rock-armored wild boar, which had been so majestic just now lay motionless on the ground, and next to it stood a young man holding a gun. In good condition. Chu Feng gently blew away the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle, then shook his wrist, and the magazine was ejected, and a shell with green smoke fell to the ground with a clang. Chu Feng skillfully loaded a new bullet. In the dense forest full of dangers, he had to keep the 7 bullets in the revolver full at all times, so that when he encountered sudden danger, he would not be overwhelmed by changing bullets. 6 points. 6 points. Lu Ro's excited voice sounded in his mind. She was talking about the college entrance examination scores. At this moment, Chu Feng's points had changed from 0 points to 6 points, and his ranking had also risen from 15,422nd to 13,977th. Don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. Chu Feng smiled, squatted down, took out a small knife specially used for cutting skin, and with just a light stroke, he cut off the hard skin on the hind legs of the rock boar. E6422. Chu Feng picked up the hard cover and looked at the number on it. It was easy to understand. E represents the level, 6 is the score, and 422 is the number of this ferocious beast. Let's go. After reading it, Chu Feng casually threw the blood-stained numbered skin into the woven bag. The score of the rock boar was only 6 points. Even if he used up all his bullets, he could only get 600 points. This score is enough to get into the top 4 universities, but Chu Feng wants more than just admission. He wants to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and not just the top scorer in Qingqing City, but the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. This world is different from Blue Star. The college entrance examination is a national unified examination, and the points obtained are eventually included in the national ranking. However, 2 years ago, a child from a wealthy family bought points and finally got 713 points, breaking the record of all previous college entrance examinations. If Chu Feng wants to compete for the top spot in the national college entrance examination, he must consider the situation where children from wealthy families buy points. Time passed bit by bit, and Chu Feng's points increased rapidly and steadily. 28, 64 points, 114 points. As the sky darkened, the forest became more dangerous than usual. Chu Feng pushed aside a clump of weeds half a man's height and suddenly stopped in his tracks. In front, 5 pairs of dark green pupils lit up one by one in the darkness. They were the swift shadow wolves. The swift shadow wolf is not large in size, but has smooth muscle lines and long limbs. Its fur is almost pitch black and can blend perfectly into the night. In the Ferocious Beast Atlas, the Swift Shadow Wolf is an E-level ferocious beast with a score of 10 points. Very fast. Chu Feng raised his pistol and slowly held his breath. This ferocious beast was extremely unfriendly to him. Gunmen have high attack and low defense, and they are most afraid of assassin-type enemies that come close to them at high speed, especially in the dark night with limited vision. The accuracy of bullets will be greatly reduced. If he was attacked by 5 swift shadow wolves at the same time, no matter how accurate his shooting skills were, he would still be injured. We must find a way to 1v1. Chu Feng glanced around, then fixed his eyes on a giant tree on the left with thick branches and dense crown. If he could climb up, he might be able to occupy the high ground and limit the siege of the wolves, but just as he turned sideways and was about to move towards the giant tree. Sand. There was a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Chu Feng turned around suddenly and found that 4 swift shadow wolves had circled behind him without him knowing when. Attacked from both sides, the retreat is cut off. No, we must not let them form an encirclement. Seeing this, Xu Feng's eyes fixed and he immediately took action. He pulled the trigger and with a bang, a swift wolf in front fell down. Ouch! The gunshot seemed to be a clarion call for an attack. The remaining 8 swift wolves immediately pounced on Xu Feng. The one running in the front was a male wolf with a scar on his forehead. The moment it approached Xu Feng, it jumped high. Xu Feng moved to the left and dodged the swift shadow wolf's attack while shooting it in the waist. When the swift shadow wolf landed on the ground, it was breathing out more than breathing in. Another swift shadow wolf took advantage of the gap when Xu Feng was dodging and suddenly attacked from behind. Xu Feng was unable to dodge and it scratched his tactical uniform, causing a burning pain in his back. Xu Feng endured the pain and took advantage of the swift shadow wolf lying on his back to lean against the tree trunk. The swift shadow wolf on his back was immediately squeezed by a huge force and saw stars. Xu Feng took this opportunity to insert the revolver in his hand directly into the swift shadow wolf's mouth, and with a bang, it made its brain burst. The other 3 swift shadow wolves also surrounded him at this time. Xu Feng had no way to retreat. The moment the swift shadow wolves pounced on him, he immediately jumped up on the spot, grabbed the tree trunk with one arm, and aimed his revolver downwards. Bang, bang, bang. 3 swift shadow wolves fell to the ground, and blood flowers bloomed between their eyebrows. Chapter 28 Exam Room Rescue. The remaining swift shadow wolves immediately changed positions, kicked the ground, and pounced towards Xu Feng who was hanging on the tree. At this time, Xu Feng's old strength was gone and his new strength had not yet been generated. Without even having time to think, Xu Feng let go and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Then he raised his hand and fired a shot, killing a swift shadow wolf. There are still 2 left. Xu Feng's gun was out of bullets. He quickly threw away the magazine and then took out a moon clip from his tactical belt. The moon clip is a quick loader for revolvers, which can load 7 bullets in an instant. However, due to the inconvenience of carrying, Xu Feng only brought a few of them for emergency use in emergencies. Crack! The bullets returned to their positions, and Xu Feng swung his revolver, killing the last 2 swift shadow wolves the moment they landed on the ground. Phew, that was a close call. Xu Feng looked at the 2 motionless swift shadow wolves lying on the ground, breathing heavily. The battle just now seemed easy, but in fact, if he took a wrong step, Xu Feng would end up dead. But fortunately, the harvest is also huge. Xu Feng raised his hand and looked at his ranking. After killing these 9 swift shadow wolves, his points have reached 820 points, ranking first, 380 points ahead of Zhao Hu who was in second place. The night deepened and the temperature in the forest dropped sharply. Xu Feng quickly checked his ammunition. He only had 10 bullets left, so it was not convenient for him to continue hunting the beasts because he had to leave some bullets on the way to evacuate in case of more dangerous attacks. I looked up at my watch. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were only 2 hours left before the end of the college entrance examination. At this time, most people had already started moving to the outskirts of the forest. No one wanted to continue taking risks in the dark. Actually, you can choose to call for help. Lu Rou's voice sounded softly in his mind, and Xu Feng was slightly startled. Press the call for help button and the invigilator will come to rescue you, Lu Rou continued, and leaving the examination room in this way will not invalidate your college entrance examination results. Is there such a tricky way? Xu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Rou, who usually looked docile and timid, could come up with such a prudent suggestion at the critical moment. I say, are you addicted to killing? He couldn't help but teased. What? No, no. Lu Rou's voice suddenly became flustered. The huge transformation from a useless spirit contract to a killing weapon made Lu Rou a little immersed in it. At this time, Xu Feng touched her heart, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Xu Feng chuckled, then shook his head and reached out to press the call button on the camera. Ding ding ding. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the monitoring room, and a red distress signal flashed on the central screen. The examiners in charge of monitoring instantly tensed up their nerves and quickly called up the real-time footage of the signal source. However, when they saw the face of the person calling for help, the tension on everyone's face instantly froze, replaced by a kind of speechless and helpless feeling. This kid is quite lazy. Yilan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at Xu Feng who was slowly cutting the swift wolf's skin on the screen, and shook his head helplessly. This guy doesn't look like he needs help at all. Throughout the afternoon, Xu Feng's emotional fluctuations in the monitoring room were more exciting than a roller coaster. From the initial impossible. Firearms are generally recognized as life-type contract spirits, there is no way they can kill ferocious beasts, to the later, holy crap. He killed another E-level ferocious beast alone. One-shot kill, all of them, are firearm-type contract spirits really that powerful, and now alright, whatever, I'd still believe him even if he blew up the exam room right now. Numb, really numb. In the monitoring room, a group of experienced examiners looked at each other, and they could see the same shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They could swear that in all these years of teaching, they had never seen such an outrageous college entrance examination scene. A gun girl who was regarded as a useless contract spirit by everyone, paired with a contract master from a poor family with no background, actually staged a one-sided massacre in the examination room. 820 points. This number tops the standings, nearly 400 points higher than the second-place finisher. Forget this year's top scorer, even if you look through all the previous college entrance exam records, you won't find another score this outrageous. This kid, how did he do it? An examiner muttered to himself. But according to the rules, they can't ask anything or say anything now. Everything will be revealed after Chu Feng walks out of the examination room. However, at this moment, all the examiners had a common thought in their minds. Xingqing High School. I'm afraid a monster will appear this time. Just as the invigilator was about to bring Chu Feng back, a man in a windbreaker appeared silently outside the examination room. He seemed to be familiar with the surveillance points in the examination room. None of the surveillance cameras captured his figure, but he slipped into the examination room like a wisp of smoke. Chu Feng. I don't know why the patriarch cares about such a little guy, but since it is the patriarch's order, I just need to take him back. The man in the windbreaker had a clear goal, and his route was pointing directly in the direction of Chu Feng, and on his chest under his windbreaker, there was a star brooch. That is, the symbol of a 6th-level battle contract master. On the other side, after pressing the distress button, Chu Feng waited for rescue on the spot. After a whole day of fighting, his physical strength had already reached its limit, his muscles were sore, and the wrist holding the gun was slightly numb. The rescue teacher will arrive within 3 minutes, and he must hurry to harvest the spoils during this period. There's only one left. Chu Feng held the knife and slowly walked towards the swift shadow wolf he had killed first. He cut off the numbered skin on its hind legs and threw it into the bulging woven bag. The bag was now filled with evidence of various ferocious beasts, and it was so heavy that it was almost bursting. Done. Chu Feng clapped his hands and was about to get up. Rustle. The bushes on the right suddenly shook violently. Chu Feng's eyes fixed, his body tensed instantly, and his right hand raised the muzzle of the gun like lightning, pointing directly at the source of the sound in the bushes. Huff, 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 should it be safe here? I saw a disheveled figure pushing aside the grass, panting and staggering out. However, when he looked up and saw Chu Feng in front of him, his expression froze instantly. Why is it you? The man who came was Zhao Hu. His combat uniform was in disarray and covered in blood. By bribing his classmates, he easily collected 240 points. However, those classmates did not dare to step into the red area and only dared to hunt ferocious beasts on the periphery. Chapter 29 6th Level Battle Master. Zhao Hu didn't care. He contracted Wang Yu and Wang Tao, a pair of dual-wielding moonblades with S-level potential. In addition, his family spent a huge amount of money to buy them S-level accessories. Therefore, even in the core dangerous area of the examination hall, Zhao Hu was confident that he could turn it into a hunting game. Unfortunately, actual combat was not as simple as he thought. He could still deal with the 6-point beast at the beginning, but when it came to the 8-point beast, he found it a little difficult, and when it came to the 10-point beast, he had no choice but to escape. In a panic, he ran into the depths of the dense forest. But why did Chu Feng appear here? A poor boy who had contracted a useless gun, a last-place student who should have been surviving on the edge of the examination room, was now standing deep in the red zone, holding a harmless revolver in his hand. Moreover, the muzzle of the gun was pointed right at his eyebrows. I say, you're not going to kill me with that useless gun, are you? Zhao Hu looked at Chu Feng raising his gun and sneered. Since Chu Feng, a recognized waste, could stay here safely, it meant that there was no danger in this area at all. With a thought, Wang Yu and Wang Tao in his hands immediately transformed into human forms and stood beside him. People can be ignorant but not stupid. After Chu Feng saw that the person coming was Zhao Hu, he slowly put away his pistol, but still asked Lu Ro to keep the gun in his hand. The dense forest was full of dangers, and staying vigilant was the most basic way to survive. How shameless! Zhao Hu shrugged off Chu Feng's words. He sat down on the ground, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and took a few sips. The college entrance examination is almost over. How many points did you and your useless spirit contract have? It's not still 0, right? He remembered clearly that 2 hours after the exam started, he specifically checked Chu Feng's name, and the result showed that Chu Feng's score was 0, ranking last. Before, he thought that Chu Feng had some hidden tricks to dare to take the college entrance examination, and he was a little worried. But after seeing this score, he was completely relieved. A waste is a waste, and it will never be possible for him to make waves. So he never paid attention to the rankings again, and naturally he didn't know that Chu Feng was already at the top of the list with a terrifying score of 820 points. Maybe. Chu Feng had no intention of arguing with Zhao Hu. Instead, he looked around vigilantly. Since Zhao Hu had fled here, there was no guarantee that there would not be ferocious beasts chasing him. In this final stage of the college entrance examination, Chu Feng did not want to capsize in the gutter. If you ask me, a poor bastard like you shouldn't even take the college entrance exam. You're just wasting a spot. Zhao Hu thought Chu Feng was scared and became even more arrogant. Now look, when the results are announced, the whole school will know that you, Chu Feng, are a complete loser. Chu Feng ignored Zhao Hu and looked at the time. The rescue message had been sent for a minute and the invigilator should be arriving soon. Zhao Hu saw Chu Feng's calm look and his eyes became sinister. Okay, very good. How dare you ignore me? I'll see how many points you got and see if you can still pretend. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and raised his wrist to turn on the screen. Chu Feng's information was clearly displayed on the leaderboard. First place, Chu Feng, with 820 points. What? How is this possible? Zhao Hu looked at the score on his watch, his pupils contracted violently, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He thought it was a system error, so he kept tapping his finger on the watch to refresh the rankings. However, no matter how many times he refreshed, that name was firmly in the first place as if welded. Wang Yu and Wang Tao noticed something was wrong and came over. After they saw the ranking on the screen clearly, they both gasped. The Chu Feng who had contracted a useless spirit, the Chu Feng who was abandoned by them, was actually ranked first in the points ranking? It was only then that Zhao Hu noticed the swift shadow wolf corpse with its number cut off at Chu Feng's feet, and the woven bag that was so bulging that it was about to burst. Could it be that? Crack! At this moment, a slight sound of glass breaking suddenly sounded in the dense forest. Chu Feng's ears moved slightly, and he immediately raised his pistol and pointed it at Zhao Hu. What are you going to do? Zhao Hu looked at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him. Before he could finish his words, he heard a soft puff sound, and a bloody knife tip suddenly emerged from his chest. What's going on? Zhao Hu lowered his head in confusion, looking at the bloody hole that appeared out of nowhere on his chest. The steel blade that pierced his body was slowly being withdrawn. He raised his head and looked at Chu Feng. His lips trembled as he wanted to say something, but he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground like a dead tree. Bang! Almost at the same moment when Zhao Hu was stabbed, Chu Feng had already pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Zhao Hu's ear and whizzed towards the source of the sound. At the same time, he rolled rapidly to the left. Whoosh! A flying knife suddenly pierced the ground where he was standing and sank straight into the ground. Who is it? Come out here if you have the guts. Chu Feng shouted harshly, and at the same time his eyes quickly swept across every shadow around him, waiting for the other party to reveal a flaw. But the dense forest was still dead silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Obviously, the opponent was a veteran. He did not move at all in the face of Chu Feng's provocation. Instead, he was like a dormant poisonous snake, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh! A few seconds later, another sound of breaking through the air was heard. Chu Feng dodged quickly, but was still a little slow. A flying knife brushed past his tactical vest and with a bang smashed the surveillance camera on his chest into pieces. You do have some skills, no wonder the head of the family specifically asked for you. In the darkness, a figure in a windbreaker walked out slowly, revealing half of his pale face in the moonlight. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Bang! The bullet flew out, but the man slightly moved away, and the bullet grazed his cheek and hit the tree trunk behind him. You can actually use a firearm-type contract spirit. You're truly a genius. The man in the windbreaker felt the heat on his cheek and chuckled hoarsely, but, it's only to this extent, it can't hurt me. Chu Feng's heart sank. It was the first time he met someone who could dodge bullets. Now he only had 8 bullets left in his hand. If he wanted to survive, he could only wait for the other party to let down his guard. At this time, Chu Feng also figured out why the other party showed up. In the previous attacks, the purpose of the man in the windbreaker was not to kill people, but to destroy the camera. Now that he had destroyed all the nearby cameras, there was naturally no need for him to hide. Wang Yu and Wang Tao stood frozen in place, their pale faces visible in the moonlight. Under Zhao Hu, who lay on the ground, blood was slowly seeping into the soil. Chapter 30 Level 5 versus Level 6. Do we have any grudges in the past? Chu Feng looked at the approaching man in the windbreaker, his brain working rapidly, thinking about how to win. No complaints, the man in the windbreaker replied softly without stopping. So there's been a grudge recently? Chu Feng secretly calculated the distance between the two sides. If he could lure the opponent into a range of 7 meters, he would be absolutely sure to hit the target with his next shot. The man in the windbreaker Wuchou continued to move forward. When he passed by Wang Yu and Wang Tao, he suddenly turned his wrist and a cold light flashed. The two flying knives accurately pierced the twins' throats. Wang Yu and Wang Tao fell to the ground without even having time to scream. Chu Feng looked at Wang Yu and Wang Tao, who died with their eyes open, and felt a chill in his heart. The other party first destroyed the surveillance, and then silenced Zhao Hu and Qiling. It was obvious that they wanted to erase all traces of witnesses. Can I still live? Chu Feng was silent for a moment, and then directly asked the most crucial question. Since the other party dared to break into the college entrance examination room, he must have made full preparations. General threats are meaningless, so it is better to ask something practical. The man in the windbreaker obviously didn't expect this question. He paused for a moment and chuckled, "You can survive, but I have to take you away." Take me away? Chu Feng's expression was startled, and he instantly remembered the mysterious black box. Since the other party had no grudge against him and was not going to kill him, the only explanation was that he wanted to get the box. To be honest, Chu Feng opened the black box and found nothing inside except a white chip. No matter how much Chu Feng looked up information about the chip, he had no idea what it was used for. The only thing Chu Feng could be sure of was that the chip must be extremely valuable, and now, after a month, someone was still tracking him down. It seems that the value of the chip needs to be raised to a higher level. Leave? You can't take him with you. Just as the man in the windbreaker was about to enter Chu Feng's best shooting range, a sudden loud shout was heard. Chu Feng felt a heat wave surging above his head. He looked up suddenly and saw a red-haired young man holding a flaming long knife, falling from the sky. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and the leaves along the way instantly scorched and combusted. He swung his long sword and slashed straight at the man in the windbreaker. Bite! The sound of iron clashing was heard. The man in the windbreaker raised his dagger, but was chopped back several steps by the red-haired young man. Before he could catch his breath, the red-haired young man took advantage of the situation and swung his flaming sword vigorously, slashing out 7 times in a row. Ding ding ding! The man in the windbreaker swung his dagger and tried to block with difficulty. Every time the red-haired young man slashed with his sword, the man in the windbreaker took a step back. The flames on the blade splashed onto the surrounding trees, instantly igniting a raging fire. Dang! The 8th knife chopped down, and the man in the windbreaker's knuckles were cracked, and the dagger almost slipped out of his hand. At this time, the heat wave was rolling, and the surroundings had become a sea of fire. The red-haired young man became more and more courageous in the flames, his muscles swelled, and his eyes were dancing with a fiery fighting spirit. How tough! Is this the graduate of Chongqing Institute of Technology? The man in the windbreaker looked up at the red-haired man in front of him, feeling a little helpless. He was a level 6 combat contract master, but he was actually beaten by a level 5 combat contract master. It was really embarrassing to tell others about it. Although there was a reason why he was not good at frontal combat, the opponent's strength was undoubtedly strong. Great! Come again! The red-haired youth swept his flaming sword across, and the scorching wind from the sword swept all around. The man in the windbreaker became ruthless and gave up resisting the red-haired youth's sword. He was immediately chopped back more than 10 meters. Not good. The red-haired young man looked at the man in the windbreaker who was chopped away, but he was not happy in his heart. The light touch from the knife made him realize that the other party wanted to get injured in exchange for a chance to attack. He immediately followed with a knife in hand, but the man in the windbreaker just sneered at him and disappeared in an instant. Invisibility skills? The red-haired young man was very knowledgeable and guessed the windbreaker man's skills the moment he disappeared. Faced with this invisibility skill, even he felt a little tricky, but he was not without a solution. He was seen standing in place, swinging his sword left and right continuously. The flames on the sword fell on the dense forest, instantly igniting a fire. With every additional flame, the red-haired young man's strength became stronger, and his momentum continued to rise. Damn it, it's actually a domain skill. The man in the windbreaker hiding in the dark cursed in his heart. Domain skills are the most difficult to deal with. If the red-haired young man is allowed to stack them indefinitely, his attributes will become stronger and stronger, even far surpassing himself. We must take action. The man in the windbreaker stared at a flaw revealed by the red-haired young man when he turned around, and used the acceleration skill without hesitation. His body was as fast as lightning, and the dagger went straight to the opponent's back. The red-haired young man stood in the sea of fire. At this time, his attributes had been greatly improved. The scorching temperature even made the air slightly distorted. Therefore, when the man in the windbreaker attacked, he sensed it instantly. But he did not dodge, instead he closed his eyes, and as he moved, all the flames around him rushed madly towards the long sword in his hand like rivers flowing into the sea. The blade became brighter and brighter, but the surroundings became darker and darker. When the last trace of flame was absorbed, the entire sword had turned into a dazzling red-gold color. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The red-haired young man opened his eyes, turned around suddenly, and slashed backwards with his long sword with terrifying power. Flame Dragon! With a loud bang, a 10-meter-long fire dragon roared out, and the 180-degree fan-shaped area behind the red-haired young man was instantly reduced to scorched earth. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the ground cracked and the trees vaporized. Only at the end of the fire dragon, dozens of meters away, could a faint hint of green be seen. This kind of power, is it dead? Chu Feng felt the vibration behind him, turned around, and looked at the huge fan-shaped hole burned by the fire dragon, and was secretly shocked. Who's that red-haired guy? He didn't know Li Yan, and was even less sure about the outcome of this battle. But what if that man was also after the chip? Wouldn't he be walking into a trap if he stayed? But, is the Invigilator asleep? What about the 3 minutes we agreed to rescue him? Chu Feng said, gritting his teeth as he ran. He had no idea that the red-haired young man wielding the flaming sword was the Invigilator who came to the rescue. This cannot be blamed on Chu Feng. First, he is too young. It is impossible for him to be an Invigilator at this age. Second, the rescue teams of the college entrance examination have uniform clothing. Li Yan is wearing daily casual clothes. No one knows that he is a rescue teacher. At this time, Li Yan was also a little depressed. As the college's special admissions representative, the reason he came to the rescue instead of the Invigilator was that he wanted to contact Chu Feng in advance so that he could enroll him in Sangchong University of Science and Technology. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the rescue location, he found that someone wanted to harm Chu Feng. This made him furious, but he also realized that this was an opportunity to show his strength. As long as he could kill the opponent cleanly and quickly, wouldn't Chu Feng surrender? Chapter 31 Hostage. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent was a rare invisible type, which led to him fighting with the opponent for a long time without being able to defeat the opponent. Although the fire dragon just now was extremely powerful, Li Yan knew that he had missed. Forget it, let's take Chu Feng back first. Li Yan moved and chased in the direction Chu Feng left. Deep in the dense forest, Chu Feng's breathing was already a little disordered. He kept scanning the treetops, grass and rock crevices, looking for hidden cameras. The monitoring device on his chest had been damaged by the man in the windbreaker and could no longer transmit signals. His only hope now was to be discovered by the hidden camera in the examination room so that the rescue teacher could relocate him. Damn it, why can't I find any? Chu Feng ran for about a few hundred meters but didn't find any hidden cameras. He even suspected that these cameras were destroyed by the man in the windbreaker. But after running so far, I should be safe for the time being. Chu Feng leaned against an ancient tree and took a breath. The surroundings were terribly quiet, even the chirping of insects disappeared. Just when he thought he was temporarily safe. Swish! A dagger gleaming with cold light was silently pressed against his throat. Boy, you run pretty fast. A sinister voice sounded in his ears, and the figure of the man in the windbreaker slowly emerged from the darkness. His left arm had been completely burnt, but the dagger in his right hand was still as steady as a rock. I had no choice but to stay alive. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. He raised his hands wisely and asked casually, "Did you kill him?" In the current situation, only when the two tigers fight each other can I benefit. If the red-haired young man really dies, I can only find another way to escape. Humph, stop talking nonsense and follow me. The man in the windbreaker didn't have time to talk to him, so he dragged Chu Feng and ran out of the dense forest. His agility attribute was very high, one level higher than Li Yan's. Logically, Li Yan should not be able to catch up, but he was carrying Chu Feng with him at the time after all, and his pace was slowed down after all. 3 minutes later. Put him down. A loud shout came from behind. Li Yan's whole body was burning with flames, and he raised the flaming long sword and chopped it down. The ghost is still haunting me. A hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the man in the windbreaker. He suddenly pushed Chu Feng behind him, intending to use him as a meat shield. Mean. Li Yan's face changed drastically. He twisted his waist in the air and forced the long sword to deflect. The hot blade brushed past the corner of Chu Feng's clothes and chopped fiercely on the ancient tree next to him. With a loud crack, the tree trunk, which was as thick as two people could hug together, was cut cleanly, and wisps of green smoke rose from the cut. The man in the windbreaker was delayed by Li Yan and simply stopped. Since he could not escape Li Yan's pursuit with Chu Feng, he might as well fight a decisive battle here. Hey, are you here to arrest me too? Chu Feng was held hostage by the man in the windbreaker and stood there, looking at Li Yan, who was adjusting his breath in the distance, and suddenly raised his voice and shouted. The man in the windbreaker's eyes turned cold, and he exerted a little force with the dagger, and a line of blood immediately appeared on Chu Feng's neck. What? Li Yan had just adjusted his breath and almost choked when he heard this. I'm a student at Sangqiang Institute of Technology. I'm here to save you. Sangqiang Institute of Technology? Aren't those one of the 4 top universities? Why would someone from them be here? Chu Feng's heart moved, but on the surface, he deliberately showed a look of doubt. Really? I heard that the battle bond masters in the Sangqiang Institute of Technology are all top masters. He looked Li Yan up and down. But you can't even defeat an unknown person. Are you a fake? Bullshit. Li Yan's red hair stood on end in anger as he pointed his flaming sword at the man in the windbreaker. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have been killed by my sword. Ask him if he dares to fight me for 300 rounds. Oh? Is that so? Chu Feng took the opportunity to glance at the man in the windbreaker and found that he just had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. He immediately had an idea in his mind. I don't believe it, you must be a fake. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, and suddenly said proudly with a tone that seemed to see through everything, in fact, your purpose is the same as his, you are here to arrest me too. Boy. Li Yan's forehead was faintly bulging with veins. He originally thought Chu Feng was a genius, but he never expected that he was actually a fool who couldn't tell right from wrong. Look carefully. He pulled out a silver-white badge from his pocket, inlaid with 3 dazzling blue diamonds. This is a Battle Contract Master certification issued by the Sangqiang Institute of Technology. Only students of the Sangqiang Institute of Technology can hold it. Do you believe it now? Like official institutions, the 4 major universities can issue Combat Contract Master level certification badges, but the 4 major universities only issue them to their own students, so the value of the badges is actually higher than those issued by official institutions. Li Yan didn't want to wear this thing to attract attention, so he took it off and put it in his pocket most of the time. Who would have thought that Chu Feng didn't even look at his badge, but turned his head and said to the man in the windbreaker in a low voice, Hey, if I help you kill him, can you let me go? The man in the windbreaker blinked and almost couldn't help laughing. How could such an idiot exist in this world? Li Yan had clearly already introduced himself, even showing his badge as proof, yet Chu Feng refused to believe him? He even turned around and helped a kidnapper like him? If the head of the family hadn't specifically asked to capture him alive, he would have wanted to cut open this idiot's brain to see what was inside. But, this is a good thing for me. Chu Feng's revolver is extremely powerful. If I catch the red-headed monster by surprise, I might be able to hurt it. As for what happens afterwards, isn't it up to me to decide? Okay, the man in the windbreaker pretended to hesitate for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, If you can really hit him, I can let you go. In order to make Chu Feng believe it, he deliberately sighed, after all, in the current situation, neither of us can leave. Okay then, I'll shoot him when he's not prepared, and if I hit you'll just launch a sneak attack. Chu Feng told him his plan. The man in the windbreaker thought about it and felt that it was okay. He had seen the power of Chu Feng's gun. If it hit, it could indeed injure the red-haired monster. Once the red-haired monster was injured, he would be 100% sure of killing him. Okay, I'll create a chance for you. The man in the windbreaker pretended to cooperate and took Chu Feng hostage and moved forward a few steps. He knew the weakness of Chu Feng's revolver, which was that as long as he could see through the action of raising his hand, he could evade it in advance. However, to achieve this level, the agility attribute must be much higher than Chu Feng's. The red-haired monster is good at elemental attacks. As long as Chu Feng takes a few more steps forward, with the opponent's agility, he will definitely not be able to avoid Chu Feng's attack. Chapter 32, Grafting. Hey, what do you want to do? Li Yan looked at the two people approaching stealthily, his eyes fixed involuntarily, and he tightened the flaming long sword in his hand. You just said that he is no match for you in a head-on fight, right? Chu Feng suddenly spoke. Of course. Li Yan was stunned, not knowing why Chu Feng asked again. What if I give you this chance? What? Before Li Yan could react, Chu Feng raised his hand like lightning and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out. A pure white bullet accurately hit Li Yan's chest. The next second, Li Yan and Chu Feng's figures instantly switched, and Chu Feng stood where Li Yan had just stood. And Li Yan had the dagger held against his throat by the man in the windbreaker. What's going on? The man in the windbreaker looked at Chu Feng in the distance, his mind a little confused. He was clearly holding Chu Feng hostage just a second ago. How come the hostage was replaced in the blink of an eye? Li Yan was also a little confused, but fortunately he didn't use his brain much, so his mind was still relatively fresh. He only hesitated for a second before reacting. The blazing flames instantly rose from his body, and the scorching heat made the man in the windbreaker instinctively loosen his hand. Although he realized it the next second and grasped the dagger again, this short moment was enough for Li Yan to react. Bang! Li Yan's shoulders sank, and he hit the windbreaker man's chest with an iron mountain kick. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the windbreaker man vomited blood and flew backwards. Damn it! The man in the windbreaker flew in the air, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He wanted to take this opportunity to create distance and look for another opportunity. I won't let you succeed. Li Yan roared and took a step forward to catch up. The same trick could not work on him twice. He saw the flaming long sword draw an arc in the air, accurately blocking the retreat of the man in the windbreaker. If the man in the windbreaker forced to retreat, he would definitely hit the blade. Clang! The man in the windbreaker had no choice but to wave his dagger to block. The dagger collided with the long sword, sparks flew, and the man in the windbreaker's knuckles broke. However, Li Yan launched a violent attack, and each sword attack carried 1,000 pounds of force, which shocked the man in the windbreaker to retreat. Puff! When the 37th blow fell, the man in the windbreaker finally couldn't hold on any longer and spat out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Chu Feng with some resentment. If he hadn't believed his lies, how could he have ended up in this situation? This mission was a complete failure. He would have to endure severe punishment from the head of the family when he returned, but fortunately he would not die. However, if he continued to struggle here, he would probably die at the hands of the red-headed monster. Boy, I'll remember you. The man in the windbreaker gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh word, then risked taking a blow from Li Yan and forced himself to distance himself. He was deeply wounded by the blow, and his entire left arm was chopped off by Li Yan, but he had no choice but to do so. After calming down his spiritual power a little, the man in the windbreaker activated his spiritual awakening skill. His figure began to blur. Li Yan reacted quickly, and his long sword flew out of his hand in an instant, rushing towards the man in the windbreaker. Don't even think about running away. Chu Feng was standing in the distance. Seeing the windbreaker man's figure gradually distort and disappear, he calmly raised his pistol, pointed the black muzzle at the windbreaker man's head, and said coldly, "Hey, did I say you can leave?" The man in the windbreaker still had half a second to successfully activate his skill. As long as he could successfully become invisible and take advantage of the complex terrain of the dense forest, Li Yan and Chu Feng would never be able to catch him. But before that, he had to make a decision. Should I take the bullet or take the knife? Damn it! The man in the windbreaker chose to ignore Chu Feng in the blink of an eye. After all, Chu Feng was only a first-level contract master, and the power of his contract spirit was limited. If Li Yan's sword hit him, he would be seriously injured if not killed. He suddenly raised the dagger and blocked it horizontally in front of him, and at this moment, bang! Chu Feng's gun fired. Deep in the dense forest, flocks of birds were startled. Under the tree trunk, the man in the windbreaker fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows and blood was trickling out. It's finally over. After Chu Feng finished firing, he slumped to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Lu Ro transformed back into her human form. As soon as she reappeared, she hugged Chu Feng tightly. Woo. You scared me to death just now, I almost thought you were going to die. Okay, it's okay. Chu Feng forced a smile and patted her shoulder, and the moment he finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and human figures flashed among the shadows of the trees. Then, several figures landed in the open space. It seems we are late. Yilan landed lightly on the ground, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at the body of the man in the windbreaker on the ground through the lenses. He said nothing more. They had seen Li Yin fighting with someone through the surveillance and rushed over, but they were still a step too late. Classmate, are you okay? Feng Yong, wearing a neat military uniform, strode up to Chu Feng and quickly scanned the surroundings with his sharp eyes to confirm that there were no other threats. It's okay, just a little tired. Seeing the familiar faces, Chu Feng finally confirmed that these people were not bad people. Lu Ro also wiped her tears. It was always not good to cry in front of outsiders. Okay, leave the rest to us. Feng Yong's face was gloomy, and he snorted coldly. Someone actually dared to break into the college entrance examination room. It seems that some people in Qingqing City are not well behaved. He raised his hand and waved, and the elite soldiers who had arrived behind him immediately dispersed and began to clean up the battlefield and collect evidence in a well-trained manner. Chu Feng, right? At this moment, Shen Mo, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Half of his body was hidden in the shadows of the trees. He just stared at Chu Feng quietly, as if trying to see through him. Why did he come to arrest you? Chu Feng's heart trembled. This question was difficult to answer. The chip matter must not be exposed, but if he made up a reason at random, he might not be able to deceive the other party. Lu Ro also knew the seriousness of the matter and couldn't help but hold Chu Feng's hand tightly. Hey, what's this got to do with you? At this moment, Li Yan's flaming sword suddenly transformed into a hot red-haired girl. After landing, she strode forward and stood directly in front of Chu Feng. She raised her chin towards Shen Mo and said, Why? You want to fight me? She had been displeased with this guy named Shen Mo since she was in the monitoring room. She hadn't been able to lash out before due to the situation, but now that they were in the dense forest and there were no other candidates around, it was the perfect time to have a good fight. Hee, just curious. Shen Mo chuckled and did not accept the provocation of the red-haired girl. If it is inconvenient to say, you don't have to say it. There's nothing I can't say. Chu Feng shook his head, realizing this was a perfect opportunity to downplay the truth. After all, the credibility of confessing something under duress is completely different from confessing something voluntarily. So he pondered for a moment and said, although I don't know why he came to arrest me, I think it might be related to my ability to use gun spirits? Chapter 33 Calculating Integrals. Chu Feng knew one thing very well, that is, the best way to suppress a hot search is to create a bigger hot search. The chip matter must never be exposed, but the gun matter will be known to others sooner or later, so it is better to take the initiative to explain and change the subject. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Feng said this, everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. That's right. The red-haired girl was the first to rush forward, circling around Lu Ro with wide eyes. Firearm-type contract spirits are clearly incapable of firing bullets. This has been a recognized fact for hundreds of years. How come your contract spirit can do it? Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes were also full of curiosity. Only Shen Mo stood in the shadows, his eyes slightly narrowed. He's changing the subject. If that were true, there was no need for that person to force his way into the college entrance examination hall. This kid named Chu Feng must be hiding a more shocking secret. Lu Ro nervously clutched the hem of her skirt and looked at Chu Feng secretly. She didn't know whether Chu Feng would reveal the secret of gunpowder. Although she would no longer be the unique firearm spirit after it was made public, as a UR-level existence, she was confident that she would not lose to other firearms. Ah, that's because of Lu Ro's skill effect. Chu Feng lied without changing his expression. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to tell others about the gunpowder. That was the foundation of his livelihood. Once it was leaked, those aristocratic families would definitely monopolize the production of gunpowder and the contracts with firearm spirits in the first place. Even, maybe he could forcibly snatch away Lu Ro, the UR-level gun spirit. Therefore, Chu Feng combined the information he knew and made up a skill for Lu Ro. Her skill is called Spirit Bullet Combination, which allows me to consume spiritual power to fire bullets. Spiritual bullet merges into one? Everyone seemed to be thinking about something, but Yilan pushed his glasses and said meaningfully, "From the beginning of the exam to now, you have fired nearly 100 bullets. As a first-level contractor, your spiritual power is quite abundant. The formula for calculating the spiritual power of a contractor is very simple, which is spiritual attribute 100. Chu Feng's spiritual attribute is 4.7, which is equivalent to 470 spiritual power points. This value is definitely top-notch among first-level contractors, but when it comes to supporting the consumption of hundreds of bullets. Actually there is another skill. Seeing that everyone's suspicious eyes were getting stronger and stronger, Chu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. Maybe it's because Lu Rou and I fell in love at first sight, so in addition to the skill of spirit bullet combination, Lu Rou also awakened a skill of intimate lover, which can reduce my spiritual power consumption by 50%. Otherwise, I would run out of spiritual power before I can shoot 50 shots at most. That is how it is. Li Yan and the red-haired girl were surprised. If they were ordinary people, they might still doubt Chu Feng's nonsense. After all, it was a well-known fact that a contracted spirit could only awaken one skill. However, the people present were students from top universities and were knowledgeable. Although it is not common for a Qi-Ling to awaken dual skills, it does exist. It is even possible to artificially increase skills for a Qi-Ling through special means. As expected of a junior sister, you're amazing. The red-haired girl stepped forward and patted Lu Rou on the shoulder, her words full of undisguised admiration. Not only has she awakened to become a UR-level contracted spirit, but she also has dual skills. She suddenly turned her head and glared at Chu Feng. This stinky man is really lucky. Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling that it was an unexpected disaster. Well, it's not that good. Lu Rou's ears were burning with praise. After all, the truth was not what Chu Feng said. If Chu Feng hadn't used gunpowder to change the way bullets were fired, she would probably still be nailed to the pillar of shame as a waste like other firearms contract spirits. How could she have the chance to stand here and be praised? I say, Su Linger, why do you call me your junior sister? I haven't agreed to join Song Chong Academy yet. The man in military uniform took a few steps forward, came in front of Chu Feng, and stretched out his hand. Federal Military Academy, Shenku. Xingcheng High School, Chu Feng. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chen Ku. Chen Ku could call out Su Linger's name, which showed that he was familiar with the red-haired young man. It's strange. Aren't the four major colleges competitors? Why do these people seem to have a special relationship? What did you say? The red-haired girl Su Linger turned around and glared at Chen Ku when she heard what he said. Our Songqiong Institute of Science and Technology is #1 in the country. Where else can you go if not here? Okay, let's talk about Chu Feng's whereabouts after we get out. Yilan pushed his glasses and interrupted the argument between the two at the right time. With Chu Feng's current score, it was no longer him who was begging the school, but the school that was begging him. Chen Ke shrugged and said nothing more. Yilan was right. The terrifying score of 820 points was enough to make any college scramble for it. Now was definitely not the time to argue. Everyone escorted Chu Feng out of the examination room. There were no major incidents on the way back, except that Chu Feng suddenly remembered the woven bag he had left there and went back to get it. The group arrived at the exit of the examination room smoothly. It was already late at night and most of the candidates had already left the examination room. After all, the danger of ferocious beasts at night was incomparable to that during the day. If one was accidentally injured and lost the spoils, it would be a real loss. At the entrance of the examination room, several candidates were carrying empty woven bags, looking dejected. On the other side, several complacent boys were checking their scores with the examiner. At this moment, Chu Feng and his group walked out of the examination room. Alas, another one to be rescued. Some candidates shook their heads and sighed. Generally speaking, the candidates who were rescued often had poor grades. The reason was simple. The truly strong ones did not need to be rescued at all. They had enough ability to leave the examination room on their own. Only those contractors with weak contract spirits will be injured in battle and forced to seek help. Wait. That's Chu Feng? Someone recognized Chu Feng. In an instant, the entire examination room fell silent, and then a deafening noise broke out. What? He is Chu Feng? The fierce guy with 820 points who's at the top of the standings? Could it be that they have the same name? Didn't he awaken a gun spirit? Questions and exclamations came one after another, and some sharp-eyed candidates noticed the bulging woven bag in Xu Feng's hand. Don't doubt it, it's definitely him. Look at that bag. Hiss. I actually hunted so many ferocious beasts. I tell you, Xu Feng has always been a genius in our school. The crowd automatically parted to make way, and all the candidates stared at Xu Feng as if he were a monster. Those who had once laughed at Xu Feng as a waste now felt a burning pain on their faces. Xu Feng just walked calmly through the crowd and handed the woven bag in his hand to the invigilator. Chapter 34, Top Scorer in the College Entrance Examination. Xincheng High School, Xu Feng. The teacher in the scoring office looked at the woven bag handed over by Xu Feng and was secretly surprised. He had been an invigilator many times and had seen all kinds of students, but this was definitely the first time he had hunted one with a woven bag full. Please wait a moment, classmate. I will help you count the scores now. The teacher placed the woven bag upside down on a special measuring cylinder. With a clatter, the numbered skins of various ferocious beasts poured down like a waterfall, instantly piling up into a small mountain. Suddenly, a sound of gasps echoed around them. 8 points, 6 points, 6 points, 10 points. The teacher held the instrument and kept scanning the numbered skins, while the electronic sound kept broadcasting the scores of the ferocious beasts. The onlookers widened their eyes and looked at the electronic screen next to them. Xu Feng's total score was rising at an alarming rate. 300 points, 500 points, 700 points. 10 minutes later, when the teacher finished scanning the last piece of Sunying wolf skin, the entire scoring area fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the electronic screen. 820 points. Confirmed. As the teacher pressed the confirmation button, Xu Feng's points were instantly synchronized to the National College Entrance Examination rankings. The name that was originally at the top of the list became blurred for a moment, and the next second, a golden light flashed. First place, Xincheng High School Xu Feng. With his absolute strength, Xu Feng's name topped the list, leaving the second place far behind. At this moment, the whole country was shocked. Great! Great! I didn't expect our school would produce a true genius. At Xincheng High School, the principal suddenly jumped up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement. Although he was far away in the city, he had been following the ranking information through the internet. Xincheng High School is considered a strong school locally, but it is not ranked at all nationwide. What's worse is that as of just now, there are less than 5 students in Xincheng High School who scored over 200 points, setting the lowest record since the school was founded. But who could have imagined that at this very moment, a useless spirit who was once ridiculed by everyone, a poor student who couldn't even afford tuition, would actually achieve a terrifying score of 820 and become the top scorer in the country? He even broke the historical record. Reward. It has to be a big reward. The principal paced back and forth in the office excitedly. I'm going to take out that UR level accessory and give it to Xu Feng right away. No, this isn't enough. I'm going to give him another reward. He had a clear plan in mind. A college entrance exam score of 820 is something that only comes around once in a century. Such a talent must be kept close. He wanted Xu Feng to always remember the kindness of his alma mater, and it would be best if he could come back from time to time to give his younger classmates some encouragement. Thinking of this, the principal grabbed the communicator and said, "Quick! Contact the media immediately. I'm going to give Xu Feng the reward right now. Also, rename the road in front of the school gate to Xu Feng Avenue. And put his used desk in the school history museum." Not only the principal of Xincheng High School, but all the colleges and universities in the Federation went crazy the moment Xu Feng's scores came out. Everyone was frantically searching for Xu Feng. The phone at Xincheng High School was paralyzed from being called so much that it was overwhelmed. The internet was in an uproar, with countless posts about Xu Feng. Breaking news! The mysterious champion Xu Feng is suspected to have awakened an ancient divine weapon. Surprise! Is there a Chable behind the 820-point genius? Lao Wang reveals the secret. Is Xu Feng's spirit bond a sword or a knife? The reactions of the aristocratic families were mixed. Some prepared generous gifts overnight in an attempt to win over Xu Feng, while others secretly mobilized their assassins to eliminate this variable that might upset the balance. Xu Feng, who was at the center of the storm, was surrounded by Li Yan and others the moment the scores were announced. "Xu Feng, you're now a true top student. You can join our Tsang Cheong Institute of Science and Technology, right?" Li Yan, the fastest, leaped in front of everyone. "Our school specializes in component matching. As long as you come, you'll be provided with plenty of S-grade components, and with personal guidance from the instructors, you'll definitely be able to create the perfect skill combination. It is well known that Sangxiang University of Science and Technology is good at contracted spirit accessories. This can be seen from Li Yan's 3 skills. Su Linger's awakening skill is the fire spirit body, which allows the contractor to absorb the surrounding flames and continuously improve his own attributes. Li Yan only uses 5 accessories to match 2 skills that match the fire spirit body. One is the flame blade, which allows each of his attacks to be accompanied by flames, and the other is the flame dragon, which can absorb all the surrounding flames and transform into a flame dragon, launching devastating attacks on all targets within a 180 range. Xu Feng's original plan was to join the Cancong Institute of Technology because it could immediately improve his strength, but looking at the others around him who were eyeing him covetously, Xu Feng decided to remain silent for the time being. Since I am so popular now, I might as well ask these famous schools to raise the price again. That's wrong. Shenke stepped forward and smiled heartily. The accessories of Cancong Institute of Technology are indeed unique in the world, but the most important thing for a contractor is to go to the dungeon, and in the dungeon, you are not fighting alone. He looked at Xu Feng and said, "Our Federal Military Academy specializes in teamwork. As long as you join our academy, we will tailor a dedicated team for you, including reconnaissance, blocking, maneuvering, protection, healing. We guarantee that you, as a long-range damage dealer, will have the most perfect combat environment. And..." He paused and dropped a bombshell. "You can be directly awarded the rank of colonel after graduation." Colonel? Xu Feng was stunned. In the federal military system, a colonel could directly command a 3,000-man combat unit. If he became a colonel and replaced all 3,000 of those soldiers with gun contract spirits. He seemed to have seen a scene of a modern army being invincible on the battlefield of this world of cold weapons. A contractor can actually fight alone, right? The burly man scratched his head and walked over. He was muscular and his combat uniform was bulging, but his voice was surprisingly honest. "I'm Jian Yuyu from the Xingyun Combat Academy. Don't laugh at my name. My mother dreamed of a big fish when she gave birth to me, so she gave me this name." He looked at Xu Feng and said seriously, "I have carefully watched your performance through the surveillance before. Your spirit contract is indeed very strong, but you don't seem to have the combat level to match her. The contracted spirit and the contractor complement each other. If you want to unleash the full power of the contracted spirit, the contractor must also have sufficient strength, so that you can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Come to our Xingyun. We'll tailor a set of combat skills just for you. I've even thought of a name for you. It's called spear fighting technique. It'll definitely more than double your strength." Chapter 35 Tiangong Evolution Academy. Gunfighting? Xu Feng was a little moved when he heard this. Although he was an agent in his previous life, those fighting skills were those of an ordinary person, which could definitely not be compared with the extraordinary fighting skills in this world. If he could learn gunfighting skills, his strength would indeed be greatly improved. However, Xu Feng's gaze turned to the last silent man with glasses. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be from Tiangong Evolution Academy. What conditions would he offer him? "Hello, Tiangong Evolution Academy, Yilan." Seeing Xu Feng looking at him, Yilan reached out and pushed his glasses. Unlike the anxious attitudes of the others, his voice was calm and unhurried. "Although they have all offered conditions, and they are indeed very tempting, I believe that you will eventually choose our Tiangong Evolution Academy." "Oh? Why?" Xu Feng was a little surprised. His ideal school was Cancong Technology College. Why was Yilan so sure that he would choose Tiangong Evolution College? Because. Yilan smiled, then glanced at Lu Rou next to Xu Feng. "The lower the level of the Qiling, the greater the potential after evolution." "What? There's such a thing?" Xu Feng was stunned. His high school teacher had never taught him such knowledge. If what Yilan said was true, theoretically, the first choice of all contractors should be Tiangong Evolution Academy, right? This is a secret that is not a secret. Seeing Xu Feng's suspicion, Yilan began to explain, "Because ordinary people may not have the opportunity to evolve into a contract spirit in their entire life, they naturally don't understand these things. But for those who have the ability to evolve into a contract spirit, they naturally have channels to obtain this knowledge." "I know. This is what they call those who understand will understand." Xu Feng nodded to show his understanding. "Those who understand understand. That's an interesting summary." Yilan smiled and continued, When ordinary contract spirits are upgraded, some of their basic attributes will be improved, and when evolved contract spirits are upgraded, the basic attributes will be doubled. In other words, if you upgrade the contract spirit first and then choose to evolve, then this part of the doubled attributes will be missed forever. I see, no wonder Li Yan's contract spirit is so strong. Xu Feng suddenly realized that if Su Linger gained doubled attributes due to evolution, then it would be understandable. However, thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Yi Lan. Then if someone evolves their contract spirit to the peak at level 1 and then upgrades it, can they get the maximum attribute gain? Oh? Evolving to the pinnacle at level 1? Yi Lan looked at Xu Feng with interest. In theory, that's true, but the evolution of the contract spirit will become increasingly difficult, and the required materials will become increasingly scarce. Except for the children of top families, I'm afraid no contract master can afford the materials for 3 evolutions of the contract spirit at level 1. You don't want to evolve the contract spirit 3 times at level 1, do you? TSK, you really dare to think that? Su Linger couldn't help but curl her lips. The evolution materials of Qi-Ling can only be produced in exclusive copies. You are not like those children from aristocratic families who can buy precious common materials for upgrades. It's a pipe dream to want to complete 3 evolutions at the first level. People always have to have dreams, don't they? Xu Feng smiled. He still had a good impression of Su Linger. After all, she was his savior. He had previously planned to join the Tsunkong Institute of Technology in order to upgrade first and then evolve. But now that he knew the secret of evolution, he naturally could not tolerate his spirit contract losing at the starting line. I have made up my mind. I want to join the Tiangong Evolution Academy. Xu Feng looked at Yi Lan and said in a firm tone. Lu Rou's power is far beyond that of ordinary contract spirits. Just because others cannot pass the dungeon does not mean that he cannot. If Lu Rou can be evolved to the peak and then upgraded, then Lu Rou will be the truly strongest contract spirit. Ha, it's as I expected. Jiang Yuyu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. He was not surprised by Xu Feng's choice. In fact, when Xu Feng asked the question, they had guessed that this would be the result. After all, they were also talented young men with high spirits, and they were as arrogant as Xu Feng. That is the most perfect evolutionary path in theory, but also the most difficult. After 3 evolutions, the contract spirit will gain 8 times the attributes of an ordinary contract spirit when it is upgraded again. But the problem is that the output of the exclusive copy is random, and the drop rate of top-level materials is shockingly low. When Li Yan was a second-level contract master, he spent 3 full years grinding the Flame Canyon dungeon before gathering the materials for his first contract spirit evolution. It is almost impossible for Xu Feng to evolve 3 times at level 1, but don't legends in this world often start from such an impossibility? Now that you have made up your mind, I wish you good luck. Li Yan stepped forward and patted Xu Feng's shoulder heavily. He grinned and showed a ruffian smile. Maybe you can really succeed. After all, you are a monster who broke the college entrance examination record. Xu Feng opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, Li Yan turned around and shouted at Su Linger, Let's go! Su Linger waved her fist at Xu Feng, expressing her disbelief that he could do it. Then she trotted after Li Yan. Aren't we going to check on the other candidates? It's boring, Li Yan waved his hand without looking back, just a bunch of mediocre people. The reason why Li Yan appeared here was to see if there were any good candidates so that he could sign them in advance to prevent them from applying to other colleges. Unfortunately, they have met a good seedling now, but he does not belong to their Tsunkong Technology College, so there is naturally no need to stay here anymore. Representatives from several other colleges did the same. After saying a simple goodbye to Xu Feng, they turned and left. This is their last mission for their alma mater. After returning, they will officially graduate and embark on their own life journey. Perhaps they will never meet again in this life. Xu Feng, the genius they discovered with their own hands, may replace them and open a new era. Xu Feng! Xu Feng! Suddenly, a hurried shout was heard from a distance. Xu Feng turned around and saw the principal stumbling towards him. Sorry. I'm late. A dignified 5th-level contract master was now running out of breath. It seemed that power could indeed corrupt people. Xu Feng hurried forward to support him, but his heart was full of doubts. Why did the principal rush here in such a hurry? Xu Feng. Good job. I was right about you. When the principal saw Xu Feng, a relieved smile immediately appeared on his face. He patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, as if he was the only one who saw through the truth when the whole school mocked him for contracting a gun spirit. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. This old fox's ability to tell lies with open eyes was really perfect. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the principal. Oh, that's right. The principal had lived for most of his life, so how could he not see Chu Feng's intentions? He immediately took out a metal box from his arms and solemnly handed it to Chu Feng. This is the UR level accessory that the school promised to give you. I believe you can use it well. Chapter 36 UR level accessories. UR grade accessories? Chu Feng took the box from the principal and was a little curious. This was his first time to come into contact with Qi-Ling accessories. To be honest, he was completely confused about how to use Qi-Ling accessories. How exactly should this thing be used? Should it be inserted directly into Qi-Ling? He subconsciously looked at Lu Ro's round buttocks beside him. If there were any places on Lu Ro's body that could be inserted. The accessories for contract spirits are actually divided into two main categories. Yilan saw Chu Feng's embarrassment, reached out and pushed his glasses, and explained to Chu Feng, one is a universal accessory, mostly in the shape of a chip, which can be adapted to most contract spirits and is mainly used to enhance the basic attributes of the contract spirits. The other type is exclusive accessories, which have all kinds of strange shapes and can only be used by exclusive contract spirits. They are mainly used to add various states and effects to the contract spirits. Most of the school's rewards are universal accessories. He pointed to the box in Chu Feng's hand. Open the box, you should be able to see a small chip inside. Transform your spirit into a weapon, find an interface specifically for docking the chip, and insert the chip in. I see. Chu Feng's heart moved. He opened the box and found a crystal chip the size of a fingernail lying on the velvet lining. He picked up the chip and at the same time transformed Lu Ro into the form of a revolver. Colorful light flowed, and Lu Ro turned into a revolver again. Chu Feng searched on the revolver for a while, and finally found an exquisite interface at the bottom of the handle. Chu Feng carefully aligned the chip with the interface and pushed it gently. Crack! With a crisp snapping sound, the chip was embedded into the gun body tightly. In an instant, colorful light burst out from the seam. When the light faded, the chip had been perfectly integrated with the gun body, and no trace could be seen. Let's check the attributes of Qi-Ling now, Yilan reminded at the right time. I understand. Chu Feng took a deep breath, his spiritual power flowed, and Lu Ro's attributes immediately appeared in his mind. UR level contract spirit judgment revolver. Accuracy, A. Range, C. Durability, C. Spiritual compatibility, S. Critical hit rate, 20%. Awakening skill, Fatal Judgment. Fatal Judgment, UR level skill. Once activated, the bullets in the magazine will inflict burning, freezing, armor-piercing, spirit-draining, paralysis shield effects. If 6 bullets hit the same target consecutively, the last bullet will detonate, dealing 120% of the total spirit damage sustained by the target during the skill's activation. Compared with before, Lu Ro's basic attribute panel has not changed, but a new critical hit rate entry has been added. 20% critical hit rate. Is this a UR grade accessory? Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Among all the attributes of Qi-Ling, attributes such as attack, defense, and durability are important, but they are considered ordinary attributes by everyone. Attributes such as critical hit rate, cooldown reduction, and armor penetration are considered rare attributes. On the one hand, it is because the probability of their appearance is relatively small, and on the other hand, these attributes are indeed relatively strong. UR level accessories are already in short supply, and the one the principal gave to Chu Feng has a rare critical hit attribute. This favor is a bit too much for Chu Feng to accept. With this accessory, Lu Ro's evolution will be more certain. Chu Feng thought in his heart. The difficulty of the contract spirit evolution copy is very high. It is almost impossible for a first-level combat contract master to pass it, but Lu Ro's attack power is very strong. With this UR level accessory, he still has hope. The only thing that made Chu Feng feel a little regretful was that Lu Ro had a revolver, and the 7 bullets could not fully utilize the critical strike attribute. If Lu Ro awakened a Gatling gun that could fire 3,000 bullets in a minute, then this critical strike attribute would be truly brought to its full potential. How about it? The school treats you well, right? The principal had been observing Chu Feng's expression. Seeing him accept the accessory, he finally felt relieved. What he feared most was Chu Feng's refusal, which meant that this talented student had already harbored a grudge against his alma mater because of what happened before. But now that he had accepted the accessories, everything would be fine. In addition to this accessory, the school has also prepared 500,000 yuan in cash for you, and a school district house, the principal said, and handed over a bank card and a real estate certificate. The bank card has no password, and this house is a school district house, right next to Qingqing High School, about 120 square meters. I have already handled all the procedures for you, and you can move in at any time. Don't worry, principal. Chu Feng took the bank card and property certificate and knew what the principal wanted to hear. I will never forget my alma mater. If you need me in the future, I will do my best. He said this sincerely. He had no aversion to Qingqing High School. Those who humiliated him and Lu Rou were not teachers of the school. On the contrary, the school rules were extremely strict. Even people like Zhao, who only dared to show off their words in school and never dared to actually take action. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the college entrance examination officially came to an end. On the points table, the positions after the second place changed back and forth, with newcomers constantly coming up and being replaced, but Chu Feng always stayed at the top of the list with a score of 820, as stable as a rock. Yilan left after exchanging contact information with Chu Feng. Chu Feng was in no mood to stay in the examination room at the moment. The appearance of the man in the windbreaker was like a thorn in his side, lingering in his mind. He was sure that the other party was definitely coming for the mysterious chip, which must be something more advanced than the UR-level accessories. He actually thought about asking Yilan to escort him to Tiangong College, but then he dismissed the idea. He and Yilan had only met once and they were not close friends. If the other party knows about this chip and wants to snatch it away, then I will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. After much thought, Chu Feng finally decided to return home overnight to take the chip, and then rush to Tiangong Evolution Academy before anyone could react. As long as they arrive at Tiangong Evolution College and live in the college dormitory, no matter how powerful the forces behind the Windbreaker Man are, they will not dare to act wildly on the territory of Tiangong Evolution College. In order not to arouse suspicion, he even pretended to agree to the principal's attendance at tomorrow's graduation ceremony and to speak on stage as a representative of outstanding graduates. Thinking of the principal's happy look when he left, Chu Feng could only sigh. I'm sorry, principal. He will definitely repay this favor double in the future, but right now, staying alive is the top priority. It's late at night. Lu Yin and Yun Shu have not slept yet. Yun Shu is Lu Rou's mother. Today is Lu Rou's college entrance examination day. Naturally, she and Lu Yin have to keep an eye on Lu Rou's information. Chapter 37 Late Night Flight. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening in the living room. Lu Yin's ears twitched, and she immediately cheered, "My sister and the others are back." She immediately jumped out of bed and ran out barefoot. Because of her frail body, Lu Yin staggered as she ran. When she ran in front of Chu Feng, her face was already flushed unnaturally, but she ignored it. Instead, her eyes were shining and she stared at Chu Feng intently. Brother Chu Feng, is that the number one scholar you?" Seeing this, Lu Rou squatted down with some distress and patted her sister's back gently. "Slow down, take a breath first." Chu Feng felt Lu Yin's expectant gaze and couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "Yes, the top scholar is me. Your sister is the strongest spirit bond, so it shouldn't be easy for her to get the top scholar award." "I knew it. Sister is the best." Lu Yin cheered and threw herself into Lu Rou's arms, rubbing her face against Lu Rou's belly. Yun Shu stood at the door, looking at Lu Yin and Lu Rou's happy faces, and quietly wiped her eyes. Over the years, she has been working hard to raise 2 children. She didn't expect that today, Lu Rou could get 820 points and become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. At this moment, she felt extremely proud. Of course, unlike Lu Yin, she knew very well that all this was thanks to Chu Feng. Firearm-type contract spirits are generally recognized as useless contract spirits, and only the contract master Chu Feng can turn decay into magic. "Chu Feng, thank you." Yun Shu took a few steps forward and stood in front of Chu Feng. The moonlight shone through her thin pajamas, outlining her mature and graceful figure. Looking at the second man in this family besides her deceased husband, her heart was filled with indescribable waves. She wasn't a strong-willed person to begin with. She had only persevered for the sake of her 2 daughters. Now that Chu Feng had become Lu Rou's contracted teacher and had won the top spot in the college entrance examination, she would probably feel much more relaxed with him supporting the family from now on. "Aunt, we are family, what is there to thank me for?" Chu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes avoiding Yin Shu's looming curves unnaturally. Because they were at home and the family was full of women, Yunshu usually wore thin clothes. Being looked at by Chu Feng at this moment, it was inevitable that she felt a surge of emotion. Thinking that he still had important things to do, he hurriedly took out his bank card and property certificate and handed them to Yunshu. This is a reward from the school. With me here, you won't have to suffer anymore. How can this be possible? This is your own money. Yunshu looked at the bank card and property certificate handed over by Chu Feng and quickly waved her hands to refuse, but Chu Feng stuffed them into Yunshu's hands without saying anything. "Aunt, we are all family, there is no need to be polite." Yunshu wanted to refuse, but Chu Feng interrupted her directly. "Auntie, please accept it. I'm in a hurry now, you have to come with me immediately." "What?" Yunshu's face flushed when she heard that. She took a step back in disbelief and almost dropped the ID in her hand. How could he? I thought Chu Feng was a reliable kid, but I didn't expect him to actually have such thoughts about me. Even if it was urgent, he couldn't come to me. But for some unknown reason, her gaze shifted uncontrollably. Why not? Chu Feng didn't notice Yunshu's strange behavior. He looked at his watch and said, "I've booked a flight for 2 a.m. We can't stay in Qingcheng any longer. We have to rush to Fengcheng overnight." Fengcheng is where the Tiangong Evolution College is located. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Qingcheng City, and the flight takes about 2 hours. Fengcheng? Why do you suddenly want to go to Fengcheng? Yunshu finally realized that she had misunderstood Chu Feng. She lowered her head, her ears burning, and cursed herself for thinking too much. But when she heard that Chu Feng wanted to take her to Fengcheng, she became confused again. "Aunt, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you on the way." Chu Feng didn't elaborate, but began to assign tasks. "Lu Ro, go pack the important things. Luin, go put on your coat." He strode into the bedroom, his eyes fixed on the white teddy bear doll on the bedside. It was a gift he gave to Luin, and the chip that countless people were scrambling for was hidden in the teddy bear's belly. Shangjing City, Zhang family villa. In the dim study, the head of the Zhang family sat upright on a rosewood chair. At this moment, a young man with a stern face pushed the door open and walked in. "Father," the cold-looking young man walked up to the head of the Zhang family and whispered, "The Chen family failed. The people they sent failed to catch Chu Feng. What a waste." The Zhang family patriarch was silent for a moment, then spoke hoarsely, "With this little ability, his Chen family also wants to bring down Zhao Changhe?" He slowly sat up straight and looked at the stern young man. "How did Chu Feng escape?" "It was Li Yan from Shangqiang Institute of Technology who took action," the young man replied in a deep voice. "Li Yan?" The Zhang family head frowned. "Is that the senior nicknamed Sky Dragon? Why is he there?" Obviously, Li Yan's reputation was so great that even the head of the Zhang family had to take him seriously. "He went to Qingcheng to recruit students and happened to meet Chu Feng," the young man continued to report, "but our people have arrived in Qingcheng and found Chu Feng's residence." He bowed slightly and handed the Zhang family patriarch a few surveillance photos. "Now we just wait for father's order, and we can catch Chu Feng in one fell swoop." The head of the Zhang family narrowed his eyes and reached out to take the photo. It was taken by the surveillance camera. The picture was exactly the residential area where Lu Ro lived. The figures of Chu Feng and Lu Ro coming in and out were captured very clearly. Then what are we waiting for? The head of the Zhang family threw the photo away and said, "The longer the night, the more troubles there are. Let's arrest him immediately." "Yes." The young man immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a number in front of the head of the Zhang family. After the call was connected, he whispered, "The action begins." At the same time, on a flight at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chu Feng recounted the entire story, and Yunshu covered her mouth in shock. You two kids, how could you do such a big thing?" "We were forced to do so." Chu Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. At that time, Wang Yang obviously wanted to silence him. If he didn't kill him, he would be the one to die. "Then, will we be safe if we go to Fengcheng?" Yunshu still didn't quite understand why they had to go to Fengcheng to escape the pursuit. "Because I have been admitted to Tiangong Evolution College," Chu Feng explained. "As long as I live in the college dormitory, no matter whether it is the Wang family or the Li family, they will not dare to cause trouble inside." "So that's how it is?" Yunshu was stunned. Although he knew that Chu Feng had no choice, he still felt sad when he thought about leaving Qingcheng, where he had lived for more than 10 years, forever. Seeing this, Chu Feng suddenly held her hand. Yunshu was startled, raised her head, and met Chu Feng's sincere eyes. Chapter 38 Entering the Academy. Aunt Chu Feng stared into her eyes and said slowly, home is where there are people. Besides, Fengcheng is a big city. Lu Yin's illness is easier to cure, isn't it? Ah. Yes, that's right. Yun Shu's pretty face turned red. She pulled her hand back in panic and looked back at her daughter. Fortunately, Lu Ro was lying by the porthole, pointing outside and chattering with Lu Yin, and didn't notice the movement here. She breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a slight warmth on the back of her hand, which had been held by Chu Feng. At this moment, the cabin light suddenly dimmed, and the broadcast announced that the plane was about to land. Yun Shu turned her head and looked out the window. The lights of thousands of homes in Fengcheng have arrived. It was already early morning when Chu Feng and his group stood at the school gate with their luggage. The campus was quiet. It was summer vacation now and most of the students had left school. Only a few graduate students remained on campus. Stop! What are you doing? A security guard in black uniform stood in front of the door, looking at the family of four warily. Not everyone can enter the Tiangong Evolution Academy. Chu Feng looks so young and doesn't look like a student of this academy at all. He is probably a kid from a remote area who wants to sneak in to broaden his horizons. He can stop dozens of these young people every day. I'm a freshman this year and I'm here to report, Chu Feng explained as he couldn't help but look up at the school gate. It must be said that the Tiangong Evolution College was built quite magnificently. The school gate, which is dozens of meters wide, is carved entirely from white jade, with lifelike five-clawed golden dragon statues entwined on both sides. Although the buildings behind the gate are modern high-rise buildings, they are covered with gilded eaves, and the columns are wrapped with reliefs of various animals. Under the morning sun, the entire campus looks like a heavenly palace, and even the floor tiles are shining with the luster of colored glaze. How corrupt! Chu Feng muttered quietly, but then he thought about becoming one of them and couldn't help but feel relieved. But this is what a top university should be like. This year's freshman? The security guard scoffed at this. Kid, even if you're lying, you should at least draft it. It's less than 10 hours before the college entrance examination ends, and the application system isn't even open yet. And you say you're a freshman? He squinted at Chu Feng and said, you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who's easy to fool, right? That's normal. Chu Feng wasn't in a hurry. There was nothing wrong with the other party stopping him, it was his duty after all. However, Chu Feng wanted to reason with him, but there are always exceptions in this world, right? Are all the students at Tiangong College admitted through the college entrance examination? The security guard was speechless. He knew that Tiangong Evolution College had more than just the college entrance examination to enroll students, such as recommended students, exchange students, special admission students, targeted students, as well as participation in summer camps and many other ways. But the young man in front of him didn't look like those people at all. Well, it's not registration time yet. The security guard's tone weakened. School starts in September. Why are you here so early? And you don't have any ID. I am his identity proof. A cold female voice suddenly rang out from the campus. Everyone turned around and saw a tall, cold, and elegant lady walking over. The hem of her snow-white lab coat fluttered with her steps, revealing her slender, straight calves. She glanced at Chu Feng calmly and said, "Are you Chu Feng?" "Yes, you are." Chu Feng looked at the lady in confusion, as he did not know her. "I am Yi Lan's mentor, Qin Ke." "Are you Qin Ke?" Chu Feng widened his eyes. He actually called Yi Lan after getting off the plane and told him that he had arrived in Fengcheng and wanted to start school early. Yi Lan was sleeping in a hotel in Xincheng at the time and was woken up in a daze. When he heard that Chu Feng had flown to Fengcheng overnight, he suddenly fell silent. He didn't understand why Chu Feng was so anxious, but since Chu Feng had already arrived, he could only resign himself to his fate and contact his tutor to pick up Chu Feng. Otherwise, Chu Feng would definitely not be able to enter the college without an ID. But Chu Feng never expected that Qin Ke was actually a female. It's not that he discriminated against women, but the women in this world, aren't they all contracted spirits? Teacher Qin Ke. The security guard had cold sweat on his forehead at this time. He naturally knew Qin Ke. As one of the few beautiful tutors in the academy, Qin Ke was very famous. Since Qin Ke was his guarantor, he naturally didn't dare to stop Chu Feng again. I didn't know they knew you. I'll let them in now." "You are wrong." Qin Ke glanced at the security guard coldly. "He was able to enter Tiangong College not because of me, but because of himself." What? The security guard was stunned. He thought Chu Feng was some relative of Qin Ke. Haven't you reacted when you heard his name? Qin Ke said coldly, he is the national top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Chu Feng with 820 points. Hiss. The security guard gasped, looking in shock at the plainly dressed young man before him. He knew that a record-breaking monster had appeared this year, but he never expected. Sorry. I didn't know it was you. The security guard stammered and bowed, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He was afraid that he would lose his job if he offended a genius of this level. You did nothing wrong. Chu Feng stretched out his hand to stop the security guard and prevented him from bending down. I didn't bring my ID with me. It was your duty to stop me. You don't need to apologize to me. He is not a bully who takes advantage of his power to bully others. He is upset just because the security guard stopped him. This kind of person definitely has problems with his values. The security guard was so happy to hear this that he immediately took the luggage and said, please come in. I'll help you with your luggage. I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. Qin Ke glanced at Chu Feng with a little surprise. She had seen too many geniuses who were arrogant because of their talents, but it was rare to find someone like Chu Feng who was neither arrogant nor impetuous. If such ordinary things are considered good, then this world must be sick. Chu Feng shook his head. He came from the Blue Star where everyone is equal. He would neither bully others because they are weak, nor flatter others because they are strong. He, Chu Feng, just be himself. Come with me. Qin Ke said no more and turned to walk deeper into the campus. The security guard greeted his companions and then followed behind him, carrying his luggage attentively. Chu Feng and his companions passed through the gate of Tiangong Evolution Academy. Along the way, Lu Ro and Lu Lin were amazed. Wow, there is a lake here. What's that glowing pillar? That building is so tall. The two chattered non-stop, and Chu Feng took the opportunity to take out his cell phone and make a call. Chapter 39 Mentor Qin Ke. Ding ling ling. Lin Mumu was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, sleeping soundly, with his saliva all over the pillow. Hearing the noise, she impatiently reached for her phone, but couldn't reach it. She smacked her lips twice, buried her face in the pillow, and continued to sleep soundly. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The ringing continued, as if demanding her life. Lin Mumu finally couldn't stand it anymore. She turned over angrily, closed her eyes, touched the phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? Can you let me sleep? Do you still want your salary? Chu Feng's low voice came from the receiver. After a month of getting along, he had already figured out Lin Mumu's temper. She would ignore his kind words, but she would immediately perk up when money was mentioned. Sure enough, upon hearing the word salary, Lin Mumu suddenly became alert and jumped up from the bed. She woke up instantly. She knelt on the bed, holding the phone in both hands, and said to Chu Feng in a flattering way, Boss, is it time to pay the salary? I will pay you your salary right away, and I can give you a raise next month, but I have a small request, Chu Feng said. Lin Mumu's skills were very useful, and he was reluctant to give up. Anyway, Lin Mumu was about to graduate, and it didn't matter who he worked for. He might as well come to Fengcheng and make bullets specifically for himself. A small request? Lin Mumu was shocked. Although she was usually confused, she had heard a lot about unspoken rules. She didn't expect that it would fall on her head today. What should I do, Lin Mumu? Should I give in for money? At this time, two little men were fighting in Lin Mumu's mind. One of them said, Lin Mumu, that's a salary increase. You can't give up the money for the sake of dignity. A salary increase means more octopus balls. Besides, Chu Feng is so handsome, you won't suffer any loss. The other little man nodded frantically beside him. He was right. Lin Mumu quickly agreed to him. It's terrible. How could it be so easy to fall? Lin Mumu blushed and said shyly, Boss, will you be responsible for me? Responsible? Responsible for what? Chu Feng was confused by Lin Mumu's nonsensical words and simply interrupted, Lin Mumu, if you want a raise, bring Lu Qi and Lu Yao to Fengcheng. Ah? Fengcheng? Lin Mumu pondered for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Is this the Fengcheng that has authentic mutton soup buns? Oh, yes, come quickly. I'll treat you to a good meal when you get here. Chu Feng felt helpless. This girl had nothing else on her mind except food. If sisters Lu Qi and Lu Yao didn't have cell phones, he really didn't want to call Lin Mumu. But then again, Leki and Lu Yao are free now. I don't know if they will run away after learning that I have left Xingcheng. After all, he had forced them to stay. But even if they ran back to the Wang family to inform on him, he was not afraid at all since he was in the Tiangong Evolution Academy. It's so tough to have a strong background. After hanging up the phone with Lin Mumu, Chu Feng dialed the principal's number again. Principal, I'm sorry, I'm afraid that the graduation ceremony. After briefly explaining the situation, he promised to record a blessing video at Tiangong College. After hanging up, he paid off the 10,000 yuan online loan. It would be ridiculous if a top scorer in the college entrance examination was listed on the list of dishonest persons because of a debt of 10,000 yuan. Qingke led a few people through the teaching building and finally came to a lake with rippling blue waves. This was the Taiching Lake of Tiangong Evolution Academy. The waves were sparkling, like a fairyland. Hidden among the trees by the lake, there is a group of villas with white walls and black tiles. Qingke finally stopped in front of a courtyard with a bronze plaque with the number 13 hanging on it, turned around and handed Chu Feng a door card. You will live here temporarily. Chu Feng took the card and looked at the 3-story Chinese-style villa in front of him, a little surprised. Tiangong Evolution Academy is so generous that it provides students with villas? Of course not. The villa is a reward from the college to outstanding students. Qingke was about to leave after handing the door card to Chu Feng. When she heard Chu Feng's question, she paused and said, "Now it is because the freshmen have not reported yet, and the villa area for freshmen is empty, so we can lend it to you. After school starts, whether you can continue to stay in the villa area depends on your ability." Oh? What do you mean? Chu Feng's heart moved. It didn't matter where he lived, even if it was an 8-person dormitory, but the key was Yun Shu, Lu Yin, and the others. He couldn't let them live in the boys' dormitory with him, turn them into weapons and lock them in a drawer every night before going to bed, right? That's too much of a disrespect to them. Every year when new students start school, there will be a competition to determine the ranking of the new students and the choice of tutors, Qingke said. Tiangong College does not have classes. Each tutor has his or her own evolutionary path. Students who rank high in the freshman competition can choose their favorite tutors first. Then, I wonder if teacher Qingke is among the choices? Chu Feng asked tentatively. Qingke heard this, glanced at him, and said coldly, "Why do you want to choose me?" Because. Chu Feng scratched his head. Yilan is very powerful. Although he had never seen Yilan take action, but to be able to make friends with a genius like Li Yan, his strength must be very strong. And since Qingke could be Yilan's mentor, he must be even more unfathomable. My path is not suitable for you, Qingke shook her head neatly. She paused for a moment and reminded, or rather, in the entire Tiangong Academy, there is no instructor suitable for you. What? Chu Feng didn't react for a moment. Qingke said calmly, firearm-type contract spirits have been considered useless before, so no instructor in the academy has studied the evolution path of firearms. Chu Feng was struck by lightning when he heard this. He originally thought that he could obtain the most advanced evolutionary route by coming to Tiangong College, but he didn't expect that there was no evolutionary route for firearms here at all. Then what should I do? Chu Feng was a little anxious. Isn't Tiangong College the best at evolving contract spirits? If even here there is no evolution path for firearms, then my contract spirit. Tiangong College is indeed the best at contract spirit evolution. Qingke glanced at Chu Feng. Although there is no ready-made firearms evolution route here, it has the top team of instructors, the most complete research equipment, and the richest knowledge base. Starting from scratch, it is not impossible to open up a new top-level evolution route for firearms. Yes, Chu Feng was stunned. He thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed as Qingke said. The evolutionary routes were all created by humans. Since others can research out the top routes, then he may be able to research out a top evolutionary route for firearms. Moreover, what you research yourself is the most suitable for you. Chapter 40 Evolutionary Route. Just as Chu Feng and his group settled into the villa and Lin Mumu and others bought tickets to Fengcheng, in an old residential area of Qingqing City, several men in black were roughly searching every corner of Lu Ro's house. "Master, the chip was not found," the leading man said on the phone, reporting to the young master of the Zheng family who was far away in Shangjing City, "and Chu Feng's family is all missing. We checked the information and found that they bought tickets to Fengcheng overnight. Calculating the time, they have already arrived in Fengcheng." Phoenix City? Zhang Tianxian held the phone, frowning and thought, Chu Feng just finished the college entrance examination, why did he run to Fengcheng at night? Young master. The man opposite hesitated for a moment. When we were investigating the information just now, we found out that Chu Feng was the national top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. The national #1 scholar? Zhang Tianxian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the fragmented information in his mind began to combine rapidly. Chu Feng returned to Qingcheng from Shangjing. Wang Yang died taking the college entrance examination. Rushed to Fengcheng late at night. Gradually, a clear thread emerged. I see. This Chu Feng is really a hidden talent. Zhang Tianxian sneered. Originally, I never doubted you at all. I thought you were just an insignificant little figure in this, and there must be someone behind the scenes directing you. But now it seems. The fact that he was a genius contractor who could score 820 points was enough to explain everything. Chu Feng must have killed Wang Yang and seized the chip with his own strength. Notify the Wang family and tell them that their young master is dead, and the murderer. Zhang Tianxian raised his eyes and said lightly, he has joined the Tiangong Evolution Academy. Chu Feng was not afraid of the Wang family or the Zhang family at this time. The Tiangong Evolution College covered an area of 50,000 acres. The campus had a commercial street, food street, and medical center. It was like a small city. Chu Feng has decided that he will never step out of the campus during his 4 years of college. Don't ask, the answer is that he loves learning. There are still 2 months before the new students start school. In the past few days, Chu Feng has taken Lu Ro to tour the campus and is basically familiar with the campus environment. Lin Mumu and the two sisters Lu Qi and Lu Yao also arrived the day before yesterday. Chu Feng settled Lin Mumu, Lu Qi, and Lu Yao into the villa area. After that, Lin Mumu turned into a ruthless production machine, having to reach his own production limit every day. Fortunately, Chu Feng paid him enough salary, and Lin Mumu had new delicacies to taste, so he was very happy. Lu Ro and Lu Ying got along very well with Lu Qi and Lu Yao, holding hands and going shopping together every day. Yun Shu, on the other hand, felt a little uneasy because she had a job and suddenly had some free time, so she inevitably felt a little empty inside. Chu Feng didn't have time to comfort Yun Shu at this moment, because after touring the campus, he rushed into the college library. As a top institution of learning, Tiangong Evolution College has a library with countless books, and Chu Feng knows that knowledge is power. So when he arrived here, he was like a mouse that fell into a rice jar. He hit it off with the library, and they became accomplices. He would go to the library several times a day, and he would come here refreshed and leave exhausted. After more than a week of hard work, Chu Feng finally had a basic understanding of Tiangong Evolution Academy and Qiling evolution. The first is the evolution of Qiling. It is not like the card game that Chu Feng had imagined before, where it can directly break through from 1 star to 2 stars and 3 stars. On the contrary, the evolution of Qiling is more like Digimon. After evolution, it will become a completely new form. A long sword may become a giant sword, and a shield may become an arm guard. Of course, no matter what it becomes, the attributes will definitely increase significantly than before, and an awakening skill will be added. Some are lucky and may even change their attack form or gain special abilities. For example, there was a B-level boxing spirit that gained the ability to attack from a distance after evolution. Every time it swung a punch, enemies more than 10 meters away would be attacked. There was also an A-level longsword spirit that gained the ability to freeze after evolution. Every time it hit an enemy, it would add a slowing effect to the enemy. However, the quality of the contract spirit will not improve after the evolution. The A-level contract spirit will always be an A-level contract spirit, and the B-level contract spirit will always be a B-level contract spirit. Among these evolutionary forms of Qiling, there are naturally differences in strength and weakness. In order to evolve into stronger Qiling, people have studied for many years and finally discovered that adding different evolutionary materials during the evolution of Qiling will directly affect the evolutionary direction of Qiling. As a result, various evolutionary routes came into being. The so-called top evolutionary route does not refer to the route that allows the Qiling to evolve into a powerful Qiling, but the route that allows the Qiling to evolve into a powerful Qiling in the last evolution. This may be difficult to understand, but it will become clearer if I give you a few examples. For example, an ordinary longsword evolves into a flaming giant sword after the first evolution, which is a strong evolution. The second evolution is from a flaming giant sword to a ghost flame sword, which is a strong evolution. The third evolution is from a ghost flame sword to a dark knight ghost flame sword, which is also a strong evolution. As for the other ordinary long sword, after the first evolution, it became a meteorite sword, which was a weak evolution. The second evolution was from a meteorite sword to a meteorite sword, which was a weak evolution. The third evolution was from a meteorite sword to a star sword, which was a top evolution. Although both evolved 3 times, the power of the star sword is much stronger than that of the dark night flame sword. People naturally hope that their contract spirits can evolve into the star sword. However, in order to evolve into the star sword, they must evolve into the meteorite sword during the first evolution, and the meteorite sword is a weak evolution. Who would have thought that a very weak meteorite sword is a prerequisite for the evolution of the star sword, one of the 10 top sword contract spirits? The evolutionary methods of top-level contract spirits are complex and varied. No one knows the evolutionary route they have chosen, and whether they can evolve into a top-level contract spirit in the third evolution, except the person who masters the top-level evolutionary route. Tiangong Evolution College currently has more than 5,000 full-time instructors stationed on campus, and countless honorary instructors and visiting professors, but among them, there are only about 50 instructors who master the top evolutionary routes. And there are only 13 people coming out to teach this time. Tiangong Evolution Academy admits about 4,000 new students every year. Needless to say, these 4,000 new students definitely hope that their mentor is one of these 13 people. Even Chu Feng feels that only a mentor who has mastered the top evolutionary route can help him perfect the evolutionary route of the gun spirit. And the opportunity to choose a mentor is in the freshman competition. It seems that I have to train hard. Those who can be admitted to Tiangong Evolution Academy are all outstanding people. I must not fail in the gutter. Chu Feng raised his eyes. He knew his weakness, which was the fear of being approached. If there were strong people with speed or who could be invisible among the freshmen, he would really be in danger of failure. Chapter 41 Freshman Competition. Chu Feng's weakness is close combat, so the main focus of his training is how to avoid being approached by others, and how to quickly distance himself after being approached by others. Although the Tiangong Evolution Academy is not as proficient in the training of combat pact masters as the Xingyun Combat Academy, its general fighting skills are still above average. The school has special classes to improve the combat skills of combatants, and there are also martial arts schools on campus for students to conduct extracurricular training and learning. Starting tomorrow, I plan to go to the martial arts gym west of the academy for combat training. Chu Feng lazily sank into the leather sofa. The two sisters, Lecky and Liao, were wearing cosplay costumes of Rem and Ram, and were feeding Chu Feng grapes from his left and right. Liao handed the peeled grapes to Chu Feng's mouth. Chu Feng opened his mouth and held the grapes, but deliberately bit Liao's slender white fingers. Ah! Liao screamed, pulled back her hand, and turned around with her cheeks flushed. She had long understood Chu Feng's habits. The more reserved she was, the more he liked her. Master Liqi suddenly came closer and put her arms around Chu Feng's neck. My sister and I have actually learned grappling techniques. Do you want me and my sister to teach you? Oh. Chu Feng suddenly grabbed Lecky's wrist and pulled, instantly knocking her off balance. Chu Feng took the opportunity to turn her over and press her down on the sofa, his knee pressing precisely against the acupoint on her lower back. Is this the grappling technique you're talking about? Master, how can you be so powerful? Lecky exclaimed. She didn't expect Chu Feng to be so powerful. She tried to struggle but couldn't break free. She could only shout helplessly, "Sister, come and help me." Liao joined the battle with a smile, while Lin Mumu was lying on the sofa opposite, enjoying the air conditioning with a look of despair. She was really drained, and was used to the limit by Chu Feng every day. However, the change that followed was that her success rate in making split bullets increased greatly, and now 18 out of 20 bullets can be used. Also, the mutton soup with steamed buns and fengchang is really delicious. Time passed uneventfully, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 months later. During these 2 months, Chu Feng's days were fully scheduled. In the morning, he went to the martial arts gym to learn fighting skills, in the afternoon he went to the library to study, and in the evening he came back to use Lin Mumu. Of course, he also gained a lot. Since he already had a background as an agent, Chu Feng's fighting skills improved very quickly. Now, 10 combat masters of the same level besieged him together, but they couldn't touch his clothes. In terms of knowledge, Chu Feng has already read rare materials and morphological mutations from basic evolution theory of Qi Ling and has vaguely formed some guesses about Lu Ro's evolutionary form. Lin Mumu also contributed 11 mutant bullets to Chu Feng, all of which were loaded into customized magazines by Chu Feng for use in times of crisis. Finally, September 1st arrived. The freshman entrance ceremony of Tiangong Evolution College was held in the central auditorium. 4,000 freshmen gathered together, the place was bustling with noise, and the air was filled with excitement and tension. Chu Feng sat casually in a corner, his eyes sweeping around. Some of these freshmen were dressed in fancy clothes, obviously from aristocratic families. Some were holding Qi Ling's hands, obviously in the stage of passionate love, and more people were like him, observing the environment silently and cautiously. On the podium of the auditorium, the leaders of the college took their seats one after another, and the freshmen around them began to whisper. Look at the third row. The guy in the black windbreaker is Nandong Lai. I heard his spirit bond is a UR class fierce wind bow. Oh, that's nothing. I heard that Chu Feng, who scored 820 points in the college entrance examination this year, finally chose our school. Hey, gossip, I heard that guy's spirit is a gun. A gun? Are you kidding? The discussion stopped abruptly. The entire auditorium suddenly fell into absolute darkness, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly, and the next second. Boom! A beam of light with a diameter of 10 meters descended from the sky, illuminating the podium like a miracle. Then, thousands of streams of light gathered on the podium and finally transformed into a figure with frosty white hair. It was Mo Qianqiu, the dean of Tiangong Evolution Academy. He stood with his hands behind his back, his body floating in the air. The air in the entire auditorium seemed to freeze. All the freshmen straightened their backs unconsciously, and even the children of wealthy families held their breath. Classmates. The old voice was obviously very soft, but it seemed to ring directly in everyone's mind. Just by being able to sit here, you have already beaten 99% of your peers. He waved his right hand, and the dome of the auditorium suddenly turned into a vast starry sky. But what Tiangong College wants to cultivate? The freshman looked up and saw the starry sky suddenly collapse and transform into a glowing seed. It is pioneers who can break common sense. The seed suddenly burst out with countless branches, and each light path showed an evolutionary route. The long sword turned into a flaming long sword, a frost giant sword, a broken sword, a thunder thorn, and new branches extended from these evolved spirits, endlessly and blending with each other. From today on, forget your past, forget your glory, and regard yourself as a humble seeker of knowledge. The dean clenched his hands, and all the light and shadows converged into a galaxy that spanned the auditorium, on this path of evolution. The Milky Way was suddenly split in half by an unprecedented starlight. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a long sword. It looked ordinary, but it carried unparalleled power. It was Mo Qianqiu's spirit bond, the Star Sword. The only thing that matters is whether you dare. The dean retracted the Star Sword and swept his eyes across the entire room. Make the impossible possible. Now, everyone go to Clock Tower Square. Freshman competition, begin. On the way to the Bell Tower Square, the freshmen walked in groups of 3 or 4, discussing excitedly. Hey, what ranking are you planning to achieve in this competition? A boy wearing glasses nudged his roommate whom he just met. Me? My roommate smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, my spirit is a nunchaku, and there is no top-level evolutionary route at the moment. I can just find an ordinary mentor to guide me. Hey, do you dislike me? A girl with a ponytail in front suddenly turned around and interrupted. It was obviously the man's spirit. Of course I don't. How could I dislike you? The man was obviously a little flustered, afraid that he would be misunderstood by his spirit. I heard that there will be 13 top tutors coming out to guide the new students this year, said a thin boy next to him. Is this true? Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, weren't there only 7 or 8 in previous years? Maybe the students he taught before have all graduated, another student guessed. My cousin said that the tutor does not only teach one class of freshmen. It is very likely that freshmen and seniors will study together under the same tutor, but there are also tutors who only teach one student for 4 years. This is not a mentor, this is clearly a master. Chapter 42 Entering the Dungeon. Chu Feng walked silently among the crowd, listening to the discussions. He had started school 2 months earlier and knew much more comprehensive information than others. This year, there are indeed 13 mentors who have mastered the top routes and choose to guide freshmen, but they are all difficult evolution routes. Taking the Star Sword as an example, not all contract spirits can evolve into the Meteorite Sword in the first step. This is closely related to the basic attributes and awakening skills of the contract spirit. Only when the durability of the contract spirit reaches level B and the awakening skills do not have any special effects, can it evolve into the Meteorite Sword. This step actually stopped 90% of the contracted spirits. You know, the durability of sword-type contracted spirits is not high. As a UR level contracted spirit, Leki's durability is only D. It is too difficult to reach B-level durability. The conditions for awakening skills are also very harsh. Generally, the awakening skills of the spirits will have some special effects. There are actually very few ordinary awakening skills that increase the critical hit rate, attack speed, or even cause 150% damage to the next attack after being activated. Of course, while the Star Sword's evolutionary requirements were demanding, sword-type bonded spirits didn't necessarily need to evolve into the Star Sword. Among the 10 top-tier sword-bonded spirits, there was also a bonded spirit like the Great Flame Sword, which was as famous as the Star Sword. Almost all sword-bonded spirits with flame effects could potentially evolve into the Great Flame Sword, even knives. According to Chu Feng's idea, in fact, all contract spirits should have a route to evolve into top-level contract spirits. The reason why there are so few top-level contract spirits now is that everyone has not found the route yet. There was no conversation along the way, and the freshmen soon arrived at the Bell Tower Square. The reason why Bell Tower Square is called Bell Tower Square is not because there is a bell tower on the square, but because the square was donated by a man named Bell Tower hundreds of years ago. Although it has been renovated several times, the appearance and area of the square have nothing to do with the previous Bell Tower Square, but the name has been retained. There is a huge screen in the square. The left side shows the rules of the freshman competition, and the right side shows the freshman rankings. The freshman competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the knockout round. Freshmen enter the virtual copy and kill ferocious beasts to gain points. The top 400 in points will advance. The second stage is the survival competition. The 400 qualified players enter a large survival copy together. There are 24 portals at the end, 1 for each person. The first 24 people to pass through will advance to the finals. The third stage is the ring battle, where 24 qualifiers will compete in 1v1 ring battles until the final ranking is determined. 4,000 to 24? This freshman competition is too difficult. The first stage is to kill the ferocious beast. My weapon is a shield, how can I compare with others? The survival copy is the killer, 400 people in one map, wow, it will be absolutely exciting. Xu Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, looking at the rules on the screen. The first and third stages did not pose much risk to him, but only the second stage was likely to lead to failure. After all, 400 freshmen entered the same map together, and the awakened spirits of the freshmen were all kinds of strange, so it was inevitable that they would encounter opponents who could restrain them. Not far from him, a dozen freshmen in black cloaks stood quietly, exuding a cold aura that kept strangers away. The students around them unconsciously kept a distance from them. One of the young men with a sinister look suddenly raised his wrist and answered the call. Have you seen Xu Feng? A processed mechanical voice came from the other end of the communicator. The young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze passed through the noisy crowd and locked onto Xu Feng, who was checking the rules. I see, he is preparing to participate in the freshman competition. Very good, the voice in the communicator said with a hint of coldness. Remember, as long as you can defeat him in the competition, the A-level contract spirit I gave you will belong to you forever. The young man's mouth curled up with a cruel arc. Don't worry. His voice was very low, but it was chilling. If it weren't for you, we would have no chance to contract an A-level spirit, let alone join the 4 major universities. With us here, that Xu Feng will definitely not survive the second round. The call ended, and the young man slowly lowered his wrist. His companion beside him whispered, "Brother, are we really going to kill each other in the competition?" The academy. What are you afraid of? The young man sneered. Accidental death in survival copies is not without precedent. Besides, his eyes were glued to Chu Feng's back like a poisonous snake. Someone is taking care of it. The freshmen lined up in a long queue and walked towards the giant light gate on the north side of the square, which was the entrance to the competition copy. There are 2 types of copies in this world. One is completely controlled by the Federation, with free entry and exit, high security factor, and mostly used for training or competition. The other type is beyond the control of the Federation. The entry conditions are harsh, the risk factor is extremely high, and there is a real risk of death. It is usually used for the exploration of high-level combat contractors. The virtual battlefield behind the light gate in front of us belongs to the copy controlled by Tiangong Evolution Academy. The academy has absolute control over everything in the copy. Once the students are in danger of life, they will be forced to teleport out immediately. However, this is only limited to the threat posed by ferocious beasts to students. There will inevitably be delays in the fights between students, and many dangers often occur in the moment of delay. About 20 minutes later, Xu Feng finally reached the front of the light gate. He took a deep breath and stepped into the light gate. In an instant, the world spun. Welcome to the bloody wasteland virtual battlefield. Current points, 0. Earn points by killing ferocious beasts. After each round of ferocious beasts is eliminated, you will get 5 minutes of rest time. You can apply for settlement points and exit the copy at any time. If you die in the dungeon, you will exit the dungeon immediately and your points will be reset to 0. A piece of information appeared directly in Xu Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a dark red Gobi desert. The hot wind blew sand and gravel against his face. The distant horizon was distorted in the heat wave, and the low roar of beasts could be heard faintly. He looked around and saw no other freshmen, so it seemed to be a single-player instance. Lu Ro had already transformed into a revolver and was held in his hand. Lin Mumu could produce 20 bullets a day, and 2 months was 60 days, which meant 1,200 bullets, which Chu Feng could not use up at all. However, it is inconvenient to carry so many bullets. Chu Feng's tactical assault backpack can only hold 300 bullets at a time. Although it is a bit small, it is completely sufficient for the first stage of the copy. It would be nice if I had a space ring, Xu Feng murmured. He raised his head, and at this moment, a beast shadow slowly appeared behind the sand dune in front of him. Chapter 43 Red-Scaled Sand Lizard. It was a red-scaled sand lizard, nearly 3 meters long. Its dark red scales shone with a metallic luster in the sunlight, and its scarlet tongue kept moving in and out, obviously having locked onto Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not hesitate, he raised the revolver and aimed the muzzle steadily at the target. The red-scaled sand lizard is an E-level ferocious beast, famous for its hard scales, but its defense is nothing to a revolver, and Chu Feng's bullets can easily tear its skin. But hitting its body will not kill it immediately. Chu Feng wants to save bullets and still kill it with one shot. The red-scaled sand lizard crawled quickly on the ground. For students who were able to enter the Tiangong Evolution Academy, this red-scaled sand lizard was just a warm-up, but it would take some effort to deal with it. Bang! A bullet tore through the air and accurately penetrated the right eye of the red phosphorus sand lizard, causing blood to explode. Points plus 15. The copy prompt sounded, and Xu Feng felt relieved. This was the result of 2 months of training in the martial arts school. Before, Xu Feng could only achieve 100% hit rate on moving targets within 10 meters, but now it has been improved to 25 meters. If it is a stationary target, the distance is increased to 50 meters, and this is due to limited vision. If Xu Feng continues to improve the attributes, or add a scope to the revolver, then the distance will continue to increase. The body of the red-scaled sand lizard slowly disappeared, and Xu Feng also got a 5-minute break. He called up the rankings and took a look. Number 3124, Xu Feng 15 points. I'm quite behind. Xu Feng laughed, but he was not surprised. After all, a large number of freshmen had entered the dungeon before him, and after him, there were even some who had not entered yet. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and a new round of ferocious beasts refreshed. At this moment, a dense mass of black spots suddenly appeared on the distant skyline. What? Due to the distance being too far, Xu Feng was unable to distinguish it for a moment, but after a few seconds, the black cloud approached rapidly, and Xu Feng could see clearly that it was not a black spot at all, but an E-level ferocious beast, the stinging wasp. A fist-sized swarm of bees came overwhelmingly, and their tail stingers were emitting a dark green poisonous light. In terms of individual strength, the stinging wasp was definitely not as good as the red-scaled sand lizard, but it lived in groups and flew at an extremely fast speed. If you are stung by its tail needle, you will lose half your life even if you don't die. The best way to deal with stinging wasps is naturally range attacks and fire attacks, but firearm-type spirits are also good. Because firearms have a long attack range and a fast attack speed, the stinger wasp has a standard high attack and low defense. With the power of a revolver, it is entirely possible to kill it with one shot. Bang! Xu Feng pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet flew out of the air. However, what he didn't expect was that when the bullet was approaching the stinging wasp, it strangely brushed past its wings and disappeared into the dust in the distance. Missed the target? Xu Feng frowned, immediately held his breath and concentrated, readjusting the angle of the gun muzzle and locking onto another stinging wasp. Bang! The second shot also missed. The bullet's trajectory seemed to be disturbed by some force, and it deflected slightly the moment it approached the wasp. No, there's a problem. Xu Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He was absolutely confident in his marksmanship. At this distance, he could hit the target 100%. Now that he missed 2 shots in a row, it was definitely not a coincidence. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully, only then did he notice a slight distortion in the air. Is it refracting light? Xu Feng thought about it and moved the muzzle slightly to the left. Bang! The bullet flew through the air, and a stinging wasp fell to the ground. Points +5. It's off! Xu Feng was not satisfied, because he was not aiming at the stinging wasp that was shot down. Based on the trajectory of the bullet just now, Xu Feng quickly constructed a three-dimensional ballistic model in his mind, and then shifted the muzzle 3 degrees to the lower right according to the model's prediction. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the head of the stinging wasp in front of him exploded. Without even a sound, it fell to the ground. Points +5. A smile appeared on Xu Feng's lips, but the muzzle of the gun did not stop and continued to turn. Bang! 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 With every gunshot, a stinging wasp landed on the ground, as if the visual interference had never existed. And his points are also increasing. Points +5, points +5, points +5. A minute later, Xu Feng cleared out all the stinging hornets in the sky before they could get close, and his score reached 115 points. The corpses of the stinging wasps on the ground began to disappear, and Xu Feng got another 5 minutes of rest. Without relaxing, Xu Feng immediately began to organize his equipment. He quickly checked the ammunition bag on his waist and replenished the bullets that had just been used to ensure that he could take out the required ammunition as soon as possible during the next round of battle. Click! Click! The magazine was inserted into the holster, Xu Feng fastened the belt, and everything was ready. 5 minutes passed quickly. But strangely, there was silence all around. Is the copy stuck? Xu Feng frowned, feeling something was wrong. At this moment, a dull rumbling sound came from deep underground. At the same time, Xu Feng discovered that the sand under his feet began to tremble, and small stones were jumping on the ground. Oh no! It's underground! Xu Feng's expression turned stern, and his body immediately rolled to the side. Bang! The ground where he had been standing suddenly exploded, and a sandworm the size of a truck burst out of the earth. Its scarlet compound eyes gleamed in the dust, and its serrated mouth opened, spewing out a foul-smelling mucus. It's a D-class beast, a sandworm. Xu Feng recognized the ferocious beast at a glance and groaned inwardly. Sandworms are the most ferocious beasts that can best restrain gunmen, because there is no part of their body that can kill them with one shot. Even if a bullet pierces their head, they will not die immediately. They must be continuously attacked until their vitality is exhausted. This is completely not worth it for Xu Feng, because it's such a waste of bullets. Bang! 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 Xu Feng fired 3 consecutive shots at the sandworm's compound eyes. Although mucus splashed everywhere, the sandworm just twisted its body in pain and burrowed into the sand even more violently, preparing for the next attack. Xu Feng took this opportunity to quickly check the rankings. Number 1432, Xu Feng 115 points. Not bad. It seems that the poisonous wasp swarm in the second level eliminated many people, Xu Feng thought to himself. As long as he could maintain his ranking in the top 400 in the elimination round, he could advance. He didn't have to fight for the first place. The sandworms scored 50 points each. As long as he killed 2, he could securely enter the top 400. After the sandworms burrowed into the ground, the entire Gobi Desert fell into an eerie silence. Xu Feng closed his eyes, concentrated his senses to the extreme, and caught the slightest vibrations from the ground with his ears. Left, behind. He suddenly opened his eyes, rolled forward to dodge, and fired 3 shots at the half-meter behind him with his backhand. Chapter 44 Family Members. Bang, bang, bang. The sandworm just broke out of the ground, and the bullet hit its mouthparts accurately. Sticky body fluids mixed with blood spurted out. In pain, the sandworm twisted its body frantically, and its huge body smashed towards Xu Feng like a giant whip. Bang! 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 The sandworm's body kept falling, leaving deep pits on the Gobi Desert. Xu Feng dodged left and right, avoiding the attack. When the sandworm stood up again, Xu Feng's eyes fixed. The opportunity has come. Xu Feng steadied his body and pointed the gun at the sandworm's head. Bang, 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 bang. 7 bullets hit the same wound accurately, and the sandworm's wailing suddenly stopped. It can be seen that a big hole appeared in the part hit by Xu Feng. Through the hole, the scene behind the sandworm can be clearly seen. The sandworm twisted a few times, and then with a muffled sound, it fell to the ground and its body slowly dissipated. Points +50. Finally dead. Chu Feng gasped, opened the magazine, and the empty shells fell to the ground with a clink. He took out a new bullet and was about to load it when the sand under his feet suddenly shook violently again. Bang! Bang! Two sandworms broke out of the ground at the same time, surrounding him on the left and right. Sticky saliva dripped from their serrated mouthparts, corroding the sand and producing wisps of white smoke. Really? I don't even have time to breathe. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Facing the two sandworms, he quickly pushed the bullet into the magazine and then raised his pistol. In the bell tower square, some freshmen who had already exited the dungeon were looking at the leaderboard. Nangong Lai is really amazing. From the beginning till now, he has been firmly occupying the first place in the rankings. The main reason was that the sandworm in the third level was too difficult. I didn't even have time to prepare before it swallowed me whole, causing my points to be reset to 0. Speaking of Chu Feng, isn't he the top scorer in the country? What's his ranking? Let me look. Chu Feng, number 326. No way. He broke his college entrance exam score. How come he's only ranked over 300th? Hey, maybe he bought his college entrance examination scores. Now he has to rely on himself for the freshman competition, and his secret will be exposed in an instant. The freshmen were discussing the people on the leaderboard with great interest. At the same time, in a luxurious lounge, 13 top mentors were standing or sitting in different postures, but all of them were staring at a huge screen. The screen was divided into 5 parts, each of which played the candidate's battle scene in the copy in real time. In the upper left corner of the picture, there is a thin young man with skin as pale as snow. His short silver-white hair flutters in the wind, his narrow fox eyes are slightly narrowed, and there is always a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. At the moment the sandworm broke out of the ground, he just raised his finger slightly, and the other self who had been standing beside him rushed out like a ghost. He is the eldest son of the Wang family in the capital, Wang 23, and his spirit bond is a shadow puppet. I heard that its puppets are invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, and have the dual attributes of itself and the contractor. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen such a strange spirit. The instructors were discussing in the lounge, while in the copy, the shadow puppet had already flashed to the top of the sandworm's head, and its 5 fingers were like knives, suddenly piercing into the sandworm's compound eyes. Puff! The mucus splattered and the sandworm twisted wildly, but the shadow puppet was like a thorn in its side, sliding down the worm's body and tearing it apart with both hands. The insect body suddenly split into 2. Wang Urshisan stood there without moving an inch. Seeing the puppet had dealt with the sandworm, he narrowed his eyes slightly and lightly hooked his fingertips. The puppet shook off the bloodstains and returned to his side. How about this puppet? Do you have any ideas on how to evolve it? Maybe we can strengthen its attribute attacks and let it evolve into a fire puppet or an ice puppet. I don't think so. The advantage of the puppet is that it allows the contractor to hide in a safe place. I think we should strengthen its various attributes, making it faster, harder, and sharper. Since it's called Shadow Puppet, why not let it completely turn into a shadow, invisible and intangible, making it impossible to defend against? What do you think? Let's make this puppet look more and more like a contractor? Oh? What do you mean? What do you mean by making the puppet more and more like a contractor? That is, after it evolves to its peak, it can also be contracted with a spirit. Hiss, spirit contract? Horrible. So terrible. Don't tell me, there's something going on. The instructors expressed their opinions and deduced several evolutionary routes of the shadow puppets in the blink of an eye. In the picture to the right of Wang 23, the battle had already begun. He was a man as gentle as jade. He was wearing a moon-white robe with cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. His eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. His long hair was half tied up, with a strand of black hair hanging down in front of his shoulder. There was a scholarly air in his every move, as if he was not here to fight, but to enjoy the scenery and recite poetry. Facing the siege of 2 sandworms, he just put the flute to his lips and slowly closed his eyes. The flute sounds, and the sound waves are like blades. Just as the 2 sandworms were about to attack, they were struck by lightning, and their entire bodies twisted wildly on the spot. The sound waves penetrated the shell and directly vibrated the sandworm's brain. The 2 sandworms twisted for a moment, then suddenly stopped moving. Then, bang! Bang! The sandworm's head exploded instantly, and a bloody rain poured down from the sky, pouring towards the man in white robe. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the man in white robe, blocking the bloody rain half a meter away. Not a drop could get in, and in the end, it only formed a blood-red arc boundary on the ground in front of him. Not until the blood rain disappeared did the man slowly put away the jade flute and stand with his hands behind his back, like a banished immortal. As expected of the eldest son of the Shangguan family in Donghai City, Shangguan Xingfeng is elegant in every gesture. Music can soothe the mood, but it can also kill people. This invisible and intangible attack is really hard to resist. What if I wear earplugs? No, the sandworm died with its brain shattered. This shows that Shangguan Xingfeng's attack was not through sound, but through vibration. It's clearly a flute for daily use, but it's become a weapon for battle. This Shangguan Xingfeng is the same as that Chu Feng. Sound wave enhancement. That's difficult. Does it also add various properties to the sound waves? Ice, flame, thunder, poison? How about letting the flute sound control the enemy's movements, ordering them to commit suicide, or even changing their minds? Perhaps the sound of the flute can be condensed into a physical sword, killing people with the sound blade. I think we should abandon those messy things and directly strengthen the basic attributes. With one sound, mountains and rivers will shatter. The mentors argued endlessly about Shangguan Xingfeng's evolutionary path until Nangon Lai in the lower left corner also started to take action. Then the mentors stopped. Let's see how Nangon Lai performs. His spirit contract is the traditional bow and arrow. Mr. Su, this is the evolutionary route you are best at, a young mentor said with a smile, looking at an old man on the sofa. Chapter 45, Strange Spirit. The mentor known as Old Su shook his head slightly when he heard the young mentor's words. He looked at Nangon Lai in the picture and said slowly, each of his attacks has a strong wind attribute. He may not be willing to follow my evolutionary route. Perhaps, he wants to take a new top-level route. In the picture, Nangon Lai has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, strong facial features, and his unruly orange-red short hair is particularly eye-catching. Facing the siege of sandworms, he smiled heartily, his fighting spirit soaring. Lingling, how about one more time? The longbow trembled violently in his palm, and Lingling's excited voice came from Nangon Lai's mind. Quick! Kill it! Kill that big guy! Ha, watch out! Nangon Lai took a deep breath after hearing this, then quickly pulled out a feather arrow from behind. He drew the bow like a full moon and the arrow shot out like a dragon. Call out! The bowstring hummed, and the arrow was just an ordinary arrow when it first left the string. However, as it flew in the air, a strong wind suddenly arose, and the surrounding air currents turned into spiral air blades surrounding the arrow. As the air in front of the arrow was broken, the air blades surrounding the feather arrow spun faster and faster, and its size became larger and larger. When it approached the sandworm, it had turned into a death tornado with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Puff! Before the sandworm could react, Nangon Lai's arrow had already penetrated its head, and the wind blades around its body were frantically strangling the surrounding flesh and blood. In just less than a second, the sandworm's head was shredded by the wind blade, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, deader than dead. Ha, Lingling, you're worthy of being her. Nangon Lai raised the longbow in his hand and praised her. Shi Ling, who was called Lingling, was immediately smug. Humph, of course, don't you see who I am? In the lounge, several instructors were a little surprised when they saw Nangon Lai easily shoot the sandworm. His gale bow, how could it be so powerful? Perhaps it's because of his skill. He should have two effects, one is a passive effect, where each shot is accompanied by a wind blade, and the other is an active effect, where the arrow is accompanied by a wind blade with greater lethality and size. After this attack, I don't think he will have much spiritual power left. So, maybe he can take the evolutionary route of saving spiritual energy? That way he will have enough spiritual energy to activate his skills. No, continuous output is not as good as a single kill. I think we should go for the ultimate flow, a storm of arrows, tearing the world apart. What a reckless man! He should split the arrow into thousands, so that when one arrow is shot, thousands of arrows will follow. Well, how to evolve still depends on his own choice. Old Su's voice was not loud, but it made the whole room quiet instantly. He was the most likely person to become Nangon Lai's mentor because his contracted spirit was named Sai of the Wind God. In order to evolve into the breath of the Wind God, the initial contract spirit's skills must have wind attributes, which Nangon Lai perfectly meets. It can be said that if he chooses Mr. Su as his mentor, coupled with the financial resources of the Nangon family in Northwest Province, he will definitely be able to evolve his contract spirit into a top-level contract spirit. When the other instructors heard Mr. Su speak, they stopped talking and looked at the last person on the screen except Chu Feng. He was a man as delicate as a porcelain doll, with watery almond eyes, pale pink lips, and skin so white that it was almost transparent. At first glance, one would mistake him for a girl. He is the eldest son of the Zhang family in Shangjing City, Zhang Lingfeng. In front of him, two sandworms were moving quickly. Zhang Lingfeng pursed his lips and held a book in his hands. I'm going to use you. Zhang Lingfeng looked at the book in his hand and said nervously, Are you ready? If you say a few more words, the sandworms on the opposite side will eat us. You idiot, take action quickly. Use your skills. Aha! Why did I choose you to be my contractor? A girl's voice sounded in Zhang Lingfeng's mind, making him shiver. Yes. I'm sorry, I will use you right away. Zhang Lingfeng apologized to the book in a hurry, then raised his head and looked at the sandworm opposite seriously. I'm sorry, although we have no grudges against each other, but you are virtual, I can attack you. After Zhang Lingfeng finished speaking, two sandworms had already raised waves of sand and pounced in front of him, and their smelly jaws covered his head. Fire! A foul smell hit him in the face. Zhang Lingfeng looked at the sandworm in front of him without fear. Instead, he gently uttered a word. Suddenly, the first page of the book ignited with a red flame. Fire! Zhang Lingfeng turned to the second page of the book and uttered the second word at the same time, and the second page of the book began to burn. Fire! Zhang Lingfeng uttered the last word, and now, all 3 pages of the scroll were burning. The sandworm's head was less than half a meter away from him, and it could swallow him whole in the next second, but Zhang Lingfeng stood there motionless, as if he was scared silly. Why doesn't he hide? An instructor in the monitoring room began to wonder, and at this moment, the ground under Zhang Lingfeng's feet suddenly shook violently. The sandworm was shaken and its huge body began to shake. Just as it adjusted its body and wanted to attack again, the ground in front of Zhang Lingfeng suddenly cracked open, and a stream of red magma broke out of the ground like a giant dragon, knocking the 2 sandworms back. The hot magma dripped onto the sandworms, continuously burning their skin. In just a few seconds, their skin turned black. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Lingfeng opened the book again. Fire! Fire! Thunder! Zhang Lingfeng uttered 3 words again, and the sky suddenly darkened. Then, a meteorite wrapped in a fireball slammed into the ground. Boom! A huge noise sounded and dust flew. Zhang Lingfeng put away the book and stood quietly aside. He had now exhausted his spiritual power. If the 2 sandworms were not dead yet, he would have no choice but to exit the copy. The dust cleared and the 2 sandworms disappeared. Zhang Lingfeng heard the notification that his points had increased and he breathed a sigh of relief. He pursed his lips, took out a bottle of spiritual power recovery potion from his pocket, inserted a straw, and drank it in small sips. The Zhang family has an incredible genius this time. I heard that his initial spiritual attribute reached 7 points, otherwise he would not be able to afford such a terrifying consumption of spiritual power. A mentor couldn't help but speak when he saw Zhang Lingfeng's actions. The power of these 2 skills is extremely great. Zhang Lingfeng cannot feel it, but the instructor is very clear about it. In fact, after Zhang Lingfeng used the first skill, the sandworm was already dead, and his second skill was a complete waste. Chapter 46 The first game ends. Through the fusion of different elements to form different skills, this Zhang Lingfeng is the one with the greatest potential among this group of freshmen, said the thin instructor next to him. Other contract spirits can only awaken one skill, but Zhang Lingfeng can freely combine and possess multiple skills, which makes his adaptability extremely strong and can deal with various situations. It seems that he is going to take the element fusion route, and add more elements to his book in the future to combine more skills. A long-haired instructor on the sofa began to analyze. He is good at spiritual attacks and can see Zhang Lingfeng's future evolutionary route at a glance. That's true, but why don't we try something innovative? A female instructor chuckled. Wouldn't it be great if we added mimicry slime to the evolutionary materials and allowed his bonded spirit to transform into a beast and attack? Imagine that scene. The female instructor stared at Zhang Lingfeng on the screen with a burning gaze. Every time he turns a page of the book, an elemental beast jumps out to attack, while he can stand leisurely at the back and command the overall situation. You are too bold, the long-haired mentor shook his head. With this route, the probability of evolving into a top-level spirit is only 1%. You are harming him by doing this. A genius must be different. The female mentor curled her lips and didn't pay attention to what the long-haired man said. At this time, Old Su spoke again. The advantage of element combination is that different skills can be used to deal with different situations. Evolving into an elemental beast is good, but when encountering an assassin close to him, Zhang Lingfeng will have no way to deal with it. This is a waste of his talent. Okay, that's just what I said. The female tutor was still a little in awe of Mr. Su, not only because of his age, but also because of his strength. However, she was silent for a moment and then spoke again. Come to think of it, don't you find it strange? She frowned and thought, in the past, the contracted spirits were not so bizarre. They were either weapons or daily life. But now, puppets, flutes, books, guns, these contracted spirits that obviously do not belong to the weapon category are shining brightly. This situation has never happened in the Federation for hundreds of years. Now that you mention it, I feel it too. The number of new types of contracted spirits is gradually increasing, and the top routes we have mastered seem to be gradually being eliminated, the chubby mentor sighed. This is not a coincidence. Something must have changed in this world, a mentor in a white lab coat said with certainty after taking a sip of water. The only place that can change the world is that place. The long-haired mentor glanced at everyone and said softly. Hearing the long-haired mentor mention that place, everyone was startled and fell silent. After a while, Elder Su sighed and said, that place is too far away from us. Let's take care of the things at hand first. You have already seen the disciples of the four major families, so what do you think of the last one, Xu Feng? When Xu Feng was mentioned, all the instructors present became interested. He obviously did not have a prominent family background and had contracted a useless spirit, but it was this combination that helped him crush the geniuses from major families in the college entrance examination, and now he was standing on the stage of the college competition. Because firearm-type spirits couldn't fire bullets before, we knew almost nothing about them. A chubby instructor rubbed his chin and said after a moment of hesitation, based on Xu Feng's performance, the revolver's attack speed is extremely fast, its power is extremely great, and its attack range is also very long. It seems to be an evolved form of a bow and arrow, but we all know that Xu Feng's spirit has not evolved. That's true, said a bespectacled instructor. If there's any weakness, it's that the reloading speed is a bit slow. But judging from actual combat data, this slowness is only relative, and, as long as there are bullets in the magazine, its continuous firing speed is simply beyond the reach of a bow and arrow. The weakness is the skills, the female instructor suddenly said. She looked at Xu Feng on the screen and said calmly, the basic attributes of the gun are too powerful, so the price is the weakness of the skills. Have you noticed? He doesn't have explosive skills like Nandong Lai. All his attacks rely on the physical destructive power of bullets. I think you are right, the long-haired mentor nodded. Yilan mentioned in her previous report that the skill of this revolver is to fire bullets by consuming spiritual power. According to Xu Feng's data in the college entrance examination, it is estimated that about 1 bullet is fired for every 2 points of spiritual power. 2 o'clock. In the lounge, the instructors fell into a brief silence. This number was neither high nor low, but if combined with the terrifying firing rate and lethality of the gun, this consumption could be ignored. If it is paired with some accessories that reduce spiritual power consumption, or auxiliary skills. The instructor wearing glasses lowered his head and wrote down the names of several accessories, then raised his head and looked at everyone. Then his continuous output ability will not be a problem at all. The characteristic of a firearm contract spirit should be stable output, Old Su said, pointing out the characteristic of the revolver incisively. It may not have the fancy skills of other contract spirits, nor does it have an instant burst of destructive power, but each of its strikes is stable and powerful, and will not consume the contractor's own physical strength. He paused and concluded, this is a spirit contract that will not bring us any surprises, but is extremely reliable. Yes, that's right. Mr. Su is right. In the lounge, all the instructors nodded and agreed with this conclusion. However, what they didn't know was that Xu Feng didn't need to consume any spiritual power when using bullets, and the skill that really required spiritual power, fatal judgment. Xu Feng had never demonstrated it in front of anyone. After killing 2 besieging sandworms, Xu Feng's ranking jumped again, climbing from 326th to 78th. This result is far from his limit. If he wants, he can continue hunting and even strive for the top 50 or top 30. But Xu Feng was not in a hurry. The ranking in the first stage was meaningless. On the contrary, the higher the ranking, the easier it would be to become the target of public criticism in the second stage. In a battle royale, everyone would definitely give priority to killing the geniuses. He glanced at the status of the candidates on the leaderboard and confirmed that most of them had already exited the dungeon. Even if there were still hidden dark horses, it was unlikely that they would squeeze him out of the top 400 qualifying line. That's enough. Xu Feng closed the leaderboard and exited the dungeon without hesitation before new sandworms appeared. Chapter 47 Late Night Celebration. There were not as many people in the square as before. Some candidates are still staying where they are, staring at the ranking list nervously, praying that their names will not be squeezed out by those who come later, while others have already left. Those who left are either confident enough in their ranking or completely desperate, believing that they have no chance of entering the next round. Xu Feng naturally didn't want to waste time here. The freshman competition lasted for 3 days, with one game every day. The time after the game was at the discretion of the candidates. Xu Feng was almost certain to advance, so there was no point in staying here. I have to go back to find Lin Mumu and restock the bullets. Xu Feng touched the magazine on his waist and frowned. He originally had 1,200 bullets in stock, but now there are only 1,155 left. How can this be possible? It's so unsafe. He gently stroked the gun with his fingers, and a colorful light flashed. Lu Ro turned into a human form again and stood beside him. She stretched out her arm and was about to grab Chu Feng's hand when a laughing voice suddenly came from behind her. I say, are you Chu Feng? The voice was light, and although it contained a smile, it sent a chill down one's spine. Chu Feng paused, calmly took Lu Ro half a step behind him, and slowly turned around. 5 steps away, a young man with short silver hair was looking at him with his head tilted. His slender eyes were slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and his posture was lazy, but it inexplicably reminded people of a poisonous snake. It's Wang Ershizhen from the Wang family, the second place in the National College Entrance Examination. A sudden exclamation came from the crowd. The other one is Xu Feng, who topped the college entrance exam. Someone gasped. How did these two monsters end up fighting? The news spread quickly, and soon, the students who had left came back. Record it quickly, this is much more interesting than the competition. I guess the two of them will definitely fight, hee hee. Shoo, don't talk, just watch the show quietly. Xu Feng heard the discussion among the people around him and understood the identity of the silver-haired young man in front of him. He looked at Wang 23 carefully and found that he did look somewhat similar to Wang Yang, but why were their names so different and not even close at all? Is there something? Xu Feng wasn't sure whether the other party knew that he had killed Wang Yang, but as long as the other party didn't say it, he wouldn't admit it. Well, in fact, even if the other party said it, he wouldn't admit it. I've seen your college entrance exam video. Your ability is definitely more than 78th. Wang Ershizhen narrowed his eyes and slowly cast his gaze on Xu Feng, as if he could see through everything. You are hiding your abilities. No one can win all his life. The college entrance examination is just luck. Xu Feng's expression did not change, and his tone was calm. He did not want to have too much involvement with the Wang family. He had already made up his mind. After returning, he would let Li Qi and Lu Yao stay in the villa and not go anywhere, so as not to be recognized by Wang Ershizhen. Really? Wang Ershizhen looked at Xu Feng with a smile, suddenly took a few steps forward, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I know you killed Wang Yang. Xu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he clenched Lu Ro's hand tightly. His eyes looking at Wang Ershizhen instantly became dangerous. What did you say? I don't quite understand. It doesn't matter. Wang 23 chuckled, slowly took a few steps back, put his hands back into his sleeves, his expression still lazy and casual. I don't know him well, and I have no intention of avenging him. He tilted his head and opened his narrow eyes slightly. I just want to see who I lost to. After saying that, he turned and left. His short silver hair shone coldly in the sunlight, and his back revealed an elusive meaning. Xu Feng stared at his back, his eyes gradually turning colder. Things seemed to be getting troublesome. Inside the villa, the lights were bright and there was constant laughter. Yun Shu prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes, which were filled with fragrance. At the table, Lin Mumu was holding up a wine glass, her cheeks flushed as she shouted that she wanted another round of drinks. Li Qi and Lu Yao were smiling as they poured her wine. Lu Ro was sitting next to Xu Feng, quiet like a virtuous wife. Lu Yin was sitting on the right side of Lu Ro, shaking her little foot while drinking juice happily. Come. Celebrate Xu Feng's advancement. The atmosphere became increasingly lively with the sound of wine glasses clinking. Yun Shu drank a little too much tonight, her fair cheeks were stained with an intoxicating blush, and her eyes were hazy with water. She looked at Lu Ro and Xu Feng sitting together, then looked at Lu Yin who was eating with her mouth full of oil, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. It feels so good. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of drunkenness, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was confiding in someone. Since her husband's death, she has been raising Lu Ro and Lu Yin alone. Her life has been hard and tiring. But since Chu Feng appeared, everything has changed. He has given them a stable home, turned Lu Ro from a waste spirit into a true prodigy, and even given Lu Yin hope of a cure for her illness. She looked at Chu Feng, and in a trance, his figure overlapped with the husband in her memory. "Aunt, thank you for your hard work." Chu Feng raised his glass and smiled at her with gentle eyes. Yun Shu was stunned for a moment, then he also raised his glass, his smile showing a hint of drunkenness and tenderness. "It's not hard, our family is thanks to you." She tilted her head back and took a sip of wine, her throat feeling hot. She couldn't hold her liquor well to begin with, and now she had several drinks in a row. Her thoughts became increasingly blurred, and her body involuntarily leaned towards Chu Feng. If he were still alive, would he take care of us like this? She was thinking in a daze, and when she opened her eyes again, the surrounding scenery had changed. The villa had become her previous small home in Qingcheng, Chu Feng had become her husband Lu Chang, and Lu Ro had turned into her childhood appearance. On the chair to her right, there was a cute teddy bear doll. "Come, have another drink," her husband's gentle voice sounded. Yun Shu glanced at her husband with red eyes. She did not clink glasses with her husband, but leaned forward, put her arms around her husband's neck, and almost stuck to him. Warm breath brushed past his ears gently, carrying a faint aroma of wine. "Lucheng, why didn't you take me with you to today's battle?" Her voice was very soft, with a hint of coquettish complaint. Chu Feng's body stiffened and he looked at Lu Ro awkwardly. Lu Ro looked at her drunken mother, who kept calling out her father's name, her face flushed with shame. She stood up in a panic and went forward to support Yun Shu. Chu Feng, my mother has drunk too much. Let me help her go back to her room to rest first." Yun Shu, however, was like a clinging fish, refusing to let go, mumbling incoherently, "Lu Chang, you clearly promised me before that you would bring me with you to every battle." Chapter 48. The second round begins. Lu Ro was helpless and had to pull her away forcefully, half dragging and half hugging her to the bedroom. Lin Mumu was eating at the time and did not notice this scene. Instead, Lu Yin blinked her big eyes, tilted her head and stared at Chu Feng, and suddenly said something shocking, "Brother, do you like my mother?" Puff! Chu Feng almost spit out the wine in his mouth when he heard that. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the urge to hit her head, and instead reached out and pinched her soft little face, threatening viciously, "Little girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you into the lake to feed the fish." Lu Yin's face was rubbed by Chu Feng, and her pronunciation was a little unclear, but she still said forcefully, "I didn't say anything nonsense." "You and my mother, Chu Feng quickly covered her mouth. There were outsiders in the house, and if the little girl spoke without restraint, his image would be completely ruined if the news got out. However, thinking back to the softness of Yun Shu's body just now. Damn, what am I thinking about? Chu Feng shook his head and got rid of all the distracting thoughts. The most urgent thing now is tomorrow's freshman competition. Only by entering the top 10 can he keep this villa, choose a mentor with a top evolutionary route, and enjoy the core resources of Tiangong Evolution Academy. This is not just a competition, but a major event related to his future life, and must be treated with caution. But, thinking of Bai Tianwang 23's dangerous smile and his pair of slender eyes like poisonous snakes, Chu Feng felt a little uneasy. I'm afraid tomorrow's game won't go so smoothly. The next day, the morning light was just beginning to brighten. The bell tower square was bustling with people, but unlike yesterday, today only the 400 freshmen who had successfully advanced could stand in the central area, while the rest of the students were divided into the periphery to watch the game. Chu Feng advanced as expected. His ranking did not change, still 78th, which was in the upper position but not too eye-catching. He stood in the middle of the crowd, listening to the low voices of his classmates around him. Have you heard? Shen Yan, who ranked 193rd yesterday, was accidentally swallowed by a sandworm when he was passing the third level, and his points were directly reset to 0. A tall and thin boy lowered his voice with a hint of gloating in his tone. Serves him right. Who told him to charge forward relying on his defensive spirit? A wretched boy next to him grinned and said, Sandworms are good at countering this kind of tough guy. He rushed in without even getting any information. He's just giving away points. But it's also thanks to people like him. A freckled boy next to him suddenly interjected, I was originally ranked 420th yesterday, and it looked like I had no chance, but then in the last half hour, dozens of people's points were instantly reduced to 0. I just slipped right into the top 400. Oh, what's the point of discussing this? If we can't make it into the top 13, we won't have any chance of selecting a mentor with a top-level evolutionary path. A sinister voice came from the edge of the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a young man with a crew cut wearing a black uniform. He crossed his arms and sneered, "From 400 to 13, the direct descendants of the 4 major families will definitely take up 4 places. As for the remaining 9 places, we may not be able to get even a single one even if we fight hard. So what about the 4 major families?" Someone looked around and saw that there were no children from aristocratic families, so he lowered his voice and said, "Some people have already united last night and plan to snipe the children of the 4 major families today, and then compete for the qualification to advance." Chu Feng's heart moved. This is a top-notch institution of higher learning. No one who can get in here is a fool. If someone really unites to snipe the children of the 4 major families, then Wang 23 will definitely not have the energy to come looking for him. He looked around. Due to his standing position being relatively remote, Chu Feng did not see Wang Ersan. Instead, he saw Nangon Lai. His short orange-red hair was very eye-catching. He was talking to his own spirit at the moment. They were talking about some interesting topic, but Nangon Lai suddenly burst into laughter, attracting the attention of people around him. While Chu Feng was observing Nangon Lai, not far from the team, a dozen freshmen wearing black windbreakers stood together, observing Chu Feng coldly. "Boss, he only ranked 78th in the first round, which doesn't seem to live up to his reputation," a thin boy sneered. "What? You ranked higher than him?" The leader turned around and looked at the thin boy coldly. The thin boy suddenly felt a little embarrassed. His original ranking was 411th, and he only managed to advance at the last moment. Several men in black couldn't help but laugh. The leader swept his gaze over the crowd and said sternly, "Everyone, pay attention. This is our chance to turn things around. Don't forget who you were before." "Boss, you think too highly of him," a boy with tattoos on his arms said with some disdain. "We have more than a dozen long-range spirit contracts here. If we join forces, even Nangon Lai can be blown into pieces in one encounter. So? You think the guy who can provide us with a dozen A-level contracted spirits is a fool?" The leader stared at the boy with tattoos, his tone gradually becoming gloomy. "Don't underestimate the rich. Since he is willing to pay such a huge price, it proves that Chu Feng is definitely not a character to be dealt with easily. Be careful of a disaster." The man with tattoos stopped talking. Although he really thought so in his heart, he wisely kept his mouth shut in front of the boss. "I'm warning you one last time. Put away your arrogance. Getting things done is what matters most." The leader glared fiercely at everyone. "Don't forget, we couldn't even afford a C-rank contract spirit before. Now that we have the opportunity to obtain an A-rank contract spirit and become the best, we must give it our all." A dozen or so men in black nodded sparsely. The leader was about to turn around when he suddenly noticed a short young man in the team twisting his body uncomfortably. "What's wrong with you?" the leader frowned and asked in a deep voice. "Brother, I seem to have a stomachache." The short young man covered his stomach, his face a little pale. "What are you doing?" The leader's voice suddenly darkened. "We're about to enter the dungeon, and you're letting me down? Maybe I drank too much cold beer last night." The short young man's forehead was covered with sweat, and his voice trembled. "No, brother, I have to go to the bathroom. Didn't I tell you yesterday that no one is allowed to drink and cause trouble? You ignored my words?" The leader suppressed his anger, but seeing the other man's pale face, he finally softened his heart. "Useless thing, go back quickly." "Don't worry, brother, I'll be back soon." The short young man suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned, and ran away holding his stomach. Chapter 49 Primeval Forest. When he arrived at the toilet in the teaching building, the short young man randomly found a cubicle and squatted down to play with his mobile phone. While watching videos, he leisurely smoked a cigarette and chuckled from time to time. "Ah, this Qiling is too stupid." He swiped the screen, not paying any attention to the copy that was about to begin. Seeing the time tick by, Qiling, who was waiting outside the restroom, finally couldn't help but say, "Hey. The dungeon is about to start, are you done yet?" "Oh, it's almost done." The short young man finally remembered the important matter. He responded perfunctorily, took the last puff of his cigarette, then picked up the toilet paper and slowly prepared to get up. However, he just stood up. Gurgle. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in my stomach. Ouch. No, no. His face changed, and he quickly squatted back down, cursing, "Damn it, last night I said I didn't want to drink, but this group of people forced me to drink." At the same time, in the clock tower square. The leader raised his wrist, stared at the time, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Did he send you a message? Did he say when he would arrive? He asked in a low voice. No, I guess he was really exhausted. The man in black next to him shook his head. The leader's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, the light curtain at the dungeon entrance had begun to flicker. He made a quick decision and waved his hand fiercely. We can't wait any longer. Let's go in first. The other men in black responded in unison. Without hesitation, they quickly stepped into the dungeon entrance, and their figures were instantly swallowed up by the light curtain. The second stage copy is a primeval forest. New students entering the copy will be randomly teleported to the foot of the mountain, which are far away from each other. The 24 portals to leave the copy are located at the top of the mountain. In other words, whoever reaches the top of the mountain first can enter the portal and advance to the next stage. After Chu Feng was teleported into the dungeon, he opened his eyes and saw lush greenery in front of him. Towering trees rose from the ground, their branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the sun. There was soft soil under my feet and a damp smell in the air. This place is very similar to the red area during the college entrance examination, but during the college entrance examination it was a plain, and here it is a mountain range. Chu Feng held the revolver and looked around carefully. He did not find any ferocious beasts or other new students. He looked up at the sky, but the dense canopy completely blocked his view, making it impossible for him to tell which direction the top of the mountain was. It seems that the first step is to determine the direction. Chu Feng did not hesitate. He put the revolver back into his waist steadily, then hugged a thick giant tree with both hands, with his palms pressed against the bark, pushed off with his feet, and began to climb up. His movements were extremely agile, like a nimble monkey, climbing up quickly. Only by reaching the treetops could he see the overall layout of the mountains and find the best route to the top of the mountain. Soon, Chu Feng climbed to a height of more than 20 meters, but this was only the middle section of the giant tree. The surroundings were still blocked by dense branches and leaves, and his vision was blurred. He had no choice but to continue climbing. After about 3 minutes, Chu Feng climbed about 60 or 70 meters and finally reached the top of the tree canopy. He steadied his body, held the trunk with his hands, stood up, and looked around. However, the scene before him made him frown. Looking around, you can see an endless sea of trees, with lush treetops stacked layer upon layer, like green waves, extending to the end of the site. There are no mountains or canyons here, and even the terrain is very undulating. It doesn't look like a mountain range at all, but rather like a vast plain forest. Strange. Could it be that the transmission was wrong? Chu Feng muttered to himself, but then he dismissed the idea. Everything in the copy was monitored by the academy. If he was really teleported to the wrong place, there would definitely be a tutor who would contact him. Then there is only one possibility. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to cover his forehead to block the glaring sunlight. That is, this mountain range is extremely large, and it will take many days to reach the destination. Gazing far into the distance, Chu Feng finally discovered that there was a subtle undulation in the treetops on the distant skyline, as if the earth was slowly rising there, but the scenery further away was blurry. It seems that I can only go in that direction first. Chu Feng took a deep breath and was about to get down from the tree when he suddenly heard a rustling sound among the branches under his feet. Chu Feng looked down and saw a venomous green snake coiled on the branch below, with its triangular head raised high and its scarlet tongue moving rapidly in and out. What's going on? How could there be a snake on such a high tree? Chu Feng was startled. He pulled out his revolver reflexively and pointed the black muzzle directly at the snake's head. This primeval forest is full of dangers. If there are hidden ferocious beasts everywhere, many candidates may not even reach the top of the mountain and will be swallowed by the beasts. The green snake obviously didn't recognize the revolver. Its pair of brown vertical pupils stared at Chu Feng. Its upper body slowly bent and its neck slightly retracted, which was a sign of an impending attack. Of course, Chu Feng couldn't wait for it to finish accumulating power. At this distance, once the poisonous snake launched an attack, he would have no time to dodge, so he had to strike first. Chu Feng moved his index finger slightly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out in the silent forest. The bullet hit the snake's head accurately. The powerful impact force directly shattered the snake's upper body. Blood and flesh splattered on the surrounding branches and leaves. The headless snake twisted violently for a few times, and then fell weakly from the tree trunk. Ha! Fortunately, I have a gun. Xu Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a dense rustling sound coming from the treetops around him. He looked up suddenly and saw dozens of the same emerald green poisonous snakes poking their heads out from the branches and leaves among the surrounding treetops. They were spitting out scarlet tongues, and their heads turned towards Xu Feng's position. Damn it! Xu Feng cursed inwardly and immediately realized that he had poked a hornet's nest. The gunshot alarmed the entire group of snakes, and now they were surrounding him from all directions. He quickly looked around and found that the nearest branch was more than 5 meters away from him. This distance might be difficult for ordinary people to cross, but it was nothing for a contractor. Xu Feng acted decisively. The moment the first poisonous snake pounced towards him, he kicked his legs hard and swung towards another giant tree nearby. The green poisonous snake brushed past his trouser leg and missed. Xu Feng landed on a branch nearby, but before he could stand firmly, he heard a crisp crack sound. Oh no! The branch could not withstand the impact and broke directly. Xu Feng's body tilted and he began to fall. At the critical moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed a slightly thicker branch, and the whole person swung in the air. Chapter 50, Anti-Aristocratic Family Alliance. Bang, bang, bang. In mid-air, Xu Feng pulled the trigger continuously and accurately killed several poisonous snakes that tried to chase him. The snake corpses fell from the sky like green raindrops, but more snake shadows were still moving quickly among the treetops, chasing him relentlessly. It seems I can't stay up here anymore. Xu Feng looked around, and while the poisonous snakes didn't catch up with him, he suddenly jumped onto another tree. Then he kept moving, and soon left the group of poisonous snakes behind him. There are endless poisonous snakes. If Xu Feng continues to fight with them, his bullets will soon be used up. To be honest, I would rather encounter a stronger beast. Xu Feng leaped and landed steadily on the ground. He patted his hands covered with bark chips and said to Lu Rou at his waist. After all, for Xu Feng, weak beasts can be killed with one shot, and stronger beasts, such as the red phosphorus sand lizard, can also be killed with one shot. Xu Feng was naturally more willing to face the lone hero. The stronger beast you mentioned, is that the one you mean? Lu Rou's voice suddenly sounded in Xu Feng's mind. Xu Feng was startled, then turned around suddenly. A giant black bear, 5 meters tall, was standing silently 10 meters behind him, its brown and black hair dotted with old scars, and its black eyes stared at him motionlessly. Xu Feng, W. While Xu Feng was confronting the black bear, at the other end of the primeval forest. The leader in black was holding a strangely shaped crossbow and moving quickly through the dense forest. His steps were light and his movements were agile. Occasionally, ferocious beasts passed by him, but they ignored him. This accessory is really useful. The black-clothed leader was like a fish in water in the jungle, and sighed in his heart. This time, the 13 of them all contracted bow and crossbow spirits, and all of them were equipped with special auxiliary accessories that reduced their own aura by 20%. Obviously, this is not a regular assembly method, but is specifically designed for the second level of the exam. Although this trick will lower the instructor's evaluation of them and may even cancel their scores. After all, the purpose of the second level is to understand the contractor's ability to survive in the wild. If there is no battle with the ferocious beast, the instructor will have no way to observe. However, the leader in black didn't care. Their goal was not to advance, but to reunite as soon as possible and then snipe Xu Feng. Xu Feng kept running in the dense forest, and heard the deafening roar of the black bear behind him. He made a sharp turn, and suddenly there was a loud click sound from the place he just passed. A towering ancient tree that required 3 people to hug collapsed under the black bear's brute force. It's worthy of being a top-level D-class beast. Xu Feng took the time to look back while running, and was secretly shocked. The highest-level beast in the competition copy was D-class, and this black bear was obviously the top one in D-class. Among this batch of freshmen, I'm afraid no one can compete with it head-on. Under normal circumstances, it exists as a boss and will not appear easily. Even if a candidate passes by it, it will probably ignore them. But the noise of Xu Feng's shooting was too loud, which woke up the king of the jungle. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind, and Xu Feng felt a gust of fishy wind blowing straight at the back of his head. He suddenly changed direction in a Z shape. Click! The black bear knocked down another tree. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot outrun bears. Even though Xu Feng's body has been strengthened, the black bear is not an ordinary creature, but a D-level ferocious beast. If Xu Feng wants to get rid of it, he can only rely on his flexible body to constantly change routes and create obstacles for the black bear in the dense forest. Of course, Chu Feng could also try to shoot it, but later Chu Feng discovered that when being chased by a black bear, some weak beasts would flee in all directions and would not attack him even if they passed by Chu Feng. This gave Chu Feng a new idea. Why don't you just use your power as a bully? Bah, is it that a human is borrowing the bear's might to lead the black bear to the top of the mountain? In this way, the ferocious beasts along the way don't have to do anything themselves, they will all jump out and run away by themselves, and the ferocious black bear will become their own pioneer. Chu Feng did it as soon as he thought of it. After confirming the direction, he led the black bear forward. If someone looked down from a high altitude at this time, they would see a twisted scar being torn open in the dense forest. Wherever it passed, towering ancient trees fell down one after another like wheat stalks, and the direction it was heading was exactly the top of the mountain in the center. 2 days later, at the foot of the central mountains, a team of more than 20 freshmen was walking through the dense jungle. They gathered in twos and threes, but there was no hostility between them. A strong man holding a huge shield walked in the front, and the heavy shield easily knocked away the bushes blocking the way. I say, have you seen anyone from the 4 major families? The shield-wielding man complained impatiently, I didn't even see a single person along the way. What's the hurry? Next to the burly man, a tall and thin man holding a long knife chopped through the bushes and sneered, there is only one way up the mountain. We will meet them sooner or later. This copy is a simple east-west copy, that is, the top of the mountain is located at the easternmost side of the copy, and the new students entering the copy are placed at the westernmost side of the copy. They just need to keep walking eastward, and they will gradually gather together to compete for a spot at the portal on the top of the mountain. The main thing is that we've only been clearing out the lower-ranked candidates. We haven't encountered any of the top 50. The burly man with the giant shield casually knocked aside a branch blocking his path and said somewhat dissatisfiedly, isn't the purpose of forming this alliance to first work together to eliminate the tougher enemies and then distribute the portals? If we're just clearing out these weaklings, there's no need for an alliance at all. I can handle it myself. Oh, if you are so powerful, why don't you go and challenge Nangong Lai? The tall and thin man next to him sneered, I see you. Report. Report. Before the tall and thin man could finish, a hurried voice suddenly interrupted him. On the south side of the team, a narrow-faced man in charge of reconnaissance ran over breathlessly, I just found the iron tower over there. He's heading this way. Tieta is the 12th most ruthless person in the first competition, and his weapon is a brass knuckle. Because he was 2 meters tall and had a huge body, his classmates nicknamed him Iron Tower. His melee ability is quite strong, and he can sweep across the Tiangong Evolution Academy without using the spirit contract or considering his physical attributes. Well, including college tutors. Logically speaking, someone like him should go to the Falling Star Combat Academy, but for some reason he ended up choosing the Tiangong Evolution Academy. Chapter 51, Diverting the Trouble. What do you mean? Although Tieta is not from a noble family, he ranked 12th in the first round of the competition. He is quite threatening, right? A man with glasses in the team looked at the crowd around him and spoke first. Hee, what else can I say? A boy wearing a white hood smiled sinisterly, revealing his sharp white teeth, as long as they are not from our alliance, we will kill them all. Upon hearing this, the tall and thin archer nudged the burly man with the giant shield with his shoulder and said, Hey, the tough guy you were looking for is here. Do you want to challenge him in a duel? TSK. There are more than 20 of us here. I would be a fool if I go to fight him alone again. The burly man with the giant shield remained calm, as if he was not the one who had just boasted. The giant shield man was only ranked 324th in the first round of the competition. Facing the invincible Iron Tower in close combat, he would definitely be defeated instantly. Hadn't he joined the alliance just to keep it together? Now that he finally had it, he wasted his time trying to be a hero, even though he had such a strong numerical advantage. Well, let's proceed according to the previous plan. Shintian, you go and lure the monsters. In the center of the team, a young man in luxurious clothes spoke lightly, with unquestionable majesty in his voice. He is the organizer of the Anti-Aristocratic Family Alliance and the current leader of the Alliance Yuan Tianxiao. Yuan Tianxiao was born into a small family. His family background was quite good, but it was far less prosperous than the 4 major families, and even less than Zhao Hu's family. In the academy, his grades were average. He was neither a top genius nor a loser at the bottom, but he had high aspirations. If he follows the normal path, with his strength, it would be absolutely impossible for him to choose a mentor with a top-level evolutionary path. So, unwilling to accept this, he secretly formed an anti-aristocratic family alliance, with the aim of taking advantage of those freshmen who were also unwilling to be suppressed by the children of aristocratic families and making them his pawns. As long as the plan goes well, he will be able to step on everyone's shoulders and make it into the top 24. Okay, leader, a short and thin man nodded, then quickly ran to the other side. This is their tactic against the aristocratic alliance. They use monsters to block the Iron Tower's path and force it into a fight. When the battle between the Iron Tower and the Beast reaches a critical moment, the candidates in the alliance who have long-range spirit contracts will fire thousands of arrows at the Iron Tower and blow it to pieces. As for why we have to go to the trouble of luring the ferocious beast instead of directly surrounding and killing the Iron Tower, the reason is very simple, that is, no one wants to be in the front row. The anti-aristocratic alliance, after all, is just a loose organization temporarily gathered together by a group of people with ulterior motives. Everyone's goal is very clear, which is to work together to fight for the portal and advance to the top 24. The reason why they haven't started fighting now is simply because they haven't seen the portal yet. This group of people is okay in a favorable situation, but what if they are asked to fight Nangon Lai and others head-on? They would definitely frown and quietly retreat behind the crowd. After all, fighting with others is risky. If you are not careful, you will be killed by the opponent's dying counterattack. These melee contractors are very smart. We fought desperately with the enemy in the front, and finally we were both eliminated, while you ranged contractors only need to move your fingers to advance easily. Afterwards, he selected a top mentor, evolved into a top contract spirit, and from then on reached the pinnacle of his life and became a powerful contractor. But I am still a miserable person, running around all day for the upgrade materials of Qiling, and the reason for all this is simply that during the freshman competition, we chose to take the damage at the front. How could such a good thing happen in the world? Therefore, Yuan Tianxiao came up with this idea out of necessity, using the ferocious beasts to hold the enemy back, and using melee combat to protect the long-range enemies from being attacked by the ferocious beasts. I have to say, this method is really useful. Before this, they had used the same method to kill several contractors, so they were very familiar with it. After the short Shen Tian left the team, he ran towards the southeast. Not long after, he attracted several bristle boars. These bristly boars are D-level beasts. Although they are the weakest, they are not something that ordinary contractors can deal with. Their rating is comparable to that of sandworms, but the threat they pose to contractors is more than twice that of sandworms. After all, sandworms only look scary, but their attack power is not actually strong. Their main characteristics are thick health bars, fast blood recovery, and special resistance to attacks. But as for the bristly boar, it has high attack, strong defense, extremely fast charge speed, and lives in groups. Its only weakness may be its poor eyesight. If not, its rating would definitely be higher than it is now. Roar! The bristly boars were rampaging in the jungle, and wherever they went, bushes fell and branches broke. Shen Tian nimbly moved between the shadows of the trees. He looked back at the wild boars behind him, was amazed, and then followed the instructions of his companions to lead the wild boars towards the direction of the Iron Tower. The tower is walking in the dense forest. Here we are at the foot of the mountain. The trees are much sparser than on the plains, and the view is much wider. It's almost there, he said to the brass knuckles in his hand, then took out an energy pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. This is a special ration distributed by the Academy. 1 grain can meet the energy needs for a whole day. It is the standard ration for contractors when performing tasks in the wild. The only downside is that it has no flavor and tastes like compressed sawdust. Have you decided which mentor to choose? The voice of the Tiger Finger Pact sounded in his mind. Tieta hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to answer, a panicked cry for help suddenly came from the front. Classmate! Help! Save me! These wild boars are too difficult to deal with. Tieta's eyes focused, his muscles tensed instantly, and he entered combat mode. I saw a short boy rushing out from the woods in front of me with a look of fear on his face. The moment he saw the Iron Tower, his face lit up with joy and he ran towards it desperately as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hurry! Help me! Shen Tian shouted as he ran. Behind him, 3 wild boars with standing manes and sharp fangs rushed out of the bushes roaring. Damn it! Don't come over here! Tieta is not a fool. The moment he saw the wild boar, he instantly understood that Shen Tian wanted to divert the blame, so he hurriedly scolded him. However, Shen Tian did not stop. Instead, he exerted force on his feet and increased his speed. Seeing this, Tieta took a deep breath, turned around and ran. He didn't want to be used as a gun by the other party. Those wild boars were not chasing him, so why should he risk his life for others? However, since Shin Tian was sent out to lure monsters, he must have his own unique features. His speed was getting faster and faster, and he soon surpassed the Iron Tower. At the moment of surpassing the Iron Tower, he turned his head and smiled sinisterly at the Iron Tower. "What are you laughing at?" Before Tieta could react, Shin Tian's figure completely disappeared under Tieta's nose. Chapter 52 Encounter with Chu Feng. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Tieta looked at the disappearing Shin Tian, feeling both shocked and angry. Shin Tian was an agile contractor, he could outrun the wild boar, but he was a strength contractor, the wild boar's sprinting speed was even faster than his. Sure enough, after losing sight of Shin Tian, the three bristly boars immediately set their sights on Tieta. With their limited intelligence, they couldn't tell the difference between the two. Anyway, a humanoid had just stabbed them in the ass. If it wasn't Shin Tian, it was Tieta. Roar! The leading wild boar roared, stomped its hind legs on the ground, and rushed forward with its huge body like a cannonball. "Kid, just wait until the competition is over." Tieta felt the fishy wind behind him and knew he couldn't escape. He suddenly stopped, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He turned around and punched the oncoming wild boar with a heavy punch. "Damn it! You really think I'm afraid of you, right?" The fist wind whistled and the air exploded. Tieta's punch hit the wild boar's nose bridge hard. With a crisp crack sound, the wild boar's nose bone broke. However, Tieta was not feeling well at this time either. Although he avoided a head-on collision and punched from the side, the terrifying impact of the wild boar still made his arm numb, his blood surged in his chest, and his body became temporarily weak. Roar! The other two wild boars seized the opportunity and rushed over from the left and right. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Tieta became ruthless, and the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, and he directly released the awakening skill. 13 Frenzy Blows. The brass knuckles in his hands suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, and then the whole person seemed to have entered a domineering state. Facing the collision of the two wild boars, he did not move at all, his arms turned into afterimages, and the brass knuckles brought out cold rays of light. Swish! 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 The sharp finger blades quickly drew trajectories in the air, and each swing accurately hit the wild boar's vital points. The two wild boars kept wailing and struggling in the air, but their bodies seemed to be fixed and could not move at all. Ah! The two wild boars had their skin torn and flesh exposed, and blood splattered like raindrops. It was not until the 13th blow from the Iron Tower that the two wild boars fell to the ground with a bang. They twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Hoo! After his skill ended, Tieta knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The 13 frenzied strikes not only consumed a large amount of spiritual power, but also consumed half of his physical strength. At this moment, his face was pale, and his clenched fists were shaking slightly. It was obvious that he was at the end of his strength. "You despicable fellow, I'll make you pay after the competition is over." Tieta struggled to stand up, his eyes fixed on the last wild boar. There were 3 ferocious beasts on the field. He tried his best to kill 2 of them. Although he consumed a lot of physical strength, in a 1v1 situation, he was still confident that he could kill the last one. "It's just going to hurt a little." After the wild boar crossed the Iron Tower, it stopped about 7 or 8 meters away, turned around, and spewed white air from its nostrils, obviously preparing to charge again. Tieta took a deep breath, his body sank slightly, and his muscles tensed. "Bring it on!" However, just as the wild boar was about to rush out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. An arrow and a flying knife shot out from the depths of the dense forest at the same time, heading straight for the vital point of the Iron Tower. Tieta's ears moved and he reacted extremely quickly, rolling to the right suddenly. The arrow feather whizzed past his shoulder. Then he supported himself with one hand, stood upside down, and the flying knife snatched and nailed the place where he had just rolled. "Who is?" Tieta shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder that was supporting the ground. "Ugh!" He groaned, his entire arm lost strength in an instant, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Looking down, he saw that a crossbow arrow had pierced his shoulder at some point, the arrowhead completely embedded in his flesh, and a trace of blood was flowing out along the arrow shaft. Hateful! Tieta gritted his teeth and was about to reach out to break the arrow shaft, but at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew through the air, one pierced his thigh and the other hit his abdomen. Well! Tieta's forehead was bulging with pain, and he struggled to get up, but his limbs had no strength left. Not far away, the last wild boar howled excitedly and rushed towards him again. Deep in the jungle. Hee, so what if he's the 12th ranked ruthless guy? He was surrounded and killed before he even saw us. A freshman wearing a hat put down his crossbow, his face full of pride. He watched the iron tower being smashed into a white light by the wild boar and completely eliminated from the copy, and he couldn't help but sneer. There is strength in numbers. Leader, it is a wise move of yours to form this anti-aristocratic alliance. Another freshman touched the non-existent beard on his chin and shook his head with emotion. Yuan Tianxiao was secretly happy in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, this is just a small fight. Our goal is the portal on the top of the mountain. Now is not the time to celebrate." He looked around at everyone and said loudly, "As long as everyone works together, I guarantee that everyone will be assigned a portal. The leader is wise. Just do it. Kill all those top-ranked guys out of the dungeon." Everyone cheered in unison and had no doubt about Yuan Tianxiao's words. After all, there were only 23 people in total. Even if each person had a portal, there would still be one extra in the end. After cheering, everyone was about to continue heading towards the top of the mountain. At this moment, the scout from the north suddenly ran back in a hurry. Alliance leader. I found an enemy in the north, it's Chu Feng, ranked 78th. Chu Feng? Everyone was stunned, and then someone remembered, is he the genius who set a new record for the college entrance examination? Heh, if he's really a genius, why is he ranked 78th? Maybe he's hiding his incompetence. There's no point in hiding anything. We have 23 of us. Yeah, with this lineup, even if Nangon Lai came, he would have to kneel. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt relieved. After all, they had just easily killed the 12th ranked tower. They didn't care about Chu Feng at all. Alliance leader, what do you think? Do you want to take care of him? The man with glasses in the team looked at Yuan Tianxiao. Of course. Yuan Tianxiao was full of energy at the moment. He took a few steps forward and shouted, "What college entrance examination genius? I think his score of over 800 was probably cheated." He looked around at everyone and said, "Think about it, who could get a score like that?" The college entrance examination prohibits the use of spiritual power recovery potions. Without spiritual power, he can't break the beast's defense at all. That's right. Chu Feng must also be a descendant of an aristocratic family. Knock him out of the dungeon and make him completely disqualified from advancing. It's useless no matter who comes. We, the Anti-Aristocratic Family Alliance, will kill anyone who stands in our way. Chapter 53. I can also attract monsters. Yuan Tianxiao looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and his heart grew more and more inflated. With the Anti-Aristocratic Alliance in hand, he is the true king of this second-level copy. Whoever is allowed to live will live, whoever is allowed to die will die. This feeling of being in control of everything intoxicated him. Shintian, go ahead, Yuan Tianxiao ordered calmly, his tone carrying the composure of a superior. Shintian responded, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the dense forest again. There's no other way. He's the only contractor with the invisibility skill in the alliance. If he doesn't do the job of pulling monsters, who will? Fortunately, Shintian was already familiar with this and didn't find it troublesome. The only thing he had to worry about was the consumption of spiritual power. His invisibility skill can only last for 3 seconds each time. With his current spiritual power reserves, he can use it twice more today. Fortunately, Yuan Tianxiao gave him a bottle of spiritual power recovery potion. It's enough. Shintian thought to himself as he quickly moved through the woods, looking for a suitable ferocious beast. As long as a few more monsters are attracted, the so-called genius Chu Feng will be eliminated like an iron tower without even seeing their faces. On the other side, Chu Feng didn't know that the people from the Anti-Aristocratic Family Alliance had gathered together and set up a killing plan against him. He just leisurely moved towards the top of the mountain with the 5-meter-tall giant bear. To be honest, Chu Feng almost developed a bond with this black bear these past 2 days. The black bear had been chasing him for more than 10 minutes, but when it saw it couldn't catch him anymore, it decided to give up. But it could let Chu Feng go, but Chu Feng was not going to let it go. Seeing the black bear turning around to go back, Chu Feng immediately shot it in the butt. It has to be said that the black bear is worthy of being a top-tier D-class beast. Lu Ro was using large caliber bullets, which were far more powerful than ordinary revolvers, but when they hit the black bear's butt, they could only leave a white dot. Although this small white spot posed no threat to the black bear, this provocative behavior undoubtedly angered the D-level beast. It immediately chased Chu Feng for more than 2 hours until it was exhausted, and then it began to retreat again. Unfortunately, at this moment, Chu Feng shot it in the butt again. As a result, the black bear, which had just found Li Ji, was angered again and continued to chase Chu Feng. In this way, the man and the bear formed a strange tacit understanding in the dense forest. During the day, Chu Feng led the way slowly in front, turning back to fire a shot from time to time, while the black bear chased him relentlessly from behind, occasionally crashing into a few huge trees to vent his anger. At night, the black bear lay under the rocks and slept soundly, snoring like thunder, while Chu Feng leisurely climbed to the top of the highest tree nearby and fell asleep peacefully. Until now, Chu Feng stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the sparse woods in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh that this happy day was finally coming to an end. Chu Feng, that guy is going back again. Lu Ro's voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng looked back and saw that the black bear was tired of chasing him. It was swaying its big white butt and was slowly preparing to go home. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said to Lu Ro, "Do you know what an exclamation mark is?" "What?" Lu Ro was stunned. Chu Feng raised his gun and locked the crosshairs on the giant bear's buttocks. "Look, I'm going to put an exclamation point on its butt." Bang! A shot was fired, and a white spot appeared on the giant bear's butt. The black bear immediately turned around angrily and pounced towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng had already figured out its attack pattern over the past 2 days. He immediately dodged it with a light turn and then turned around and ran. However, at this moment, a disheveled figure suddenly jumped out from the bushes ahead. His face was filled with terror as he desperately ran towards Chu Feng. "Classmate, help! Help me! These wild boars are too difficult to deal with." The person who came was Shen Tian. Due to his perspective, he did not see the giant bear. He still followed the previous routine and prepared to lure the wild boar to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, do you want to save him?" Lu Ro hesitated when she heard this. She knew that the giant bear posed no threat to Chu Feng, and Shen Tian's panic-stricken look did not seem fake, so she asked this question. If he had shouted to classmates, "Run quickly, there is a wild boar behind me," I might have saved his life. Chu Feng sneered and saw through Shen Tian's intention at a glance. "But he doesn't even know my strength, but he dares to lure monsters directly to me. It's obvious that he wants to use me as a scapegoat. So that's how it is. What should we do then?" Lu Ro suddenly realized. She didn't expect Shen Tian to be so insidious. She almost got fooled. "It's okay. Since he wants to play, then I'll play with him." Chu Feng smiled, then immediately changed into a righteous look and rushed towards Shen Tian. "Classmate, are you okay? Where is the wild boar? I'll help you solve it." Seeing Chu Feng running towards him with a worried look on his face, Shen Tian felt a surge of contempt in his heart. "Tisk, he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination with this? What a brainless idiot." But on the surface, he pretended to be grateful and said breathlessly, "Oh, classmate Chu Feng, thank you so much. The wild boars are right behind us, and I really can't do anything about them." "Don't worry." Chu Feng interrupted him with a heroic wave of his hand, his tone full of confidence. "A mere wild boar is no match for me. Hide behind me quickly, and see how I deal with him." Okay. Then I'll wait and see Chu Zhuangyuan show off his prowess." Shen Tian nodded repeatedly, but his heart was already beaming with joy. He was originally worried that Chu Feng was a long-range contractor, and wondered how he would lure the wild boar to him. He didn't expect that he would actually come to him on his own initiative. "This time, I don't even need to use the invisibility skill." Shen Tian walked past Chu Feng and stood not far behind him, folding his arms and ready to watch how Chu Feng would fight with the wild boar. However, what surprised him was that the fierce battle he had expected did not happen. Chu Feng actually ran farther and farther, and finally disappeared into the jungle. Strange. Shen Tian scratched his head, his face full of confusion. "Why are those wild boars gone? They were clearly following me. Could it be that they got lost?" Just when he was puzzled, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. "Stop making trouble." Shen Tian thought it was a scout from the Alliance, so he impatiently pulled the hand on his shoulder away. "The wild boar is gone, and you still have the mood to make trouble?" However, the owner of that hand seemed particularly persistent and put his hand up again. "Are you annoying? You?" Shen Tian was a little angry. He grabbed the other person's hand fiercely and was about to throw it down when he suddenly found that the feeling was a little wrong. Well, it's wide, thick, and hairy. Shen Tian's heart sank gradually. Could this be? No, it's impossible. His legs were shaking, and he encouraged himself in his heart. Then he turned around slowly and saw a giant bear over 5 meters tall, putting its hand on his shoulder and looking at him curiously. Chapter 54, A Sneak Attack in the Woods. In the distance, Yuan Tianxiao and his group had just arrived when they saw Shen Tian being slapped into white light by the giant bear and was directly eliminated from the copy. What's going on? The man with glasses was a little surprised. The scouts had already scouted the surrounding area. If there was a D-level giant bear, they would definitely notify everyone. Shoo! Don't make any sound. Yuan Tianxiao lowered his voice and said calmly, "It hasn't discovered us yet. The giant bear is a wild boss. As long as we don't provoke it, it generally won't actively attack us." Everyone nodded and held their breath. After the giant bear slapped Shen Tian away, it stood there and licked its paws slowly, seemingly having no interest in its surroundings. Fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves gradually relaxed. As long as they hid for a while, the giant bear would naturally return to its original territory after licking its paws. However, just when everyone was thinking this, bang! With a gunshot, a bullet hit the giant bear's butt accurately. The familiar pain made it furious instantly. Roar! The giant bear roared angrily, turned around, and locked onto the direction of the gunshots. Its huge body rushed out like a chariot. And that direction was exactly the bushes where Yuan Tianxiao and others were hiding. Holy shit! Who made that noise? Run! It's coming! Damn it! I've been tricked! When everyone saw the giant bear getting closer and closer, their faces turned pale and they fled in panic. This was a top-tier D-class beast, and they were no match for it at all. Don't run! Don't run! Yuan Tianxiao was anxious and angry, and shouted loudly. Although this giant bear is a top-level D-level ferocious beast, there are 23 of them. If there is a clear division of labor, reasonable coordination, and concerted efforts, there is a chance to kill it, but if they scatter and flee like they are now, then it will be all over. Because with the giant bear's speed, they couldn't escape at all. The reason why Chu Feng was able to deal with the giant bear for 2 days was because he was an agent in his previous life, was agile, and had also trained in a martial arts gym for 2 months. But this group of freshmen have not started systematic training yet. Putting aside the factor of the spirit contract, in terms of fighting skills alone, these freshmen are only at the amateur level of Sanda in their previous lives. They are more than capable of dealing with ordinary people, but are like a piece of cake when facing D-level beasts. Hearing Yuan Tianxiao's shout, several long-range contractors hesitated for a moment, but while they hesitated, the melee contractors did not. Swish! 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 Several figures quickly overtook them, especially the burly man with the huge shield, who was running very fast while holding the shield. What? You said stop? Grandma finally stopped. So let me ask you, what level is the giant bear? What level am I? Stop fighting the giant bear. Can my small body handle it? Even if you can withstand the first blow, can you withstand the second blow? Even if everyone kills the giant bear in the end, what about me? What about me? Has it been slammed into the ground by the giant bear a long time ago? You all found the portal and advanced one by one, but I was kicked out of the dungeon. What am I doing here? Traveling? The other melee fighters had the same idea. I would rather die than let my friend die. What is the best way to deal with a bear? Of course, I ran faster than my companions. No matter how powerful the giant bear is, if we all scatter, you may not be able to kill all of us. Yuan Tianxiao looked at the defeated army with a pale face. He realized that this so-called anti-family alliance was nothing but a mob with ulterior motives. They could pretend to cooperate when the wind was favorable, but would immediately fall apart once they encountered real danger. Several long-range contractors hesitated for a moment because of Yuan Tianxiao's call, but just these few seconds of hesitation made them pay a heavy price. The giant bear's violent claws swept across, and they didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into streaks of white light and eliminated. Although the giant shield man and his companions ran very fast, as power-type contractors, their speed was ultimately limited. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer behind them, the giant shield man's face turned pale as paper. No, don't. Boom! The huge bear paw hit him on the head, and the burly man with the giant shield, along with his spirit, disappeared in the white light. The members who fled in other directions were not much better off. Although they had temporarily gotten rid of the giant bear, they had to know that there were more than just giant bears in this jungle. Rustle. Amidst the woods, several pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. No, don't come over here, ah! Scary screams echoed in the dense forest. In fact, with their own strength, they were not strong enough to reach the foot of the mountain. After all, the closer they were to the foot of the mountain, the stronger the monsters became. The reason they have survived until now is entirely because they have stuck together, but now they are alone, so one can imagine what will happen to them. On the treetops, Chu Feng watched all this coldly, without a trace of emotion in his heart. As early as when he was in the square, he overheard the plan of this anti-aristocratic family alliance, which was to surround and kill the candidates at the top of the rankings, especially the children of the four major families. Although he was not from a noble family, when he saw them sneaking towards him, he understood their intentions. Since you were the first to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Chu Feng was about to jump off the treetop and continue moving towards the top of the mountain. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Chu Feng's ears moved slightly, and his body tilted slightly to the right. The sharp arrow grazed his cheek and pierced into the tree trunk behind him. The feathers at the tail of the arrow trembled violently. He reached out and touched his face, feeling warmth on his fingertips. Bleeding. Whoosh! 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 Before Chu Feng could react, another 5 feather arrows flew through the air, blocking all his escape routes. Chu Feng's eyes flashed, and he hooked his legs around the tree branch. His whole body swung down like a pendulum, instantly becoming upside down. Then, he suddenly raised his right arm and fired a shot in the direction of the arrow. Bang! Gunshots rang out. In the distant treetops, a figure landed on the ground without even a sound. Feng Yan! A short cry came from the forest. Chu Feng's ears moved slightly, and the muzzle of the gun turned instantly. Bang! Another shot was fired. Well! A muffled groan was heard from the forest, but no figure fell. It was obvious that the shot only injured the other party and was not fatal. Damn it! What are you doing? The leader in black saw this and roared in a low voice. I clearly said that we should use our skills together and shoot thousands of arrows at once to kill Chu Feng instantly. Why didn't you guys use your skills? The few men in black who were scolded felt a little embarrassed, but they didn't care in their hearts. The reason they didn't use their skills was that they wanted to save their spiritual power to fight for the portal, so they used ordinary attacks, which resulted in only 6 arrows being shot at Chu Feng, and the rest all missed the target. But even though they didn't follow orders, judging by the results, didn't those who used skills also fail to hit Chu Feng? What's so great about that? Chapter 55 Sonic Boom Red Lotus. The leading man in black looked at their stubborn defiance and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They were originally a group of hooligans. They didn't listen carefully in school, fought, smoked and drank, got tattoos, and dyed their hair, and molested girls. They were eventually expelled from school. The reason they were able to come to Tiangong Evolution Academy was only because they were of the right age and had a ruthless spirit. That's why the Wang family spent a lot of money to send them to Tiangong Evolution Academy as self-funded students. It would be wishful thinking to expect them to cooperate with each other as well as regular troops. I'll say this one last time, the leading man in black said, looking at the gang of thugs behind him, suppressing his anger. In the next round of attack, everyone must use all their skills. If the mission fails because someone disobeys orders, go back to your daily grind. After the leading man in black finished speaking, he turned around and continued to stare at Chu Feng. As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Feng Yang's body on the ground, and his heart felt a little chill. A vibrant life just disappeared before his eyes. After all, he was just like Chu Feng, a teenager who had just turned 18, but was involved in this sinister and dark family feud. This road, can he really reach the other side? The other side. They are going to kill me. After firing the second shot, Chu Feng immediately exerted force from his waist, swung back onto the branch, and then quickly hid behind the tree trunk. He quickly pushed open the revolver's cylinder and poured out the few remaining bullets inside. Then he took out a special small box from his waist, opened the lid, and 11 bullets of different colors were neatly arranged inside. Why do they want to kill you? Lu Ro asked subconsciously. She was still immersed in the thrill of the moment. The arrow brushed past Chu Feng's cheek and almost took his life. Most likely they are from the Wang family. Chu Feng's eyes quickly swept among the bullets, and then picked out a colorless bullet and a red bullet from the box. Doesn't that Wang 23 know that I killed Wang Yan? These people are most likely sent by him. But aren't we not allowed to kill people in the copy? Lu Ro came back to her senses. She didn't know that Feng Yang was dead at this time, and she thought he was teleported out of the copy. It's just that I won't be killed by the beasts. Chu Feng sneered and loaded the colorless bullet into the magazine. Then he suddenly leaned to the right and said softly, "The battle between contractors is always a life and death struggle." Bang! There was a flash of fire from the muzzle. The bullet flew through the air but didn't hit anyone. Instead, it flew along the gaps in the branches and went straight behind the group of men in black. At this moment, the leader of the men in black had just finished scolding his men and glanced at Feng Yang's body. When the gunshot rang out, he instinctively lowered his head. After finding that he was not injured, he hurriedly turned around to check. However, he found that all his men were intact and no one was shot. Missed? This thought just popped up in the mind of the leading man in black. Boom! The colorless bullet suddenly exploded. A ball of dazzling white light accompanied by high-frequency noise exploded, centered on the bullet, and instantly swept across an area of 100 meters. The leading man in black saw a white flash before his eyes, followed by a strong buzzing in his ears, and the vestibular system of his entire brain was damaged. The other men in black were not feeling well either. Although they had their backs to the bullets and were not affected by the strong light, their bodies were also unbalanced, and one by one they fell from the trees like dumplings. And not only the men in black, but even the ferocious beasts wandering nearby suffered. They staggered and eventually fell to the ground. The monkeys, poisonous snakes, squirrels and other animals on the treetops fell down twistedly like they were drunk. Only Chu Feng was well prepared and was not affected at all. The moment the sonic boom bomb was fired, his fingers had already skillfully withdrawn the cartridge case, and then he loaded the red bullet into the magazine again. After reloading, he leaned out again and took aim at the men in black who were writhing in pain on the ground. Say goodnight to the world. Bang! The red bullet flew towards the middle of the men in black, and the moment it touched the ground. Boom! With the bullet as the center, the land within a 20-meter radius instantly turned into boiling lava. Blazing tongues of flame shot up into the sky, the air distorted by the intense heat. The men in black, still dazed and tinnitus-ridden, didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to charcoal in the 1,000-degree flames. All dead? After the gunshot, Lu Ro looked at the hellish scene before her, her voice trembling. She couldn't believe that this was her own fault. What kind of skill is this? How could this be? This is not a skill. Chu Feng put away his revolver, the gradually dying flames reflected in his pupils. It is an improved bullet produced by Lin Mumu. He looked at the smoking scorched earth where the charred bodies of a dozen men in black lay, and his opinion of Lin Mumu increased again. The power of the mutant bullet was beyond his imagination, and the one who could make this kind of bullet was Lin Mumu. Absolutely, no one can get her. Inside the control room, the air was so thick that it was almost suffocating. It's over. It's completely over now. An instructor in a white shirt rested his hands on the console, his knuckles white, his voice trembling. With so many students dead at once, how is the academy going to explain this to the outside world? The freshman competition is not a fight. In the final analysis, it is just a survey and test of the freshmen's abilities. Even if there were occasional casualties in previous years, they were only 1 or 2 people. But this time, 12 students were killed instantly by the same person, without even a chance to rescue them. The white-shirt tutor could already imagine the online public opinion and the furious scenes of those parents. What are you panicking about? A steady male voice sounded in the control room. It was a middle-aged tutor. He stood in front of the main screen with his hands behind his back, staring at Chu Feng on the screen. They are just some self-funded students. If they die, they die. Before Feng Yang was killed, a mentor suggested removing Chu Feng from the copy because his spirit contract was powerful and fast, and the copy's protection mechanism could not react at all. However, this proposal was suppressed by the middle-aged man, who insisted on keeping Chu Feng in the copy, which led to the current result. But. The mentor in the white shirt wanted to say something but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. There's nothing to worry about. The Wang family stuffed these street thugs in. Do you really think the academy can't find out their background? The middle-aged man's voice gradually became cold. The reason I kept them was just to see what the Wang family's purpose is. You saw it just now. It was their people who took the initiative and wanted to shoot our outstanding students with crossbows. Chu Feng was just fighting back in self-defense. As for the explanation? Snort. It's not us who have to give them an explanation. But the Wang family must give us an explanation. Chapter 56. Wei Li's brother. The white-shirt mentor said no more and silently started the program to move the 12 corpses in the forest out of the copy. The middle-aged man was the vice principal, and since he had to take responsibility, there was no reason for him to interfere. In the clock tower square, white lights kept flashing, and freshmen were teleported out in a panic. It was obvious that they were no match for the ferocious beasts, which triggered the copy's protection mechanism. The short young man stood in the square, looking a little annoyed. He really wasn't delaying on purpose, but he really had an upset stomach from drinking too much, which was why he missed the opening time of the copy. It's been 2 days, why haven't they come out yet? There's no movement from Chu Feng either. He looked at the entrance of the copy irritably, and gradually, a terrible idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that they gave up the sniper mission and turned to fighting for the portal? Thinking of this, his face suddenly fell. If those guys really succeeded in advancing and chose the mentor of the top evolutionary route, wouldn't he be at a great loss? But then he thought, his spirit and his teammates are about the same. If his teammates get the top evolution plan, then I can evolve along their path. The short young man instantly smiled and even straightened his back a little. Just as he was thinking happily, 12 white lights flashed in succession in the square. Ha! Why did you eliminate so many people at once? Could it be that we encountered some hidden boss? Of course it is. Wasn't that the same thing happened to Yuan Tianchao's anti-aristocratic alliance? More than 20 people were wiped out by the ferocious beast. I almost died of laughter. Some freshmen who stayed in the square were talking to each other, and the discussions were heard one after another. The short young man immediately pricked up his ears. I heard they met Chu Feng. Ha! You can't even beat Chu Feng, and you still dare to target the children of aristocratic families? What's this anti-aristocratic family alliance? Just change your name to the Clown Alliance. That's right, a bunch of rabble-rousers dare to challenge a strong one? Do they really think top contractors are vegetarians? Hey, you didn't see it. After the anti-aristocratic family alliance came out, more than 20 people were beaten up again by Tieta. TSK, that scene was so tragic. Listening to the ridicule from the people around him, the short young man's heart sank a little bit. He scratched his hair in annoyance. Chu Feng had even killed the anti-aristocratic family alliance. Could his companions really complete the mission? At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the square. Ha! Why are all these people dead? What? Dead? All dead? Yes. All 12 people are dead, and their deaths are exactly the same. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Some people hurriedly took out their communicators to call the classmate who was having breakfast, asking him to come and watch the fun, while others hurriedly called out to their instructor. The medical team next to the square was already on standby. They quickly rushed to the door of the copy. Although the 12 bodies no longer needed to be rescued, they were still professionals in collecting the bodies. What, 12 people? When the short young man heard this number, his expression tightened. There are 13 of them in total, excluding myself who didn't enter the copy, isn't that exactly 12? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He rushed to the entrance of the copy. At this time, the medical team was carrying the teleported corpse onto a stretcher. The short young man squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and came closer. The figures on the stretchers could no longer be called corpses, but rather pieces of black charcoal. The flesh and bones had melted together, but then quickly cooled in a very short time. The twisted limbs looked like burnt wax figures, and the facial features had completely disappeared, making it impossible to tell who they were. Who is it? Who died? The short young man's voice trembled as he tightly grasped the medical staff's arm. The medical staff didn't say anything, but pointed at the screen in the center of the square. The screen displayed the real-time list of freshman competitions. 400 names were neatly arranged, most of which had turned gray, with withdrawn marked after the names. But at this moment, the names of 12 people on the screen turned into a bloody red, and behind the names was the word, dead. He Yong. Su Ji. Wu Xiaoshi. Feng Yang. The short young man looked at the names on the screen that had turned red, and his face turned paler with each name he read out. These people were his friends for many years. They had been drinking together a few days ago, and were still enjoying how glorious it would be to obtain an A-level contract spirit after completing the task. But after just one big competition, they all turned into corpses. At this moment, the short young man's gaze moved to the last name on the list, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Whaley dead. This is the name of the leader in black. He is also his biological brother. Elder brother. The short young man's legs went weak, and the whole world seemed to lose its color in an instant, and he knelt directly on the ground. Although Whaley was usually very strict with him and scolded him at every turn, he knew that Whaley was always the one who cared about him the most. It rained heavily when he was in elementary school. His brother wrapped his only raincoat around him and got soaked himself. When he was surrounded by thugs in junior high school, his brother picked up a brick and took on 5 of them alone, protecting him behind him and preventing him from getting hurt at all. The first time he was sent to jail after joining the underworld, his brother took the blame for him and he spent 5 days in the detention center. Even this time, it was Whaley who personally called him up and said that there was a chance to change his fate. As long as he joined in, he didn't have to do anything to make a contract with an A-level spirit. But I didn't expect that this time would be the last time. No. No. My brother won't die. The short young man staggered among the stretchers, and saw charred corpses one after another, but none of them was the person he was looking for. It was not until the stretcher at the very edge that the short young man saw a corpse. Even though it was burned beyond recognition, the body was still a little taller than others. Elder brother. The short young man knelt down in front of the stretcher with a plop, and stretched out his trembling hand to touch Whaley's charred body. The brother who once protected him from wind and rain and supported his world was now lying here quietly. In an instant, tears welled up in the short young man's eyes. The medical staff stood silently by and did not disturb her. After an unknown amount of time, the sobbing gradually subsided. The short young man slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing deep hatred. Chu Feng. In the freshman competition, the ferocious beasts cannot kill people. The only ones who can kill people are the contracted masters. Whaley and his men went to hunt Chu Feng, so it goes without saying who killed Whaley. When the medical staff saw the short young man stand up, they continued to carry the bodies. The short young man did not stop them, but stood aside, watching the medical staff carrying the bodies of their former friends past him. He could not help but clench his fists and said, "Don't worry, I will complete the task you have not completed." After the medical staff finished loading the body, they left the square. The short young man raised his head and looked at Chu Feng's name on the screen in the square. After a while, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and the spirit beside him immediately turned into a crossbow and appeared in his hand. He pulled down his hood, hiding his face in the shadows, then walked to the side of the copy exit and stood there quietly. He wanted to wait for Chu Feng to come out at the moment when he was least prepared. Kill him. Chapter 57. Reaching the mountaintop. After killing Whaley and his group, Chu Feng quickly slid down from the treetops to the ground and walked towards the top of the mountain. The ferocious beasts around were still affected by the aftermath of the sonic boom and were struggling in the bushes. It was a good time to go up the mountain. Chu Feng, those people just now. Lu Ro's voice was muffled. Although this was not her first time killing someone, Wang Yang and the cloaked man before were all enemies. She killed them without any psychological burden. But people like Whaley are different. They are real classmates. Killing classmates makes Lu Ro feel that she is not a contracted spirit at all, but a killing machine. She had reason to be suspicious, because with the power of the revolver, it couldn't even penetrate the skin of a D-level giant bear, but it could easily penetrate the body of a level 5 contractor. You know, in the eyes of a level 5 contractor, a D-level beast is like an ant, but she can kill a level 5 contractor but cannot kill a D-level giant bear. This makes Lu Ro always feel that she is a powerful weapon against others. Unable to fight externally, but invincible in internal fighting. You saw it, they wanted to kill me. In that situation, I naturally had to fight back. Chu Feng raised his head. The closer he got to the top of the mountain, the sparser the trees became, and the treetops were much shorter. The trees here are only 30 meters high at most and are spaced widely apart, allowing the sunlight to shine directly down, illuminating the ground. This is a good thing for Chu Feng. The field of vision is wide and the shooting range is clear. Any enemy who tries to get close will be exposed to the gun. Of course, it would be better if there weren't even these trees. The desert terrain in the first level was very good, and Chu Feng liked it very much. I'm not saying you can't fight back, it's just that I feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Ro knew that Chu Feng had done nothing wrong, she just didn't understand why she always had to go through things like killing people. She was just an 18-year-old girl who was still in high school 2 months ago, but in the blink of an eye, she had killed 14 people. Perhaps she will kill more people in the future. She doesn't understand why other contracted spirits are killing ferocious beasts, but she always points her gun at her own kind. This is your fate, Lu Ro, Chu Feng said after a moment of silence. He didn't want to weave any sweet fairy tale for Lu Ro. She and he would kill more people in the future. Only if she faced the reality sooner could she survive better. As he walked, he said in a low voice, "This is how firearm-type spirits are. From the moment they are born, they are destined to be labeled as murder weapons. This world is not as beautiful as you imagine. It is dark, corrupt, twisted, evil, and essentially a world where the strong prey on the weak. When all the power is concentrated in one person, when the power of an individual surpasses that of the country, the form of society will regress. The entire Qiling continent is nothing but savage beasts in a civilized guise. High-level contract spirits will only choose rich and powerful people to make contracts. The strong will become stronger and the weak will become weaker. Good people will not live long, and evil people will not be judged. If you can't see these, it only means that you are well protected and someone is carrying the burden for you. Lu Ro, I know that telling you this may be cruel to you, but I am your contractor and I will never lie to you. You want to be a good spirit, a kind spirit, but I can't give you a 100% guarantee. That's all I can promise you. Every time I use you, it will be an act of justice. Every bullet you fire is fired at someone who deserves it. These are Chu Feng's experiences as an agent. He has seen too many crimes that have not been judged and has also witnessed the darkness hidden in the world. He does not deny the existence of light in this world, but he is unwilling to be the light. Because the light will go out, and only darkness will be illuminated. Lu Ro remained silent, and Chu Feng was not in a hurry. It would take time for Lu Ro to adapt to the cruelty of this world. All he could do was to make the process as gentle as possible. Chu Feng looked at the ranking of freshmen. There were still about 100 freshmen left in the copy. This number was more than he expected. After all, the lowest level ferocious beasts in this copy were all mid-level E-level. But on second thought, those who were able to enter Tiangong Evolution Academy are already the best contractors in the country, and it is reasonable that more than 100 people can persist until now. The way up the mountain was not as difficult as Chu Feng had expected. Since everyone was going in the same direction, he met more and more people along the way. However, there was no conflict among them. Those who could reach this point were all elites among elites. Before seeing the portal, no one wanted to engage in unnecessary fighting. Therefore, they maintained a safe distance from each other and headed towards the top of the mountain in silence. After about 4 or 5 hours, everyone finally reached the summit. Unexpectedly, the top of the mountain was an open plain without any trees or weeds. There were only 24 huge portals standing in the center, emitting a light blue halo at the entrance. In front of the portal, there were several freshmen who had arrived earlier. However, they did not enter the portal. Instead, they gathered a few dozen meters away and stood quietly. Everyone walked forward. A few people in the front heard the noise and looked back. Chu Feng also walked closer and found that there was a row of ferocious beasts guarding in front of the portal. There are 24 ferocious beasts in total, one corresponding to each gate. All of them are at the peak level of D level. If you want to pass through the portal, you must defeat them first. I think most of the people have arrived. If we wait any longer, there might not be enough people in the portal. At this moment, a boy with a melon seed face suddenly spoke. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Han Zhixing, who ranked 8th in the first level and was also one of the first few people to reach the top of the mountain. Oh? What do you mean? After a moment's silence, a freckled boy stepped out from the crowd, a look of suspicion in his eyes. Since you got here first, why don't you go in? While D-rank peak beasts may be invincible, there should be plenty of ways to bypass them and enter the portal, right? The others also nodded. Their goal was to enter the portal, so there was no need to fight the ferocious beast head-on. Han Zhixing and his companions were very powerful, so it was impossible that they could not even do this. It's not that simple, another boy who arrived first shook his head. These ferocious beasts are not guarding one door each, but 24 of them are guarding all the portals together. Once someone tries to break in, they will attack collectively. So that's how it is. Why do you set another test for us at the end? I thought I could advance as long as I reached the top of the mountain first, so I have been rushing these 2 days. Chapter 58 Fishing in Troubled Waters. Voices rose and fell from the crowd. The freckled man thought for a moment and understood Han Zhixing and the others' intentions. So that's how it is. There are only 4 of you. You can't withstand the siege of 24 ferocious beasts. So you want to wait for more students to share the pressure, right? This is a win-win situation, Han Zhixing said without denying it. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, "Everyone, these beasts are more than one person can handle. There are 18 of us now. If we attack together and contain the beasts, everyone can be assigned a portal. Why not?" That's true. If we wait any longer, more people will come and it will be difficult to allocate the portals. Since we reached the top of the mountain first, this is our chance. In the chaos, these ferocious beasts may not be able to take care of everyone. Everyone hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing to Han Zhixing's proposal, especially the agile contractors, who were full of confidence. If anyone among these 18 people had the best chance of breaking through the defense line in the chaos, it would definitely be these contractors who excelled in speed. Okay. Then let's attack together. Han Zhixing called out, and everyone emerged from the woods. At this moment, there was no distinction between long-range and melee combat, and everyone charged forward together. After all, the goal is to enter the portal. If the long-range enemy hides in the back and attacks, it will be safe, but you will never be able to advance. Chu Feng hid at the edge of the jungle and did not show up. The peak-level D-class beast was simply not something that the candidates at this stage could deal with. The Federation classifies ferocious beasts from S to F, which seems to be the same as the quality classification of contracted spirits, but in fact they are completely different. Among the ferocious beasts of the same level, they are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced and peak levels. The gap between the primary and peak levels is almost like 2 completely different species. Taking the Federation standards as an example, the combat power of a first-level contractor who has a C-level contracted spirit and does not have any accessories is 1, B level is 1.2, A level is 1.5, S level is 2, and UR level is 3. The combat power of an F-level high-level beast is 1.5, and that of a peak beast is 1.52. The combat power of an E-level low-level beast is 3, the mid-level is 3.2, the high-level is 3.5, and the peak is between 3.54. Chu Feng's current strength on paper is 3.5, of which 0.5 comes from UR-level accessories. Don't ask why the UR-level accessories have such a low bonus. The high percentage is useless in the early stage, and the bonus will become higher and higher in the later stage as the basic attributes are improved. It seems that Chu Feng can only kill E-level high-level beasts, but in fact, as long as he hits the weakness, Chu Feng is not without the possibility of winning against D-level peak beasts. But there is only one Chu Feng in this world after all, and the special power of gunpowder is not included in the strength on paper. When other contractors face ferocious beasts of the same combat power, although they can win after some twists and turns, if they face ferocious beasts of a higher combat power, they are often powerless. Students of the Fallen Star Combat Academy are not included, because the contractor's personal martial arts are not included in the combat power data. The combat power data only records the contractor's attributes plus the contract spirit's attributes. Generally, the strength of the contractor will be higher than the paper strength. Even top talents like Nangon Lion Zhang Lingfeng can only kill a D-level primary beast with a combat power of 5. If they are asked to face a D-level peak beast, they will only end up dead. These people are too impatient. If they want to pass through the portal, the best way is for more than 100 freshmen to rush forward and create chaos with absolute numbers. Only in this way can the lucky ones pass through the portal. Now there are only 17 people, and they are just going to die. Chu Feng shook his head. He was not optimistic about these people, but he could also understand their thoughts. If you don't try your best now while there are fewer people around, when there are more people around, you may not be the one who passes through the portal. Sure enough, the situation on the battlefield was just as Chu Feng had expected. Although those contract masters showed their magical powers, they were no match for the peak D-level beasts. An agile contractor who rushed the fastest was torn to pieces by an iron-tailed tiger the moment he stepped into the defense line, and turned into white light and was eliminated. A powerful contractor who arrived shortly afterwards roared and swung his giant hammer, smashing it hard on the knee of a gibbon, but he couldn't even break the skin. Instead, he was shocked back and was slapped away by the gibbon. Han Zhixing's contracted spirit was a silver-white ring. He just shook his wrist and the ring flew out, continuously bouncing among the ferocious beasts. Han Zhixing also continued to move forward among the ferocious beasts following the gaps created by the ring. There's a chance. Han Zhixing looked at the winding gap that gradually appeared in the ring's ejection, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to gather his strength to sprint, a melodious flute sound suddenly floated over the top of the mountain. What's that sound? Han Zhixing was startled, and then he was horrified to find that the eyes of the ferocious beasts in front of him suddenly turned red, and the originally orderly defensive formation was violently torn apart in an instant. Damn it, they've lost their minds. Han Zhixing roared, but it was too late. These D-level beasts were affected by the sound of the flute and had completely lost their composure. They pounced on the group of contractors like crazy. On the top of the mountain, dazzling white lights flashed one after another. These contracted masters were eliminated one after another under the siege of the violent beasts. Even Han Zhixing could not resist it anymore. When a gibbon swung its giant palm and slapped him, he finally had no way to avoid it. Damn it! What on earth is? He turned his head in despair, and saw an elegant figure in a moon-white robe and holding a jade flute, walking slowly towards the edge of the mountain with leisurely steps. It was the legitimate son of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Qingfeng. Shangwan Qingfeng was only a first-level contractor at this time, and the lethality of the sound waves was not enough to kill D-level peak beasts, but he could still affect them and make them go crazy. Brothers, charge! Our chance has come. Ha ha ha, Han Zhixing and the others made wedding dresses for us. Suddenly, dozens of contractors who arrived later rushed out of the dense forest. They took advantage of the ferocious beasts going crazy and the defense line being in chaos, and rushed forward. Two contractors with similar stealth abilities seized the opportunity, and actually fished in troubled waters, passed through the defense line, and entered the portal. There was a flash of blue light, and the two portals suddenly lost their energy and turned gray. This scene drove the remaining candidates completely crazy. They rushed to the defense line regardless of everything, fighting for a place in the next round even if they were seriously injured. Some had half of their arms torn off by the iron-winged eagle, but they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Some had their legs pierced by spikes in the ground, but they still crawled forward. The entire mountaintop instantly turned into a bloody Shura field. Shangwan Qingfeng remained calm and composed. He walked slowly in accordance with the rhythm of the music. The closer they got to him, the stronger the effect of the flute on the beasts became. Those ferocious beasts instinctively avoided the center of the sound waves and turned to attack other contractors. Occasionally, a ferocious beast would pounce on him, but he would gracefully dodge sideways, with his clothes fluttering without even a speck of dust getting on them. Finally, while everyone was fighting, Shangwan Qingfeng gracefully stepped into a portal and disappeared from this world. Chapter 59: Successful Advancement. In the blink of an eye, only 21 of the 24 portals remained, and the battlefield on the top of the mountain was completely plunged into madness. Although Shangwan Qingfeng had left and the ferocious beasts gradually regained their sanity, dozens of candidates were now in a complete melee with the ferocious beasts. If they retreated at this time, they would be killed one by the ferocious beasts. Only by fighting forward with all their might could they have a chance of survival. Chu Feng hid in the dark, scanning the battlefield calmly, without moving. Now is not the best time. Although the ferocious beasts are fighting with the candidates, the defensive formation has not been completely torn apart. Those peak-level D-level ferocious beasts are still instinctively guarding the key path leading to the portal. Although he is agile, his highest attribute is spirit, and his speed is not as good as that of a truly agile contractor. Therefore, we must wait for a real flaw, a flaw that we can pass through at our own speed. While Chu Feng was hiding in the dark, Zhang Lingfeng and Wang Ersan arrived at the top of the mountain almost at the same time. Wang Ersan still squinted his eyes, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing the chaotic battlefield in front of him, he stopped gently, but the Qiling beside him suddenly jumped up. 123 in the spirit form was extremely fast and broke through the defense line of the ferocious beasts in the blink of an eye. When a ferocious beast saw someone breaking in, it swept its tail over without thinking. Crack! The tail whip hit Qiling's head hard, and the sound of the skull breaking was clearly audible, but 123 in Qiling form did not dodge at all. Instead, he used the force to push his arm on the back armor of the other ferocious beast, increasing his speed by another 3 points. Roar! Seeing this, the two ferocious beasts immediately attacked from both sides. The beast on the left raised its claws and grabbed his right arm fiercely, while the beast on the right stretched out its beak and pecked at his back. It's over. There's no escaping it. A classmate saw the situation here and immediately sentenced 123 to death. Sure enough, under the tearing of the steel claws, the right arm of Wang 23 in the spirit form made a sharp sound of metal twisting, and the entire right arm was bent into several folds, and the sharp beak of the iron-beaked bird directly pierced through his back, making a hole as big as a bowl. If he were a normal person, he would have been dead by now. However, the injured one was Qi Ling after all, so he was still able to move. He used up his last bit of strength and jumped towards the portal half a meter away. Displacement. Wang Urshizen, who was far away at the edge of the battlefield, suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth, and the moment he finished speaking, swish! The spirit and the original body instantly swapped places. The severely injured spirit stayed in his place, while the real Wang 23 gracefully stepped into the portal. Then a blue light flashed, and both of them disappeared into the copy at the same time. Almost at the same time when Wang Urshizen used the replacement technique to force his way through the portal, Zhang Lingfeng on the other side also took action. He just opened the book in his hand and gently uttered 3 words. Ice. Ice. Thunder. Afterwards, his figure twisted, and then he disappeared out of thin air. After a while, the movements of several ferocious beasts in the group became noticeably slow. After a few seconds, a portal flashed blue light, and then lost its energy. 21 portals, 2 closed again. Chu Feng, aren't we going up yet? Lu Rou watched Zhang Lingfeng and Wang Ersan passing through the portal one after another, feeling a little anxious, afraid that Chu Feng would miss the opportunity. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and carefully checked the defense line of the ferocious beast. He found that under the continuous attacks of Wang Urshizen and Zhang Lingfeng, a small loophole appeared in the defense line on the far right. The ferocious beast in that place seemed to be in a killing spree, knocking the candidates out of the copy one by one, but it was getting farther and farther away from the portal. Let's go! Chu Feng suddenly stood up and at the same time loaded a yellow bullet into the magazine. At this time, there were less than 20 freshmen on the top of the mountain, and the formation of the ferocious beasts was in complete chaos. Chu Feng came to the edge of the defense line. The ferocious beast that was originally guarding here had not returned yet, so Chu Feng took this opportunity and quickly passed through. Roar! However, after killing a freshman, the ferocious beast immediately noticed Chu Feng's little movement. It roared and was about to pounce on him. The distance of 5 meters was not difficult for it. It only took a leap. With Chu Feng's current speed, he would definitely not be able to escape its pounce. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had anticipated this situation. He calmly raised his pistol, but the black muzzle was not aimed at the beast, but at the ground not far away. The ferocious beast didn't understand what was going on, so it exerted its muscles and was about to pounce. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the ground, instantly exploding a cloud of smoke. Then, a strong and pungent smell quickly spread. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the smoke like sharks smelling blood. Even the ferocious beast that was about to kill Chu Feng stopped abruptly, then suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the place where the bullet landed with other ferocious beasts. The bait bomb can attract ferocious beasts for 3 seconds. Chu Feng retracted his revolver and quickly rushed towards the portal. Some freshmen were lucky because the ferocious beasts around them were attacking others and had no time to pay attention to them, which allowed them to rush left and right in the defense line and get closer and closer to the portal. However, Chu Feng's sudden bait bomb caused the ferocious beast to rush towards them frantically. No! Help! A few shrill screams just sounded, and then they were drowned by the surging tide of beasts. A few white lights flashed, and these freshmen were directly eliminated from the copy. On the other side, some freshmen on the edge of the battlefield had already fallen into despair, but suddenly found that the ferocious beasts in front of them had disappeared and their defense line was wide open. Fuck! God help me! Run! These people reacted extremely quickly, immediately seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushing towards the nearest portal with all their might. 3 seconds passed in a flash, the control of the bait bomb failed, and the ferocious beasts suddenly woke up. When they found that humans had taken the opportunity to break through the defense line, they immediately became furious. Roar! Roars rang out one after another, and the ferocious beasts all rushed back to the defense line. An armored rhinoceros raised its huge hoof and trampled the 2 contractors into white light with a bang. Run! A tall and thin contractor was so frightened that he rushed forward desperately. However, just as he was about to touch the portal, a scarlet tongue suddenly rolled over and dragged him back. However, there were also a few contractors who were extremely fast. Before the ferocious beasts could react, they rushed into the portal in a flash. With a flash of blue light, the portal immediately lost its energy. Bah! At this moment, a sharp cry was heard from the sky. An iron-winged eagle discovered Chu Feng's figure. It flapped its wings and swooped down immediately, wanting to tear Chu Feng to pieces. It's a pity that Chu Feng had already calculated the time. Given his current distance from the armored eagle, it was impossible for him to get hurt. He raised his hand and waved at the iron-winged eagle. Then he took a step forward and was instantly engulfed by the blue light of the portal. Bye-bye. Chapter 60 Attack at the Door. A blue light flashed, and Chu Feng's figure appeared at the exit of the copy, with his feet just standing firmly on the ground. Chu Feng, we have successfully advanced. Lu Rou transformed from revolver form back to human form, with the joy of victory on her face. However, before she finished her words, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 sharp sounds of breaking through the air tore through the air. Get down! Chu Fengba shouted, and suddenly grabbed Lu Rou and threw her to the ground, but the arrows came too fast and too densely. Although he reacted quickly, he still felt pain in his body and was hit by 2 crossbow arrows. Ugh! Lu Rou next to him also groaned. Chu Feng raised his head and saw a short young man not far away staring at him fiercely. Damn, you react pretty quickly. The short young man cursed, but his hands did not stop, quickly restringing the crossbow. There was a mentor guarding the copy, so he didn't dare to get too close. Moreover, the landing point of the new students who were teleported out of the copy was random, which gave Chu Feng time to react. You're looking for death. Chu Feng was furious. He endured the pain in his body and was about to stand up, but before he could move, someone was faster than him. Imprisonment. A mentor not far away waved his sleeves, and a golden rope shot out like a spirit snake, quickly wrapped around the short young man's body several times, and then suddenly tightened. Ah! The short young man groaned and struggled desperately, but could not move. Student Chu Feng, are you okay? Medical staff rushed over. They were originally treating the wounded who were teleported from the copy. The damage caused to the contractors by the ferocious beasts in the copy was real, and only fatal injuries would be immune. With the medical level of the Qiling continent, as long as they did not die immediately, they could be rescued. Just now, dozens of freshmen were teleported out of the copy exit at once. Almost all of them were injured, which was caused when they were attacking the defense line of the ferocious beasts. This led to a shortage of manpower and gave the short young man an opportunity to take advantage. I'm fine. Let me see how my spirit contract is doing first. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and covered his shoulder. He had just heard Lu Rou's groan and knew that she was also injured. He was only shot in the arm and shoulder, which was not fatal. This level of injury was commonplace in his previous life as an agent. Chu Feng. I'm not going to die, am I? Lu Rou's weak voice came at this time. Her face was as pale as paper, and her slender fingers were trembling as she raised them, trying to grab Chu Feng's hand. She was shot in the chest by a crossbow arrow, and blood had soaked through her clothes and was gradually spreading across them. Don't talk nonsense. You still have to accompany me to participate in the freshman competition, evolve into the top-level spirit, and accompany me to stand at the pinnacle of this world. How could you die? Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly knelt on one knee and grabbed Lu Rou's cold little hand. Lu Rou's eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't say anything, but her vision began to blur. In a trance, she remembered every detail of her acquaintance with Chu Feng. In fact, she had known Chu Feng since the first day of school. At that time, he stood on the podium, speaking passionately and uprightly as a representative of the freshmen. Later, in the library, he frowned and read attentively, and on the playground, he practiced fighting skills alone. It was not until the 2 sisters Wang Yu and Wang Tao appeared beside him that she stopped paying attention to Chu Feng. Until the day of the awakening ceremony, she awakened and became a useless contracted spirit, and was ridiculed and abused by all the teachers and students in the school. Unexpectedly, it was Chu Feng who stood up without hesitation and signed a contract with him without hesitation. I had initially suspected that Chu Feng had ulterior motives, and that the so-called most perfect weapon was just a lie to deceive me, but everything that happened later proved that he had never lied to me. It was he who transformed himself from a useless contract spirit into a powerful weapon capable of killing high-level combat contract masters. It was he who moved the family into a spacious villa. It was he who relieved his mother, who toiled all day long, of her toil. It was he who brought color back to his sister Lu Yin's pale face. Chu Feng, he really did too much to himself. I had originally dreamed of participating in the freshman competition with Chu Feng, conquering dungeons together, and becoming the strongest contract master and contract spirit combination in the world, but now it seems that all of this is going to be in vain. Chu Feng, I'm sorry, I may go back on my word. Lu Ro said weakly, tears sliding down her pale cheeks. I say, you only have such a minor injury, is it necessary to make it like a life and death separation? Before Lu Ro finished speaking, she was interrupted by the medical staff beside her. He took out a spray and sprayed it on Lu Ro's wound a few times, then pursed his lips and said, that Qi Ling over there is almost dying, and he is not as sentimental as you guys. Ha! Chu Feng and Lu Ro turned their heads at the same time, only to see a medical table transformed by a contract spirit emitting a bright white light. Wang Ershizen's contract spirit was lying on it, and his broken right arm was growing again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bloody hole as big as a bowl on his chest was also slowly healing. A male contractor was standing next to him, constantly injecting spiritual power into the medical table. Why are his treatment methods so advanced? Chu Feng asked in surprise. After coming to this world, because the level of technology was highly similar to that of his previous life, he almost regarded this place as another blue planet. But today, when he saw the scene that went against scientific common sense, he suddenly woke up. This place is completely different from Blue Star. This is the Qi Ling continent where people can be turned into weapons and possess extraordinary powers. Don't look at it. Only injuries in Qi Ling form can be treated with the medical station. Injuries in human form cannot be treated with the medical station. The medical staff put away the spray, called for 2 stretchers, and explained casually, when Qi Ling is in weapon form, the damage it suffers is essentially just a loss of some kind of energy. The role of the medical station is to replenish this energy for it, but if it is injured in human form, it is the same as if it were a real person injured. So that's how it is. Chu Feng nodded. After the doctor's explanation, he immediately understood that being injured in the spirit form is probably equivalent to losing durability, and the medical station is to restore durability. That shouldn't be called a medical station, it should be called a blacksmith shop. Okay, you lie down too. When the medical staff saw the stretcher coming, they ordered the nurse to transfer Lu Ro to the stretcher. However, when it was Chu Feng's turn, he waved his hand and refused. No, I still have something to take care of. I will come to the hospital to find you later. How can that be? The leading medical staff frowned. Although your injury is not serious, the arrow has remained in your body and it can easily cause secondary damage. I'm just going to say a few words, I'll be back soon. Chu Feng said softly as he looked at the short young man who was tied up by his mentor not far away. Chapter 61 Mo Qianxiu. Seeing this, the medical staff stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, Chu Feng's injuries were minor, and even if they caused secondary damage, they could be treated. It would only cause him to suffer a little more pain. Several instructors had surrounded the short young man. One of them, a middle-aged instructor with a serious face, stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Why did you attack Chu Feng? Ha 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 ha. The short young man suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this, with a hint of madness in his laughter. Do you even need to ask this? He knew that he had lost the chance to kill Chu Feng, and attacking and killing classmates on campus was a serious crime. He was afraid that he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Therefore, even when facing the college instructor, he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. His brother was Wei Li, one of the 12 people. He died at the hands of Chu Feng. A mentor who knew the inside story explained in a low voice. The middle-aged instructor frowned even deeper. In a competition, casualties are inevitable. Why ruin your own future for this? Teacher, there's no need to ask him anymore. A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Chu Feng walked over slowly with a sullen face. When the short young man saw Chu Feng, hatred instantly erupted in his eyes. He struggled like an enraged beast. Chu Feng, if I can't kill you today, you will die at the hands of others sooner or later. The Wang family sent you here, right? Chu Feng interrupted the short young man directly. Since he came to this world, he had only offended the Zheng family and the Wang family, and the people of the Zheng family would only capture him alive and would not kill him. Therefore, when Wei Li and others took action, Chu Feng guessed that they were sent by the Wang family. However, he did not expect that the Wang family not only set up an ambush in the copy, but also arranged killers outside the copy. What Wang family, Li family, Chu Feng, you? The short young man stopped talking halfway, and then his face turned extremely pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Not only him, but everyone present felt a suffocating sense of oppression at this moment. This was not the kind of physical suppression like a gravity field, but an instinctive fear that came from deep within the heart, like an antelope meeting a cheetah, or a rabbit facing a goshawk. Chu Feng was shocked and quickly turned around to look. I saw an old man walking slowly towards me. He was the dean of Tiangong Evolution Academy. Mo Qianqiu. This old man, who usually always has a smile on his face, is now intimidating without even getting angry. Every step he takes is like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The long silver-white hair moved without wind, and there seemed to be stars flowing in the seemingly turbid old eyes. Hiss. The dean is so strong? Chu Feng took a breath of cold air in his heart. He originally thought that he, who had a gun, would be invincible against the contractors who used cold weapons. The experience of killing a level 6 killer in the examination room before gave him this illusion. But now, facing the unfathomable pressure from Mo Qianqiu, Chu Feng realized that he was extremely wrong. In front of such a top-notch expert, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to raise his gun and would be killed instantly. Mo Qianqiu's gaze swept across everyone indifferently, and finally landed on Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng felt as if he was stared at by a prehistoric beast, and the blood in his body was about to solidify. But unexpectedly, a hint of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes, and then he returned to his usual kindness. Wei Ming. Mo Qianqiu spoke softly, and in an instant, the terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone receded like a tide. The short young man named Wei Ming was like a stranded fish, gasping for breath. The emergence of contract masters and contracted spirits actually only happened in the past few hundred years. Mo Qianqiu looked into the distance, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Chu Feng's heart moved. The information about the origin of Qi Ling has always been strictly blocked by the federal government. Ordinary people have no way to access it. As the dean of Tiangong Evolution Academy, Mo Qianqiu must know many secrets. Is he going to reveal something now? Men become contract masters, women become contract spirits. At this point, Mo Qianqiu slowly shook his head. This is not a reward from God, but a disaster sent to us. When the surrounding instructors heard this, their faces became heavy. With the emergence of spiritual power, we also began to have enemies. Mo Qianqiu's voice gradually became low. The original intention of establishing the 4 major academies has never been to fight for power, but to cultivate excellent contractors and contracted spirits to resist foreign enemies and protect the contracted spirit continent. I see. This was the first time Chu Feng heard of the existence of foreign enemies. Before, he always thought that the so-called enemies referred to ferocious beasts, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Why do combat contractors enjoy generous social welfare? It's because they shoulder the responsibility of defending their country. Mo Qianqiu turned his gaze to Wei Ming, who was slumped on the ground and sighed. Every contractor should become a partner who can be entrusted with life and death. Wei Ming, your crossbow should be pointed at the enemy, not your companions. Oh, how shameless. Wei Ming had been silent until now. Seeing Mo Qianqiu lecturing him, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Why didn't you say such things to him when he killed my brother? Wasn't it because he was a genius in the college entrance examination that you protected him? I'm not shielding Chu Feng. Mo Qianqiu shook his head slowly, then looked into the eyes of the short young man. Wei Ming, you and your brother were commissioned by the Wang family to assassinate Chu Feng, is that right? Wei Ming froze for a moment, obviously not expecting his background to be so clearly known. He was so upset that he was speechless. Seeing this, Mo Qianqiu sighed softly. You and your brother could have refused this deal, but your greed led you to the abyss. Refuse? Ha ha ha, refuse? Wei Ming suddenly laughed hysterically when he heard this. He laughed for a while, his eyes red, and roared, that's the Wang family. How can I refuse? How dare I refuse? Have you tried it? Mo Qianqiu suddenly asked. What? Wei Ming was stunned. Have you ever tried to refuse? Mo Qianqiu's voice was calm but powerful. Perhaps the Wang family won't make things difficult for you. How is this possible? That's the Wang family. Wei Ming said blankly. Nothing is impossible. There are countless people who want to help the Wang family. If you don't want to do it, countless people will replace you. Mo Qianqiu's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, but you didn't refuse because you felt that it was just killing one person, but you could get an A-level contract spirit. This deal is very cost-effective, and from the bottom of your heart, you just didn't want to refuse. Is that so? Wei Ming's eyes were a little confused. He had never thought about this question before, but now that Imochinsho pointed it out, maybe, possibly, probably, he really had never thought of refusing at the beginning. Chapter 62 Secret Exposed. A small Easter egg is revealed. It was Wei Li who secretly gave Wei Ming the medicine that caused diarrhea, in order to prevent his brother from getting involved and just take the benefits for free. Dividing line. Imochinsho looked at the distraught Wei Ming and sighed softly. Take him away and hand him over to the law enforcement team. We are an academy and have no right to judge. Yes. The instructor, who was suspected to be using the golden rope, nodded slightly, shook his wrist, and left the scene with Wei Ming. Seeing this, the other instructors also returned to their original positions. Soon, only Chu Feng and Imochinsho were left in the square. You concealed your skills, right? Imochinsho turned his gaze to Chu Feng. His seemingly turbid eyes were now as sharp as a knife. Your performance in the copy just now cannot be explained by spiritual bullets. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, but nodded after a moment. There was no way to argue about this kind of thing. If he insisted on saying that he didn't have it, he would be treating everyone as fools. Yes, my skills are not the unity of spirit, bullet, and intimate lover. As expected. Imochinsho was not surprised when he heard Chu Feng's words. Instead, he sighed lightly and said meaningfully, I didn't expect that the gun spirit would finally show its true power. Chu Feng's heart moved. From this sound, it seemed that Imochinsho had already known that the firearm-type contract spirits were weapon-type contract spirits? But this is not right. If the world knew that the firearm-type contract spirit was a weapon, why would it treat it as waste? This is history from a long time ago. Imochinsho seemed to know what Chu Feng was thinking, and said slowly, 321 years ago, a woman accidentally touched a stone when she was 18 years old. She awakened and became the first contracted spirit on the continent. The enemy of mankind also appeared at this time. Imochinsho's white hair fluttered gently in the wind. The opponent was extremely powerful, and people could not resist at all. At the critical moment, a man made a contract with the spirit and repelled a team of attackers. So, people began to collect the stone that could awaken women, and let men and women make contracts. This is the origin of the contractor. I see. Chu Feng thought that if there had not been this incident, the development of Qiling continent would probably have been the same as the Blue Star in his previous life, but from the moment Qiling appeared, the direction of Qiling continent had clearly changed. Later, more and more contracted spirits awakened, and naturally some of them awakened into firearms. After seeing the skill descriptions, those contractors who had contracted firearm-type contracted spirits naturally thought that firearms were weapon-type contracted spirits that could be used in combat, so they began to develop bullets. Imochinsho said this, shook his head slightly, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that they all failed. They spent a lot of energy and money, but they didn't make bullets that could be fired. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but continued to listen to Imochinsho's history. The enemies are endless, and humans no longer have time to study something they don't understand. Instead, they put all their energy into those contract spirits that can be used immediately. Imochinsho stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the sky with a distant gaze, as if he had traveled through hundreds of years of time. As a result, many contract spirit pearls were covered in dust, and firearm-related contract spirits are one of them. Afterwards, as the research on the contract spirits became more and more in-depth, the power of the mainstream contract spirits became stronger and stronger. Over time, no one paid attention to these useless contract spirits anymore. Imochinsho's voice was a bit heavy. Until today, people only remember those contract spirits that shone brightly on the battlefield, but they don't know how many contract spirits classified as life types are actually powerful combat weapons, but humans have never found the correct way to use them. Having said that, Imochinsho turned around and his eyes fell on Chu Feng. Now that you have discovered the correct use of firearm-type spirit contracts, it seems that our human combat system will soon have a new member. Chu Feng fell silent upon hearing this. Imochinsho had said so much to him, but his implication was nothing more than one that humanity was now facing a formidable enemy. There were many more girls in the world who had awakened into spirits that could be transformed into firearms than just Lu Ro. If the contracted masters who had contracted firearms could be transformed into combat contracted masters, then the Federation's combat capability would surely see a significant boost. To be honest, Chu Feng didn't mind making the gunpowder formula public, but not now, but when he was more prepared. After traveling to this strange world, he had no system to rely on and no family to back him up. Gunpowder was his only trump card. If he gave it up now, the advantage he had worked so hard to build would be gone. Why should the accumulation of generations of those aristocratic families be crushed by a nobody like him? Isn't it just this insight that's ahead of its time? Principal Chufeng was silent for a long time, then raised his head and looked at Mo Qianqiu. The power of the gun spirit is far beyond your imagination. Once it is controlled by someone with ulterior motives, the entire federation may be overturned. Mo Qianqiu's eyebrows trembled slightly. He didn't say anything, waiting quietly for Chu Feng's next words. Chu Feng met the old dean's gaze, gritted his teeth, and tentatively said, "If the principal intends to control the Federation, I am willing to offer you this method of using firearms to contract spirits." Chu Feng thought very clearly that as he frequently used firearms in combat, the secret of gunpowder would eventually be exposed. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength as quickly as possible before the secret was exposed. If you can grow into a giant, then you naturally don't have to worry about other people's covetousness. If you are too late, you must sell it at a good price. Mo Qianqiu is the dean of Tiangong College, and I am his student, which can be considered as his direct troops. If he really has the ambition to control the Federation, then offering the formula is my best token of allegiance. He may even give me the task of forming a firearms unit. If he was just a good person, then after hearing what I said, there would be no reason for him to embarrass me. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he stared at Mo Qianqiu with burning eyes, waiting for the other party to express his opinion. He was prepared for the other party to accept or reject him. However, to Chu Feng's surprise, in the face of Chu Feng's temptation, Mo Qianqiu did not respond, but instead asked an unrelated question inexplicably. "Chu Feng, have you ever seen the true power of a contractor?" "Ha?" Chu Feng was stunned. He only knew that the contractors were divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. As for the strength of the contractors, he had witnessed the fight between Li Yan and the man in the windbreaker during the college entrance examination. To be honest, the two of them were just like that in his eyes, flashy and showy. Although Chu Feng himself definitely couldn't beat them, if he was given a sniper rifle, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Li Yan in seconds. Chapter 63 Mother-in-law's Request. Li Yan is a level 5 contractor, and the man in the windbreaker is level 6, which can be considered as masters. Judging from their strength, even if a level 9 contractor is stronger than them, there will not be any qualitative change. It's just a matter of a howitzer. If that doesn't work, then 2 shots. Mo Qianqiu looked at Chu Feng's indifferent expression and smiled. Chu Feng's eyes were very similar to his own when he was young. He slowly took out the star sword from behind, raised it in front of his eyes, and gently stroked the sword with his fingers, as if he was stroking his lover's skin. The next second, he threw the sword into the air. "Watch this sword." Buzz. The star sword made a clear sound, the hilt trembled slightly, and disappeared from Chu Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. This. Chu Feng blinked, not understanding what was happening at all. He waited for about half a minute, and the sword suddenly appeared in the air again, flying slowly back to Mo Qianqiu's hand. The sword body trembled slightly a few times, as if telling something. "Is that all?" Chu Feng looked puzzled. Mo Qianqiu said that he wanted to see the peak strength, but this is the result? Mo Qianqiu had no intention of explaining, but just said calmly, "Chu Feng, you are my student. It is up to you to decide whether to disclose the method of using the gun contract spirit." He put the star sword on his back again. "Remember, as long as I am here, no one in the academy can force you." Mo Qianqiu turned around and was about to leave, but seemed to remember something and stopped. "By the way, it was the academy's mistake this time, which caused you and Lu Ro to be injured. The academy will compensate you later." After Mo Qianqiu left, Chu Feng decided to go to the college hospital. On the way, he saw that Wang Ersan's spirit was still receiving treatment, and Wang Ersan was standing silently beside the medical desk. Chu Feng walked over calmly. When passing by Wang Ersan, he lowered his voice and said, "If you have any problems in the future, come to me. Don't hurt my spirit contract." "Okay," Wang Ersan responded softly, still with that squinting expression on his face that looked like he was smiling. The two figures separated as soon as they touched, and Chu Feng strode away, quickly disappearing at the end of the square. When Chu Feng walked away, Qi Ling, who was lying on the medical table, finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother, you have obviously left the Wang family, why don't you explain it clearly to Chu Feng?" "What does it matter?" Wang Ershizan stared at the face on the medical table that looked exactly like his own, and reached out to touch her pale face. "Only by defeating him can I prove to the world that you are not a waste, but the most powerful combat spirit in the world." "Brother." Upon hearing this, Wang Ershizi, who was lying on the medical table, had red eyes and a few tears rolled down his eyes. "Be good, don't cry." 123 gently wiped away the tears on his sister's face with his thumb, and said seriously, "You are using my face to form your spirit contract." Crying, "It's ugly." In the ward of the school hospital, Lu Ro had completed her treatment and was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Lin Mumu lay on the bedboard, her slender fingers gently playing with Lu Ro's hair scattered on the pillow, counting softly, 103, 104. Yun Shu was peeling an apple beside her. She looked up at Lu Ro from time to time, with a trace of heartache in her eyes. Squeak! The door of the ward was gently pushed open, and the two sisters Leki and Laya walked in carrying large and small bags. "Master, we have retrieved the medicine prescribed by the doctor," Liao said softly, and then carefully placed the plastic bag full of medicine on the table, for fear of waking up the sleeping Lu Ro. Leki held up another bulging bag with a triumphant look on her face. "Master, we bought some supplements too. They're all here. Super comprehensive, not a single one is missing. Thank you for your hard work." Chu Feng looked at the two sisters, feeling a little hesitant. Although he had never treated Li Qi and Lu Yao harshly as captives, he was always a little wary of them. But in the past few months, they have been taking care of me meticulously, and are responsible for washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning every day. They are basically two free nannies. After Lu Ro was injured today, it was these two who kept running around. Maybe I should have a good talk with them. Ask them if they have any relatives or friends, and if they want to go back, then let them go. After all, the matter of Chip and Wang Yang has been exposed. They no longer pose a threat to him, so why should he force them to stay with him? "Brother Chu Feng, when will my sister get better?" Luing sat on another hospital bed, her two little feet dangling on the edge of the bed, looking at Chu Feng eagerly. Chu Feng rubbed her little head. "It will be almost done. Your sister didn't suffer any vital injuries. With the medical level here, she will be able to fully recover after a week of rest." It still takes so long," Luing pouted, a little unhappy. At this time, Lin Mumu, who was playing with Lu Ro's hair, subconsciously said, "Since Lu Ro will not be well for a week, what about your freshman competition tomorrow?" As soon as the words fell, the entire ward fell into silence. Yun Shu paused while peeling an apple. Sisters Li Qi and Li Yao clasped each other's hands tightly, not daring to speak. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Obviously she had never thought about this problem before. Lin Mumu waited for a long time but heard no response. She raised her head dazedly and said, "Huh? What happened to you guys?" "Nothing." Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then chuckled, "Don't worry, I will find a way to deal with the competition." "Master, how about you use us?" Lu Yao said cautiously, while Li Qi nodded frantically beside him. Chu Feng looked up at the two of them and shook his head. He had not signed a contract with Li Qi and Lu Yao. When he used them, he can only bring out their basic attributes at best. Facing those top talents from Tiangong Evolution Academy, he had no chance of winning at all. "Or, why don't you ask the principal to postpone the competition and wait until Lu Ro gets better?" Lin Mumu suddenly had an idea. "How is that possible?" Chu Feng was speechless. The freshman competition is a century-old tradition of the academy. How could it be changed just because of me? Then what should I do? Lin Mumu lay back down upon hearing this, muttering softly, "If I can't choose 13 mentors, I won't be able to master the top evolutionary route. Without the top evolutionary route, I won't be able to evolve into a top-level contract spirit. Oh, it's really difficult." Chu Feng was silent after hearing this. He turned to look at Lu Ro, who was sleeping peacefully on the hospital bed. After a moment, he clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry, there will always be a way." He decided to find Mo Qianxiu soon and ask him if he had any solution. After all, Lu Ro was injured outside the copy, which was the school's responsibility. If it really didn't work, he would just hand over the gunpowder formula and let Mo Qianxiu help him arrange a mentor who was proficient in the top route. Anyway, no matter what, he must make Lu Ro evolve into a top-level spirit. Shu's style. At this moment, Yun Shu on the side suddenly spoke. Chu Feng turned his head and saw that the beautiful woman's face was slightly red. Chu Feng didn't understand what was going on. He only saw Yun Shu take a deep breath, as if he was preparing himself mentally. Then he raised his head and met Chu Feng's eyes. You use me." Chapter 64 Titan Roar. The air in the ward seemed to freeze. Lin Mumu opened her mouth in surprise. The two sisters Li Qi and Lu Yao looked at the faint blush on Yun Shu's cheeks, then looked at Chu Feng, who was stunned. An ambiguous look appeared on their faces. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and their shoulders were shaking from holding back. Shu Feng was stunned, and then seemed to think of something. When he first met Yun Shu, he felt that something was wrong with her. Other parents were either disappointed or angry when they heard that their daughters awakened into life-type spirits, but Yun Shu was surprisingly calm, as if she had known that Lu Ro would awaken into a firearm. Moreover, she didn't stop me from taking Lu Ro to take the college entrance examination. Logically speaking, life-type spirit contracts should go to vocational colleges. Why did she allow me and Lu Ro to take the college entrance examination? And, could it be that you? Shu Feng looked at Yun Shu, and an incredible thought gradually came to his mind. Yun Shu nodded slightly, the tips of his ears were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. Yes, I am also a firearms-type spirit. What? You're also a firearms-type spirit? Let me see what kind of gun you have. Shu Feng was so excited when he heard Yun Shu admit it that he stood up directly. But then he realized that he had lost his composure and stammered, No, Auntie, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to see your attributes. After all, my favorite is the gun spirit. No, I'm not saying I like you, I like guns. Yun Shu looked at Shu Feng's incoherent appearance and suddenly burst out laughing. She stood up. Although there was still a bit of shyness on her face, she gently pulled Shu Feng's hand and placed it on her shoulder. Since you want to see, just take a look. Colorful light suddenly bloomed, and Yun Shu's figure gradually faded in the light. Shu Feng watched the scene in front of him quietly. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and a pitch-black handheld Gatling gun was quietly suspended in the air. The outline of this Gatling gun is exactly the same as Lu Ro's revolver, but it is thicker and more domineering. There is no extra decoration on the black gun body, only a few dark red lines faintly visible on the metal surface. The 6 black hole barrels exude a cold breath and glow with a cold metallic luster in the sun. Shu Feng raised his hand, and the Gatling gun fell steadily into his palm. At the same time, Yun Shu's attributes also appeared in his mind. UR level Chilling Titan Roar. Accuracy, D. Range, S. Durability, A. Spiritual compatibility, B. Awakening skill, Titan mode. Titan mode, UR level skill. Once activated, it will reduce the contractor's movement speed by 99%, double the firing rate and range, and ignore 50% defense. When this skill is activated, it will continuously consume 1% of the contractor's spiritual power per second. This Yun Shu's attribute. Shu Feng looked at the attribute panel that appeared in his mind, his voice trembling slightly. Yun Shu's base stats might seem similar to Lioro's, but this is a Gatling gun. Its top rate of fire reaches 6,000 rounds per minute, far more powerful than a revolver's 7 bullets. And that UR level skill is even more powerful. It shouldn't be called Titan mode, it should be called Death mode. The firing rate is doubled, the range is doubled, and it can ignore 50% of the defense. The price paid is only a 99% reduction in movement speed and 1% of spiritual power consumption per second. Come on, I'm already on the Gatling gun, how can I still be the one to move? At this moment, Shu Feng even felt a little regretful. It would have been much better if the first contracted spirit he met after traveling through time was Yun Shu. Although Lu Ro was not without advantages, such as her spiritual power compatibility of S, which allowed Shu Feng to better use spiritual power skills. But this is a late-stage attribute, and can only be reflected when Shu Feng has abundant spiritual power and many skills. But in the early stage, Yun Shu's Titan Roar is definitely the first killing weapon without a doubt. It's worthy of being a Gatling gun, the most violent weapon. Shu Feng's fingers gently stroked the barrel of the Gatling gun, feeling the subtle lines on the metal surface. Stop touching me. Yun Shu's embarrassed and annoyed voice echoed in Shu Feng's mind. Can I take Shiro's place in the freshman competition? After hearing Yun Shu's words, Shu Feng finally woke up from his dream. He thought about it and said seriously, there is no rule in the freshman competition that prohibits the temporary replacement of contracted spirits. The main reason is that no contracted master has ever done so before, so according to the rules, I can take you to participate in the competition. That's good. Yun Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for her daughter's future, she would never reveal her identity as a gun spirit. After all, sharing a contractor with my daughter is really too embarrassing. She secretly made up her mind that just this once, she would never let Shu Feng use her again after the competition was over. But Shu Feng suddenly changed the subject. Yun Shu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. But what? The freshman competition is tomorrow, and the bullets suitable for you. Shu Feng looked embarrassed. I'm afraid it's impossible to make one in such a short time. The ward suddenly fell silent. Everyone could see Lin Mumu's attributes. If it weren't for that S-level skill, she wouldn't even be rated D-level. At most, she would be an F-level spirit contract. Asking her to make Gatling bullets within a day is an impossible task. Even if a miracle happens and Lin Mumu really makes it, with only 20 bullets, they will probably be used up in less than a second at the Gatling gun's terrifying firing rate. Lin Mumu was completely unaware that Shu Feng was dissing her at this time, and was still playing with Lu Ro's hair heartlessly. But Jin Shu blushed when she heard what Shu Feng said. You don't have to worry about this. Her voice became smaller and smaller. My size is the same as Lu Ro's. Whatever size she uses, I can use the same size. Ha! Shu Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He quickly checked Yun Shu's magazine port and put his finger in to measure it. He found that its size was indeed the same as Lu Ro's magazine. No wonder Lu Ro's caliber is so amazing. It turns out she inherited it from her mother. But then again, could spirit bonds actually be inherited? Previous textbooks never mentioned this, or was it that Lu Ro's family was special? Shu Feng let go of his hand, and Yun Shu transformed into a human form again. After she landed on the ground, she frantically tidied up the hair around her ears, her chest heaving slightly with shame and anger. Unfortunately, Shu Feng didn't notice this beautiful scene at all. The moment Yun Shu regained his human form, he turned around and kicked Lin Mumu. Come on, follow me into the house. Chapter 65, Cutting the Mountain with One Sword. 2 hours later, Shu Feng and Lin Mumu finally came out of the next room. Shu Feng's body was soaked with sweat, and he was holding a bullet belt in his hand. Lin Mumu followed behind him, his eyes dull, his steps unsteady, and he looked as if he had been hollowed out. I'm so tired. After Lin Mumu walked to the bed, he lay down straight like a zombie, mumbling weakly, I never want to make bullet belts again. Shu Feng ignored her complaints and looked at the ammunition belt in his hand. The feeding method of Gatling gun is different from that of revolver. Although it can use clips, magazines, drum magazines and other feeding methods, the best one is still the belt. Shu Feng now has more than 1,000 rounds of bullets, although it is not enough for Yun Shu to consume in 1 minute, but Yun Shu's firing rate can be adjusted, from the lowest 300 rounds minute to the highest 6,000 rounds minute, divided into several levels. 1,000 bullets are enough to deal with tomorrow's competition. However, the establishment of a production line must be put on the agenda. Shu Feng turned his head and looked at Lin Mumu, who was lying paralyzed on the bed. Her mutant bullets were quite useful, but the production quantity of ordinary bullets could never be increased. He didn't feel it when he only had Lu Ro, but now with Yun Shu, a big bullet swallower, Lin Mumu's ability was obviously not enough. Fortunately, the school still owes me compensation, so I might as well ask the school to help me build a bullet production line. As for Lin Mumu, I will concentrate on making mutant bullets in the future. But in this case, the manpower to load the gunpowder became a problem. Between Lu Ro, Yun Shu and myself, there were only 3 people in total who could load the gunpowder. Lin Mumu, that idiot, cannot be relied upon, and Lecky and Lu Yao. I am still worried after all, unless there is some way to make them sign a contract with me and become my contracted spirits. Shu Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at this thought. How could this be possible? A contract master could only sign a contract with one contract spirit in their lifetime. If they wanted to change, they had to cancel the existing contract first, and then go through a 3-year cooling-off period. This was basic common sense that even children understood. His own idea was simply wishful thinking. Wow! This contractor is so powerful. At this moment, Luin suddenly exclaimed. Shu Feng turned his head and saw Luin lying on the hospital bed, her 2 little feet dangling in the air, holding a mobile phone in her hand and watching it with great interest. What are you looking at? Shu Feng moved closer curiously and saw a battle video playing on the phone screen. In the picture, a contractor holds a spear wrapped in thunder. Each strike is accompanied by dazzling lightning, forcing the opponent to retreat step by step. The tip of the spear cuts through the air, making continuous crackling sounds. Even through the screen, one can feel the terrifying power. It's really impressive. Shu Feng watched for a while and nodded. Unexpectedly, Luin suddenly raised her little face and said with a giggle, it's a pity that he is not as good as brother Shu Feng and sister. You little girl. Shu Feng laughed and reached out to rub her little head. He didn't expect that Luin, at such a young age, had learned to flatter. Just as Chu Feng withdrew his hand and was about to leave the room to find Mo Qianxiu to discuss the production line, Lu Yin's finger swiped across the screen and the video switched to the next one. Our station reports that at noon today, a mountain in Hoku County suddenly broke off in the middle, as if struck by a sword. Fortunately, the mountain is far from the county seat, and no casualties have been reported so far. Our reporters will continue to follow up. Chu Feng had already turned around, but after hearing this news, he was suddenly struck by lightning. At noon, the mountain peak broke. It seemed to have been cut by a sword. Several key pieces of information flashed through Chu Feng's mind like lightning. He turned around abruptly, snatched the phone from Lu Yin's hand, and stared at the time of the mountain fracture in the news report. 12:31. Isn't this the time when Mo Qianxiu was talking to me? Could it be? Could it be? An incredible thought appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Suddenly, he remembered what Mo Qianxiu said to him at noon. Have you ever seen the true power of a contract master? Watch this sword. With me here, no one in the academy can force you. Chu Feng's hands began to tremble unconsciously, not because of fear, but because of excitement. So this is the true power of a contract master. Slashing mountains with one sword. Traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. No wonder Mo Qianxiu didn't force him to hand over the method of using the gun spirit. That was because in his eyes, everything he had was just child's play. Chu Feng took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. The true power of the contractor has far exceeded his cognition. Mo Qianxiu's contract spirit is the Star Sword, which is known as one of the top 10 sword contract spirits and is the highest level of evolution. Doesn't that mean, if Lu Rou also completes 3 evolutions and becomes the top level spear spirit, I can also have the ability to move mountains and fill the sea? This is simply a myth. His vision was too narrow before, and gunpowder was not enough to be the foundation of his survival. When facing low-level combat contract masters, it could be invincible, but if he encountered a peak powerhouse like Mo Qianxiu, the only thing he could rely on was the contract spirit that had evolved to the extreme. After all, this world is not Blue Star, and Qi Ling is the mainstream here. But how does Lu Rou need to evolve to be comparable to the Star Sword that can cut through mountains with one blow? Should he increase the range? Increase the power? Or develop a special type of ammunition? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head. None of these options seemed capable of allowing Lu Rou to reach the strength of the Star Sword. Forget it. I'll think about it when I have time. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, he knew nothing about the evolution of the Qi Ling. The most urgent thing was to win the freshman competition, choose a mentor who mastered the top evolution route, and follow him to systematically learn the knowledge of Qi Ling evolution. Only by mastering the theoretical basis can I plan the most perfect evolutionary path for Lu Rou. Chu Feng. At this moment, Lu Rou woke up. She looked at Chu Feng standing beside the bed, called out weakly, and then struggled to sit up. Seeing this, Lu Yao beside her hurried forward to help her. Chu Feng, let's go back. We have to participate in the freshman competition tomorrow. Lu Rou said weakly. She didn't know what had just happened in the room. She was still thinking about the upcoming finals. Chapter 66. The final begins. Chu Feng and she have already passed 2 levels in a row and finally reached this point. They must not stop here because of her. It's okay, Lu Rou. Chu Feng picked up a pillow and placed it behind Lu Rou's back to make her lean more comfortably. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It will be very unstable if you turn into a weapon now. After being injured, Qi Ling can still transform into a weapon, but it may return to human form at any time. Imagine that 2 swords are fighting fiercely, and one of them suddenly turns back into flesh and blood. The consequences are simply unimaginable. You can't give up. Anyway, I'm a long-range attacker, so it should be okay. Lu Rou looked at Chu Feng stubbornly and wanted to argue. At this moment, Yin Shu walked to the bedside and gently held her daughter's hand. Xiao Rou, just focus on recovering from your injuries. Mom will go to the freshman competition in your place. Mom, you. Lu Rou widened her eyes and looked at her mother in disbelief. The eyes of mother and daughter met in the air. After a moment, Lu Rou lowered her head slightly. Okay. I understand. In the bell tower square, crowds of people surged and the noise rose and fell like waves. The freshman competition was held as scheduled. A huge metal stage was temporarily built on the north side of the square. The freshmen who advanced to the finals stood in front of the stage, waiting to be divided into groups. Hey! Aren't there 24 people advancing? Why are there only 23 on the stage? A girl with a ponytail stood on tiptoe, counting the figures on the stage in confusion. You don't know yet? The contract master beside her was somewhat speechless. His contract spirit was good in every way except that he was addicted to video games, whipping out his phone to kill people whenever he got the chance. Yesterday, the national champion, Xu Feng, was attacked while leaving a dungeon. I heard his contract spirit is still in the hospital. How can he possibly participate in the competition? Yes, I heard about it too. Another person heard the conversation and exclaimed in amazement, to be honest, Xu Feng is really a ruthless person. First, he drove the anti-family alliance out of the dungeon, and then he killed 12 people in a row. You didn't see it. Those people died miserably, even their faces were burned off. Hee, so what if he's cruel? A boy in the front sneered, folding his arms and looking at the stage. The contract spirit is seriously injured, and no matter how strong the contractor is, he will be useless. The freshman competition will not wait for anyone. That's right, I think this is retribution. It was just a freshman competition, and Xu Feng actually dared to kill someone. A spirit said indignantly, why doesn't the school arrest such a person? On both sides of the stage are the seats for this year's mentors. On the left, 13 top instructors were lazily leaning on luxurious sofa chairs, some with their eyes closed, some talking in low voices, their postures calm and casual. The ordinary tutor representatives on the right looked much simpler and more proper. Their chairs were ordinary wooden chairs, and in front of them was a portable long table with simple teacups on it. There are so many talented people this year. The thin mentor glanced at the freshmen on the stage, his voice filled with surprise. The overall strength of this group of freshmen is probably a level higher than last year. Last year's first place may not make it into the top 3 this year. The dungeon has undergone a lot of changes recently. A female instructor crossed her legs elegantly, tapping the armrest with her fingertips. Although the drop rate and quality have increased a lot, the difficulty has also increased significantly. This change may not be a good thing. Where's the principal? The chubby instructor suddenly interrupted, looking around. Isn't he coming to present the awards to the first place winners today? I heard that there was a problem at the front line. The tutor in a white lab coat shook his head, his tone heavy. The principal rushed overnight. He is stationed at the front line all year round and only comes back once during the first few days of school for new students. It's really hard work. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, old Sue spoke again. Let's see. If someone among this batch of freshmen can evolve into a top-level contract spirit, they can share the burden with us in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the host instructor's resounding voice echoed throughout the room. The final of the freshman competition is now officially beginning. The square suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the stage. The host waved his hand, and a staff member brought over a box half a person's height. Next, please ask the students who have advanced to the finals to form groups. After the host instructor said this, he stepped aside and motioned the participating students to come forward. The final of the freshman competition will be a combination of a points system and an elimination system. The 24 contestants will be divided into 4 teams, red, green, blue, and yellow. Each team will have 6 players. Team members will first compete against each other in turn. The winner will get 1 point and the loser will get 0 points. Finally, the top 2 players with the highest points in each team will advance to the quarterfinals and enter the championship battle. The entire points battle will be completed in the morning, which means that in order to enter the quarterfinals, each contractor must participate in at least 5 duels within half a day. This is a huge test for the contractor's spiritual power and physical strength. How to allocate it reasonably is a skill that every contractor must master. The championship battle in the afternoon is much simpler. It is a 2-on-2 duel, the winner advances and the loser is eliminated. Although the contractors no longer have to go through high-intensity round-robin battles, none of those who can enter the quarterfinals are simple characters, and the intensity may not be easier than in the morning. When the freshmen on the stage heard the host instructor's call, their expressions varied. Some were rubbing their hands, impatient, some had calm eyes, secretly calculating, and some were swallowing nervously, their fingers unconsciously clenched. The grouping method is very simple. There are 24 small balls in the box on the stage, which are divided into 4 colors, red, green, blue and yellow. Those who catch the red ball will join the red team, and those who catch the blue ball will join the blue team. The first freshman took a deep breath and strode towards the lottery box. He looked a little nervous, his palms slightly sweaty. As he reached into the box, he prayed silently in his heart. Don't let those monsters be on the same team with me. Don't let those monsters be on the same team with me. Brothers, sisters, grandparents, oh my god, please. He knew better than anyone that his inclusion in the top 24 was pure luck. He had taken advantage of the chaos caused by Chu Feng's firing of the decoy bullet to pass through the portal. If he had faced a top talent like Nangon Lai in real combat, he probably wouldn't have been able to survive even 3 moves. As long as I can get into the top 13, as long as I can get a top mentor. He lingered in the box for a long time, fiddling with the balls with his fingers but refusing to pull them out. Until the host instructor couldn't stand it anymore and coughed lightly, he smiled awkwardly, then grabbed a ball and showed it to the audience. Red Team. Chapter 67 Points Battle. As soon as the host instructor finished speaking, a staff member quickly stepped forward and took away the red ball to prevent it from being mixed with the ones in the box. The first freshman returned to the team nervously. The next person to draw lots was Nangon Lai. He strode up and grabbed the box without even looking at it. Blue Team. Upon hearing this result, the top freshman heaved a sigh of relief. Great. I wasn't assigned to the same team with this monster. As long as I don't run into Shangwan Qingfeng, Wang Ershizhen, and Zhang Lingfeng, I might actually make it into the top 13. While he was fantasizing, the remaining freshmen had already come forward to draw the balls. Red Team. Red Team. Yellow Team. Blue Team. Blue Team. The voices of the presiding instructors sounded one after another, and the atmosphere on the field changed accordingly. When the last freshman drew the ball, the situation of the 4 teams was already clear at a glance. Among them, except for a contractor who ranked 11th in the first level, the other members of the red team were ranked outside the top 300 in the first level. In other words, they also sneaked into the portal, not relying on their own strength. This made the contractor who was drawn to the red team at the beginning almost laugh out loud. Although he was also a slacker, he was ranked 223rd in the first level. Facing these low-scoring players, second place was almost a sure thing. You know, as long as you can rank in the top 2 in the team, you will be qualified to participate in the finals. Even if you give up at the beginning, you will definitely get 8th place and be qualified to select the top mentor. It seems that today is the day to bring honor to our family. Unlike the red team, the blue team can be called the group of death. Not only were Nangon Lai and Shangwan Qingfeng, 2 children from aristocratic families, assigned to the blue team, but the contractors ranked 5th, 7th, and 9th in the first level were all on the blue team. Only the last contractor was ranked slightly lower, 37th, but compared with other groups, it was still quite high. The students in the audience whispered, the blue team is about to have their heads smashed into dog heads. How tragic. Nangon Lai and Shangwan Qingfeng from the blue team will definitely advance. It's such a pity for the others. The remaining green team and yellow team have relatively balanced members. Wang Ershizhen was assigned to the green team, and Zhang Lingfeng was assigned to the yellow team. With their strength, they have almost secured their spots in the next round. The remaining players can only compete for second place. As Chu Feng had not appeared, naturally, the last ball belonged to him. At this time, all other teams on the field were full, leaving only Chu Feng as the only team short of players. Only the red team. Hey! This grouping is so unfair, the difference in strength is too great, someone shouted from the audience. Is Chu Feng really not planning to come? Someone also looked at the member information of the 4 teams and asked in a low voice. Shi Ling is seriously injured and in the hospital. He would be asking for trouble if he came here. The person next to him sneered, at least he has some self-awareness and knows to hide and not show up. Damn it! The red team is so lucky, aren't they? A spectator gnashed his teeth, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Not only does the team not have any top players, but now they've even gotten a bye for nothing. At the tutors' table, several tutors were also discussing. What a pity, the long-haired mentor sighed, Chu Feng's spirit contract is very strong, and his own strength is also very good. I was very optimistic about him. Maybe he loves his spirit too much. The mentor with glasses pushed the frames of his glasses, with a bit of disappointment in his tone. There will be a mentor to look after her in the finals. Even if his spirit suddenly changes back to human form, we have ways to ensure that she will not be harmed. It seems that he and his spirit are still a little lacking in psychological quality. Okay, the competition is about to start, the fat instructor waved his hand, let's just concentrate on watching the competition. As the grouping is completed, the competition will begin soon. 4 teams will go to the duel arena and compete on the duel arena. The Colosseum is a huge circular building with 5 dueling arenas in the middle and step stands around it. It is used to host the annual freshman competition as well as the students' daily exchanges and duels. The duel arena is divided into 4 small arenas and 1 main arena. The small arenas are distributed in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, while the main arena is in the center. This is the duel arena of Tiangong Evolution Academy. I heard this place can even withstand a fight between level 7 contractors. Wow, it's so cool in here. Why isn't the opening ceremony held here? It's so hot in the bell tower square. The host instructor stood in the center of the arena, holding a microphone, his voice clearly carried to every corner. The points competition will be held simultaneously in 4 small arenas. Each team will arrange their own battle order. There must be at least half an hour between 2 battles of the same team member. The final 8 will decide the winner in the main arena. In the audience, the mentors have already taken their seats. After the host mentor announced the rules and walked down the stage, the 4 teams also came to their respective stages. So, who goes first? Under the east side of the arena, the freshman who drew the first lot asked with his arms folded, obviously considering himself the second in command of the red team. Apart from the contractor ranked 11th, he was the highest ranked in the team, so when facing the other 3 contractors, he had a slightly condescending attitude. How about, we make a battle schedule? A boy with a hooked nose said, I'm good at this. Just give me a few minutes and I can make it and ensure fairness. Yes, this way the battle will be clear and no one will suffer. I agree. The other 2 freshmen nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the hook-nosed man was about to ask his instructor for a pen. The 11th contractor who had been silent suddenly spoke up, why bother? He turned around and walked straight to the ring without even looking at these people. I'll be the first to go up. Anyone who wants to challenge me can go up to the ring now. Several people in the audience looked at each other, thinking he was too arrogant, but no one dared to say anything. Finally, a contractor ranked 337th gritted his teeth and stood up, I'll do it. He jumped onto the ring and stood opposite the 11th ranked contractor. The fighting arena is 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. This is a carefully designed distance. For melee contractors, it only takes a few seconds to rush to the other side of the arena, and for long-range contractors, this distance is enough to make several reactions. Chapter 68 Quick Match. Following the referee's command, the air on the ring froze instantly. Start! The 11th ranked contractor swung his right hand, and a flash of silver light appeared, which turned out to be a long whip wrapped in cold air. Whoosh! He suddenly lowered his body and began to charge, his long whip moving along the ground like a poisonous snake, leaving a winding ice mark on the ring. The 337th ranked contractor on the opposite side had cold sweat on his forehead. He held a giant black iron sword that was almost as tall as him, staring intently at the attacking figure. When the opponent rushed to the midfield position, he suddenly raised the giant sword in front of him, and a yellowish-brown spiritual light appeared on the sword. This is his awakening skill, which can greatly enhance the defense and durability of the giant sword, and also has a slight anti-injury effect. Oomph, naive. The 11th ranked contractor snorted coldly when he saw the other party activate a skill. He suddenly stopped 4 meters away from the other party, and then shook his wrist. Bang! The long whip exploded in the air, and the long whip that was originally sliding close to the ground suddenly bounced up, and then nimbly bypassed the giant sword's defense like a poisonous snake, and went straight to the opponent's ankle. What? The 337th contractor was horrified and hurriedly raised his feet to avoid it, but it was too late. Crack! The long whip accurately wrapped around his right ankle, and the cold air condensed instantly, and a thick layer of ice crystals spread rapidly upwards along his calf. Bang! The greatsword contract master wanted to struggle, but lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, with the greatsword in his hand hitting the ring. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and tried to get up, but the 11th ranked contract master was already standing in front of him, with the tip of the long whip against his throat. The referee instructor's whistle sounded at the right time. The winner is Zhou Ming from the red team. The 337th ranked contractor walked off the ring in a daze. He and Zhou Ming were given half an hour's rest respectively. At this time, the other team members could go up to the ring to fight. When the first freshman who drew the lot saw this, his eyes suddenly turned and he said, "Hey, you two go up and fight first, I'll fight with Chu Feng later." What? The hook-nosed boy suddenly looked up. How can you be so shameless? Another freshman also became anxious. Exactly. Who doesn't know that playing against Chu Feng is like getting a bye? You're clearly taking advantage. How am I taking advantage? The freshman who drew the lot first said righteously, I'm just fighting against Chu Feng first. Won't it be your turn soon? Sooner or later, everyone will get a bye. The two were speechless for a moment. Indeed, according to the rules of the points competition, everyone had to fight against other team members once. It seemed that there was no difference between fighting early and late. Moreover, if they fought later, they could actively choose to fight against Chu Feng when their spiritual power was insufficient, so as to get more rest time. Okay. The boy with the hooked nose thought of this, patted his butt, stood up, and went up to the stage with another freshman. The freshman who drew the lot first couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw the two people being fooled. Their rankings were already lower than his, and now his fighting style would be observed during the battle. When he fought against them later, wouldn't it be a sure win? This second place is definitely mine. The match in the ring lasted about 5 minutes, and when the referee blew the whistle, the hooked nose won. He walked down the ring triumphantly, and when he passed by the first freshman who drew lots, he glanced at him provocatively. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored him and walked straight towards the referee. I want to play against Chu Feng. The first freshman who drew the lot came to the referee and said loudly. The referee nodded when he heard this, then looked around, frowned, and shouted, Student Chu Feng, please come on stage immediately. There was silence on the field and no one responded. Student Chu Feng? The referee called out twice more. Seeing no response, he raised his hand and prepared to announce, since Chu Feng is not present, the ruling is. Wait a moment. A hurried female voice suddenly came from the audience. Everyone turned around and saw Yun Shu running down from the audience with Lu Qi and Lin Mumu. Her chest was slightly heaving, obviously she was trying her best. Chu Feng will be here soon. Yun Shu calmed his breath and said, he didn't give up. The freshman who drew the first lot saw this and his face suddenly darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said in a stern tone, Who are you? What gives you the right to interfere with the game? I am Chu Feng's contracted spirit, Yun Shu replied, please wait a moment. Qi Ling? The freshman who drew the lot first was a little disdainful, do you think I'm a fool? I've seen Chu Feng's Qi Ling, and it doesn't look like yours. When Yun Shu heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly and her voice became softer, I am her mother. Mother? The first freshman who drew the lot was stunned for a moment, then looked Yun Shu up and down, his eyes lingering on her graceful figure for a moment, and suddenly revealed a lewd smile. TSK, Chu Feng is really lucky to have both mother and daughter. You. Yun Shu's face changed instantly. She and Chu Feng were innocent and there was no transgression in their relationship at all. It was normal for Chu Feng to use her and it had nothing to do with ethics. What do you mean, you? The freshman who drew the first lot put away his smile, his expression suddenly turning cold. So what if you're her mother? The rules of the game are the rules. Why should I wait for him? Besides. He changed the subject, his tone full of contempt, even if he comes, so what? His spirit has been beaten and sent to the hospital. Does he still want to fight me with bare hands? You. Yun Shu was speechless. At this moment, Lu Qi suddenly stepped forward, glanced coldly at the freshman, and said, the rules of the points competition are that all matches must be completed before 11:30 a.m. If a member is unable to participate due to an accident, they can quickly make up the match, right? What quick rematch? The freshman who drew the first lot was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to look at the referee. Quick make-up matches are a supplementary rule formulated for unexpected situations. The referee looked at Lecky in surprise and explained, under special circumstances, the referee can decide to shorten the mandatory rest time of the contractor and allow the contractor to play consecutive matches to ensure that the contractor completes all matches before the deadline. But, he paused and added, once the time exceeds 11:30, no one can continue the game for any reason. I see. The freshman who drew the first lot scoffed. The reason there's a half-hour break between matches is to give the contractors enough time to recover their physical and spiritual strength. This quick rematch is like giving up that rest time. In this kind of high-intensity, round-the-clock competition, how could any contractor win? They might as well just give up the game and avoid humiliation. Chapter 69 Above the Sky. That's nothing to worry about, Lo Yao glared at him disdainfully. Then, dragging Yun Shu and Lin Mumu, she turned and left. Anyway, Chu Feng's eligibility remains valid until 11:30. Want a buy? Then just pray he doesn't make it back. Looking at the backs of Lecky and the other two as they left, the freshman who drew the first lot stood on the stage with a gloomy expression. After a long time, he suddenly sneered. Oh. I just don't believe that there is really anyone who can fight 5 games in a row without taking a break. He lowered his voice, as if trying to convince himself, even if Chu Feng really has this ability. He turned his head and looked at the countdown hanging next to him. As long as I deliberately delay the game so that he can't complete 5 games before 11:30, he said with a calculated look in his eyes, then his score will be invalidated, and each of us will get an extra point. Back in the audience, Yun Shu felt a little worried. She turned and glanced at Li Qi and Lin Mumu, a hint of worry in her voice. Still can't contact Chu Feng? No one answered the phone yet. Li Qi shook her head. After Chu Feng came out of the hospital last night, he went straight to find Mo Qianxiu, and then he did not return all night. It was not until this morning that he hurriedly called and said he was flying back, but then he completely lost contact. I hope nothing happens to him, Yun Shu asked worriedly. What could possibly happen to him? Lin Mumu nonchalantly took a bite of the chicken wing, then with her greasy little hands, she picked one up and handed it to Yun Shu. Here, do you want to eat? Seeing Yun Shu shake her head, she continued vaguely, it was the principal who took him away. The principal can split a mountain with a sword, so Chu Feng must be safe. I hope that's the case. Yun Shu sighed, but still couldn't hide the worry on his face. At this moment, 10,000 meters above the sky. I say, can you be faster? I'm going to be late for the competition. Chu Feng lay on the star sword, took out his mobile phone tremblingly, took a look, but found that there was no signal at all. He cursed and stuffed the phone back into his pocket. Although the star sword will break the airflow in front of it when flying, forming an invisible barrier to protect the contractor, the coldness at an altitude of 10,000 meters cannot be isolated. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyelashes and hair ends were covered with a thin layer of white frost. If it weren't for the fact that the contractor's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he would probably have frozen to death by now. Buzz. When the star sword heard Chu Feng's words, it trembled and made 2 sword sounds, as if it was saying something. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was not her contracted master and had no idea what it meant. Okay, I get it, but you'd better hurry up. I need to pee urgently now. If I can't hold it anymore. Chu Feng threatened secretly. Although he didn't understand what she was saying, it didn't matter. As long as she could understand what he said, it would be fine. Buzz. Sure enough, the star sword trembled violently when it heard Chu Feng's words, and then the sword body suddenly lit up. The starlight in the sky began to gather on it, and with the blessing of the starlight, the speed of the star sword suddenly increased a lot. Hey, my phone fell down. In the duel arena, spiritual energies surged and cheers rose one after another. Although everyone was only a first-level contractor, the awakened skills were varied and the competition was quite colorful. There were very few people watching the red team's competition. Most people's attention was focused on the blue team's competition on the south side. After all, the showdown between these group of death teams was the real highlight. Beep, the referee instructor blew the whistle. On the blue stage, another duel ended. The 2 contractors walked off the stage panting. The referee paused for a moment and shouted, "Next contestant, please come on stage." As the referee finished speaking, a rebellious contractor with short orange-red hair walked onto the ring. When the audience saw his face clearly, the entire duel arena instantly boiled over. It's Nangon Lai. Nangon Lai, number 1 on the freshman list. He killed the enemy instantly with 1 arrow in the first 3 matches. He's so strong. He is the undisputed champion of this competition. No one can stop his arrow. Cheers swept through the entire arena like a wave. Nangon Lai slowly walked to the side of the ring, faced the audience, and waved calmly. This simple action instantly ignited a more fanatical atmosphere. Nangon Lai. Nangon Lai. Nangon Lai. The noise from the audience grew louder and louder, and even the referee couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He had been coaching for many years and witnessed countless freshman competitions, but this was the first time he had seen a freshman as popular as Nangon Lai. However, at this moment, boom! On the other side of the stands, an even more deafening roar suddenly erupted, and everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn there, where they saw a gentle and graceful young man slowly walking onto the stage. He was wearing a moon-white robe, spotless, with sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked so cold and aloof that he didn't seem like a human being. When he stood on the other side of the ring, the audience fell strangely silent for a moment. Then there was a burst of crazy cheers that were 10 times more enthusiastic than before. It's Shangwan Qingfeng. Oh my god. Nangon Lai vs Shangguan Qingfeng. This is the showdown of the century. The civil war is the decisive battle. This is definitely the most exciting match in the points race, bar none. The entire duel arena was instantly boiling. The two favorites to win the championship met in advance in the points race. This was a rare peak showdown. Who do you think will win? In the audience, the chubby mentor asked vaguely to the mentor in the white lab coat next to him while eating potato chips. Shangguan Qingfeng, right? The instructor in the white lab coat pondered for a moment and said, although both of their contracted spirits can kill their opponents instantly, Shangguan Qingfeng's sonic attack speed is faster. With Nangon Lai's physical strength as a first-level contracted master, he can't stop Shangguan Qingfeng's attack at all. I don't think so. The chubby mentor grabbed another handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth. Nangon Lai's popularity is not for nothing. Although he usually doesn't care about details, he actually has an excellent understanding of combat and is extremely sensitive to the timing of combat. Shangguan Qingfeng is a bit too conservative. Then let's wait and see. The instructor in the white lab coat did not continue to argue, but turned his gaze back to the ring. On the ring, Nangon Lai and Shangguan Qingfeng stood opposite each other. Nangon Lai glanced at Shangguan Qingfeng's jade flute still on his waist and couldn't help but remind him, hey, why don't you pick up your flute? It will be too late when the game starts. I won't take advantage of you. Shangguan Qingfeng glanced at the Lifeng Bao on Nangon Lai's back, her voice as clear as flowing spring water. Chapter 70 Belated Arrival. Okay, then you better be careful. Nangon Lai laughed loudly, and the moment the referee announced the start, he immediately took out the Lifeng Bao from his back, and almost at the same time, he had already put an arrow feather on the string. Shangguan Qingfeng, who was standing opposite him, also took out his jade flute and placed it across his lips. Nangon Lai narrowed his eyes, staring at Shangguan Qingfeng, his spiritual power surging crazily. Without hesitation, he said, Lingling, use your ultimate move. Don't worry. Let him see my power. Lingling's voice sounded in Nangon Lai's mind. At the same time, the wind patterns on the bow lit up one by one. Nangon Lai grinned and drew the bow like a full moon. Shangguan Qingfeng's strength on paper is almost the same as his, so Nangon Lai did not dare to be careless and directly activated the awakening skill. He was not worried about killing Shangguan Qingfeng. The duel arena had a complete protection mechanism, and the instructors also responded quickly, so he could exert his strength at will. However, just as he was about to release the bowstring, woo! A melodious flute sound floated into my ears. Nangon Lai felt dazed for a moment, followed by a splitting headache. His fingers loosened subconsciously, and the violent arrow shot out directly. Bang! A transparent protective shield instantly rose around the ring, and Nangon Lai's arrow wrapped with wind blades hit it hard. The arrowhead spun wildly, and the airflow brought by the wind blades blew Shangguan Qingfeng's long hair continuously. Unfortunately, the protective shield on the ring was not enough to withstand the full force of a 7th-level contractor. After a few seconds, Nangon Lai's arrow finally fell on the ring with a click. But, damn it! After Nangon Lai shot the arrow, he felt his body losing control and his brain hurting more and more. He couldn't calm down and think at all. Shangguan Qingfeng closed his eyes, his slender fingers continuously pressing on the jade flute, and flute sounds of varying lengths came out. Nangon Lai stood on the other side of the ring, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept oozing out. Ling! Ling-deling! Nangon Lai endured the pain, raised the Lifeng Bao, and tried to string the bow. However, Shangguan Qingfeng's attacks came one after another like a tide. Every time Nangon Lai finally mustered his strength, he was interrupted by the next sonic attack. This went on for several times, and finally, Nangon Lai stumbled, and the Lifeng Bao in his hand fell to the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, he also fell to the ground with a thump. The winner is Shangguan Qingfeng from the blue team. The referee's whistle sounded, and Shangguan Qingfeng put down the jade flute. At this time, Nangon Lai's eyes had turned white and his body was twitching constantly. After Shangguan Qingfeng stopped attacking, he suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath, like a drowning man emerging from the water. Thank you. Shangguan Qingfeng bowed, gently put the jade flute back to his waist, turned around and left the arena. Lingling was a little exasperated, and kept shouting in Nangon Lai's mind, stupid, stupid, stupid. How could you miss this arrow? Nangon Lai was lying on the ring at this time, gasping for breath. Hearing Lingling's accusation, he raised his hand with a wry smile and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shang Qingfan's sonic attack was pervasive and it was difficult to defend against it in such a small ring. However, he clenched his fists, and the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Next time we meet in the finals, I will never lose to you again. What? You're losing already? Tisk, that's boring, it's killed in one move. I thought Nangon Lai was so strong, but it turns out he's just a loser. Is this the showdown of the century? The gap is too big, isn't it? What a waste of emotion. Seeing this, the freshmen in the audience kept complaining and expressing dissatisfaction. Everyone's faces were full of disappointment. They thought this would be an exciting battle between dragons and tigers, but the result was a one-sided crushing. This is worse than watching ordinary contractors fighting. At least the spiritual energy is flying around and various skills are used against each other, which is very entertaining. What Nangon Lai, he is just a name with no real purpose. It seems you lost. The instructor in the white lab coat looked at Nangon Lai, who left the ring in embarrassment, and smiled. Although there was no bet, he was still happy to be able to surpass his friend in eyesight. Really? The chubby mentor continued stuffing potato chips into his mouth and said vaguely, but why do I feel like Nangon Lai is going to win? On the competition field, with the end of the duel between Nangon Lai and Shangwan Qingfeng, the morning's points race was no longer interesting. Wang Ershizhen and Zhang Lingfeng faced the players of their respective groups and won all 5 games without any suspense, and each easily advanced to the finals. Although Nangon Lai lost to Shangwan Qingfeng, he was still able to kill other players with one arrow. In the end, with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, he ranked second in the group and advanced to the finals together with Shangwan Qingfeng. There was not much time left before the end of the game, and the only team that had not yet finished the match was the red team. What's wrong with the red team? The other 3 teams have finished their competition, why haven't they finished yet? Someone complained impatiently. I heard that Chu Feng's Qi Ling applied for a quick rematch on his behalf, an audience member who knew some details answered, so before 11:30, Chu Feng is still eligible to compete. It's already 11:20, a freshman said, looking at the time. What's the point of making up the game? Can he win 5 games in a row in 10 minutes? Who knows, a boy nearby scoffed. He's the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Maybe he can actually score 1 per second and perform a miracle for us. In the audience, no one believed that Chu Feng could advance to the finals. At this time, in the waiting area of the red team, several players were also a little impatient. Chu Feng clearly wanted to give up the game, but was embarrassed to explain it, so he organized a quick rematch to delay time. In this way, when he misses the game, he can just say that it's not that I don't want to participate, but I really didn't make it. Otherwise, why would I apply for a quick make-up game? It's just a cliched method of playing both sides. It's a pity that he saved face, but made us wait here foolishly. The freshman who drew the first lot was sitting in the waiting area, constantly checking the time. After a moment, he finally lost his patience and strode over to Yun Shu and the others, angrily saying, "There are only 10 minutes left. Even if Chu Feng can make it back, there's no way he can finish all 5 games. Why wait until the last second? Is that fun? We didn't violate." Yun Shu frowned slightly, but before she could finish her words, Liqi beside her stood up. She first glanced at the freshman, then suddenly said, "You're scared, right?" "What?" The freshman who drew the first lot was stunned, then sneered, "What should I be afraid of? It's obviously you who are just imagining things and wasting everyone's time." "No, you are just scared." Lecky stared into his eyes and said slowly, "Your current points are second in the group. As long as we admit defeat, you will be able to enter the finals and qualify to select the top mentor." The smile on the face of the first freshman who drew lots disappeared when he heard this. However, Liqi was not ready to give up. Instead, she continued, "There are less than 10 minutes left until the end of the game. Can't you even wait for this little time?" "No. You can wait, but you're just afraid of something unexpected happening. You're afraid that Chu Feng will really come back, and that he really can win 5 games in a row in 10 minutes. How is this possible?" The corner of the mouth of the freshman who drew the lot first twitched unnaturally, and his momentum was no longer as strong as before. Seeing this, Liqi took another step forward, looking down at the other party condescendingly, "Although in your opinion, the probability of this is less than 1 in 10,000, it is still possible. However, as long as we admit defeat, you can advance 100%. That's why you came to persuade us to give up, because you are worried." Amidst the other party's sullen face, Liqi slowly uttered the last sentence, "Chu Feng can really create miracles." "Jane, that's pure nonsense. The freshman who drew the first lot was struck by this and felt a little angry. Just as he was about to refute, a clear shout suddenly came from the sky. "Well said." Everyone couldn't help but look up, and saw Chu Feng with his hands behind his back, his feet on the star sword hanging high in the air, and the strong wind was lifting his clothes, making a rustling sound. Chu Feng! Yin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked relaxed when he saw that Chu Feng was safe and sound. Lin Mumu's eyes widened as he watched Chu Feng slowly fly down from the sky above the duel arena. He blurted out, "How did you get into the principal spirit bond?" Chu Feng stumbled suddenly and almost fell off his sword. He hurriedly lowered his head and explained to the star sword at his feet, "Senior, please don't mind. She is a little bit stupid. Considering that you are all contracted spirits." Buzz. The star sword was a little embarrassed and angry. It shook its sword twice and threw Chu Feng down without any mercy. Then, before everyone could react, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. "Chu Feng, you're back. Do you want some chicken legs?" Lin Mumu didn't realize that she had said the wrong thing and excitedly shared her food with Chu Feng. Chu Feng rolled his eyes at her unhappily and walked right past this heartless girl, putting his right hand on Yin Shu's shoulder. A colorful light flashed, and a pitch-black Gatling machine gun appeared in Chu Feng's hand. "Get on stage." Chu Feng kept walking and whispered as he passed by the first freshman who drew the lot. The first freshman who drew the lot instantly became gloomy, but there was no way he could refuse. The referee instructor looked at the time. It was now 11:25, and there were less than 5 minutes left until the end of the game. Although he didn't think Chu Feng could win 5 games in a row within these 5 minutes, he would still do his job well. "Both players, please prepare." The referee waved his arms, announcing that the game was about to begin. The freshman who drew the first lot looked at Chu Feng on the other side of the stage, secretly hating him. Damn it! He was only 5 minutes away from advancing to the finals. Why did Chu Feng rush back at this time? He made up his mind that he must delay the duel as much as possible. As long as it lasted past 11:30, Chu Feng's results would be invalidated regardless of whether he won or lost. In the audience, some people had already started to leave early, and when they saw Chu Feng falling from the sky, they were all very surprised. Chu Feng is back? There are only 5 minutes left. What is he going to do? He's in the ring. He wants to compete. Is he crazy? 5 fights in 5 minutes, that's impossible. People were talking about it and found it incredible. Although no one believed that Chu Feng could create a miracle, they returned to their seats driven by curiosity. Then let the game begin. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the freshman who drew the first lot instantly jumped to the left, and at the same time his body twisted like water waves, and disappeared from the ring in the blink of an eye. He is an assassin-type contracted artist, otherwise he would not have taken advantage of the opportunity created by Chu Feng to pass through the portal. His idea was very simple. He would stay invisible on the ring and not take the initiative to attack. As long as he could hold out for 5 minutes, he would advance safely. "Chu Feng, what should I do?" Yun Shu's voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. She was a little nervous, afraid that her mistakes would delay Chu Feng's advancement. What to do? Chu Feng looked at the freshman who disappeared on the ring and gently pressed down the handle in his hand. "You don't have to do anything, just enjoy the victory." The pitch-black gun barrel rotated. Unlike the motor-driven one on Blue Star, the Gatling gun that Yun Shu transformed into relied entirely on spiritual power, and it was not Chu Feng's spiritual power, but her own spiritual power. Judging from Yun Shu's current condition, he can guarantee 10 minutes of continuous firepower output, after which his spiritual power will be exhausted and he will need time to recover. However, this is not a problem for Chu Feng. First, he can equip her with accessories that reduce consumption. Second, who can withstand the Gatling gun strafing for 10 minutes? And spiritual power drive has another advantage, which is that it only takes 0.1 seconds to start up, and this time will continue to shorten as the level increases. Therefore, the moment the first freshman who drew the lot disappeared, Chu Feng's bullet was already whizzing towards him. Bite! The first brass shell fell to the ground with a crisp sound, but before people could react, it was followed by an endless metal storm. Chu Feng held the Gatling gun and kept firing at the ring in front of him. At this moment, he didn't need to consider where the opponent was or who the opponent was. There was only one thing he had to do. That is to smash everything that stands in the way into pieces. "This Chu Feng, something is wrong." The chubby mentor frowned and put down the potato chips in his hand. His contracted spirit is clearly injured and hospitalized. Now this firearm spirit can only be used temporarily, and a spirit that is used temporarily cannot use active skills. His performance in the second level copy was also suspicious. The bullets with different functions did not match the skill descriptions he provided us, added the instructor in the white lab coat. So there are only two possibilities. The fat mentor narrowed his eyes, either Chu Feng has some special method to use the gun spirit, or Chapter 71 Chu Feng's Attack. Hush. No matter what it is, it's not something we should worry about, the instructor in the white lab coat reminded his friend. Since it was the principal's star sword that brought him back, then the principal must have his own arrangements. Why should we meddle in other people's business? That's right, the fat mentor thought for a moment, then grabbed the potato chips and started eating again. The winner is Chu Feng from the red team. On the ring, the referee blew the whistle. The freshman who had drawn the first lot had just hidden himself. He looked down at his intact body, then turned to look at the referee, angrily saying, "No, the fight hasn't even started yet. Why did you call him the winner? You're calling the whistle a rip." Upon hearing this, the referee instructor glanced at him coldly and said, "The battle is over. If someone hadn't set up a protective shield in front of you, you would be dead now." What? The freshman who drew the first lot was a little incredulous. He was about to say something else when the referee hurried him off the stage. "All right, loser, leave the stage immediately. Now, the next contestant will take the stage." Obviously, the referee now has some faith that Chu Feng can perform a miracle. What just happened? A boy in the audience opened his mouth wide and rubbed his eyes hard. I didn't see it clearly. Shi Ling next to him was also a little confused. What kind of spirit contract does Chu Feng use? A firearm? I don't know, but it feels strangely strong. Hiss, is he really going to create a miracle? Impossible. A skill of this power would consume a huge amount of energy. Are you a fool? If you don't sign a contract with a spirit, you won't be able to use its active skills. In the audience, people were talking about it, and no one understood how Chu Feng won. This was the first time they saw Chu Feng fight. Although Chu Feng had participated in the college entrance examination in 2 copies before, the video of the college entrance examination was top secret and ordinary people had no right to view it. As for the academy copy, the first level was a single-player copy, so naturally everyone could not witness Chu Feng's battle scene. Although there were 400 people in the second level, they had never seen Chu Feng fire a gun. The anti-aristocratic alliance only heard gunshots. On the top of the mountain, Chu Feng only fired a decoy bullet. The only person who saw Chu Feng shoot is now lying in the morgue. Therefore, for the freshmen present, they only knew that Chu Feng's spirit contract was a gun, but they had no idea how to use it in combat. Even the first freshman to lose was a little confused. Why did the referee declare him the loser just after he called the start? Both players, please prepare. The ring match started again, and a blonde freshman stood in front of Chu Feng. Everyone in the audience was excited. This person's spirit bond is defensive, perhaps it can block Chu Feng's attack. 4.5 minutes left. Can Chu Feng pull off a stunning comeback? I don't care whether he can reverse the situation or not. I just want to know how the gun packs spirit attacks. Yes, I want to know too. It happened too fast just now and I couldn't see clearly. There was a match replay above the ring, but even so, the camera could only capture a blurry trajectory, which could not meet the needs of the freshmen at all. They could only hope that the blonde freshman could block Chu Feng for a while, even if it was just for a moment, so that they could see clearly how Feng attacked. The blonde freshman was also very nervous at this time, his palms full of sweat. Chu Feng's attack method was really too special. Although Nangong Lai's attack was strong, at least there were traces to follow. But Chu Feng just turned the muzzle of the gun and the attack was already imminent. A whistle sounded, and the yellow-haired freshman roared, holding the round shield on his arm in front of him while releasing the awakening skill. Fast. Too fast. Feeling the spiritual power surge in his body, the yellow-haired freshman felt that this was the smoothest time he had ever released a skill. Perhaps it was a breakthrough under pressure. He felt that everything was flowing smoothly and naturally. It's stable. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was confident that he could definitely block Chu Feng's attack. But the next second, the winner is Chu Feng from the red team. The referee's whistle sounded. Zhang Lingfeng, who was sitting in the audience at this time, glanced at the yellow-haired freshman who walked off the ring in a daze, then glanced at Chu Feng who was standing on the stage, and whispered, "Nah, Sister Nana, I can't avoid his attack." What does it matter? Next to Zhang Lingfeng, a female Qi Ling who was about 25 or 26 years old gently rubbed his hair. She was wearing a simple long dress but could not hide the proud curves of her chest. Her voice was very soft, like a spring breeze. Ring competition is not suitable for you. Sister Nana, this Chu Feng is so strong. He might be able to complete 5 consecutive victories. Zhang Lingfeng stared at Chu Feng in the ring with great enthusiasm. For him, Chu Feng, who returned as a king at the last moment and staged a comeback against the odds, was so handsome. Maybe Nana didn't feel that way. She turned her gaze to Chu Feng on the stage and said softly, Ling Feng, a truly strong person will never put himself in danger. Chu Feng arrived late at the last moment of the game. If any accident happens along the way, he will lose the qualification to advance. She paused, then turned to look at Zhang Lingfeng. This is extremely unwise. You must never do this again, understand? I understand. I will never learn from Chu Feng. Zhang Lingfeng nodded vigorously after hearing this. I didn't take any risks. On the stage, Chu Feng communicated with Yun Shu in his mind. It was the principal who forced me to go to the front line, saying that he wanted me to see the real world. The real world? Yun Shu was a little surprised when she heard that. She remembered Lu Cheng had mentioned it before, but if she asked again, he would not elaborate. Is the world we live in now fake? Like a virtual game? That's not the case. Chu Feng shook his head. It's just that the current prosperity and peace are an illusion. The world is actually in danger. I never thought that the human situation would be so dangerous. What did you see on the front line? Yun Shu felt the heaviness in Chu Feng's tone and couldn't help asking. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chu Feng looked at the third opponent standing on the ring, locked the gun, and slowly pressed down the grip. In short, the gains this time were huge, and I have reached some kind of agreement with the principal. Did-day. The protective shield lit up instantly, and the third opponent was eliminated before he even had time to react. The reason why we arrived in the last 10 minutes is that the Star Sword deliberately controlled its speed. Chu Feng stood where he was, quietly waiting for the fourth opponent to come on stage. This is a test from the principal. If I can still win the championship under this circumstance, he will have to agree to my condition. Chapter 72, Points Race Ends. The atmosphere in the audience gradually became heated. In just 1 minute, Chu Feng had defeated 3 players in a row, and now standing on the ring was Zhou Ming, who was ranked 11th among the freshmen. Zhou Ming should be able to hold out, right? He's ranked 11th after all. What's the point? He's a mid-range agile contractor, using his head to block Chu Feng? I find it a bit strange. Someone couldn't help but raise a question. Logically speaking, shouldn't a contract spirit have weaknesses? For example, high attack but low defense, high defense but slow speed, fast speed but weak attack, high and fast attack but short range, but Chu Feng's contract spirit. Fast speed, high attack power, long range, even the body is top-notch. The person next to him continued, this is simply perfect. After a brief silence, someone said quietly, actually, it's not without flaws. What's the shortcoming? For hundreds of years, only Chu Feng could use it. That's not wrong. Just as everyone was discussing, the referee's whistle sounded. The winner is Chu Feng from the red team. Zhou Ming was standing stupidly on the stage at this time, holding a whip in his hand, looking at the referee with a blank face. He had just got into position, and before he could react, a protective shield rose in front of him, and then the referee ruled that he had failed. It feels like I'm just here to go through the process. Hiss, there's only one opponent left. There are still 3.5 minutes left in the game. Chu Feng doesn't seem to have expended any energy at all. In the audience, people began to whisper and stared at the time on the ring. It was now 11 hours 26 minutes and 30 seconds. It's unstoppable. Chu Feng is going to win 5 games in a row. The last newborn spirit is a wooden stick, ranked outside the top 300, and is bound to lose. The discussion suddenly stopped, and everyone suddenly realized a fact, that is, from the previous impossibility to now. Chu Feng is actually going to win 5 games in a row. Except for the children of aristocratic families, it seems that no one can win 5 games in a row. As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance exam, he really has the talent. Then In a corner of the stands, a student and his companion looked at each other, suddenly stood up, and shouted loudly towards the ring. Chu Feng! Chu Feng! Chu Feng! His companion was stunned at first, but then he did not want to be outdone. 5 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. The two shouts were like stones thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The people in the stands were silent at first, and then more and more people joined in the shouting, and the sound waves swept across the entire duel arena like a tsunami. Xu Feng. 5 consecutive wins. Xu Feng. 5 consecutive wins. Xu Feng. 5 consecutive wins. In the ward, Lu Yao peeled a grape and gently placed it to Lu Ro's lips. She saw on the screen of her mobile phone that all the spectators in the duel arena had changed sides, and she couldn't help but smile. The reason why people expect miracles is because miracles don't happen often. Yes. Lu Ro looked at Xu Feng in the picture and smiled, and Xu Feng is the one who can create miracles. I say, Lu Yao said after feeding Lu Ro the grapes. She suddenly changed the subject and lay down on the bedside, staring at Lu Ro curiously. Have you figured out how to get along with your mother? What nonsense are you talking about? How should I get along with my mother? Lu Ro's face turned red. Lu Yao's words were obviously ambiguous, as if Xu Feng, herself, and her mother, what a mess. Xu Feng is not that kind of person. That's hard to say. Excellent men always have a habit of collecting. Lu Yao wrapped a strand of Lu Ro's hair with her fingertips, put her ear close to Lu Ro, and whispered softly, "It's still the most beautiful between girls." No, I believe him. Lu Ro didn't notice that Lu Yao was almost sticking to her. She looked at Xu Feng on the screen with a firm look in her eyes. The duel was in full swing. There were still more than 3 minutes left in the game, but everyone was convinced that a miracle was about to happen. Xu Feng. 5 consecutive wins. Xu Feng. 5 consecutive wins. Listening to the calls from the audience, Xu Feng suddenly remembered what a celebrity in his previous life said: when you become famous, you will be surrounded by good people. It's time to end this farce. Xu Feng shook his head and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. False supporters were born at the peak, and devout believers were witnessed at dusk. In this world, only strength is the foundation of one's foothold. So he pressed down the handle in his hand, and tongues of fire gushed out. On the way back to the hospital, Yun Shu was a little worried. Le Qi never dared to talk much, and as for Lin Mumu, looking at the big bag of snacks she was holding, you could tell she didn't have time to talk. So the journey seemed a bit dull. Xu Feng was playing with an identity card in his hand, but he was thinking about gunpowder. In today's points race, the power of the gun pact was completely exposed to the world, and I believe it will spread across the entire network soon. Among them, the Galaxy Group will inevitably think that their ability to use firearm spirits is most likely due to those split bullets. However, according to their habitual thinking, the first thing they would think of is to add rare spiritual minerals, ferocious beast crystal cores and other materials containing spiritual power into the shell. Only after countless failures would they be able to develop gunpowder by chance. For example, an intern who was not valued asked why not try materials other than spiritual power, but was kicked out of the laboratory on the spot. The experimenter endured the humiliation and sold his house to take out a loan to raise funds to develop gunpowder, which ultimately made everyone look bad. And this blank period is Xu Feng's golden development time. It seems that we need to complete the freshman competition as soon as possible and determine Lu Ro's evolutionary path. Xu Feng put the ID card into his pocket and sighed. I have no system and no plugins. My only advantage is that I have a little more knowledge than others. If I want to make a living in this world, I must race against time to make myself stronger. He already had some ideas about Lu Ro's evolutionary path, and this was also included in the deal with the principal. As long as Lu Ro could successfully evolve according to his own ideas, then even if the other party mastered gunpowder in the future, he would still be one version ahead. And that chip. Xu Feng thought of the black metal box he got from Wang Yang. In the past 2 months, he had searched the college library but could not find any record of this chip. He also tried to insert it into Lu Ro's socket like inserting UR accessories, but this chip was one size larger than Lu Ro's socket and could not be inserted at all. Chapter 73 Quarterfinals. He also thought about asking the dean for help, but then he changed his mind and realized that the two of them had just reached a cooperation and their relationship was far from being close and honest, so he should be cautious. When I returned to the hospital, the doctors and nurses I met all smiled kindly, obviously knowing what had happened in the duel. Congratulations, classmate Chu. 5 consecutive wins in 2 minutes, that's amazing. 2 young nurses even ran over, blushing as they handed over notebooks. Xu Feng, can you sign for us? Hee hee, your angry Lecky secretly poked Chu Feng in the back. It's just a points race. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, casually wrote his name on the notebook, and didn't take it to heart. Arriving at the door of the ward, Chu Feng just pushed it open. Brother Chu Feng. Luing rushed over like a cannonball, hugging Chu Feng's thighs tightly. She raised her little face, her eyes full of stars. I saw it all on the live broadcast. You and Mom are amazing. When Lu Ro saw Chu Feng coming back, she smoothed her sweaty hair a little. Lu Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, peeling a banana slowly with a calm look on her face. Brother Chu Feng. Luing hugged Chu Feng's legs and refused to let go. I want to awaken into a gun in the future. I want to be as powerful as my sister and mother. Okay, Chu Feng rubbed Lu Yin's head and carried her back to bed. You will definitely awaken into the most powerful weapon in the future. After comforting Luing, Chu Feng raised his head and his eyes met Lu Ro's. In an instant, the noise in the ward disappeared, and only each other's reflections remained in the eyes of the two. In a trance, Lu Ro returned to the awakening platform. At that moment when she was abandoned by the whole world, it was Chu Feng who resolutely extended his hand to her. How could I have the slightest doubt about a man like this? Lu Yao was definitely overthinking it. Lu Ro was thinking in her heart, and Chu Feng also had a lot of thoughts in his mind at this time. My wife is so beautiful. You. They both spoke at the same time, but were stunned for a moment. Lu Qi and Lu Yao covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Lu Ro's ears turned red instantly and she turned her face away in panic. Chu Feng was still thick-skinned and continued as if nothing had happened. How is your injury? Actually, it's healed. Lu Ro turned around after hearing Chu Feng's question and showed the wound to Chu Feng. She said somewhat sullenly, even the scar has disappeared, but the doctor insisted that my body is still unstable, so it's best not to transform into a weapon form. I have to wait another 4 or 5 days. Then listen to the doctor. Chu Feng's eyes swept across Lu Ro's chest, pretending to be a gentleman. Anyway, my aunt will be here in the final this afternoon, we can't lose. Chu Feng has that gun, we can't win. Wang 23 still had a smiling expression on his face, as if the sky would not fall and it would not change. Wang 24 stood aside, and returned to her original appearance, a thin girl. She recalled the scene of Chu Feng unleashing his firepower indiscriminately in the ring match, and simulated several situations in her mind. She found that no matter what, she could not get close to him, and she and Wang Ersan had no means of long-range attack. It seemed that they were bound to lose. Brother, you have done very well. Wang 24 turned his head and looked at Wang 23 seriously and said, you are ranked second in the National College entrance examination. Except for Chu Feng, no one can be your opponent. But no one in this world will remember the second place, Wang Ershazan said with a smile. Besides, I promised you that I would make you the best contracted spirit in the world, so you can't give up halfway. Brother, do you want to? Wang 24 seemed to realize something. Wang 23 did not answer, but quietly looked at the duel arena in the distance. After a moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sister, we won't participate in the final this afternoon. The duel arena was bustling with people and the seats were packed. Originally just a points competition for freshmen, it was now crowded with senior students who had heard the news. Chu Feng's morning competition had spread throughout the college and even caused an uproar on the internet. The gun contract spirit can actually be used? This news, which subverted common sense, quickly swept across the entire federation. Hey, did you hear that? That freshman named Chu Feng scored 5 consecutive victories in 2 minutes this morning, and his opponents didn't even have time to react. Is this true? Aren't gun spirits considered useless? Even an F-rank dagger is more lethal than it. Oh, just watch for yourself. The internet is full of his battle videos. The power of those bullets is outrageous. Discussions were heard one after another. In a corner of the auditorium, a junior student turned his head and asked his companion, did you see anything? His gun did fire a bullet. The companion next to him pushed up his glasses, his phone still playing the video of Chu Feng's battle that morning, but his bullets are different from the regular ones, and seem to be divided into 2 parts. 2 parts? The companion was stunned. Yeah, the man with glasses nodded. Only a round bullet is fired out of the barrel, and the rest is expelled by the gun. Then how did he fire the bullet? His companion frowned. Could it be that the bullet was split into 2 parts and then fired? It's not clear yet. The man with glasses shook his head, a gleam in his eyes, but I think there must be something that gave it a huge thrust. So, the next game. I need to observe carefully. In front of the arena, the groups were being divided. There were 8 people entering the finals, namely Chu Feng, Zhang Lingfeng, Wang Ershizhen, Nangong Lai, Shangwan Qingfeng, Zhou Ming and 2 other strong freshmen. The referee stood in the center of the ring, announcing the rules of the game loudly. The finals will be a 2-on-2 duel. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. Chu Feng, Zhang Lingfeng, Wang Ershizhen and Shangwan Qingfeng, who ranked first in the group stage points, are in Group A. Nangong Lai, Zhou Ming, Li Chang and Duan Woya, who ranks second in group stage points, are in Group B. Members of Group A will randomly play against members of Group B through a draw. This was originally done to prevent top players from meeting each other too early. However, due to the existence of the death group this year, the former popular player Nangong Lai was placed in Group B because he ranked second in the points race. This means that he will face off against one of Chu Feng, Wang Ershizhen, Shangwan Qingfeng and Zhang Lingfeng, and engage in a direct showdown between the strong. Next, please invite the members of Group B to draw lots. Chapter 74, Semi-Finals. Zhou Ming and others stepped onto the stage and began to draw lots. The drawing method for the final was the same as that for the points competition. First, the members of Group B drew 4 balls of different colors, and then the members of Group A drew 4 more balls. The players with the same color would compete against each other in pairs. Blue, red, yellow, green. Soon, the members of Group B finished drawing lots. Except for Nangong Lai, the other 3 were all smiling happily. For them, being able to enter the quarterfinals was a complete surprise. As for the top 4, they didn't even dare to think about it. After all, many of them couldn't even beat the 5th place finisher on the blue team, so how could they possibly compete with these top talents? Therefore, they all held the mindset of win is best, lose is no loss, each one is steady as an old dog. Please come forward to draw lots, players from Group A. The referee's voice sounded, and Chu Feng and his companions walked onto the stage. However, at this moment, the audience suddenly became a commotion. Where's 123? Why isn't he here? His spirit is not here either. Are you trying to imitate Chu Feng's timing when entering the stage? But the finals are different from the points round. There's no such thing as a make-up match. If you don't go on stage when the timer expires, you'll be declared the loser. Are you scared? In the audience, discussions began to rise. The referee frowned and looked around. He called 123's name twice, but still no one answered. Other contestants, please complete the draw first. The referee had no choice but to announce. So Chu Feng and others stepped forward one by one and each took a small ball from the box. Red, blue, yellow. The draw was over and the match list was soon released. First match, Zhang Lingfeng vs Li Chang. Second match, Shangwan Qingfeng vs Nangong Lai. The third game, Chu Feng vs Duan Woya. At this time, there is only 1 green ball left in the draw box, so there is no doubt that the 4th match will be Wang Ershizhen vs Zhou Ming. But for some reason, Chu Feng had a bad feeling when he looked at the green ball quietly remaining at the bottom of the box. Wang Ershizhen didn't seem like the kind of person who would be late. He didn't come to participate in the lottery. What on earth was he trying to do? The hospital corridor was quiet. The nurse at the front desk was looking down, watching the live broadcast of the duel arena with great interest. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. However, the nurse's attention was all focused on the mobile phone and she did not notice anything unusual. In the duel arena, the cheers were deafening. The first duel has ended. As the most promising contractor among the freshmen, Zhang Lingfeng completely crushed Li Chang. On the ring, he directly chanted the triple ice element and instantly froze Li Chang into an ice sculpture. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The winner is Zhang Lingfeng, the referee announced loudly. The audience instantly boiled over, with applause and cheers filling the entire venue. Too powerful. The combination of these 3 elements can generate 10 skills. He has so many ways to defeat his enemies. He can use different skills according to different enemies. As expected, he's the toughest opponent among the freshmen. That's right. A freshman in the audience suddenly realized and turned to look at his companions. Is the second match Shangwan Qingfeng vs Nangong Lai? This is a powerful duel. It's true that it's a duel between the 2 of them, but forget about the strength of them, his companion sneered. With undisguised contempt in his tone, Nangong Lai was killed instantly by Shangwan Qingfeng in the points race, so there's nothing to watch in this match at all. That's right, the freshman scratched his head, recalling Shangwan Xingfeng's composure in the morning's match, and couldn't help but sigh. Shangwan Xingfeng's attack is invisible and intangible, and there is no way to defend against it. I don't think even Xu Feng may be his opponent. Xu Feng is definitely no match for him, another person interjected. Shangwan Xingfeng's attacks are carried out through sound. No matter how fast Xu Feng's gun is, can it be faster than sound? The people around nodded in agreement. At this time, Nangon Lai and Shangwan Xingfeng stood opposite each other on the stage. Nangon Lai held the Liefeng Bao in his left hand, his posture casual. He looked at Shangwan Xingfeng opposite him and said carelessly, I lost the last game, so I won't carry the Bao on my back this time. Otherwise, I will definitely not be faster than you. It's okay. Shangwan Xingfeng shook his head, then took out the flute from his waist. Nangon Lai couldn't help but be stunned, and Ling Ling's angry voice rang in Nangon Lai's mind, stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did you say it out loud? Now that he has pulled out the flute, you can't be faster than him. I thought he would continue to show off. Nangon Lai scratched his head guiltily and said awkwardly. Humph. Ling Ling snorted coldly and said bluntly, can you really win this match? You're the rookie of the year. Don't let me be embarrassed by not even making it to the semi-finals. Don't worry about that. Hearing Ling Ling mention this, Nangon Lai suddenly perked up, with a glint of confidence in his eyes. I found a way to break Shangwan Xingfeng's sonic attack. Oh? Found it? How come I didn't know about it? Ling Ling was a little suspicious. She had been following Nangon Lai, but she had never seen him study any method to crack the code. You fell asleep at that time, and I was bored, so... Before Nangon Lai finished his words, the referee had already blew the whistle. Nangon Lai's eyes suddenly became stern, and almost at the moment the whistle sounded, he raised the Liefeng Bao, and at the same time, 10 arrows were already on the strings. You are. Ling Ling was a little surprised. Nangon Lai's current limit is to shoot 3 arrows at a time. If he shoots 10 arrows at a time, he will not be able to maintain accuracy at all. However, Nangon Lai did not explain and loosened his fingers. Whoosh! 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 10 arrows shot out from the air and instantly covered the entire arena. At this time, opposite Nangon Lai, Shangwan Xingfeng had already blown the jade flute. Facing the 10 arrows shot at him, he did not make any move to dodge. Nangon Lai traded accuracy for speed. The trajectories of the 10 feather arrows were extremely scattered and could not hit Shangwan Xingfeng at all. By the time his music reached Nangon Lai, he would immediately lose his ability to attack. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You shot all the arrows wrong. These 10 arrows can't hit Shangwan Xingfeng at all. Ling Ling judged the trajectory of the landing point the moment the arrows were shot, and couldn't help but shout in frustration. Nangon Lai was not in a hurry, but pulled out an arrow and put it on the string again. Buzz! The surrounding strong winds quickly condensed, and soon formed a spiral of air blades around the arrow. Nangon Lai narrowed his eyes, looked at Shangwan Xingfeng across the ring, and said softly, Don't worry, this arrow is sure to hit the target. Across the arena, Shangwan Xingfeng kept playing the jade flute. The melodious sound of the flute was like waves, creating ripples in the air and sweeping towards Nangon Lai. However, the sound waves that had always been invincible met their opponent at this moment. The 10 arrows that Nangon Lai had shot earlier were like 10 green dragons breaking through the sea, with green wind blades wrapped around their bodies, and they forcibly broke 10 straight vacuum trajectories in the sound waves. Shangwan Xingfeng's sonic attack originally relied on air vibrations, but was now cut by 10 vacuum belts, causing its rhythm to become chaotic. The sound waves that were originally one were divided into pieces, and by the time the remaining sound waves touched Nangon Lai, they were like a spring breeze, without any power at all. Shangwan Xingfeng frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, middle. Nangon Lai loosened his fingers, and the long-held arrow flew out of the bowstring. The arrow, wrapped in a violent aura, shot straight into Shangwan Xingfeng's heart like a meteor piercing the sun. Beep. The winner is Nangon Lai. The whole audience was in an uproar. No one would have thought that in just one afternoon, Nangon Lai found a way to crack Shangwan Xingfeng's flute music. What a terrifying fighting wisdom. In the audience, old Su stared at Nangon Lai's back as he left the stage, a rare hint of admiration flashing in his old eyes. As a veteran instructor of the academy, he had not recruited any disciples for a long time, but at this moment, looking at the young man carrying the Gale Bao, he felt his heart beating for the first time. Not far away, the fat mentor stuffed a handful of potato chips into his mouth and said vaguely, "What do you think?" I said it before, Shangwan Xingfeng's shortcoming is his lack of combat experience. Okay, I admit you are right. The instructor in the white lab coat shrugged and looked at Shangwan Xingfeng on the ring, but I still believe in his potential as a spirit contract. Let me help him make up for his shortcomings. Below the ring. Hey! How did you do it? Why did his attack suddenly become ineffective? Ling Ling's voice kept ringing in Nangon Lai's mind. Nangon Lai scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, when I was watching videos at noon, I saw a comment from a netizen named Yumengshi Chen saying that Shangwan Xingfeng's skills are easy to break. When the wind blade is released, it absorbs the surrounding air onto the arrow, thus forming a short vacuum zone. Wait. What's a vacuum bag? Ling Ling interrupted him. Is it something like a shopping bag? But, maybe. Nangon Lai was also stunned by the question. I'm not sure, but I intuitively felt that what she said made sense, so I gave it a try. He grinned. I didn't expect it would actually work. At this time, the referee of the ring match has announced the start of the next match. The third match, Xu Feng vs Duan Wuya, both contestants, please come on stage. Hearing the referee's shout, Xu Feng stood up from his seat, and Li Yao beside him quickly handed him the bullet belt on the seat. Are there enough bullets? She asked in a low voice. That's enough. Xu Feng took the ammunition belt and pressed it into the feed port skillfully. In the previous battles, he had used the lowest firing rate and had not wasted many bullets. Now there were at most 3 games left in the finals, and he could not use up all the remaining bullets. But, he turned his head and looked at the waiting area next to him. Wang Ershisen's seat was still empty. What on earth is this guy planning? Xu Feng frowned. At this time, the referee's urging came from the ring. Xu Feng didn't have time to think about it. He tightened his grip on the Gatling gun and stepped onto the ring. Inside the hospital, the dark shadow continued to walk slowly, and paused for a moment when passing the nurse's station. The young nurse was staring intently at the screen of her mobile phone at this time. The screen showed the duel between Nangon Lai and Shangwan Xingfeng. Wow! He's worthy of being the rookie king. Nangon Lai is so handsome. When the little nurse saw Nangon Lai reverse the situation with 1 arrow and advance to the semi-finals, she immediately shouted excitedly, not noticing that there was someone in front of her at all. The black shadow looked at the young nurse, then his eyes passed over her and fell on the ward registration book on the table. 401,402,403. The shadow's gaze continued to move downwards, finally stopping at a room number. On the ward registration book, in position 407, it was clearly written. Lu Rou. On the ring, the battle between Xu Feng and Duan Tianya ended quickly. No one had any suspense about this competition. Even though some people doubted Xu Feng's strength before, after the morning's points competition, Xu Feng is now the undisputed number 1 freshman and the most popular candidate to win the championship. Duan Tianya is only ranked 203rd among freshmen. How can he be compared with Xu Feng? Master, congratulations on advancing to the semi-finals. As long as you win 2 more games, you will be the champion of the freshman competition. Lu Yao said happily as Xu Feng walked down the stage. The first place in the freshman competition will not only have the right to choose the top mentor first, but will also receive a customized spirit contract accessory and a ticket to a secret realm copy as rewards from the academy. The so-called customized Qi-Ling accessories are accessories that the college specially searches for based on the characteristics of Qi-Ling and that are most suitable for the Qi-Ling. Of course, if the winner does not want to accept the school's suggestions and wants to specify the category of accessories himself, that is also possible. However, under normal circumstances, no freshman would choose to do so, because the instructors in the academy are experienced and definitely know better than the students what accessories are suitable for their spirits. Xu Feng currently only has 1 UR level accessory that increases the critical strike rate by 20%, and a Qi-Ling can be equipped with up to 9 accessories, so naturally the more the better. As for the secret realm copy, it is a special copy that produces rare evolution materials. In the Qi-Ling continent, with the appearance of enemies, many copies also appeared. After years of exploration, people roughly divided the copies into 3 categories. The first type is an experience-based copy. The monsters in the copy will produce psychic crystals. The crystals can only be absorbed within the copy and cannot be taken out. This is the only way for the contractor to upgrade. There is no other way. The second type is accessories. The monsters in it will drop various spirit accessories, which are divided into general accessories copies and exclusive accessories copies. Among them, the general accessories copy produces chip-type accessories suitable for all Qilings, while the exclusive accessories copy produces exclusive accessories for specific types of Qilings, such as knife handles, sword tassels, gun stocks, etc. The last type of copy is the evolution material type. All the evolution materials needed by Qiling are produced from this copy. The reason why Tiangong Evolution Academy is the top Qiling Evolution Academy in the Federation is not only because it has the most top instructors, but also because it has the most complete evolution material copies in the Federation. Chapter 75, The Hope of the Gun-Packed Spirit. The Secret Realm copy is the rarest type of evolution material copy. Defeating the final boss in it will definitely drop the top-level evolution material. For other material copies, if you want to obtain the top-level evolution material, you can only rely on luck. On the ring. Student Wang 23, please come on stage immediately for the final battle. The referee's voice rang out, but there was only silence in response. Zhou Ming was already standing on the ring at this time, and his hand holding the weapon was trembling slightly. No. No way. I won't advance this way. You must be kidding. This kind of luck will shorten your lifespan. Student Wang Ershizhen, please come on stage immediately for the final battle. The referee shouted twice again, but still no one responded. In the audience, the discussions gradually became noisy. What's going on? Even if it's a stuck point, it should be here by now, right? The finals don't wait for anyone. If you don't show up soon, you'll be declared the loser. Everyone is learning from Chu Feng? What a joke. The referee shook his head helplessly. Chu Feng really brought a bad atmosphere. After a pause, he finally announced, due to the absence of Wang 23, Zhou Ming wins the fourth match. Zhou Ming walked off the stage in a daze. The worry in his heart completely outweighed the joy of advancing. It's over, it's over. The quarterfinals are definitely enough. Now I'm wasting my luck on such a meaningless thing. Can my contract spirit still evolve into a top-level contract spirit? Waiting area. Lu Yao was standing behind Chu Feng, massaging his shoulders. Lu Yao, do you know Wang Ershizhen? Chu Feng suddenly asked. Lu Yao paused, then asked curiously, why is the master suddenly interested in him? His absence is too strange. Chu Feng looked at the empty seat next to him with sharp eyes. After all, he is a member of the Wang family. I have to be careful with his every move. I don't know much about Wang Ersan. Lu Yao thought for a moment and shook her head, but it is rumored that he has a vicious and cruel personality. Although he smiles on the surface, he never does meaningless things. Is that so? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. 123, what are you planning? Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor. The black shadow finally stopped in front of the door of Ward 407. Through the glass on the door, he looked at Lu Ro and Lu Qi, who were having a good time in the room. The black shadow reached out and gently pressed the door handle. Click. The door opened. Lu Ro and Lu Qi were watching the game in the room. When they heard the door open, they couldn't help but look up. When they saw who was coming, they were a little surprised. Is it you? In the duel arena. Chu Feng completed another match. No, it can't be said to be completed. Rather, when he took the stage, his opponent Zhou Ming directly raised his hand to give up. Even when he left the stage, Chu Feng could still hear him muttering quietly, fortunately, I didn't continue to win. Otherwise, I'm afraid my lifespan would not be able to withstand it. Before Chu Feng and Zhou Ming came on stage, Nan Gongli and Zhang Lingfeng had already finished the competition. Naturally, the result was that the newcomer king Nan Gongli won easily. Although Zhang Lingfeng has many skills and his spells are very powerful, his shortcoming is also obvious, that is, the pre-casting time is too long. He could still crush a melee contractor, but when facing an archer of the same level, he didn't even have time to complete the chant before being hit by an arrow from Nan Gongli and losing the game. So, the next decisive battle will be between Chu Feng and Nan Gongli? One is the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and the other is the top scorer in the freshman class. This is a real showdown between the strong. Ha! Why are both players in the finals ranged? When will our melee contractors be able to rise? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming final showdown. Not only at the scene, but throughout the Federation, countless people's eyes were focused on this moment. An underground black boxing ring. Under the dim light, the turbid air was filled with the mixed stench of cigars, alcohol, sweat and blood. The men gathered around the octagonal cage, roaring and cursing, smashing the beer bottles in their hands to the ground in rhythm with the fighting in the cage, glass fragments flying, but no one paid any attention. Inside the cage, two Qilings were holding daggers and fighting frantically in human form. Blood splattered on the iron net and slowly slid down the mesh. At this moment, one of the Qilings made a mistake, his pupils suddenly shrank, a line of blood spurted from his neck, and he staggered and fell down. Waste. Damn waste. Ha ha ha. It feels so good. It feels so good. My money. Damn it. Can't you just hold on a little longer? The crowd erupted in wild cheers and curses. Boxing gym corner. A girl with a high ponytail sat on the steps, looking down at the screen of her mobile phone. In the picture, Zhu Feng was standing on the final arena holding a Gatling gun. The 6 black gun barrels were extremely sinister and powerful. Zhu Feng. The girl repeated the name in her mind, and at that moment, the host's hoarse roar rang out. Next match, Crazy Falcon vs. Bone Eviscerator. The crowd instantly became excited. The Bone Eviscerator is a first-level contractor. Although his contracted spirit is of the living type, the moment a male signs the contract, his body will gain +2 in all attributes, far exceeding the physique of an ordinary person. However, Crazy Falcon is a contracted spirit. In human form, his physical fitness is no different from that of an ordinary person. He will definitely not be able to defeat a contractor with all attributes +2. Therefore, this desperate and unfair confrontation was destined to be full of blood and madness from the very beginning. Ah, Eviscerator. Tear that bitch apart. I've put all my money on you, I have to win. Kill her. Damn the contracted spirits. Why can't I contract a weapon? These contracted spirits all deserve to die. Yeah. They're just a bunch of sons of bitches, pretending to be so high and mighty, yet they look down on us. Ugh. What the hell? Money flew onto the gambling table like snowflakes. The girl with a high ponytail ignored the curses in her ears. She put away her phone expressionlessly, took off her coat, revealing a pair of bandaged arms. It's time to go on stage. Capital City. In a magnificent living room. A young master was lazily sinking into a leather sofa, surrounded by several beautiful and charming spirit girls. Some of them were rubbing his shoulders, some were massaging his legs, and some were kneeling beside his legs, gently putting peeled lychees into his mouth. Beside him, a butler respectfully handed over a tray with several specially made bullets neatly arranged on it. Some were inlaid with gems, some were hollowed out and carved, some were made of rubber, and some even emitted a faint fluorescence. The young master stretched out his slender fingers, picked among the bullets, and finally picked up a clear crystal bullet. That's it. He grabbed it casually, and a spirit girl beside him screamed, and instantly turned into a golden revolver and landed in his palm. Click. The young master flicked the revolver's cylinder lightly, and the cylinder popped out. The young master took the crystal bullet and inserted it into the revolver's cylinder fiercely. You little dog slave. Is this a real attack? The girl who had transformed into a revolver trembled slightly and silently endured the humiliation. At this moment, cheers came from the screen of the mobile phone on the coffee table. There, Zhu Feng was holding a Gatling gun and engaging in the final showdown with Nangang Lai. Galaxy Group. Crash. A stack of documents was thrown into the air, and the papers scattered everywhere. The bald manager sat in a large office chair and stared coldly at the woman with glasses in front of him. I don't agree to add a brass bullet production line. Why? The woman with glasses stood straight, wearing a well-tailored office lady suit. She looked at the research report she had carefully prepared scattered on the ground, her eyes still calm. After my calculations and analysis, adding a brass bullet production line will definitely bring profits to the company in the future. Zhang Cheng has left, and now I am the manager. The bald man looked at Qiling in front of him and said word by word, I said no increase, and that means no increase. You are damaging the interests of the company. The woman with glasses pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose. I have reason to suspect that you are a corporate spy sent by a hostile company. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the bald manager slammed the table and stood up. You're just a small market analyst, and you dare to question the board's decision? From today on, you are being transferred from your current position to clean toilets in the logistics department. The office suddenly became eerily quiet. The woman with glasses pursed her lips and stared straight at the bald manager. As a free spirit, she had worked 10 times harder than the average person to climb from the lowest clerk position to the position of market analyst. Although the bald manager had asked her to clean the toilets in the logistics department, he had no right to demote her. However, if she showed any sign of resistance. I see. After a long time, she finally lowered her head slightly, but just as she was about to turn around. Wait. The bald manager suddenly stopped her and pointed at the documents on the ground. Pick up the trash before you leave. The woman with glasses paused for a moment, then slowly squatted down. Now, the final battle of the freshman competition will begin. The referee's voice echoed throughout the stadium through the microphone. Chu Feng, fight Nangon Lai. Boom. In an instant, the sound waves swept through the entire venue like a tsunami. Countless freshmen jumped up from their seats and shouted at the top of their lungs. This was not just a duel, but also a clash of eras. On both sides of the arena, two figures stood proudly. Nangon Lai held the Lifeng bow in his hand, with dozens of feather arrows in the quiver behind him. The bow and crossbow spirit has been passed down for hundreds of years and has always been known as the strongest long-range spirit. It has a fast attack speed, a long attack range, and huge lethality. It has killed countless ferocious beasts and countless enemies and has the most fanatical supporters. However, Chu Feng's gun spirit contract is a new thing. No, it cannot be said to be a new thing, but it is the first time in the world that guns are used as weapons. Judging from Chu Feng's performance, the weapon has great power, long attack range, and fast attack speed. It has all the advantages of a bow and a crossbow, and it also has advantages that a bow and a crossbow does not have. This made it have a lot of supporters when it first appeared. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Nangon Lai. Nangon Lai. Nangon Lai. In the audience, people kept shouting. Nangon Lai looked at Chu Feng across from him and laughed. Chu Feng, your spirit hasn't signed a contract with you, so you can't use her skills. So I won't take advantage of you. This time, I won't use any skills either. Let's just use basic attacks to decide the outcome. There's no need for that. Chu Feng looked at Nangon Lai and shook his head slightly. Guns are different from bows and arrows. If they want to kill someone, no skills are needed, one bullet is enough. Ha ha ha. Okay. Nangon Lai's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Then let me see how you can kill me with just one bullet. Nangon Lai stretched out his hand and took the wind-splitting bow from behind. Then he took a deep breath and locked his eyes on Chu Feng. This was the final and he couldn't afford to lose. He wanted to shoot the arrow in his hand the moment Chu Feng made a move. The referee raised his arm high and the whole audience fell silent. Yun Shu's voice suddenly rang in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng, will we win? Of course. Chu Feng slowly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at Nangon Lai on the other side of the ring. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Aunt, after today, the whole world will know you." Underground black boxing ring. The girl with a high ponytail was moving quickly in the octagonal cage. The bone cutter looked at the spirit in front of him cruelly and suddenly reached out to grab it. Now! The girl with a high ponytail fixed her eyes, and taking advantage of the moment when the bone cutter could not change direction, she lowered her body, passed under the opponent's arm, and used her right fist full of power to hit the opponent's kidney. If this attack hits, it will be enough to make the bone eviscerator lose his combat effectiveness instantly. Hey, that's too slow. The bone eviscerator missed his attack, but he was not panicked at all. His speed was much faster than the girl with high ponytail, so after regaining his balance, he immediately swept his right leg across. Swish! The right leg swept across like a steel whip, and the girl with high ponytail had no choice but to do a backflip to avoid it. But before she landed, the bone cutter used the inertia of the sweeping leg to spin around and kick again. Bang! The spinning kick hit the high ponytailed girl's waist hard, and she flew out like a rag doll, her back hitting the wire mesh hard. The barbed wire vibrated violently, making a sharp rustling sound. The girl with a high ponytail groaned, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she slid down to the ground weakly. Hey, little mouse, playtime is over. The bone eviscerator approached with a sinister grin, gathering strength in his right fist and slamming it into her abdomen. Bang! The girl with a high ponytail was unable to dodge and was hit hard by the punch. Blood immediately spurted out of her mouth and splashed on the dirty ground. Immediately afterwards, the bone eviscerator threw two more heavy punches. Bang! The girl with the high ponytail's pupils suddenly began to dilate and her vision became blurred. Am I going to die here? In a trance, she seemed to be back in that shabby little house. Her parents died early, and she struggled to survive in the slums with her young brother. As the most useless gun contract spirit, she couldn't even find a proper job, unless she chose to become a plaything of the rich. Chapter 76 Ending. In desperation, she had to come to this underground boxing ring and participate in death fights in exchange for some salary. However, as her winning streak grew, the opponents assigned to her by the venue became stronger and stronger. Until today, they even assigned her a contractor. Kill her. Boner, beat her to a pulp. Go to hell, you bitch. Outside the iron fence, people were shouting wildly, gripping the wire mesh tightly with their fingers and shaking it continuously. Beer bottles hit the side of the cage, and broken glass flew everywhere. The bone picker listened to the cheers around him and smiled grimly. He grabbed the hair of the girl with the high ponytail and lifted her up. Then, bang! The high ponytailed girl's head was smashed heavily on the ground. Blood oozed from her forehead, quickly staining the ground red. Cough. She curled up in pain, and the screams in her ears gradually became distant. Is it about to end? But this is normal. From the moment I awakened as a gun spirit, my life was destined to be like this. Can't you handle this? The bone eviscerator's heavy footsteps gradually approached. He stepped on the high ponytailed girl's wrist, causing her vision to black out in pain. Aren't you a good fighter? Match. By the way, how was Chu Feng's match? The girl with a high ponytail turned her head with difficulty, her eyes passing through the barbed wire and falling into the open backpack. She saw a mobile phone lying there quietly. In the picture, Chu Feng was holding a Gatling gun, and the barrel was spinning wildly. Day. A violent metal storm swept across the entire arena, and the fire net formed by bullets completely enveloped Nangon Lai. The instructor released the protective shield in time, and the bullets hit the protective shield, causing layers of ripples. How could this happen? So strong. Is this something a gun contract spirit can actually do? The girl with the high ponytail narrowed her eyes and subconsciously clenched her fists. The bone remover squatted down, grabbed the girl's head with one hand, and lifted her up to his eyes. Blood slid down her forehead, staining half of her cheek red. You stinky bitch, you actually dared to look elsewhere? Well, as the price for underestimating me, please, die. The bone eviscerator grinned, raised his arm, and prepared to launch a fatal blow. At this moment, the girl with high ponytail suddenly looked up. The moment their eyes met, the bone eviscerator's heart trembled violently. What kind of eyes did he see? In the bloodshot whites, the dark pupils burned with crazy flames, filled with unquenchable hatred and determination. Turn out to be gun-packed. It can be so strong. Gun-packed. Not trash. Then You can't give up either. I'm not a loser. I can fight, a weapon-type spirit. You bitch, what are you looking at me with? The contractor was a little annoyed, as if he was ashamed of his fear just now. He grabbed the girl with high ponytail by the head with one hand, gathered strength with the other hand, and then swung it over fiercely. Pooh. At this moment, a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood hit the bone remover's face. He instinctively closed his eyes. The girl with a high ponytail immediately took advantage of this opportunity, touched the bone remover's knee with her toes, and then hit the bone remover's elbow with her knee. Well. The bone remover felt his entire arm paralyzed instantly, and his 5 fingers loosened uncontrollably. The girl with a high ponytail fell to the ground and immediately rolled over to pick up the dagger that had fallen beside her. Swish! She kept walking, tapping the ground with her toes and rushing forward like lightning. As soon as the bone remover opened his eyes, he saw a blood-stained figure rushing in front of him. Court death! He roared and opened his arms, trying to lock the girl with high ponytail. Seeing this, the girl with a high ponytail gritted her teeth, kicked the ground hard, and actually leaped over the bonecutter's head. Bang! She landed on the wire mesh. The bone remover was still turning around. She immediately stepped on the wire mesh, and her whole body rotated 720 degrees in the air, turning into a red lightning and rebounding towards the bone remover. Puff! At this time, the bone remover had just turned around, but the dagger of the girl with high ponytail had already stabbed into his right cheek. The bone remover's eyes immediately widened, and he suddenly grabbed the girl's arm and tried to throw her away. The girl with a high ponytail held the dagger tightly in her hand and pressed it towards the bone remover's brain bit by bit. You bastard! The girl with a high ponytail gritted her teeth, her adrenaline soaring rapidly. In this short period of time, she actually possessed strength that surpassed the bony eviscerator. The bony eviscerator blocked her arm tightly, preventing her from moving forward, but he could not stop the dagger from going deeper. Scum! Scum! Give me! Go to hell! The girl with high ponytail exerted force suddenly, and with a swish sound, the dagger pierced into the bony eviscerator's head. The bony eviscerator's wide-open eyes froze instantly. He opened his mouth, but said nothing, and his whole body fell to the ground like a collapsing mountain of flesh. The whole place was dead silent. The girl with the high ponytail staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Her blood-stained ponytail spread out. She pulled out the dagger and gasped for breath. Outside the iron cage, people looked at her in stunned silence, but she turned her head and looked at Xu Feng on the phone screen. Xu Feng. He is also in Fengcheng, capital city, in the young master's mansion. At this time, the young master had changed to spirit, and in his hand was a silver automatic pistol. He was holding the magazine in his right hand, constantly inserting and pulling it out, inserting and pulling it out. At his feet were several girls with guns that had been played with and broken. Tiangong Evolution Academy, freshman competition, the final champion is Xu Feng. On the mobile phone screen, the referee announced the result, and immediately, thunderous cheers came from the audience. Xu Feng stood on the ring, and Yin Shu turned into a human form again, sharing the honor with him. Several gun contract spirits in the mansion stared at this scene blankly, their eyes full of longing. Click. At this moment, the young master inserted the magazine into the automatic pistol, and then threw the pistol onto the sofa, as if discarding a toy he was tired of playing with. I'm tired, let me take a nap. He yawned lazily, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom without looking back. Shortly after he left, the automatic pistol flashed white light and turned into a human form again. Several sisters immediately surrounded her and looked at her with some distress. Qingqing, are you okay? I'm fine. Qingqing's eyes were slightly red and her voice was choked. She was a new spirit and could not accept this humiliation. The girls nearby looked at each other inside. They were all the young master's collections. When the young master was bored, he would treat them as toys and play with them at will. After so many years, they had already gotten used to it. They originally thought that as firearms-type contracted spirits, this was their only fate, and that their lives would continue to be ordinary. Until today, they saw Yun Shu standing on the podium on the screen. The woman who was also a firearm spirit was now standing side by side with the talented students of Tiangong Evolution Academy, receiving cheers and admiration from the audience. Obviously, everyone is a gun contract spirit. Are you envious? The first revolver girl suddenly asked. What? Several contracted spirits were stunned, then realized that she was talking about Yun Shu. Of course, I envy you. She's also a gun, but she can fight. Yes, I never thought that the gun spirit would become a weapon one day. Then, let's go find Xu Feng, the first revolver girl suddenly said. Several Qi Ling girls were stunned. Are you crazy? A short-haired girl trembled and lowered her voice. She turned her head secretly to look, fearing that the young master in the bedroom would hear, although we are suffering some humiliation here, at least. At least there's food to eat and money to be made, right? The revolver girl raised her head and stared at the short-haired girl. Are you willing to be a plaything like this for the rest of your life? Have you forgotten the hope in your heart when you first stood on the awakening platform? The short-haired girl's heart trembled. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. Or rather, every non-weapon girl would never forget. The moment they stood on the awakening platform, all they thought about was awakened into a weapon-type spirit. Now, you have an opportunity to become a weapon-type contracted spirit. The revolver girl looked at her sisters and said firmly, don't you want to fight alongside the contracted master? Don't you want to upgrade, evolve, and eventually become a top-level contracted spirit? Several spirit contracting girls suddenly fell silent. They all looked at the screen at the same time. Evolving 3 times and becoming a top-level spirit contracting girl was something that every spirit contracting girl had been looking forward to. But Qingqing said weakly, can we really do it? Of course. The revolver girl held her hand and said firmly, as long as we find Xu Feng, he will definitely find a way. Galaxy Group. The girl with glasses held the cardboard box and headed towards the logistics department with an expressionless face. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the corridor and pulled her into the corner. Shu, it's me. The man was afraid that the girl with glasses would scream, so he quickly covered her mouth. He only let go of his hand awkwardly when he saw her calm eyes. Zhang Chang, what are you doing here? The girl with glasses pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose and asked. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than Zhang Chang, the former manager who had been demoted to be a parking lot security guard. He was now wearing a wrinkled security uniform and had long lost the high-spirited look he had when he first received Chu Feng. I'm here to take you away. Zhang Chang looked around, then approached the girl with glasses and said in a low voice, You have seen what kind of person the new bald guy is. You used to belong to my faction. If you continue to stay here, you will not have a good ending. Obviously, Zhang Chang arrived a step too late and didn't know that the girl with glasses had been transferred to the logistics department by the bald man. The girl with glasses didn't say anything, but just stared at him quietly. Zhang Chang was a little scared by her stare, so he had to raise his hands and surrender. Okay, I'll be honest, I actually want to take you to find Chu Feng. Chu Feng? The woman with glasses finally showed a change in her eyes. Did he contact you? Of course not. Zhang Chang laughed dryly. Seeing the girl with glasses turning around to leave, he hurriedly stopped her, but he needs us. Seeing the girl with glasses stopped, Zhang Chang said seriously, I have studied his game videos. His Qi Ling consumes a lot of bullets. If he wants to have enough bullets, he must build a bullet production line. So you plan to give him a production line? The girl with glasses looked Zhang Chang up and down. Are you completely crazy because of the blow? Not to mention that you are no longer a manager. Even if you are still a manager, you don't have this authority. Of course I can't send him a production line, but I think the world is about to change. Zhang Chang stared at the glasses of the woman with glasses and said slowly, gun contract spirits can actually become weapons. If this is not an isolated case, can you imagine how many gun contract spirits there are in the entire Federation? If they all become weapons, how much bullets will be needed? This is a supermarket that we can't even imagine. So, you plan to join Chu Feng and become an agent? The girl with glasses understood Zhang Chang's idea. Many powerful combat contractors have no time to manage their own businesses because they focus on dungeons and battles, so they will find a trustworthy life contractor to take care of it. This kind of life contractor is called an agent. Smart. Zhang Chang grinned and did not deny it. But why take me with you? The girl with glasses was a little confused. She and Zhang Chang were just colleagues in the same camp, and they didn't have any relationship beyond friendship and private. If he wanted to join Chu Feng, there was no need for him to bring her along. Of course I have to take you with me. Zhang Chang smiled and lowered his voice. You are a UR-level gun spirit. Without you, how can I meet Chu Feng? You used me. The girl with glasses' face turned cold instantly. Don't say it so harshly. It's just mutually beneficial. Zhang Chang chuckled and looked her in the eye without flinching. After all, isn't fighting in a dungeon what you've always dreamed of? Tiangong Evolution Academy. At this moment, Chu Feng had no idea what kind of storm his victory had set off in the entire Federation. Countless gun contract spirits who were regarded as waste had their hopes rekindled because of his performance. Chu Feng, I've always had high hopes for you. I never thought you'd actually win the freshman competition. A cheerful voice rang out. The vice principal, who had previously stopped the instructor from teleporting Chu Feng out of the dungeon control room, walked up to Chu Feng and patted him on the shoulder. How's it going? Have you decided which instructor you'll choose? Chu Feng's eyes couldn't help but sweep across the 13 mentors sitting in the best seats in the audience. Chapter 77 Selecting a Mentor. Information about the 13 top mentors has long been sent to every freshman, including the evolutionary paths that each of them is good at. In fact, when choosing a mentor, you don't have to choose according to the type of your own contracted spirit, because the newly born contracted spirit may not meet the mentor's evolutionary conditions. For example, the spirit of the Pang Pang mentor is the Dark Flame Poison Dagger, which is a top-level dagger spirit. But if you want to evolve it into the Dark Flame Poison Dagger, the spirit's initial skills must contain either fire or poison attributes, otherwise it will never evolve successfully. The initial skills of dagger-type pawns are either to increase attack speed, to ensure a critical hit on the next attack, or to become invisible. There are very few dagger pawns with fire or poison attributes in their skills. So if there is no dagger that meets the requirements among the new students, will the fat teacher be unable to accept him as a disciple this time? Of course not. As long as there are students who want to evolve their spirit into a fire and poison spirit, they can choose the fat instructor. Even if the spirit is a spear, a dagger, a shield, etc., which goes against the fat instructor's dagger, it is completely acceptable. Because instructor Pang Pang will help you design an evolutionary route in terms of fire and poison based on your contract spirit. Although it cannot guarantee that it will evolve into a top-level contract spirit 100%, it will at least become a high-level contract spirit, which is much stronger than others. Don't choose the mentor I picked. I hope it's not the Frost Whisper mentor. He won't choose Chang Huan as his mentor. The other freshmen who were eligible to choose top mentors all focused their eyes on Chu Feng at this time, praying madly in their hearts, hoping that Chu Feng would not choose the mentor they liked, so that even if they were ranked behind in the competition, they might still be able to choose the most suitable mentor. But if the mentor Chu Feng chooses is the same as the one they want to choose, then it can only be said that he is unlucky and has a bad fate. Chu Feng's eyes slowly swept across the 13 top instructors, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Chu Feng spoke slowly, and the whole place was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Sorry, I don't want to choose any of the mentors here. Wow! The audience exploded instantly. What did he say? Not a single one? Is he crazy? He's not going to choose a top-tier mentor, is he going to choose an ordinary one? The highest reward for the freshman competition is the right to choose the top mentor, and he actually gave it up? The vice principal also frowned. Chu Feng, do you know what giving up a choice means? Although no one has ever evolved a gun spirit, as top instructors, each of them has considerable experience and can at least guarantee that your gun will evolve into a high-level spirit. I'm sorry, Vice President, I didn't explain myself clearly. Chu Feng said apologetically after hearing this, it's not that I don't want to choose a top tutor, but the one I want to choose is not here. There was a sudden sigh of relief from the audience. I was so scared. I thought he was going to give up the qualification to select the top mentor. So you want to choose another mentor, that's fine. But then someone raised another question. Wait, the other top instructors aren't teaching yet, how is he going to choose? Yeah, we're lucky to have 13 tutors out to guide students this year. How did he get picked? Out of the 13 instructors, not a single one satisfies him? What is he going to choose? The vice principal narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Feng carefully. He did not question it at the first time. Chu Feng was not a reckless man. Since he dared to say so, he must have his reasons. Oh? I wonder who you are going to choose, asked the vice principal with interest. I want to choose. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was a bit pretentious to say it, but since the vice principal asked, he had to answer, I want to choose instructor Zero. Zero mentor? The audience erupted in excitement at the mention of this name. Who didn't know the name of Instructor Zero? He was the strongest instructor in Tiangong Evolution Academy, second only to the dean, but also the one least likely to teach students. When he was young, he single-handedly swept the Rookie King titles of the other 3 colleges, setting a record that no one could break. He joined Tiangong Evolution Academy at the age of 18, completed 3 evolutions of the Contract Spirit at the age of 20, and was promoted to a Level 9 Combat Contract Master at the age of 21. This growth rate is unprecedented. Countless wealthy and noble families had extended olive branches to him, but he rejected them all. Now 10 years have passed, and he has been guarding the front line and has never returned to the academy. Every year, countless new students come here to study under him, but they cannot even see him. Over time, everyone has come to accept the fact that zero-degree mentor does not accept disciples. But today, Chu Feng, a newcomer who just won the freshman competition, actually openly declared that he would choose Mentor Zero? Is he crazy? How could Instructor Zero possibly accept him? Is it amazing that the freshman is number 1? Doesn't that happen every year? Teacher Zero was once the most talented person of his time. In his eyes, what does being the top freshman mean? Questions, laughter, and exclamations mixed together, and the entire audience was in chaos. The vice principal also frowned. Chu Feng, Zero is guarding the front line and never takes in new students. He will not make an exception for you. You should change a tutor. No, he will be back tomorrow. Chu Feng's voice was not loud, but it made the entire duel arena suddenly quiet. The vice principal was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and smiled meaningfully. I see. It seems that there is something between you and the principal that we don't know. Apart from the principal, no one else can mobilize Zero. Since Chu Feng dared to say that Zero will definitely come back tomorrow, it must be the principal's intention. Chu Feng did not deny it. This was part of the deal between him and the principal. Otherwise, the principal would not have allowed the Star Sword to arrive at the competition venue at the last moment. The purpose was to make Chu Feng prove himself and be qualified to become a zero-degree disciple. Zero's qualifications are unique not only in his peers, but also in the entire history of Tiangong Academy. If you want him to make an exception and accept a disciple, an ordinary genius is not qualified at all. He must be an unparalleled monster. But Chu Feng scratched his head and looked at the 13 top instructors in the audience with some embarrassment. Instructor Zero will be back tomorrow, and someone will be needed to replace him to guard the front line. The principal means. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the 13 mentors in the audience changed drastically. All the top instructors of Tiangong College are on guard at the front line. They are rotated every few years. The 13 of them have just finished their guard and have been rotated back to rest. Now that the principal is coming back, it means that the vacation of one of them is about to end. Chapter 78, Ward 407. Classmate Chu Feng, my Qi Ling came back this time to protect the fetus. Do you think it is possible? Classmate Chu Feng, I came back this time for a blind date. I'm already in my 40s. No? Your spirit bond is right next to you, and you told me you wanted to go on a blind date? Well, she wouldn't mind if I found another one. Classmate Chu Feng, my waist is injured. I came back this time to recuperate. I really can't replace Zero to guard the front line. In an instant, all the top mentors who usually looked high and mighty now looked at Chu Feng with pleading eyes, hoping that he would show leniency. There is no way. The right to take leave is now in the hands of this young man. Everyone has finally got a chance to take a break. Who would be willing to go back to the front line and fight hard? Teachers, I can't make the decision on this. Chu Feng had a headache. He knew that this was a hot potato. No matter who was assigned to guard the front line for Zero, they would definitely offend that teacher. But there is a solution. He rolled his eyes and smiled harmlessly. Teachers, how about this? Let the other 12 students choose first. The one who is left unselected will go in place of teacher Zero. Chao Tian. Chu Feng's words had barely escaped his lips when a long-haired instructor in the audience immediately turned to look at a freshman on the stage. Your contract spirit skill is to increase your attack power, right? I'm best at extreme attack routes. When you choose an instructor later, choose me. I'm very confident that I can help your contract spirit evolve into a top-level contract spirit. Obviously, he was worried that no one would choose him and he would be forced to guard the front line for Zero. When the other mentors heard what the long-haired mentor said, they all looked at him with disdain. How could a top mentor be so eager to promote himself? But the next second, Zhou Ming. A thin instructor looked at Zhou Ming, who was fourth in the freshman competition. You know, I'm good at the ice attribute evolution path. Your whip is ice attribute, and I'm the only one here who can teach you. Seeing this, the other instructors also stopped being reserved. Feng Quan. My thunder evolution path is most suitable for you. Qian Qi. Choose me. I can bring about a qualitative change in your defense. Even the usually steady Mr. Su couldn't sit still. He coughed lightly and said slowly, Nangong Lai, your spirit contract perfectly matches my evolutionary route. If you want to evolve your spirit contract into the same wind god Sai as me, then I am 100% sure. In the audience, the freshmen were all stunned. They never expected that the top tutor who was usually unattainable would now be like a vendor in the vegetable market, sparing no effort to promote himself. This is fake, this is fake. Top instructors are actually snatching students away? Someone pinch me. I'll do it. Hiss, it hurts. Why are you pinching me? The world has finally become something I dare not imagine. However, the top mentors at this time didn't care about these discussions at all. Face? How much is that thing worth? If they can avoid going to the front line by not having face, then they can give up face every day. Soon, all the freshmen on the stage, except Chu Feng, had completed their choices. There were only 2 lonely mentors left in the audience. One is a fat mentor, the other is a female mentor, and the reason there are 2 left is because Wang 23 still hasn't come. What's wrong with Wang 23? Why hasn't he come to choose a mentor yet? Young Master Wang is so arrogant? He doesn't even take the academy's instructors seriously. Has anyone seen him? He seems to have disappeared since noon. The discussions in the audience grew louder, the freshmen were whispering to each other, and many of them had begun to look around. The vice principal stood beside Chu Feng, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He turned to a teacher beside him and lowered his voice. Haven't you contacted 123 yet? We've been in contact since before the competition, the instructor said, wiping his sweat. But his phone is always turned off. Will he speak? The vice principal glared at him fiercely. The instructor swallowed hard and said, could it be, something happened? Ridiculous, the vice principal snorted coldly. This is Tiangong Evolution Academy. Who could possibly get into trouble here? Xu Feng stood aside, listening to the conversation between the vice principal and the tutor, but gradually felt uneasy. Wrong. Even at Tiangong College, things can go wrong. Isn't he the best example? The ones who attacked him were from the Wang family. And Wang 23 is the young master of the Wang family. Not good. Xu Feng was suddenly startled, a chill running up his neck from his back. His target is Lu Rou. He wants to kill Lu Rou while I'm participating in the finals. Thinking of this, Xu Feng rushed down the stage in an instant, and at the same time stretched out his right hand, turning Yun Shu beside him into a weapon. The spirit in human form is extremely fragile. Lu Rou, who is still seriously injured, can never be a match for Wang Ersan, and the nurses in the hospital will not be on guard against a student from the same school. Damn it! What on earth was he thinking? Assaulting a classmate in the hospital, even if he is the young master of the Wang family, he will definitely not escape punishment. On the stage, the vice principal watched Xu Feng jump off the stage and run all the way to the exit of the duel arena. He couldn't help but shout from behind, "Student Xu Feng! Where are you going? I have something urgent to do. You guys continue, don't worry about me." Xu Feng's voice came from afar, and he rushed out of the duel arena without looking back. The vice principal stood there, looked at the contestants on the stage, and then looked at the mentors and classmates in the audience. The competition was over and the mentors had been selected, so what else was there to do? Want to dance? Let me announce the end of the freshman competition. The vice principal patted the instructor next to him with some tiredness, then walked off the stage. On campus, Xu Feng ran all the way. Lu Rou, please don't get into trouble. If everything goes well this time, I swear I will never leave you alone again. Yun Shu was also a little anxious at this moment, but she knew that now was not the time to cause trouble for Xu Feng, so she did not say anything. Xu Feng ran back to the hospital. When the nurse at the front desk saw Xu Feng, she immediately stood up with her eyes shining. Just as she was about to say something, Xu Feng had already passed by like a gust of wind and headed straight for the stairwell behind her. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. 403, 404, 405. Soon, Xu Feng arrived in front of Ward 407 without stopping. With a bang, he kicked the door open. Chapter 79 0° Mentor. In the room, Lin Mumu, Lecky and Lu Rou all turned their heads. Ha! Why are you back? Lin Mumu sucked the crayfish with a slurp, and all the shrimp meat went into her mouth. She immediately narrowed her eyes and showed a satisfied look. Xu Feng didn't have time to pay attention to her. Instead, he rushed to Lu Rou's bedside, holding her down with one hand and checking her back and forth for a long time. Only after confirming that there were no wounds on her body did he breathe a sigh of relief. Are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Lu Rou looked puzzled. She pointed at the Gatling gun tightly held in Xu Feng's other hand and said, How long are you going to take my mother? Oh. Sorry. Xu Feng finally reacted and quickly took a step back. Yun Shu immediately turned into a human form and fell to the ground. She quickly walked to the bed and held Lu Rou's hand with a worried look on her face. Xu Feng looked around the room and didn't find anything unusual. Then he turned to look at Li Qi and asked, Wang 23 hasn't been here, has he? No, master. Lecky couldn't eat spicy food very well, so she ate crayfish with 13 spices. She ate it very gracefully, gently removing the crayfish head, and then pinching the crayfish's back shell with her hand to pull out a whole piece of shrimp meat. Hey, master, would you like to try some? Li Qi handed the peeled shrimp meat to Xu Feng. Xu Feng was stunned. Only then did he see the table full of crayfish. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, why did you buy so many? Because of the freshman competition today, there are big discounts everywhere in the snack street. Lin Mumu grabbed a handful of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster, and he said incoherently, You were in the finals at that time, and suddenly someone in my buying group said that the crayfish in the snack street were 7 kilograms for 100 yuan today. I thought, if you win the championship, you will definitely get 9 bowls of it, and it's fixed tonight, so I ran directly from the duel arena to the snack street to queue up. Well, although I know what you want to express, Chu Feng touched his chin with a subtle expression, but if you don't know how to use idioms in the future, you don't have to. Oh, what's the matter? You know, I'm not very smart. Lin Mumu waved his hand nonchalantly, opened another box of garlic-flavored crayfish, and muttered while peeling the shells, if you ask me, why didn't we choose the first floor when we chose the ward? Otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten Lu Ro's room number when I came back today. In the end, I only remembered it was 407 after looking at the ward registration book at the nurse's station. Lu Ro and Lu Qi covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They were also very surprised when they first saw Lin Mumu. Chu Feng laughed and shook his head when he heard this. He was almost suffering from paranoia recently. Wang 23 was the eldest son of the Wang family. Even if he wanted to assassinate Lu Ro, he would send his men. How could he do it himself? I was indeed worrying too much, but since Wang Ersan didn't come to the hospital, where would he go? In front of a glass door, Wang Ersan stretched out his hand and prepared to open the door. Suddenly, a slender hand tightly grasped his arm. Elder brother. Wang 24 bit his lip and shook his head gently at him, his eyes full of pleading. What does it matter? Wang Ershizan still had that half-smile on his face, but his eyes fell on the room behind the door. If I want to defeat Chu Feng, I must do this. Wang 24 still shook his head fiercely. Wang 23 could not help but turn around and stare at his sister. You have to know that the contracted spirit and the contracted master have always been one and the same. Since your strength cannot be improved in a short period of time, the only way for me to become stronger is to make up for the gap between me and Chu Feng. But there's no need to come here. Wang 24 was not convinced and still insisted on his own idea. No, this is the only way. Wang 23 exerted a little force to shake off his sister's arm and put his hand on the door handle again, but he didn't expect that Wang 24 was not giving up and grabbed the corner of his clothes again. Brother! Now is the freshman competition, you should go back and choose a mentor. Wang 24 pleaded. That's not important. Wang Ershizan was silent for a moment, and said slowly, I have entered the quarterfinals. According to the rules, I will definitely be assigned to a top mentor. I don't participate in the competition, which means I can't take the initiative to choose. Brother, is it you? Wang 24 was a little surprised when he heard this. Wang 23 didn't want to choose a mentor, which meant that he didn't like the evolutionary paths of these mentors. Wang 24 suddenly realized one thing, that is, his brother seemed to have never revealed what form he wanted to evolve her into. The path of evolution I want to take has never appeared in this world. The only one I can rely on is myself. Wang 23 turned his head and looked at the glass door in front of him, his eyes becoming deep. The knowledge possessed by those mentors is nothing more than my nourishment. Wang 24 suddenly stood there in a daze. Wang Ersan took this opportunity to walk past his sister, reached out his hand, and grasped the door handle. At the moment before opening the door, he paused and whispered, Remember, sister, you only need to do one thing in your life, and that is. Believe me. The next day, Chu Feng was still sleeping in the villa. By becoming the first in the freshman competition, he has secured the villa. At least for the next 4 years, he can live here peacefully. Tiangong Evolution Academy covers a large area, and there is an artificial lake next to the villa. The environment is quiet and the facilities are complete. Looking across the entire Fengcheng, there is no better place to live. However, at this moment, outside his villa, there was a slender figure standing quietly. Her white hair was like snow, swaying gently in the morning breeze. The man had a stern face, with a sharp edge between his brows, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Just standing there made people dare not approach him easily. He looked up at the second floor of the villa. His eyes were calm, but they seemed to penetrate the wall and fall directly on the sleeping Chu Feng. Today is the day for ordinary students to choose their tutors. This process will last for 3 days, after which they will receive one-on-one guidance from the tutors. Only every Friday do they need to attend a large class in the college's teaching building. There are 4 types of courses in Tiangong Evolution College, all of which are compulsory. The first category is cultural courses, which mainly focus on learning advanced knowledge related to ferocious beast illustrations, copy types, evolution materials, etc. The second category is fighting classes, which are taught by experienced combat masters and provide special training for different types of contract spirits. Of course, for special contract spirits like Xu Feng, Wang Ershizhen, Shangguan Qingfeng, and Zhang Lingfeng, the teachers are powerless and can only try their best to teach some basic knowledge and general skills. Chapter 80 Lu Ro's Evolutionary Path. The third category is the matching of Qi Ling accessories. Although Tiangong Evolution College is not as professional as Zhongqiang Technology College in this regard, it is not comparable to ordinary colleges and universities. The tutors who teach the matching of accessories are quite professional and can become excellent tutors even in Zhongqiang Evolution College. The last category is tactical matching, which mainly teaches students how to form the best team when doing dungeons, how to formulate tactics, and how to respond on the spot. After all, no matter how strong a person is, he cannot beat a team with tacit cooperation. Each public class will last a whole day, and today is Wednesday, which means that the next public class will not be until 8 days later. Lecky, don't beat the eggs too loose, otherwise they won't be tender when you fry them. Lu Yao knelt beside the coffee table, wiping the table carefully with a rag and reminding her without raising her head. Got it. A light dee-did-dis sound came from the kitchen. Lecky was humming a little tune, holding a pair of chopsticks in her hand, stirring the egg liquid quickly in a porcelain bowl. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. They were both startled at the same time. Lu Yao put down the rag, patted her maid's skirt and stood up, while Lu Qi poked her head out of the kitchen and looked towards the door curiously. Who is it? Lu Yao asked, her fingers on the door handle. With a click, the door opened. Outside the door stood a man in his 30s, his hair as pure white as snow, draped over his shoulders, his brows high, his nose as straight as a knife, his eyes downcast, revealing an indescribable loneliness. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lu Yao looked at the man with some confusion. The man looked at the two sisters and said nothing. Just when Lu Yao was getting angry and about to speak, Lu Qi hid in the kitchen, secretly glanced at the man a few times, and suddenly called out in a low voice, "Hey, sister, could he be Mentor Zero?" Lu Yao was startled, then reassessed the man in front of her. She found that he did bear some resemblance to the 0-degree instructor pictured on the academy wall. However, the academy photo was from 10 years ago, so she wasn't sure. So, she tentatively asked, "Are you Instructor 0-degree?" "Yes," the man said lightly, being frugal with his words. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao panicked. She quickly moved aside to clear the way. "Sorry, Teacher Zero, I didn't recognize you. Please sit down first. I'll get you a cup of tea." In the kitchen, Lecky placed the porcelain bowl on the table the moment Zero opened his mouth. Then, she rushed upstairs, shouting, "Master! Master! Oh no! Instructor Zero is here!" Xu Feng was sleeping with his pillow in his arms. When he heard Lu Qi yelling, he jumped up with a start. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Did the front line fall?" "It's not the front line. It's Instructor Zero." Lu Qi looked at Xu Feng and stamped her feet anxiously. "He's downstairs now." "Teacher Zero?" Xu Feng blinked. His brain was still in a chaotic state after waking up and was not fully functioning. It was not until 3 seconds later that he realized that today was indeed the day when Teacher Zero would return. But, he looked up at the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Why did he come so early? "Sorry, Master, I didn't expect you to come so early, so..." It only took Xu Feng a minute to finish washing up, and he stood in front of 0-degree neatly dressed. He lowered his head slightly, with a hint of apology in his tone. Although he didn't think he had anything to apologize for, the other party was his mentor after all, so it would always be right to be respectful. Zero didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly. Xu Feng was stunned, not sure whether this action meant it's okay or "I'm very disappointed in you." He subconsciously looked at Lu Yao, who was standing beside him. Lu Yao spread her hands, indicating that Instructor Zero had been like this since he entered the room, and she didn't know what it meant. "Teacher, you came to me, do you want me to start learning now?" Xu Feng had no choice but to ask tentatively. "Yes." Zero's voice was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Xu Feng understood in his heart, it seems that Instructor Zero is just a quiet person, but if that's the case, how on earth is he going to teach his students? Zero seemed to see through Xu Feng's thoughts. He didn't say anything, but raised his right hand. Laugh. A wisp of red flame suddenly shot up in his palm without warning, and then suddenly expanded and turned into a giant flaming sword that was 2 meters long. The raging flames rolled and flowed on the sword, and the hot tongues of fire kept swallowing and spitting out, but strangely, it did not emit a trace of temperature. This is the Flame Heart Sword, one of the 10 top sword contract spirits. Chu Feng looked at the giant flaming sword in Ling Du's hand, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. In the deal he reached with the principal, one of the most important items was to become Ling Du's disciple. For this, he even did not hesitate to accept the principal's rigorous test. His goal was to get the legendary contract spirit in front of him. This is not because of how powerful the Flame Heart Sword is, nor because of its unique skills. The reason why Chu Feng is so interested in it is because it is made purely of flames. Yes, the Flame Heart Sword has no physical form, but is made entirely of flames. In the Qilin continent, people call this the elemental state, but on Blue Star, it has another name, which is plasma state. Ever since he knew that Qilin could evolve, Chu Feng had been thinking about Lu Ro's evolutionary direction. The traditional evolutionary route was nothing more than strengthening attacks, adding attributes, or changing form. Although this would make Qilin very strong, Chu Feng always felt that this was not the correct evolutionary route for Lu Ro. Because a gun is just a launcher, all the attack power is in the bullet. If it is just to enhance the attack, then I might as well evolve Lin Mumu and let her create a variety of powerful bullets. Why evolve Lu Ro? Therefore, Lu Ro's evolution should not be an improvement in a certain aspect, but a revolutionary breakthrough that directly changes the underlying logic. Chu Feng could only think of 4 weapons that could meet this condition. They are laser weapons, nuclear weapons, Gauss weapons, and plasma weapons. Among them, nuclear weapons were directly rejected by Chu Feng. It was not because nuclear weapons were not powerful, but because Chu Feng simply did not have the equipment. The power of nuclear weapons depends on nuclear fission. In a different world without a mature scientific system and basic materials, it is impossible for Chu Feng to produce nuclear warheads. Maybe it would be possible after Lin Mumu evolved 3 times, but I haven't signed a contract with Lin Mumu, so this is completely impossible. Chapter 81 Plasma Gun. The principle of Gauss weapons is to rely on electromagnetic acceleration to launch physical projectiles, causing huge physical damage to the target. Its main devices are electromagnetic coils, energy storage capacitors, and magnetic projectiles. Although Gauss weapons have extremely high requirements for materials and need high-temperature superconducting materials to solve the problem of coil overheating, this is an extraordinary world after all, and the materials dropped in the copy may not be able to solve this problem. The fundamental reason why Chu Feng gave up Gauss weapons was that Gauss weapons charged slowly, taking 1.5 seconds to fire once, which made Chu Feng feel that it was more suitable for sniper rifles rather than revolvers. As for the laser gun, its principle is to generate high-energy coherent light beams by exciting molecules, focusing and then ablating the target. The core components are the laser generator, focusing lens, and cooling system. Laser weapons do not need to predict the trajectory and can achieve instantaneous strikes. However, if encountering fog, haze, rain, snow, and other weather conditions, the range and power will be greatly weakened, and the damage effect on armored targets is poor. There are countless ferocious beasts with high defense in the copy, which makes laser weapons have considerable limitations. So Chu Feng thought again and again and decided to evolve Lu Ro into a plasma weapon. The firing principle of the plasma gun is to ionize the gas into plasma, which is then bound inside the weapon by a strong magnetic field, and through an electromagnetic acceleration track, a high-speed jet is formed, causing both thermal ablation and physical impact damage to the target. The only drawback is that the energy decays rapidly and the effective range is extremely short, about 5,100 meters. However, Lu Ro's effective range is 50 meters, and the range of the plasma gun can be adjusted by adding different types of magnetic field restraints. The shooting speed also has 2 types, no delay in energy storage, which is enough for Chu Feng to deal with various emergencies. Therefore, Chu Feng insisted that Zero become his mentor, because his spirit was the only plasma state in the world. If he wanted to evolve Lu Ro into a plasma gun, then only Zero could guide him. With a flash of fire, the flame heart sword in Zero's hand suddenly shrank and turned into a petite figure. She was a Lolita named Qilin, who was about 1.34 meters tall. She was wearing a black Lolita dress. Under the dress were a pair of pure white knee-high socks that wrapped around her slender calves. On her feet were black round-toed leather shoes that could reflect people's shadows. At this moment, she was sitting on Zero's shoulders, looking at Chu Feng with an almost arrogant look that was inconsistent with her height. "You rubbish, do you want to become Zero's disciple?" Loli said with some contempt, as if she was looking at some non-recyclable garbage. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, and a disdainful expression hung on her face. "Chu Feng, Liqi, Luyao, Sigma? What's going on? Is this right? Is this right, Mr. Zero?" Chu Feng's eyes flickered back and forth between the petite lowly Qilin and the expressionless zero-degree mentor. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Good job. I originally thought that only people like me were perverts, but I didn't expect that you, the 0-degree mentor with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would play so cruelly. Chu Feng forced himself to suppress the urge to complain and tried to appear respectful. After all, no matter what, the lowly in front of him was the spirit of Instructor Zero, so he still had to show the proper etiquette. So, he coughed lightly and said respectfully, Master's wife, Humph. You're just a bunch of idiots. Unexpectedly, when lowly Qi-Ling heard Chu Feng's address, she showed dissatisfaction on her face and interrupted him directly, Call me Master Yanqin. Hard. Chu Feng's fist hardened. He took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, but he finally held it in. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Han Xian could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, so how could I, Chu Feng, not even be able to handle a little female ghost? So he gritted his teeth, slowly lowered his head, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, word by word, Yen Xian. Sir. Tisk. Lowly Qi-Ling looked down at Chu Feng, her body suddenly leaning forward slightly, a nasty smile on her lips. Perverted scum, don't look so unwilling. It seems humiliating, but in your heart, you are secretly happy, right? Chu Feng. Destroy it. What kind of cartoons did Mentor Zero usually watch for her? Who did she learn such a tsundere tone and such trashy vocabulary from? Teacher, you came to see me so early because... Chu Feng decided to ignore her. He had lived 2 lives and there was no need for him to bother with a little lowly. Unfortunately, Yen Xian found that she was being ignored, and the sarcasm on her face became even stronger. She folded her arms across her chest, dangling her calves from Zero's shoulders. Although she didn't say anything else, the expression on her face said it all. She wanted to watch the fun and then wait for Chu Feng to come and beg her again. In response to Chu Feng's question, Ling Di still said calmly, Study. Study, okay. Chu Feng rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. If Instructor Zero always kept this kind of word-saving personality, how would he teach him in the future? Would he have to rely on eye contact? Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Chu Feng, is Instructor Zero here? Lu Ro was already dressed and walked down from upstairs. She came to Chu Feng and looked at Ling Du and Yanqin curiously. Yen Xian saw Lu Ro, glanced down at her condescendingly, and snorted, Humph, stupid little female devil. The air froze instantly. Chu Feng thought that this was the end. It was said that 3 women made a drama. Although Lu Ro had a gentle personality, she was probably going to fight with Yen Xian after being ridiculed in person like this. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ro did not get angry at Yen Xian's ridicule. Instead, her eyes lit up and her voice was filled with surprise. You are the senior Yen Xian who killed the ferocious beasts together with Instructor Zero and protected humanity. What? Yen Xian's body suddenly stiffened, as if she didn't expect the other party to say such words. She looked at Lu Ro again and found that there was no trace of ridicule or fear in the other party's eyes when she looked at her, but only the purest admiration and longing. I've always regarded you as my idol since I was in school, hoping that I could awaken a powerful spirit like you. At this point, Lu Ro lowered her head a little embarrassedly. I have many posters and stickers of you in your weapon form in my bedroom at home in Xinjiang. Yen Xian obviously met someone like Lu Ro for the first time and didn't know how to respond. After holding it in for a long time, he finally wrinkled his nose and turned his face away. What a boring little female ghost. But the tone was noticeably less sharp. Chapter 82 Conditions for Evolution. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ro had Yen Xian under control, and then immediately invited Instructor Zero to sit down on the sofa. Yen Xian also jumped down from Ling Di's shoulder at this time and sat sideways on the armrest next to the sofa. Teacher, the principal should have told you about my situation, right? After Chu Feng sat down, his expression became serious. His biggest goal in joining the Tiangong Evolution Academy was to evolve Lu Ro. Now it has finally come to the most critical step, and he has to be cautious. Zero nodded first, then shook his head. Chu Feng was stunned. What did this nodding and shaking of the head mean? Did he know or not? Did the principal explain clearly? Just when he was confused, he caught a glimpse of Yen Xian next to him with a raised mouth and slender legs swaying proudly, with an expression that said, Come and ask me, I know the answer, but I will never tell you easily. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Helplessly, he had to bite the bullet and turn to lowly Qi-Ling. Master Yanqin, may I ask what Instructor Zero meant? Yan Xian did not answer, but stretched and said casually, I have been traveling all night and am a little hungry now. If someone can give me some food, maybe I will be merciful and tell you some clues. As she said this, she deliberately rubbed her non-existent belly, and the hint couldn't be more obvious. Seeing this, Xu Feng didn't know what to do, and immediately turned around and ordered, Lecky and Liao, go to the kitchen quickly. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed his words, wait, let me do it myself. Xu Feng's cooking skills are excellent, but he hasn't cooked much since Li Qi and Lu Yao came. Since he is going to cook with this scumbag today, Li Qi and Lu Yao's cooking skills may not be in her eyes. Well, if they have the attributes of a tsundere loli, they should mostly like sweets. Xu Feng searched for the recipes of his previous life in his mind, and after a moment, he locked on a dish. That is the longing strawberry that was once sold at a Michelin restaurant for a sky-high price of 800 yuan per piece. The preparation of longing strawberries is quite complicated and time-consuming, but the ingredients are extremely simple. Lu Yao and Lu Rou both like sweets, so they have no shortage of ingredients for making longing strawberries. The only troublesome thing is the time, which takes at least 3 hours. However, Xu Feng had an evil method, which could be done in half an hour. After all, he was just a scumbag from another world, so even if he was not an authentic dragon roar strawberry, she couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Half an hour later, Xu Feng walked out of the kitchen holding a crystal plate. On the plate lay a crystal clear strawberry. The outer layer was a sugar shell as thin as a cicada's wing, and the inside was filled with lava strawberry jam and ice cream. The emerald green strawberry leaves were also sprinkled with white icing. Please enjoy, Lord Yanqin. Xu Feng gently placed the dessert in front of Yanqin. The little loli's eyes lit up instantly, but she still maintained her composure and only glanced at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. Of course, Xu Feng did not forget Ling Degree. After putting down the dragon roar strawberries, he turned back to the kitchen and brought Ling Degree a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Because he didn't know Zero's preferences, Xu Feng could only cook it relatively conservatively. He didn't add many seasonings, but just made the broth with chicken and added a soft-boiled egg to the noodles. Hey, you scum! Yan Xian looked at the steaming bowl of plain noodles in front of Ling Du, then glanced at the lone dragon roar strawberry on his plate. He snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, why is there only so little on my plate? Are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Xu Feng did it on purpose, of course, but it was not revenge. Michelin cuisine is all about taste and style. Small portions make it appear noble, and nobility shows importance. As for whether you can eat your fill, that is not important. My Xu Feng's house is not a restaurant. Facing the questioning of the scumbag Lolita, Xu Feng remained calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, a look of vicissitudes on his face. You have more than enough. As the saying goes, there is no two suns in the sky, and no two masters on earth. Since the beginning of chaos, pure air has risen, and turbid air has descended. Xu Feng spoke non-stop about everything, from Pangu's creation of the universe to his transformation into the primordial world, from the great catastrophe of dragons and phoenixes to the war between wizards and liches. Finally, he pointed at the dragon roar strawberry on the table and said, therefore, each time this dragon roar strawberry appears, there is destined to be only one. I see. Yan Xian had been completely immersed in the story, nodding dazedly. Then, with a start, he folded his arms and said with forced composure, no. That's not right. I already knew all this. I was just testing you. Then, she looked at the longing strawberry on the plate again, her eyes had completely changed. This was no longer an ordinary strawberry, but a strawberry that had gone through vicissitudes of life and was full of stories. She held her breath, stretched out her trembling little hand, and gently picked up the longing strawberry. After hesitating for a moment, she finally closed her eyes and bit through the candy shell. Wow! The boiling hot strawberry syrup instantly rushed into her mouth. Yan Xian narrowed her eyes and immediately revealed a happy expression. Even her white silk calves under her skirt began to sway. Seeing this, Xu Feng finally felt relieved. After Yan Xian and Ling Du finished their breakfast, Xu Feng brought the topic back on track. Perhaps it was the dragon roar strawberry's credit that although Yan Xian still called him a scumbag, his attitude softened a lot. Ling Du is too smart. He can see things directly from the surface and get to the essence. This behavior of ignoring the process and giving answers directly makes it difficult for him to communicate with stupid people. So if you have any questions, just ask me directly. I will communicate with him in my mind. Is that so? Xu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this, and looked at Zero in disbelief. He knew that this mentor was very strong, but he had previously thought that it was only in terms of strength. He did not expect that it was a double crushing of strength and wisdom. With Yen Xian's tsundere lowly personality, she would never lie, so the credibility of her words can be said to be 100%. It seems that I have a better chance of evolving Lu Rou. Master Yinxin, this is what I want to know. Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly asked the question he wanted to know most. Could you please ask Instructor Zero for me? My weapon is a firearm, and I want to evolve it into a plasma gun. How do I do it? Yen Xian did not speak, but communicated with Lingdu in her consciousness for a moment, then she raised her little face and looked down at Chu Feng. Humph, trash, you should know the basic method of the evolution of the contract spirit. Of course. Chu Feng nodded. In the Qi-Ling continent, if you want to evolve Qi-Ling, you need to prepare 6 evolution materials and then fuse them on the evolution platform in the copy. Chapter 83 Plasma. The selection and ratio of materials determine the direction of evolution, and the value of a top mentor lies in mastering a synthesis formula that can stably evolve top-level spirits. Of course, the prerequisite is that the evolved spirit must be exactly the same as the mentor's own spirit. Otherwise, even if there is only a slight difference, the success rate will drop from 100% to 99%. No one has ever evolved Xu Feng's firearms before, and he also wants to evolve Lu Rou into a sci-fi plasma gun, which is even more difficult. Fortunately, Chu Feng knew the working principle of the plasma gun, and now it seems that Zero has a deep understanding of the evolution of the spirit. Perhaps, he can really explore a path. Humph, you scumbag, you actually knew to prepare in advance, you're not that stupid. Yen Xian raised his chin proudly, with a hint of almsgiving praise in his tone. So, what kind of plasma gun do you want to evolve? The concept of plasma has never appeared in this world, so even if Zero has the wisdom to see through the results, it is impossible for him to know what a plasma gun is. Well, it's like this. Chu Feng pondered for a moment, thinking about how to explain it. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Lingdi and Yen Xian. The matter we know is usually divided into 3 forms: solid, liquid, and gas, and plasma is the 4th form of matter. What 4th state? Humph, you trash, you didn't make it up, did you? Yen Xian obviously didn't understand, but refused to admit it, so she can only snort. Zero next to her frowned slightly, and a rare thoughtful look appeared on his face. The sun we can see when we look up, the lightning that tears the sky apart, and the flames controlled by you, Lord Yinxin, their essence actually belongs to the 4th form of matter, which is the plasma state. Chu Feng continued to explain, and the plasma gun I envisioned, its principle is to first excite the gas into that extreme plasma, and then use a powerful magnetic field to confine and accelerate it, and finally shoot it out like an arrow to destroy the target. TSK. After all that talk, you just want to stuff the sun, lightning, and my own flame into your broken gun and then shoot it out. It doesn't sound like a big deal. Yen Xian finally understood this time, and immediately curled her lips in disdain, shaking her white silk legs even more proudly. Well, it's not wrong to understand it this way. Chu Feng did not correct her oversimplified statement. If this could help her and Zero understand it better, then that would be it. After Chu Feng finished his explanation, the room fell into a strange silence. Yen Xian didn't know how to continue discussing with Chu Feng. The knowledge in this area had already exceeded her cognition. After a moment of silence, Lingdu suddenly looked up at Chu Feng and gently uttered 2 words. Overclocking? Chu Feng. Instructor Zero's thoughts were indeed a bit jumpy. Chu Feng found that he could not keep up, so he had to look for help at Yen Xian, who was holding a teacup and sipping honey grapefruit tea. Yen Xian paused, clearly engaged in a high-speed communication with Zero in her mind. After a moment, she glanced at Chu Feng impatiently. Zero means that the plasma state you want shouldn't be an ordinary elemental state, but rather a state that forcibly pushes and stimulates elemental energy, transcending its inherent stability limits and entering a critical state of extreme activity, extreme instability, and even on the verge of collapse. This allows you to extract destructive power far beyond your imagination. Is that right, scumbag? Huh? Yes. That's right. After hearing this, Chu Feng opened his mouth wide and stood there in a daze. He had never explained to Zero any concepts about molecules and atoms before, nor had he talked about electron stripping or positive and negative ions. The level of basic physics, theoretical physics in this world is actually very low. The reason why many technologies can be comparable to modern ones or even surpass modern technologies is that many ready-made things will drop in the copy, and they can use them right away. At the same time, Qi-Ling's manufacturing platform will also manufacture some things as a whole, such as internal combustion engines. After inputting the relevant parameters, Xiling will directly manufacture the internal combustion engine as a whole. This has led to extremely distorted technological development in the Xiling continent. Basic physics is weak, but applied physics is quite strong. In other words, I know how to make this thing and how to use it, but I don't know why it works and what the principle is. And Zero, with just a few words, was able to penetrate the surface and use the language and cognitive system of this world to accurately summarize the most core and essential characteristics of the plasma state. That is energy excitation beyond the limit and an extremely unstable high energy state. This can no longer be described as genius, this is simply a monster. However, the shock in Xu Feng's eyes was quickly replaced by ecstasy, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Only this kind of wisdom beyond common sense can break the cognitive barriers of this world and turn the science fiction weapons that only exist in the theory of Blue Star into reality on this Xiling continent. I just need a monster like Zero. Seeing that Xu Feng confirmed his guess, Lingdu nodded, then slowly raised his right hand with his palm facing up. Yan Xian, who was sitting next to him, curled his lips, seeming a little reluctant, but his body instantly turned into a stream of light, and with a hiss, it condensed into a ball of violently beating flames in Zero's palm. In an instant, everyone in the living room focused their attention on the flame. The flames were red at first, but as time passed, they gradually turned into bright orange and then into a dazzling bright yellow. At the same time, its temperature is constantly rising, 500, 1500, 3000. The air became distorted due to the high temperature, but fortunately, Zero used his powerful spiritual power to bind the heat in his palm, so that no one was hurt. At this time, the flame was still changing. The bright yellow faded and turned into a pure white, then turned into blue, and finally turned into a deep, dangerous dark purple that contained destructive energy. And its temperature reaches a terrifying 7000. Yan Xian, who was in Zero's palm, was in an extremely unstable state. The flames were twisting and flickering wildly, as if they were about to break free from their restraints at any moment. Fine arcs of electricity kept jumping on the surface of the flames. Everyone could feel that once Zero withdrew his spiritual power, the entire room would be instantly wiped out by this ball of fire. Chapter 84 Evolution Materials. This is the Real Flame Heartsword, Xu Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the flame in Lingdu's hand. Ordinary flames are not true plasmas. They are just high-temperature gases in an excited state. Although there is a small amount of ionization, the concentration of ions and free electrons is far from enough to reach the level of plasma. Only when the temperature of the flame exceeds 5000, the ionization process accelerates sharply, the electrons are completely stripped away, and a sufficient concentration of free electrons and ions is formed. At this time, the flame truly transforms and officially enters the plasma state. As the temperature rises, the ionization becomes more thorough and the plasma becomes more powerful. Since 0 degree can transform flames into plasma and firmly control it in his palm, it proves that Xu Feng's idea is correct, and Lu Rou can definitely evolve into a plasma gun. Teacher, that's it. Xu Feng recovered from his shock and looked at Zero. He said in a serious tone, the core of the plasma gun I want to evolve is to fire this extreme plasma energy like a bullet. Lingde didn't say anything, but gently clenched his palms, and the heart-pounding flame disappeared instantly. At the same time, Yan Xian's petite figure reappeared. She jumped back lightly and sat steadily on the armrest of the sofa. The hem of her black Lolita skirt rose and fell, and she swayed her white silk legs. She said to Xu Feng, Zero said that in order to achieve this plasma state, the gas needs to be continuously heated, which cannot be completed in a short time. He has seen the video of your freshman competition. The biggest advantage of your gun spirit is actually its extremely high shooting speed. If you reduce the firing time in order to evolve it into a plasma gun, it is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. That's true. Xu Feng nodded after hearing Yan Xian's words, and did not refute. The shooting speed is indeed a shortcoming of the high-temperature plasma gun, but... Xu Feng turned his gaze to 0 degree again and said, but mentor, the plasma I want to launch is not formed by continuously heating the gas. There are many ways to form plasma, which can be mainly divided into thermal plasma, high-temperature plasma, cold plasma, high-pressure plasma, low-pressure plasma and magnetized plasma, etc. Among these, only 3 types are suitable as weapons, namely high-temperature plasma, high-pressure plasma and magnetized plasma. Among them, high-temperature plasma relies on extremely high temperatures to be produced. As a weapon, it can melt the target through thermal radiation and particle impact, and is extremely lethal. But the disadvantages are that the energy decays extremely quickly, the range is severely limited, and the energy consumption is shockingly high. And the most critical thing is, as Instructor Zero pointed out, it requires a certain amount of heating time. Therefore, a high-temperature plasma gun is not suitable as a single-soldier weapon. On the contrary, it is more suitable for an organized legion to attack fortresses or super-large targets, and can achieve good results. High-pressure plasma mainly relies on high-pressure jets to obtain kinetic energy. Its particle density is extremely high and it is not easy to diffuse, so its range far exceeds that of high-temperature plasma. At the same time, it not only maintains high-temperature characteristics, but can also rely on high-speed particle impact to form a physical penetration effect. However, its disadvantage is that its lethality is average. It can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack against conventional targets, but its effect will be greatly reduced against targets with heavy armor or energy shields. It can be considered a powerful weapon for bullying weak opponents. As for the final magnetized plasma, it is the most perfect weapon that Chu Feng really wants. It does not require heating, but directly ionizes the gas through an ultra-strong magnetic field to form a stable and highly concentrated directional beam. This not only slows down its attenuation and diffusion in the air, but also allows it to adapt to various scenarios such as space combat and underwater combat. The only drawback is that the technology is complex and the production difficulty is relatively high. But this is nothing to Chu Feng. Difficulty? What difficulty? Go talk to my evolution platform. Chu Feng explained the principle of the magnetized plasma gun in detail to Zero. Zero closed his eyes, as if he was deducing in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Pen. What? Oh, okay. Chu Feng was stunned at first, then he reacted and quickly ran to the cabinet next to him to get a pen, and took a blank hardcover notebook and handed it to Ling Du respectfully. Ling Du looked up at Chu Feng but said nothing. Instead, he took the pen and notebook and started to calculate quickly on them. However, Yanqin next to him made a tisk sound and said, "You bastard, you have some sense. You are not as stupid as a certain principal who only takes one pen every time and never takes any more." Chu Feng felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, Mo Qianqiu was the principal. Yan Xin could say bad things about him, but he couldn't say anything in return. 10 minutes passed quietly like this, and Zero finally finished his calculations. He stood up, turned the notebook upside down, and pushed it in front of Chu Feng. On the clean white notebook, the names of 6 materials were clearly written. Thunder Weasel's Charged Fur. Magnetized Core of the Ironclad Rhino. Flowing Wind Leopard's Tendon. Golden Turtle Shell Powder. Metallized Arm Bone of the Steel Gibbon. The Compound Eye Lens of the Ghost-Faced Spider. Is this the material Lu Rou needs for her first evolution? Chu Feng's eyes quickly swept across the 6 names on the paper, and then he suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of incredible surprise, looking at Zero who still had an expressionless face opposite him. This speed is too fast. When other mentors designed evolution routes, they all tested the performance of the spirit first, then read a large number of books, conducted multiple comparisons, deductions and simulations, and finally dared to carefully determine the core evolution materials. But what about Zero? He had never seen Lu Rou's power in person, but simply by watching a battle video and adding his own theoretical description of the plasma gun, he designed an evolutionary path in just 10 minutes? Does this really guarantee evolutionary success? Isn't it too hasty? Just do what you should do, you trash. Yan Xian saw the suspicion in Chu Feng's eyes and snorted coldly, her tone full of displeasure. For her, questioning Zero was the greatest blasphemy to Zero. Sorry, Mentor, I'm just a little surprised at your efficiency. Chu Feng showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and hurriedly explained. It's not that he didn't believe it, but Lu Rou's evolution was the top priority, so he had to be cautious. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng forced himself to suppress the fluctuations in his heart and refocused his attention on the notebook in his hand. Chapter 85: The Secret of the Chip. In the past 2 months at school, he spent almost every day in the library, teaching himself a lot of knowledge about the materials of ferocious beasts. At this moment, he just took a glance, and the information of the ferocious beasts corresponding to these 6 materials quickly emerged in his mind. The Thunder Weasel is a small, agile beast that lives in the Thunderwood Forest. It has golden fur and can store static electricity between its fur. When threatened, it can instantly release a paralyzing electric shock. The Ironclad Rhinoceros is a giant rhinoceros that feeds on iron-rich rocks and minerals. Its heart is constantly affected by metal particles in its body, which produces a natural, weak biomagnetic field that can attract surrounding metal debris to attach to the skin to form additional armor. Lufeng leopard, the speed king in the valley, has tendons containing the spiritual power of wind, which are extremely elastic and tough, allowing it to burst out at lightning speed. The pyroxene turtle is a turtle with natural crystal cluster minerals on its back. Its shell is an excellent energy conductor and stabilizer. The steel-armed ape is a species of ape that lives in groups in the Iron Mine Mountains. They have been consuming a special kind of iron ore in spring water for a long time, which has caused their bones, especially their forearm bones, to undergo metallization, becoming extremely hard and compatible with metallic spiritual power. The ghost-faced spider is a large spider that lurks in dark caves. The pattern on its carapace looks like a ghost face. It has 8 single compound eyes, each of which can independently sense subtle changes in light and high-speed movement of objects, allowing it to accurately predict the movements of prey when hunting. 6 kinds of ferocious beasts mean that 6 different material copies need to be conquered. Chu Feng couldn't help but frown. The dungeon level division of Qi Ling Continent was consistent with the quality of Qi Ling, ranging from F to S. However, the dungeons specifically for producing evolutionary materials were somewhat special, and were only divided into first order, second order, and third order evolutionary material dungeons, corresponding to the 3 evolutions of Qi Ling respectively. The difficulty of the first level evolution material copy is comparable to that of the regular D-level copy. Generally, only third level contractors dare to challenge it. This is why most people will not rush to evolve at the first level of the contract spirit. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply can't win. Teacher. Chu Feng pointed at the materials on the list, his tone a little embarrassed. The thunder weasel, wind leopard, crystal mineral turtle and ghostface spider are easy to deal with. Their material copies are around Fengcheng, but... He pointed his finger at the other 2 names. The evolutionary copy of the iron rhino is in the capital, and the steel arm apes is even further away in Lichuan. What happened to Jingcheng and Lichuan? Chu Feng didn't finish his words when Yan Xin interrupted him. She looked Chu Feng up and down, and asked with a look of disgust and curiosity, "Sun Yu, are you actually the kind of little man who can't leave home and will cry when walking a long way?" "Of course not." Chu Feng quickly denied it upon hearing it. He raised his head and looked at Ling Du and Yan Xin in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked tentatively, "Teacher, actually, I have a grudge against the Wang family. Li Chun is easy to deal with, but the evolution copy of the Iron Rhino is in the capital, which is the base camp of the Wang family that has been operating for many years and has deep-rooted power. With the power of the Wang family, I'm afraid I'll be targeted as soon as I set foot in the capital." Chu Feng had carefully analyzed the 6 materials listed by 0 degree. The electric fur of the thunder weasel should be used to charge the plasma gun, the magnetized core of the iron rhino should be used to provide the ability of the magnetic field, the tendons of the wind leopard are used for kinetic energy conduction, the shell powder of the pyrotechnic turtle is used to stabilize energy, the metallized arm bones of the steel arm ape are used to strengthen the gun body, and the compound eye lenses of the ghostface spider are used to improve ballistic accuracy and stability. It can be said that this is indeed the most perfect material to evolve Lu Rou into a plasma gun. At least with Chu Feng's knowledge, he can't think of any better combination. Therefore, a trip to the capital is inevitable, but I don't want to fall into a trap. The only way is to let Zero accompany me. He is a level 9 contract master and the person standing at the top of the Qi Ling continent. With his protection, I will be absolutely safe. However, the other party was the Wang family after all, and Chu Feng was a little hesitant. Was Zero really willing to offend the Wang family, one of the 4 top families, for a little student like him? Humph, you scum. Do you think you're worthy enough to have a grudge against the Wang family? Before Ling Du could say anything, Yan Xin next to him snorted first, his small face full of undisguised disdain. Chu Feng took a deep breath, knowing that if he didn't say something substantial, he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the 2 people in front of him. So he calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "Because I killed the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Yang." Then, Chu Feng told the whole story of how he accidentally got involved in the fight between Wang Yang and the Shiguang law enforcement team on the train, how he protected himself and fought back in the chaos, and how he finally accidentally killed Wang Yang. Of course, he concealed the most critical part of the chip. Before finding out Zero's attitude, this chip that brought about the fatal disaster must not be exposed. If Zero was afraid of the power of the Wang family, then he could only find another way. After saying everything, Chu Feng held his breath and stared at Ling Degree without blinking, waiting for his reaction. Zero remained expressionless throughout the entire conversation, and was not at all disturbed by Chu Feng's mention of the Wang family. Only after Chu Feng finished speaking did he slowly raise his head and utter 3 words lightly, "I will protect you." Teacher, you. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard this, and an indescribable emotion and shock surged in his heart. Only at this moment did he suddenly realize that the relationship between a mentor and a student in the Qiling continent was far more than the loose and ordinary teacher-student relationship in Blue Star University. The tutors here will only accept 5 or 6 students at most in their lifetime, pouring resources into their teaching and personally instructing them. Their destinies are closely linked, and they prosper and suffer together. This kind of relationship is more similar to the ancient Blue Star, once a teacher, always a father, the master-disciple inheritance of sharing honor and disgrace. Before, he subconsciously regarded Zero as a university professor like they used to be. He thought it was natural for him to come here to study and for the other party to impart knowledge. They had feelings for each other, but they were by no means deep. But it was not until Ling Du said the 3 words "I will protect you" without hesitation, in a casual but heavy tone, and took on all the storms from the Wang family, that Chu Feng suddenly woke up. It turns out that Zero was not only his mentor, but also someone he can rely on and trust in this world. Qiling Continent Trivia, Accessory and Experience Dungeons can be entered as a group, but Evolution Dungeons are only accessible to one person, hence the nickname Exclusive Dungeon. The path of evolution is a path for the strong weaklings who cling to one another should retreat. Chapter 86 Borrowing Chips. Mentor. No, Master. Chu Feng's expression became serious. Since Zero dared to take the consequences of killing the eldest son of the Wang family for him without hesitation, if he concealed anything again, he would be a real villain. So he raised his head and looked at Zero with clear and firm eyes. Actually, after I killed Wang Yang, I got a chip from him. He had never figured out the purpose of the chip. He tried all the sockets on Lu Rou and Yun Shu one by one, but none of them worked. He even tried Lin Mumu and Lu Qi and Lu Yao, but it still didn't work. Now that I finally have someone I can trust, why not take the opportunity to ask about the chip? Zero is a level 9 contractor and is very knowledgeable. He can definitely recognize the chip that he himself cannot. Chip? What chip? Yen Xin, who was standing next to her, was a little curious. She really couldn't guess what the chip was that could make the eldest son of the Wang family risk his life to snatch it. After all, even if it was a UR-level accessory, with the strength of the 2 major families, they wouldn't fight to the death. Wait a moment, I'll get it right away. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and immediately turned and walked towards Lu Yin's room. When she pushed open the door, she saw Lu Yin lying on the bed, holding her brown teddy bear doll that was washed to a pale color, and listening to music. This teddy bear doll was the first birthday gift Lu Rou gave her. It was of great significance to her, so even after so many years, she was reluctant to throw it away. Xiaoyin, lend me the teddy bear for a moment. Chu Feng walked to the bedside and said to Lu Yin. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin looked up in surprise, but still handed the teddy bear to Chu Feng obediently. This is her most beloved thing. She doesn't let anyone touch it except her mother, sister, and brother Chu Feng. Even when Lu Yao and Lu Qi help her clean the room, she holds it herself and never lets anyone else. Brother Chu Feng, what do you want Shiola for? Lu Yin came over curiously. Shiola was the name she gave to the teddy bear. Because she had been ill for many years, Jun Shu and Lu Rou's biggest wish was that she could be happy and healthy like other children, so Lu Yin named the teddy bear Shiola. I hid something in it and now I need to take it out. Chu Feng found the zipper on the back of the little bear and gently pulled it open, revealing the white filling inside. Then he reached in and fumbled for a moment before finding the chip. This. Lu Yin's eyes widened. She looked at the ripped open teddy bear on the bed, then at the chip in Chu Feng's hand. Countless thoughts flashed through her little head, and her eyes gradually became terrified. Chu. Brother Chu Feng, you actually installed a surveillance chip in my teddy bear's belly to spy on me. What are you thinking about? I think you still need to peek? Chu Feng patted her head speechlessly, then restored the teddy bear and stuffed it back into Lu Yin's arms. Okay, I'll give it back to you, continue playing. Lu Yin immediately covered her forehead with her hands, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She held the teddy bear that she had lost and found again, kneeling on the bed with her legs turned inward, her little mouth pouting high. Downstairs. Lingda took the white chip from Chu Feng's hand, and just after taking a look, his brows frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. Yen Xin was originally swinging her white silk legs leisurely, but the moment she caught a glimpse of the chip, her movements suddenly stopped. The air in the living room seemed to freeze in an instant and became heavy. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Judging by their reactions, could this chip be hiding some profound secret? Or, even as a level 9 contractor at 0 degree, he felt this chip was a huge problem? Trash. After a moment, Yan Xian raised his head. The amusement and disdain in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a sharp, scrutinizing, and extremely dangerous gaze. You are not from this world at all, are you? What? Chu Feng was suddenly struck by lightning, and his mind went blank in an instant. How could she know? Was it just this one chip? Was this chip some kind of soul treasure? Only the native souls of this world could bind to it, and my soul, a transmigrated soul, was rejected by it, so it couldn't be used? In an instant, countless thoughts exploded in his mind. Just when Chu Feng was shocked and almost exposed his flaws. Zhang family. Zero spoke slowly, his voice still calm. Upon hearing that, Yan Xian curled his lips in dissatisfaction and rolled his eyes at Zero. Humph, so boring. So what if you just let me scare this trash? She started shaking her calves again, and her tone returned to its previous slightly sarcastic and disdainful state. You're lucky that you told us about the existence of this chip. This thing is very dangerous and it's not something a small fry at your level should have. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, but a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. It turned out that Yan Xian was just trying to scare him. He almost lost his composure. But at the same time, a stronger curiosity arose in his heart. What was the origin of this chip? Why did Yan Xian suddenly say something so illogical as to "you are not from this world" when he saw it? Master, what exactly is this chip? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Zero did not answer directly, but gently stroked the surface of the chip with his fingers. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Chu Feng, and uttered two words concisely. Lend it to me. Ha! Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly waved his hand. Master, if you need it, just take it. What's the point of lending it to me? This thing is completely useless to me. Its greatest value is that it can help you. Chu Feng thought very clearly. Anyway, he didn't know the use of this chip. If it could enhance Zero's strength, then he would have a strong backer in the future. Think about it, if Zero became the strongest person in the world, then there would be no need to call him Young Master Zhang or Young Master Wang. People should call him Young Master Chu in the future. However, Zero shook his head firmly. Half a year. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and handed the chip back to Chu Feng, his attitude very clear. This is just a loan for half a year. If Chu Feng insists on giving it to him, then he would rather not have it. Chu Feng looked at Zero's unquestionable expression and scratched his head helplessly, but at the same time, he felt a little touched. Damn, there are still good people in this world. Qiling Continent Trivia: Universal evolution materials are attributeless materials that can be used as evolution materials during Qiling evolution, but they will not interfere with the direction of Qiling evolution. They are the only materials that can create evolution copies, and therefore are extremely expensive. Chapter 87: Another evolutionary route. I understand, Master. Chu Feng pushed the chip back to 0 degree and said seriously, I will ask you to return this chip in half a year. Zero nodded and took the chip. A white light flashed, and the chip disappeared. Watching the chip being put away by Zero, Chu Feng's curiosity rose again. He couldn't help but ask, Master, what on earth is this thing? Can it be of any help to someone like you? Could it be some kind of legendary accessory that surpasses the UR level? Or, is it a forbidden item that can be used directly by the contractor? Humph, stupid bastard. Yan Xian wrinkled his nose and snorted in disdain. This chip is not something that should exist in our world. It was created by the enemies on the front lines. What? It's the enemy's thing? Chu Feng was horrified. This answer shocked him 100 times more than Lin Mumu being a genius. In an instant, many things that were previously incomprehensible suddenly became clear. No wonder. No wonder the Zhang family lost something so important, but only dared to send out a law enforcement team to search secretly, never making a big announcement, and even daring not to explicitly offer a reward. Its origins were so sensitive. If the Zhang family's possession of the enemy chip were exposed, they would be instantly accused of treason and collaborating with the enemy. This is a serious crime among serious crimes, enough to overthrow the Zhang family in an instant. But then, Chu Feng became confused again. Since the origin of this chip was so secretive and dangerous, how could Wang Yang, a mere second-level contractor, steal it? Could it be that the entire Wang family is actually behind this? So what is the use of this chip from the enemy? Can it directly enhance the strength of the contractor? Chu Feng asked. This time, Yan Xian did not answer immediately, but turned to look at Ling De beside him. The two communicated quickly in their minds, and the living room became quiet, with only the faint sound of the wind coming from outside the window. After a moment, Yan Xin seemed to have received some instructions. She turned her head again and looked at Chu Feng until Chu Feng was frightened. Then she sneered, "Stop daydreaming, you bastard. This thing can't directly improve the strength of the contractor even a little bit." Can't improve the strength of the contractor? Chu Feng heard this, and it was like being poured with a bucket of cold water. His full expectations turned into huge disappointment. He subconsciously muttered, "After all this time, it turns out to be of no practical use." His voice stopped abruptly. "Wait. That's not right. If this chip is truly useless, then why would Wang Yang risk offending the Zhang family to snatch it? Yan Xin just said that the contractor's strength cannot be directly improved. In other words, it can be improved indirectly? Humph, you trash, you react quite quickly." Seeing Chu Feng's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Yan Xin couldn't help but curl his lips and explained, "This chip is a key item used by those enemies to perform some special evolutions. We have obtained similar chips on the front line before, but Zero said that due to the different rules of the world, we can't use the enemy's chips at all, but the one you got is a little different." Something is different? Chu Feng was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What's different?" "It's an enemy chip that completely complies with the rules of our world and can be used by our contractors. It wasn't born in the enemy's world, but..." Yan Xin looked at Chu Feng and said slowly, "It was born in our world. Someone copied the enemy's chip structure, a knockoff chip that matches the physique of our contractors. It's the Dawn Group." Chu Feng blurted out instantly, looking a little surprised and doubtful. This chip was obtained by Wang Yang from the Zhang family, and the Dawn Group is the most core industry under the Zhang family, with the most advanced scientific research institutions in the Federation. If there is anyone in this world who can crack the enemy's technology and imitate it, it must be the Dawn Group. Unexpectedly, the Zhang family's ambition is so big. They secretly imitate the enemy's chips. Do they want to learn from their strengths and overcome their weaknesses, and embark on an unprecedented new evolutionary path that can be compatible with the enemy's technology and the power of the spirits in this world? The information contained here is truly amazing. How did the Zhang family crack the enemy's core technology, which even the highest research institutions in the Federation could not understand? Did they obtain critical technological support from the enemy by selling out the interests and lives of the frontline contractors? They spent such huge resources and risked ruin to imitate this chip. Did they want to use their extraordinary power to break the pattern of the four major families coexisting, completely subvert the existing order of the Federation, take the entire Qiling continent into their possession, and establish a dynasty that belongs only to the Zhang family? Or has the Zhang family completely become the enemy's lackey, and the purpose of counterfeiting chips is to promote the enemy's evolutionary path in the Qiling continent and exterminate the new generation of forces in the Qiling continent from the root? If any of the guesses here are true, it will probably cause a huge wave in the entire Qiling continent, and may even lead to encirclement and suppression from the other three major families. Okay, you bastard, at your current level, knowing these is already the limit. It will do you no good to delve into it any further. Yan Xin interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts. Although his tone was filled with his usual disdain, there was also a hint of warning. The enemy's evolutionary method is extremely dangerous. This chip cannot be used rashly. Zero needs to conduct in-depth research on it to ensure that its use will not conflict with our own evolutionary path. At this point, Yan Xin clicked his tongue twice and said, "Trash, you are really lucky. If the zero-degree research is successful, you may become the first contractor in the world who can have two completely different ways of evolution at the same time." Hee, isn't this all thanks to the cultivation of Master and Lord Yinxin? Chu Feng scratched his head and grinned foolishly. At this time, he had to act stupid, otherwise it would seem that he had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Ling Du suddenly stood up from the sofa. Chu Feng saw this and quickly restrained his smile. "Master, where are you going?" "Capital City." Zero answered concisely that Chu Feng had offended the Wang family and the Zhang family. If he wanted to protect Chu Feng, he would have to go to the capital in Shangjing. Little Easter egg, when Lingdu and Yinxin communicate in their minds, it's not a conversation. Instead, Lingdu presents the beginning, process, and ending of the story in an instant, similar to a movie. Yinxin translates based on his understanding, so some of what Chu Feng hears may be mixed with Yinxin's personal opinions. Chapter 88, Xing Ke Mentor's Home Visit. There's no need to be so anxious. Chu Feng glanced at the wall clock. It was only 7:52. From the time 0 degree entered the house until now, it had been less than an hour, but it had already helped Xu Feng solve two major problems. The efficiency was so high that Xu Feng felt a little dazed, and even a little unreal. He felt that he should at least do his best to be a good host. Master, at least have lunch before leaving. 0 didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand calmly. Yanqing snorted and instantly turned into a ball of fire, falling immediately into 0's hand. Then, the flames quickly spread from 0 degree's palm to the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, they covered his arms, shoulders, torso, until his entire body. 0 was wrapped in blazing flames. He raised his head and glanced at Xu Feng. Master, what are you doing? Xu Feng was stunned by the sudden scene. Just as he was about to say something, a flash of fire appeared in front of him and the place was empty. After Ling Du left, Xu Feng was too lazy to wait for Lecky to continue making breakfast. He glanced at Lin Mumu, who was still sleeping soundly, and kicked her. Hey, stop sleeping, go buy some knife-cut noodles. Sliced noodles? Lin Mumu jumped out of bed when she heard about food, and the loose shoulder straps couldn't help but slip off her shoulders. Very smooth. Back in the study, Xu Feng calmed down. He needed to plan his next move carefully. Although 0 provided him with an evolutionary route, the specific operation still depended on him. But he hadn't put pen to paper yet. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Yao put down the rag, patted her maid's skirt and stood up. But just when she was halfway up, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Why does this scene seem familiar? Shaking her head to get rid of the inexplicable thoughts in her mind, Lu Yao walked to the door and opened it. Is that you? Lu Yao looked at Instructor Qingke, who was standing in front of her in a white lab coat, with some surprise. Since bringing Xu Feng to this villa that day, Instructor Qingke had never been here again. This made Lu Qi and Lu Yao whisper in private for a long time, saying that Xu Feng would not seize the opportunity at all. It seemed that he did not like mature women, but only liked married women. Why, you don't welcome me? Qingke had no awareness of herself as an outsider. She walked past Lu Yao, who was still dazed at the door, and walked straight into the living room. She looked around and asked, "Where's Xu Feng?" In the study," Lu Yao answered subconsciously, but her eyes couldn't help but lowered and fell on the clear shoe prints on the smooth floor, and she felt inexplicably irritated. This instructor doesn't even change into slippers before entering the room. Teacher Qingke? Xu Feng had been called out of the study by Lu Qi at this time. Seeing Qingke coming uninvited into the living room, he was also very surprised and had no idea why she came to visit suddenly. Congratulations, Xu Feng, for winning first place in the freshman competition. Qingke turned around and looked at Xu Feng. He said congratulations in a flat tone, then walked to the sofa and sat down naturally. Seeing the fresh lychees on the fruit plate on the coffee table, she picked up a few and peeled them without hesitation. Well, they are quite sweet, but why don't you buy some durian? I like that more. Eating too much durian can easily cause getting a sore throat. Xu Feng was speechless. Qingke was still young and currently only taught one student, Yilan. Yilan had just graduated this year, and she had no plans to teach new students for the time being. In other words, she was particularly free now. Hey, there are so many women in your room, which one can't help you relieve your sexual desire? Qingke spat out the lychee seed and said nonchalantly. Xu Feng's face was immediately filled with black lines. Teacher, please don't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. I am a gentleman, not at all like what Qingke thinks. If this gets out, won't my reputation be ruined? You? Innocent? Don't make your mentor laugh. Qingke stuffed another lychee into his mouth and sneered, not acting at all as cold as when they first met. This made Xu Feng a little confused. What had happened to teacher Qingke at night? No, he would go to the temple in a couple of days to get her a talisman. A good queen shouldn't go in the direction of Lin Mumu. Teacher Qingke, why are you here? Xu Feng coughed lightly and asked tentatively. What? You don't want the reward for the freshman competition? Qingke raised his eyebrows, took out a card that looked like a concert ticket from his pocket, and then slapped it on the coffee table with a paw sound. Xu Feng reached out and picked it up curiously. The card had a hard feel similar to colored paper, with a white background in silver text. It looked simple yet high-end. In the center of the card were two big words Secret Realm, and in the lower right corner of the card was the emblem of the Federation. Is this a ticket to the Secret Realm dungeon? Xu Feng was a little surprised. He knew the rewards for the first place in the freshman competition. The first was the priority choice of top mentors, the second was the opportunity to get a customized spirit contract accessory, and the third was this ticket to the Secret Realm dungeon. The copies of the Qiling continent are not open to anyone at will. After a copy is successfully cleared, it will enter a cooling-off period, ranging from a few hours to a few days. It will then be refreshed and people can enter again to collect materials. This seems to be no problem, the copy is recycled and everyone has the opportunity to enter. But don't forget that the number of copies of the Qiling continent is limited. There are only more than 40,000 copies in the entire Federation, and the population of the Federation is as high as 1.4 billion. There are currently 694 cities in the Federation. On average, each city has less than 60 copies. Of course, this is just an average. Some large cities have 2,000 copies, while some small cities have only 10 copies. This situation is not uncommon. Every contractor who is 18 years old or older needs to upgrade his level, obtain materials, and brush accessories. In other words, whether it is a combat contractor or a life contractor, there is a need to enter the dungeon. The situation of too many people and too little resources has resulted in dungeon entry quotas being an extremely scarce resource from the beginning to the end. In the first few decades after the copies came into this world, the situation was even worse. Families, chaebol, and gangs, large and small, quickly monopolized the entrances to most copies by relying on their military or financial resources, treating them as private property. Ordinary people could hardly get their hands on them, and the upward channel was almost completely blocked. Spirit contract continent trivia: life contractors lack the ability to kill ferocious beasts, so they usually team up with combat contractors to enter experienced dungeons to absorb psychic crystals and level up.